think you've got what it takes? Challenge the one in best of one. You know right where to find me.
We have returned to the CGB Dojo, the Cool Kids Club Dojo.
When you go up against the one in best of one, it's a tough battle.
I fear no goblin. If I make you feel bad for goblins, I'm doing my job, guys. I like taking that cool thing that the opponent's excited about doing and squashing it.
True villain mode has been activated.
Why won't you die? Never didn't have it. You cry those tears, opponent. The only one in best of one.
There's only one in best of one.
Oh my god! Let the nonsense begin. Hello? Why no, there's no camera? The heck is this? Hello? Camera do what? What's happening? Does anybody else just not see me? How about here? Where the heck is my camera? Oh. All right. All right. It's fine. Fine. Bizarre. Now this is new. And what's with the black screen? That shouldn't be there. I mean, this is really something. I mean, here's some Pro Tour.
A Pro Tour champion 2 times over.
Just a minute. I'm gonna keep battling my
Hey, what's up, everybody?
webcam.
Welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Outlaws. Share of a $500,000 prize pool,
Give me a
and
minute.
of course the title of champion, as well as 2 spots to this year's World Championship. Take a look at the players out there as they do battle this morning here in Seattle. Very, very excited to get the tournament underway. It's sure to be a sweet one. Hey everybody, welcome along. Maria Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney hanging out with you at the news desk this weekend. Corey, what are you most looking forward to?
You know, Maria, most of the time I'm always looking forward to the constructed rounds. That is not the case for this one. OTJ Limited is one of my favorite sets in a long time. I cannot wait.
Let's do it again. I want another top finish.
All right, another top finish for Simon Nielsen has been called. Let's take a look at the tournament schedule and find out how we're going to do, what we're going to do, and when we're going to do it, starting with today. What's going to happen, Corey?
Absolutely. So we're going to be starting off with the first 3 rounds. That's going to be Outlaws of Thunder Junction Draft. Then we're going to pivot to standard construction for round 4 through 8. And of course,
Any
the
of you
major
who
cut
already
these
gave
players
up
are
on
going to be
me,
looking for is 12 match
you're
points or
weak.
better to advance to day number 2.
We're
And the
stronger
real
without
prize is
you.
they get to draft again, Maria.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what's going to happen on day 2, Ailey.
Day 2,
Hell
the
yeah.
players that remain will be doing another Outlaws of Thunder Junction draft. Lucky them. And then in rounds 12 to 16, the real sweat starts as we determine who our top 8 are going to be.
Absolutely. And speaking of that top 8, you're
Sweat,
not going
let's
to want
go.
to miss
Where do you think
Sunday,
I'm gonna
everybody,
fit in?
starting at
That's the
10
big
a.m.
question.
Pacific. It's
Where
single
does
elimination top
CGB
8.
hang
That's
out
3 out
today?
of 5 games. Standard.
I think
the rest
over
of the
here.
way down.
But we'll see.
And speaking of Standard, everybody, this is an absolutely historic Pro Tour. Not only have we not played Standard at the Pro Tour level for quite some time, it's also the largest Standard in the history of Magic the Gathering. with more than
Largest Standard in the history of
3,300
Standard,
cards for the players to choose from.
That's true.
Tons of different sets. So let's walk everybody through what's in
How
Standard right now.
exciting.
Starting out with Innistrad Midnight Hunt, everybody, 2021. RIP Meat Hook Massacre. That was in this set. Lear, Disciple of the Drowned. What happened to Lear? I want to see Lear again. Anyway,
No, you
There you
don't.
go. That's our first set in the box there for
You
Standard.
do
Next
not
up,
want
we
to
got
see Lear
Crimson Valor.
again.
This was, well, the best wedding of all time. We had wedding announcement as well as Valdarian Epicure, which is still seeing a lot of play in Boros Convoke.
Absolutely.
Next up was Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, a set that perhaps was too powerful as 3 cards ended up banned in Standard from the set, but also introduced the Channel Lands, which we're going to see a lot of today.
Absolutely.
good
Then
set,
we had
good set.
Streets of New Capenna, everybody, giving us those very, very important tri-lands. And of course, Rafine, Scheming Seer, who we may see a lot of this weekend.
Yeah, we absolutely will. Next up, we got Dominaria United. There was a lot of really powerful cards in this one, but none more powerful than Shieldred the Apocalypse.
Oh, it's
Everybody's
Standard,
4/5
baby.
Favorite 4/5 mythic.
Unless you're on the
Absolutely.
other side of the table.
Yeah, that's
Just
true.
saying. Brothers War introduced the most played removal spell this weekend, and that is Go for the Throat. So, we'll see that.
There we go.
All right, put it in the box.
All right.
Everybody, I've got March of the Machine coming up next here. There's a card
March
from
of
this
the
we're gonna see this
freaking
weekend, Rona,
Machine.
Herald of Invasion, which is a very sweet card in the Legends decks that are popping up in Standard. So we have that set to thank for that card.
Absolutely. Next up is Phyrexia All Will Be One, and these had some of the most powerful creatures here in Standard. We have Atraxa, and of course, Mommy, Elish Norn.
Absolutely.
And Har Mummy
They're just
There you
leaning
go.
into
Then
Then we
that.
had Aftermath, which introduced a couple of neat tools for the different archetypes, but most importantly, Nissa Resurgent Animist.
All right, then we had Wilds of Eldraine, a very, very powerful and awesome set, everybody, featuring none other than Up the Beanstalk. Banned in Modern, guess what? You can play it here this weekend, though, in Standard.
I love that
I
card.
wonder if they
Next up, we
will.
got Lost Caverns of Ixalan. This produced one of my favorite 2-drops. We have Inti, as well as every control player's worst nightmare, Cavern of Souls. Make them uncounterable.
Absolutely.
Take that, Blue Mages.
There you go.
Up next, Murders at Karlov Manor introduced the Surveil lands, as well
This feels
as
like it takes
inspired an
way
entire
longer than it
archetype from
should.
Aftermath Analyst and World Souls Rage. So looking forward to seeing that in action.
We get to draft these, right?
Yeah?
Oh, absolutely. Thanks, Corey. And now here we arrive at Outlaws of Thunder Junction,
I'm not
everybody.
kidding.
The main set from this weekend.
I
We
think
get
I
to
still
play
have
Rest in Peace
like
in
a
Standard, which could
booster
be
box of
very,
each of
very
these in my
important this weekend.
closet.
Duelist of the
That's
Mind,
not even
also
opened.
in this set, Nathan Sturrid's World Championship card. Adding that to the box, there we go, everyone. 3,300
haven't had time to
cards
open and
in
sort
Standard.
them.
It's a huge pool to build from, the biggest, like I've said, that's ever happened. So very excited to see what the players actually come with this weekend in Standard. They're even falling
Can't
over
even
the box.
contain it.
Can't contain it. Let's take a look at the broadcast team this weekend. It's not just our beautiful faces here at the news desk joining you. We also have Riley Knight and Cedric Phillips alongside Marshall Sutcliffe.
The
and
deck
Molly
lists are not
Gordon
published
bringing you
yet.
all of the action.
They will not be published for 3 more hours.
Like I mentioned, we have 207 players doing battle here this weekend. And there's groups of them that we're going to have.
You
our
guys
eyes
wanna-
on throughout
you
the
guys
entire
wanna know a
weekend. We're
secret?
keep you updated on how they're doing. Let's take a look at our Sunday club. Starting with
I
this
can't
year's
tell you 'cause it wouldn't be a
2024.
secret
Dave,
anymore.
Tell me about these people.
Oh man, just look at this top 8. John Emmanuel Duprat, current reigning world champion Seth Manfield, our Pro Tour champion, and Simon Nielsen, who's looking for that 5th top 8. This is an absolutely stellar bunch of players.
Absolutely. What about last season, though, Corey? 2023 Sunday Club.
Yeah, even in 2023, we still have John Emmanuel Duprat making it there as well, our 2023 world champion, as well as Hall of Famers Willie Edel and Reed Duke from this group. We have some more players here as well. There's Simon Nielsen, who, well, made the Sunday stage 3 times, as well as fellow teammate Nathan Stoyer.
Is this
and one
new?
of the
What's the
GOATs,
Sunday
Jota
Club?
Yasaoka.
Absolutely.
I
Let's
don't
take a
think
look
this
at
has
some of our
been part of the
teams.
broadcast before the Sunday
Handshake
Club.
Ultimate Guard, new name, got a sponsor. Congratulations, kids.
Let's
Some of
go,
the
Ultimate
up-and-comers in
Guard.
Magic have been putting up absolutely stellar results at the past few Pro Tours. They are also in a battle, locked in a battle with Team CFB, of course, but they have them by less than 1% on head-to-head matchups.
Wow.
Which they bragged about to me yesterday.
I would brag about that, too. Wow.
Absolutely. Let's talk about CFB, though. Speaking of them,
More
CSB
Ultimate Guard.
are no strangers to success as this is an absolutely stacked roster. 4 Hall of Famers, a world champion, several Pro Tour champions, and you know that they're going to be looking to add someone else.
What's up, everybody? Welcome in. If you haven't been here before, we're watching the Pro Tour.
Now we're starting things off with limited this morning. Let's talk about the best limited players in the building as far as the last Pro Tour was concerned, Corey.
Yeah, so these were all the players that went 5-1 or better. A lot of limited.
You have a
all-stars
chat
here, but I
window
will point out
leaking
the
into the
3, 6,
stream
and
window
limited
you're
players.
streaming.
That was Adam Edelson, James Larson Scott, and of course one of the limited goats.
Hey,
Marcio
I've been
Carvalho.
doing
I'm
this a
excited to see if they
long
can do it again.
time.
Absolutely. Those are the top
If
limited
I did
players
it,
we'll be keeping
I
an eye
did it on
What about the top
purpose.
constructed players here? You see a lot of our top 8 from MKM here. I want to call out Javier Dominguez from Team Handshake, the only player to get 12 wins who did not make our top 8 at Pro Tour MKM. So hoping to do at least one better here this time around. Now we turn to regional champions. People at home, this could be your face here, Ailey.
It could indeed.
Uh-oh, don't lag me. Come on. No, we can't have laggy stream.
Indeed, plenty of these players are in their very first.
That better not happen again. Make it stop. Is it just on my end? I was hoping I wouldn't have to close Chrome.
But we see
Chrome eats
players
memory.
like Yoshihiko Ikawa, you know, a grizzled
If it does
veteran
it
at
a
this
lot,
point, coming back to try and do it
I'm
all
gonna
again.
have to
Absolutely.
open
We'll be giving you updates from
Microsoft
all of these
Edge.
groups throughout the weekend long, so don't worry, but we will let you know how they're doing. Well, now we turn our attention to draft this
Why isn't
morning.
your face there? It
Such a
is.
sweet format. But one thing the players did say all yesterday when they were here at the player party was how crunched they were for time to study this format, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely crunched. So let's
Yeah,
take a look
the
at
problem
the
with
time
Edgy
frame
is
here.
I
This
haven't
is
figured
the
out how to
normal amount
activate
of
dark
time that these
mode.
pro players usually have for a pro tour. Yeah, that's not what happened at this one. This is the amount of time the players had for OTJ prep. It's basically cut in half, so these
And
players
powerful
did not have
color
time to not
combination that
only
I'm sure we might
flesh
see
out their
people
constructed
fighting
deck
over
perfectly,
at the
but to
top.
just figure out
Let's take a
limited
look.
altogether. So really,
10
really
days.
tough ask for all
Jesus.
these players, and I'm going to be really impressed to see who kind of figured it out in such a short amount of time.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the archetypes the players might be looking to draft when they sit down at the table this morning. I want to call out Green, White Mounts and Celestia there. A very, very popular and powerful color combination that I'm sure we might see people fighting over at the top table. So that's 5 of them. Let's take a look at the next 5. Ailey, what stands out to you here?
Well, Maria, if everyone's going to be drafting green, or at least trying to, I want to see a couple of black, blue, and red decks make a splash. So if we can see some second spell doing well, I'll be quite happy.
All right, we'll find out shortly. Green, like I said, widely considered the best color to be in. Let's take a look at some of the commons they might be hoping to open, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Cactarantula, a very fun card to play, even more fun to say, I
Oh,
must
for
say.
sure.
And then Throw from the Saddle is one of Green's premium removal spells, especially good in
I
these
don't
mount
see an
decks, but
appearance.
It is plenty fine just in any other style deck. Just premium green removal though.
Absolutely, I'll take all of them. Let's take a look at
We
the
have an
uncommon
Edge
here.
user who
The
has saved
uncommons
us.
are all nutty. Outcast a green blade, just being able to fix your mana, go and find a desert if you
Don't worry, we'll get there. I literally only use Edge for this.
2 color pairs that can splash your bomb so you can stay open in the limited round, as well as just free crime to commit ends up being really good in
Free
OTJ.
crime hype.
Free crime, I'll take
I
it.
love it.
Speaking of colorful, powerful cards,
Oh, yeah.
excuse me, you might want to cast. We've got breaking news cards that can really break the format, Ailey.
Oh, I mean, they're also very colorful. You see these
They are,
3 color absolute bombs in like Cruel Ultimatum. We got Villainous Wealth. So if anyone today opens one of these cards, please, please build around it. I want to see this absolutely crush.
Absolutely. Those breaking news cards are, in fact, awesome. Let's take a look at Murder now. We've been following this card for the last 2 Pro Tours. Now, it wasn't great at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, ironically, but now Murder on the Saloon floor here in OTJ. This card's good, Corey.
Well, it's much better in the saloon, partner, I must say. It is not very good in the last set. It was kind of that late pick.
Trying to make it look
card,
pretty.
but now removal is a lot better. The format's a lot slower, and ends up being a really powerful premium pickup now.
All right, well, let's take a look at some more removal that the players might be looking to pick up today, Ailey.
We love removal. We also like cheap removal. So Desert's Dew, you're going to see picked pretty highly. I imagine we also have awesome enchantments like Lassoed by the Law and Explosive Derailment, an instant as well to just keep control of the battlefield.
You know what I think about your removal?
Yeah?
I don't care. Because I drafted these 2 cards. All right, take up the shield, snakeskin veil.
Wow.
These are so,
Smack
so
talk, love
incredibly
that.
crucial in this format.
Let's
to
go,
have cheap
Maria.
ways to deal with removal from your opponent and swing the game back in your favor, keeping 1 green mana open this
Don't worry
weekend is
about
something
it.
you're gonna
I'm
wanna keep
fine.
your
This
eye
is
on
fine.
from the
I'm
pros,
just
whether or not
detail
they have it in their deck.
oriented.
Maria, you're just trying
And
to make
this down
boggles
here
happen
is
in limited,
making
aren't
me
you?
Yeah, I'm
rage.
always trying to make boggles happen. It's like that.
I knew it. I knew it. One other thing I really wanted to bring some attention to, this set amongst a lot of other ones was really, you know, led by Dave Humphries and the rest of his team. And Dave Humphries and company really create such awesome limited environments like Keldheim, Kamigawa, Dominaria, Ikoria, War
There's
of the
gotta be a
Spark.
perfect
I
medium.
absolutely
Is that
love
it?
all of, their
Nope.
work.
I can still see the
absolutely.
bar up above.
Congratulations to the entire team at Wizards of the Coast for this event. It is truly phenomenal, and you'll get to see that this morning in draft. Well, our players are sitting down for draft, and let's take a look at some of the tables that have some killers at them this morning. Check this out. Seth Manfield, our reigning Pro Tour champion,
Oh,
at
you're-
a table with Martin Yuza,
I'm gonna
another
get
Hall
ya.
of Famer there. Stefan Schutz also at this table
I'm
from
gonna
Team
get ya.
Handshake. I asked Team Handshake, who from your team's going to win this whole thing? They told me it was Stefan. So
Ooh.
we'll see. We'll see this morning. Let's take
Don't
a look
worry
at
about a
table
thing.
number
Don't
7
worry
as well,
about a
Corey.
thing. This is
Yeah,
all
table
gonna
number
pay
7
off
is
because when we get it
definitely
right,
highlighted
we
by
don't have to
another
mess
member
with
of
it
Team
again
Handshake. That's
all
Nathan
weekend.
Stoyer, our 2022 world champion at another really powerful pot here.
All right, that's Draft Pod 7 to keep our eye on. What about Draft Pod number 9, Ailey?
I'm keeping an eye on Greg Orange. If anyone can make
I'm a
an Azorius
wizard,
control
Harry.
deck
Just
here,
let
it's
me
gonna be
cook.
Citrus Assassin.
Ooh, Matt Sicking Johnson, Minneapolis represent. 2 Minneapolis
go.
players in this pod. I love it. What about pod number 20, Corey?
Yeah, pod number 20 is definitely highlighted by the Italian superstar Andrea Mangucci. It's so nice to see him back on the Pro Tour. I'm excited
Hell
for it.
yeah.
I'm
Let's
sure
go,
you
Andrea
are as well at
Mangucci.
home.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Everybody loves Andrea Mangucci.
Definitely.
Rocking the
I
scarf.
love Andrea
straight glasses,
Mangucci.
Fashion king. All right, everybody, let's take a look at our draft area here for our feature pod as our players start to enter for draft this morning. No doubt shaking off some nerves as we get started here on Pro Tour Friday. You see Seth Manfield in this pod here.
Fine, don't
reigning
worry,
Pro
don't
Tour
worry about
champ
it, don't
Kane
worry about it.
Reinhardt made the top 8 at Pro Tour Mom. Tons of amazing players, like I mentioned, Martin Yuza.
I love
in
that
this
they
pod
still call
as
it Pro
well.
Tour
Seth
Mom.
told me, you know, he won
Oh!
the last Pro Tour. He kind of feels like, hey, this one's a little bit of a free roll, right?
Eh?
Well, maybe he's not nervous, Corey.
Yeah, he may say that when he's preparing for the event, but when he sits down for round number 1, Seth wants to win every single match.
I think we
so
did it.
we'll see.
Absolutely, absolutely. There is a look at
The
Seth
Virgin Walk?
Manfield's
Guys.
11 top finishes to his name.
Takes
That's
one
the
to
draft
know
we're gonna be
one.
Watching this morning. And some of those top finishes, so very iconic. Ailey Loney had a chance to talk to him yesterday about. Oh, we're going to skip that, actually. We're going to get right into the draft, everybody. Okay, everyone, it's time to draft here at Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder
Draft.
Junction. We're going to chaos draft here at the news desk. You all can do whatever you're going to do. Have a great time.
Thank you, Maria. We are going to
Yes.
do what we're going to do, and that is draft. That's right. It is Friday, early morning here at the PT. That's Monty DeVuti. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us. And as we mentioned, we're going to be following along with Seth Manfield, one of the best limited players ever. When you get into Seth's realm, you're just one of the best players ever, but that always translates to both.
It really does. And Seth is a player who has always really excelled in limited environments and testing houses. He's the player to watch. And a lot of players have really tried emulating his drafting style to mixed success.
Yeah.
It's unique.
It is unique. He kind of has his own take on formats.
It's
He values
unclear.
things the way that he values
It is
them.
what it
And as you
is,
can see,
and
he's
it
got a
is.
tough table here, as Maria and the gang pointed out at the news deck there. Stefan Schutz up in the upper
Martin
left. You see
Yuza.
Martin Yuza over to the right. Kane Reinhardt up in the
Are they
upper
on the
right
same
there as well.
team?
Just big names that are lurking in the field.
I just
And of
always
course, if
pick
you
the
haven't
rares.
watched
Yeah,
the
man.
draft with us here at the
Standard
Pro
best
Tour
of one
level,
drafting.
They do play in pods, so they will be playing against the
Top
players
left.
who they drafted against
100% top
in a
left until it's over.
three-set match here, as it were.
Yeah, it's a tough environment when this is your pod. You have a ton of Pro Tour top 8s among these players. Stefan Schutz asking some of the Team Handshake guys. David Inglis believes Stefan is the best player in the world without a top 8. So it's a tough competition.
Wow.
There are any.
Okay.
I'd also like to remind you
I did
that you're
not
not
know
permitted
that.
to look at other players' picks at any time during the drafting process.
No, you
Place
can't
all
look at their
in a single
picks.
face-down pile in front of you, and do
Shenanigans.
not review them until the designated revision period.
So this is
Everybody
what we call
please
a
pick up the
called
envelope
draft. As you
labeled
can see, our judge
1A.
here is giving
Open it,
explicit
count the
instructions.
cards in a single face-down pile, and ensure there are 14 cards. Please note that one card will be facing a different direction.
No headbands. That's the only reason I'm not on the Pro Tour.
Players players are preparing their packs before we get into that first pack here for Seth Manfield.
Yeah, no
are
sunglasses.
Not only a lot of rares
Now
that
you
can
know.
open in a pack, you could get 2, 3, even 4 sometimes, but also there are a lot of very good rares. So this is definitely where
All right,
he
pick
wants
up
to
the
start
pack.
here,
You
is
have
opening
40
up something
seconds.
awesome. Let's see what Seth picks up for pack 1. Pick 1. Ooh, Stingerback Terror right to the front of the pack there. That's that 7/7 flyer. It does get smaller for each card in your hand, but it's often a 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6.
Yeah, it's a caveat, but it's a very small caveat. The card is absolutely massive, undercosted at 4 mana, but also it has that plot mechanic, one of the new mechanics for OTJ, and being able to plot this on turn 3, spend a few turns maybe not putting it into play, depending on what you're playing around,
All right,
whether it's
that's 10
removal
seconds.
spells or just wanting it to be a little bigger, and then you can play it for free later on when you've emptied your hand a bit if you want.
That's right. There was also a Mystical Tether in the pack that Seth had pulled to the
All right,
front, but
draft.
of course he's going to take the powerful
pass
rare here.
13
So he starts
cards
things
to
off
your
with
left.
a dragon. Now, one downside here for Seth is that it is in red, which is, well, it's the worst
Pick up the
color
pack. You have 35
overall, but it can be a
seconds.
really good support color.
Red
so
is
not
the
all
worst
flaws
color,
here.
can
Let's see what
confirm.
happens in pack 2. All right, well, he's got a Trained Airings pulled to the front, perhaps signaling, oh, well, actually, there's an explosive derailment there, so maybe an easier pick here for Seth.
Yeah, I think red is the worst color, but when you open a bomb like the Stingerback Terror, you are incentivized to take it. I think this is going to be an interesting pick because Explosive Derailment, a lot of
10
people believe
seconds.
is the best red common.
Yeah.
It is a good removal spell, and removal is good in this format, but considering the white cards here really means that Seth
Whoa!
doesn't want to lock in red.
Trained
Crap.
Airings goes into the
He's
pile,
passed
so either
12
he doesn't want to
cards
lock
to
in
your
red,
left.
or maybe just loves a 2-drop. That Trained Airings is, it's probably the most aggressive 2-mana common in the
pack.
set.
You have
It hits
30
really hard. I don't
seconds.
think it's ever been blocked the turn after it's
No.
been cast. Interesting, though. Oh, and he's got a Resilient Roadrunner there.
I think that's
As
a
a-
Collective Defiance is our breaking news card.
Yep, you are correct, and there's also a Prairie Dog. So
Yeah.
how much do you like 2-drops
10
here, Seth?
seconds.
Because he has showed us, by taking that Airings, maybe he just doesn't want to be in red.
Seth Manfield loves 2-drops.
Wow.
That is
Draft.
a fact
Please
that
pass
has been true
11
his
cards
entire
to your
career.
left.
In Limited, he likes being the beatdown. He likes being the player that is curving and making decisions to use that curve to play around
up
his
the
opponents.
pack. You have
So it makes a
25
lot of
seconds.
sense. Notably, the Terror is splashable. That plot cost is only a single red rather than the double red main cost.
So he must be thinking, I'm going to be base white here with a little bit of a splash at this point, given that he's pushed so hard into white. There's Cunning Coyote and a Thunder Salvo
For
in this
us,
pack, though.
disgusting.
I love the Coyote. I think this card
took
is
the Coyote.
fantastic. 2-drops, Marshall. This card is
Wow.
fantastic.
Wow.
I actually think
Draft.
this is probably the
Please
pick that I
pass 10
most agreed
cards
with,
to your
other than
left.
the first rare.
Look
I
at
think
me, I've got
if
a
you're going
draft
to be
viewer.
this
Oh, they
aggressive
did
red-white
it!
strategy, Cunning Coyote
Pick
is
up the pack.
I was
the
wondering why they
perfect
weren't
card
doing
to
that.
have.
Seconds.
Really nice with the dragon, too. Okay. All right.
All right.
I'm interested. This is definitely a take here from Seth. He is going.
Why is a dude
red,
with a
white,
mask probably
aggressive,
feeling
and
a little
I
sick?
mean aggressive.
10
He is
seconds.
not messing around, taking 2-mana threats. Of course, these are also good.
Peddler.
And he
Another
continues
one.
the trend
More.
here.
So many
Discerning
bears.
Peddler now.
Draft.
Wow.
Please pass
So
9
he's got a
cards to your
dragon and
left.
all 2 balls here so far?
Yep, and the dragon
drop,
is
true drop, true drop, true drop.
basically a 3-mana
Pick up
play,
the
so
pack. You have
Seth
20
has a
seconds.
very aggressive curve here.
Look at that. 2, 2, 2,
Do I draft? All the
They
time.
also do work well, of course, with the Terror. The Terror is at its best if you can
10
empty your hand on the
Yeah.
battlefield and get it to be huge as quickly as possible.
Another round, probably the most common
Dude, the
rare
camera is
in the
trying
format.
to
I
catch
think I've
these.
had
The
multiple
angle is
drafts
so
that I've seen.
awkward.
most
Three
They
or
just
more
mount on
rays
their
at the
head.
table.
Please pass
I like that. We might
Porcupine.
have to start picking what the most common rare is going forward. And another round is definitely on the
Pick up the
short
pack.
list. There's
You have
Stefan
30
there. You
seconds.
see Martin Yuza picking his cards as well. What do you see here?
That's a Hellspur Brute.
Okay.
In terms of the payoffs for being
10
red, in
seconds.
terms of the payoffs for being aggressive, this 5-mana 5/4 trample, but having affinity for outlaws, that's a pretty aggressive creature that,
Draft.
if you can
Please
play
pass
undercosted,
7
is
cards to
very
your
strong.
left.
Interesting. Yeah, he is not
At this point,
super
I'll be no
hard
longer giving a
into
10
the
second
outlaw
warning.
path just
Pick
yet.
up the
This is
pack.
so many
He's got some
creatures.
animals, you know,
Yeah.
the prairie dog, the coyote, that type of stuff, but it's early, so that could absolutely be,
Seth is playing Zoo and Limited. It's all animals.
Yeah, taking a look at the list, I think the only outlaw he has right now is actually that Discerning Peddler. So
Okay.
definitely lacking
Draft.
on the outlaws for now.
pass
But
6
Red has a
cards
lot
to
of
your
them, and this
left.
is pack 1, so plenty of time to make that brute cheaper on
Pick up the
average.
pack.
He
You
took
have 10
Mirage Mesa
seconds.
over a Skull Crack there. He likes his 2-mana spells, but he likes them to turn sideways.
Skullcrack not ideal,
Right.
really, in this format.
Ooh.
He's got to return the
Draft.
favor, but that looks like the only
Please
card in
pass
his
5
colors
cards
here.
to
So
your
he's
left.
just going to go a little rogue here into blue for a Gin of Fool's Fall, but
Pick up the pack.
you know,
you have
maybe
10
a slight
seconds.
hint. He does only have 2 white cards.
Air
Yeah,
yet.
and here's an interesting
No
wheel.
love.
Ionize. This was in the second pack Seth saw, so
okay.
maybe thinking if
I
this
like
Ionize
Ionize.
wheels, he
Please
might want
pass
to leave
4
himself
cards to
open
your
for
left.
a blue-red direction. Does
Pick up
wheel
the
it
pack.
as
You have
potentially
5
predicted.
seconds.
Blue-red, I would say the 2 weakest colors in the format,
They
so
are.
maybe not the ideal
Please pass 3
combination
cards to
that
your
players
left.
would be looking for.
Yeah, he picks
up
up a
the
Quill
pack,
Charger
you have
here late
5
in the pack. It's interesting because there's really good
Draft
news
Island.
and really bad news for Seth at
Island.
this point.
Draft.
The really good news is that
Pass
he
2
has
cards
not
to your left.
solidified his second color. He
Pick up
is
the pack,
base
you
red
have
and he
5
has
seconds.
directions he can go. But the bad news is that red is the least strong color overall. So
Draft.
he does need to go into a color that will complement it
pass
and
the
also
final
perhaps
cards to
give
your
him
left.
2
Maybe if
packs
we look
worth
at it
of
before
punch,
placing on
you
top
know,
of the
that he
rest
could
of your
actually
picks.
capitalize.
Boom.
Yeah, and
Please leave all
Mountain.
cards
I,
in the
I
single
Let's
wouldn't
go.
face
exactly
pile
call this a
until we
trap,
get to the
but this is a
designated
position
review
I
period,
found myself
which is
in
now.
quite a few of my drafts. As it
have
becomes
60
more
seconds.
clear that red is the...
All right, now we're reviewing. What do we think?
When you open a good red rare and then see...
He does.
the
He
red
only has
cards
2
that the
white
other players
cards.
are passing on because they don't want to be red, you can
Only 2
dig
white
yourself deeper
cards.
and deeper into the red,
Interesting.
and suddenly you find yourself in this spot. I've had
What's the most expensive card he could open and then just draft for the money?
That's tough.
And there's you can't find that.
I'm honestly not sure. It's got to be from the big
Right
the
now,
big
Seth
score,
really
right?
needs to find something
How
that's
am I? I am
in the
watching
second color,
Pro
and
Tour stuff. I'm great.
Hopefully, ideally, that color actually becomes his main color.
I
because
see.
You really don't want red.
You said the deck is going to be in rotation for a long time. Yeah, till August.
That are playing the support role.
Yeah, right now it feels like white is the most likely with the Prairie Dog and the Trained Erynx as they fit the plan that he has. The
Mana
best.
Drain's the most
Although
expensive
they're-
card.
They're decent cards.
Sure,
know
but I mean that's not going to be like
blue cards
a few $1,000.
those are
Is there a reason we're watching this person in particular? They won the last Pro Tour. They're your reigning champion.
want to go down that road for the reason that you said, Monty. It's the 2 weakest colors coming together.
Alrighty,
You can win
more
with
cards.
fair in this format. There's
Let's
nothing
go.
that you should, like, avoid at all costs, but
Open
it
it,
can't be really where you want to be.
count pack, and
All right,
add
here's
face
pack
down
number
pile
2.
to ensure
Let's see
there
if
are
Seth can
14 cards.
find a solid
Once again,
direction,
please note the
particularly
one
for
card
that
will be facing a
second
different
color,
direction than the rest.
or if he ends up going down that road that you said, where it's like, you know what, I'm going to be a base red, and I'll fill in the cracks with something else later. Let's see what he's got.
I will say his white cards are definitely better than his blue cards right now.
Yeah.
If you had to pick one of the 2 colors
All right.
just off of this
Pick up the
snapshot,
pack, you
it's
have
the
40
white.
seconds.
Okay, let's see what he's
More
got.
Ariette.
Bristly Bill.
Bristly Bills. That's one of the best rares in the whole set, actually. It's interesting.
Old Bill.
That's like the first decent green card. So for those of you that haven't had a chance to draft this set a lot, green is the best color, and it's by a significant margin, but the players at this table
It's-
know that.
is
and that's
Bill
why you don't see
good?
green flowing around. But that's like a top 5 rare in the set right there.
See, I think Seth should explosively derail this draft. And
That
take
was
this
probably
one
too
with him.
loud.
Green red is an
Sorry.
off color pair. This is a good sign for him to get that second color into a much better direction in green, and then he can use red as kind of his base. Whoa! Oh, he's gonna take explosive derailment. Oh, he threw me a curveball there, Monty.
Seth loves his 2-drops, and he just said no.
so
to one of the
excited.
best, if not the best 2-drop in the entire set.
They are so excited right now.
You know, it's
Okay.
a disciplined.
I need to
pick,
reset.
maybe.
Hold on. Yeah, I need a minute here,
Yeah.
Monty. I just thought he was gonna take it.
I was all in on the Bristly
Losing
Bill
his
trade.
mind.
Okay, I get it though. I think his reasoning is that green has not been open in
Marshall
any
has
way.
been
It
dealt
may just
lethal
be this
emotional
pack that he
damage.
even has any chance to pick up significant green cards, and he knows that he's red, so he
10
takes like the best red
seconds.
common, as you said. Oh, I would have taken that bill, though. I'm sure he had to. That was a very tough decision.
Yeah,
for him.
he thought about that for most of the allotted time.
Card
If you have a Gila
advantage
Corsair here,
and a
very
mount.
solid mount. Typically
pass 12
will
cards
trade
to
off
your
with
right.
most creatures in those early turns and get you an extra
Pick up
card.
the
That
pack,
clause
you have
until the
30
end of your
seconds.
next turn means that even if you hit a land or a higher cost of spell, you should be able to cast it. So really, really solid card.
They
I'm really
use
surprised
retail
you did
packs
that,
for
Daniel.
this.
You know, you can
There
also
are
splash.
only,
Yep.
what do they call them now? Play
I'll
boosters.
get over it.
So yes,
In
these are
time.
retail
Look,
packs.
Let's see where he
Here's a
goes
card
from
that
here.
we're
10
down for.
seconds.
He's looking at the Loan Shark.
Loan Shark, sweet.
And I think this is another nod to the fact that Seth's second color is not set. We saw him pick up that Gila Corsair over the Vigilante as a 2-drop,
Please
which
pass
was
11
white,
cards
saying
to
that
your right.
red is what I'm definitely at. And not much in that pack, so I'm now picking a blue card, keeping the options
Pick up
open.
the pack. You have 25 seconds.
Yes, they open the packs, they
interesting
stamp the
because as
cards
you
to make
look-
sure that there's no shenanigans.
If we're correctly reading his reasoning as being green hasn't been open at this
Right.
table, that has continued.
Yes.
You know, like if he would have
10
taken Bristly Bill
seconds.
here, he would have taken, you know, red and then maybe something else after. But like, it's not like that.
It's gotta be
road
salvo,
is wide
right?
Open for him.
The thing is,
Easy.
nothing else seems to be
Draft.
open. And if you tell me
Please
I'm
pass
going to
10
end up
cards
with
to the right.
20 red cards and then 3 blue, white, or
Pick up the
green
pack,
cards
you
where
have
one of them is
25
Bristly
seconds.
Bill, give me the 3 green cards.
Fair.
By the way, I love how Seth's background is
Ooh,
on
that's Not a
fire.
good sign. There's a buried in
really-
the garden in this
Yeah,
pack.
no, that
I
card
love
was-
it.
I never passed that.
Yeah,
I love that
green,
card,
white,
but
one of the
he's so
best
far from that.
combinations
10
in this
seconds.
format, and it's not picked. It's here 5th pick right now.
Ugh.
Seth is not in
He's
either
taking
color.
a discerning peddler.
Yeah, that.
Oof.
This is where you feel a little bad about the
Draft.
draft. It's
Please
like
pass 9
buried in the
So
garden.
what they stamp it with is, in this case, it's just a little star. It's usually something like the set symbol. You can see it on the lower right of the card. Do you see the blue thing in the on the right of the text box? That's the stamp.
And a holy
Holy cow!
Holy
yeah, Feather is
cow!
great. It's
10
you know
seconds.
probably the best white common removal. The Airings being a better creature, I would say, but having access to 3 mana removal is great. And I think we've talked about how
Draft.
good removal
Please
is
pass
in the
8
format.
cards to your
So
right.
for Seth having a deck full of 2-drops that has some removal to punch
Pick
it
up
up,
the pack.
not a
You have
bad place
20
to be
seconds.
considering his play style.
How's current volume
Posse
mix?
is in his 2
Do we like it?
probably primary colors.
10 seconds.
Form of Posse is...
And it's fine.
It's fine. That is the perfect word. It's the type of card that if I'm in Boros middle of the pack, I'm going to take. If I'm in Boros and I see it early, I'm
Draft.
probably going to
Please
pass
pass
it because
7
not many
cards to
people
your
want
right.
to be in Boros.
At this
I'm going to
point, I
hope to
will
wheel
no
it, and if
longer
I
be
don't,
giving
it's not a big
10-second
loss.
warning.
That's the type of
Please
card,
pick
and I
up
would
the
never
pack. You
move
have
into
15
Boros for it.
seconds.
Do stamp cards increase value? It depends.
Vengeful townsfolk.
Yeah, getting more tempting now that you have a bunch of 2-drops and a Form of Posse. This is the type of, you know, bread and butter, not ideal, not bad 3-drop that you're
Please
okay
pass
playing.
6
It's your
cards.
23rd, 22nd
Yeah.
card.
Yeah, it's
Pick up
feeling
the
like
pack.
the
You have
ceiling
10
on the power level.
seconds.
Yes, his discipline has led him into a spot where he's definitely going to have enough playables, but the peak
Draft.
power level of
Please
his
pass
deck,
5 cards to your right.
not very high.
Yeah, take for a ride there. I would say a swingy card, but a potentially
Pick up the
powerful
pack.
one.
You have 10
Seth opting to
seconds.
take one last job there.
Sure.
And he does have 3 mounts already, so definitely
Boros.
the potential is there to get the solid 2-for-1 value out of that. But
Draft.
I found one last job to
Please
be
pass 4
pretty
cards to your right.
expensive and unimpressive in the format. Maybe I would have gambled
Pick up
on
the
taking the
pack. You
threaten
have 5
effect and just,
seconds.
I'm aggressive, I'm going to try to kill you.
Draft.
Now, this table's been
Please pass
really
3
interesting
cards to
too
your right.
because, you know, we're assuming that he
Pick up
didn't
the
take
pack.
Bill
You have
because he
5
felt the
seconds.
green wasn't open, but it should have been open this pack.
Yep.
Like he had no green coming
Draft.
through him at all
Please pass
in
2
pack 1,
cards
so
to
he
No
your
love
was,
right.
for the key.
you know, the ideal
Pick up the
situation would be you
pack. You have
take
5
Bill,
seconds.
you get good green cards or at least enough
Look
green
at
cards out
that.
of this pack, and then you kind of go, okay, I'm going to brace for the impact
Draft.
on pack 3 because I'm not getting
Please
anything
pass
else.
the
There's
final
been no
card to
green
your
this
right.
direction either.
It is
Like, how many
Briefly
green
look at it
drafters
before
are at this
placing on top
table?
of the rest of your cards.
A good amount, and one of them probably got it buried in the garden
All right.
between 6th and
You're gonna have
8th
a
pick, so
90-second review
they are
period.
ecstatic.
Starting now.
Looks like Seth has solidified himself into red-white at this point. You know, that did seem the most likely.
Still got the
coming out of
terror.
pack 1, but,
Dragons are
you know,
good.
with the form of Posse and the mystical tether there and a couple of random playables, Mage Bane Lizard and the vengeful townsfolk.
Definitely
knows that he
mostly
needs them.
red.
He will certainly
Heavy
be
red.
enough on playables and such, but
You could have moved to
as I
red
said,
green easily.
outside
There were
of-
no
of the
green,
terror
dude.
There that he's got at the
You'd
front,
have like one
pretty
card.
flat power level here for the deck, but
And I'm not even good at
consistency goes a
drafting. I
long
can see
way.
that.
Consistency of game plan goes a long way, and these are really strengths of Seth.
Yeah, and this is the Pro Tour, right? At the
Nothing
Pro
easy.
Tour, there are no easy wins. Very rare you see a 10 out of 10 deck, a 9 out of 10 deck, because everybody's taking the good cards. So yes, this deck probably has a higher concentration of what we would call 21st to 23rd playables than you would like. You probably have, 6 or 7 of them.
People
where
like green.
You'd like
What
to
can you
have
say?
3 to fill those slots.
Right.
But that is more common at the Pro Tour, and it's not a sign that the draft has necessarily gone poorly. This is just the lane that Seth has been handed more or less in his seat.
Exactly. Now, things could go very well in Pack 3. As I mentioned, there's many powerful rares, and
10
he could pick
seconds.
up a couple of those. He could improve his low-end curve a little bit with a few more Aringses or something along those lines.
Please return
Still a lot
all
of room
picks to
here
a
with
single
a third of the
face-down
draft
pile in
left
front of you.
ahead of us.
Yeah, there's
Please
quite a
pick up
few
the
powerful
envelope labeled
uncommons in
C.
white
Open it.
specifically.
Count the
If you
packs
can
in
get
a
some of
face-down
those,
pile
that would
to
be
ensure
ideal.
there are
Of
14
course, a good
cards.
rare would
Once
go
again,
a long
one
way
card will be
in
facing a
opening.
different direction
But
than the rest.
Seth does need a little bit of help. His deck lacks that punch that you're really hoping for.
Yeah, his deck will have good matchups against slow or clunky mana decks, but against mid-range decks with good curves, good mana,
Pick up the pack.
he's going to have
you
a
have
hard
40
time.
seconds.
Let's see what he opens up here for his last pack. If he can pick up something amazing.
I saw Morbid
File
Opportunist
Smasher,
as a
that's not-
special guest. That doesn't help you.
Okay, there's another explosive derailment.
Another round. The most common rare.
There it
before
is.
that. Another one, Marshall.
Yeah, there's that special guest Morbid Opportunist that you mentioned, Monty.
I think of
It's just
Fell
gonna
the
be another
Mighty
derailment.
as the breaking
not
news.
great,
but
right?
Yeah, just take.
Like that can't be.
Fine.
Take
You
the
can't be
removal.
happy
Totally
with this.
fine.
It's a fine card. That, unfortunately, that's how I would describe most of Seth's deck.
Right.
And you're really hoping Pack 3, pick 1, you're doing better than
Draft.
fine.
Please
You're,
pass
you're
13
hoping,
cards to
great,
your left.
I'm excited. It's fine.
It's fine.
Pick up
It's
the
Seth
pack.
is in
one for
trouble?
one.
I don't know. Like, Pro Tour drafts are
You would like to
different.
take
Like,
up the shield
nobody
here, by the way. I don't think you've
undervalues
seen as
things.
Love it.
So,
Nope.
like, a good curve
All right, what
is
has he
better
got
than it
here?
is,
I
I
see.
think,
Another
in a
discerning
typical
peddler. That is kind
environment.
of his card. Oh, there's a nurturing pixie there as well.
Yeah, has a Sterling Keykeeper, I believe,
Even
and
if it's
an
not
Ariadne's
great?
Lullaby.
Okay.
So a few options in this pack, but
Let's see what
look,
he takes. I'm curious. He does love a
10
two-ball.
seconds.
he does love a 2-ball. It is an outlaw. Those are all relevant
Oh,
packs.
true, true.
It
His
can
deck's definitely
smooth out your
boring.
draws.
Not the
And
best
brute.
content
Okay.
deck.
I think with a really low curve and multiple
agree with that.
peddlers, you can justify
Draft.
playing a 16-land
Please
deck
pass
and
12
just
cards to your
really
left.
play to hit your curve and not flood if you draw too many lands more than you need. So the peddler
Pick up
does
the
do
pack.
a lot
You have
in
30 seconds.
more aggressive-oriented decks.
Oh, there's a prickly pear there as well.
Prosperity Tycoon and a
Oh,
Ride Down.
okay.
All right, so now he has
Ooh, and a ride down. Wow.
premium Boros
Ride Down's
removal,
great.
but this is where we go back to what I said about form a posse.
Can he
I'm
wheel
going
it,
to
though?
assume
There might not be other
I'm the
Boros
only
players.
Boros drafter at the table.
Weird to
because
say.
no one
10
else wants to be
seconds.
Boros.
Definitely.
I'm going to take the Tycoon, and I think Seth
And try to
feels like
wheel it.
80% of the time he wheels that Ride Down.
I agree. Yeah, I like that a lot.
I know
Prosperity
things about
Tycoon hits
limited.
I'm
a qualified
It's a really
host.
nice part of his curve as well. When you do go down to the fewer, the 16 land
Pick up
type
the
decks,
pack. You have
these
25
4-drops end up
seconds.
being mostly the top of your curve. I would be surprised if he had anything that cost more than 5. Was there another coyote there?
Another Coyote.
Ah,
All right. Now,
your favorite.
now he's cooking. This is good. This is aggressive. Now he
The
has things
Coyote
to
puts it over
set
the
up
top?
10
very
seconds.
aggressive curves, 2-drop into Coyote, plot Coyote, 3-drop. He can do a lot of work with 2 Coyotes in terms of his explosiveness.
I like this. This is a
Draft.
nice punch
Please
up on
pass
his
10
power level
cards
here
to your
early in
left.
pack 3, particularly if he can get that ride down back. That's an excellent card for his
Pick
deck.
up the
He's
pack.
Commentators are
gonna be
sold.
very
25
aggressive,
seconds.
forcing people to tap out. And currently, if somebody plays something with like 5 toughness, he's really only got the
Ooh.
mystical tether. Is that another brute?
Another Brute. Now, notably, he is lacking on Outlaws. Normally,
Okay.
10
you'd like
seconds.
your deck to have, 9,
Right.
10 outlaws to really make this brute fantastic.
What does he have, 5 or 6?
I think he's around like 4 or 5 right now. The Tycoon makes a
He's
mercenary
passed 9
token.
cards.
Yeah,
to the
that's
left.
tough. The pair that he passed.
Yeah, the prickly pear, that would have been it's fantastic
Death
curve
by
here.
hopscotch. That's a pretty
you know,
negative
let's see what he-
attitude.
maybe
I
he can-
believe
maybe
both
you can
of these
scrap
players
together
have been
just
on the
enough
Pro
of
Tour
an
before.
I see an outlaw. I see a
10
keykeeper. That's a
seconds.
mercenary.
Okay.
So 2-drop and an outlaw. It does work.
Sterling Keykeeper. It's also 2 mana.
Now premium red-green uncommon there being
Yeah.
passed.
Yep.
Please
My
pass
that
opinion
is a
on
scary
OTG
one.
Unlimited?
Yeah.
You're not here for my opinion.
I mean, those days are over.
Yeah.
here
Paul
for
Voxy is
Seth,
my
but yeah,
opinion.
there's some.
What could have been.
Yeah, definitely
But-
a little bit of that.
I think Seth's decision making has been correct. He's ended up more or less where he should be. Quick
10
draw.
seconds.
Sure.
Not
It's a
ideal.
little frustrating because he would like a couple of combat tricks and is a little bit low, but quick draw is
Not that one.
not the one that you
Yeah.
want. It is a little
Yeah.
weird that he wasn't
Please
able to
pass
pick up a
7
few
cards to the
more.
left.
No take up the shields at all.
Hasn't
No
seen a
longer
single
be
one
getting
in whole
10
draft.
second
Yeah.
warning.
I would
Pick up
bet
the pass.
Seth's been
You
on the
have
lookout.
15
He hasn't seen
Definitely.
one. Ooh, that's a nice one.
What does he find here?
Irascible Wolverine.
Okay.
I like this
That's a good one.
Wolverine, but
That
that's
is
because
a
go
very
blue.
nice creature to have in these aggressive decks.
Another
It
good plot card.
Yeah. plays a role. It has plot.
Draft.
It typically
pass
draws
6
you a
cards
card
to your
in some way or
left.
another. It's strong.
Good pickup
Pick up the
late
pack.
here for
You
Seth.
have
This
10
deck has been
seconds.
helpful. This has definitely bumped out some of his lower end playables.
It comes around again.
It's
Another
round,
round.
another
But that's,
round.
he
Another
didn't get the
round
ride
around
down,
the
right?
table.
Draft. Please pass
Oh, that's
5
really good. He's
cards
just
to
going to
your
The
cut
left.
ride
a card
down was
here.
that
Again,
pack, I think.
You know, when you play leagues
That's
on
heartbreaking.
Arena, cutting cards doesn't
You
really,
really
do
needed
anything.
that.
You're not going to
You
be
have
playing
10
against the players that you're
seconds.
drafting against. But here it can matter. Oh, the Nurturing Pixie came back too.
That's a nice one.
Yeah.
Playing the Pixie is nice. 1-drop
Where's
can,
this event?
you know,
Seattle.
reset one of your peddlers, get you another rummage.
Draft.
That
Please
is
pass
definitely
4
good.
cards
If this
to
is a
your
1
left.
mana 2/2 flying, even if it's not on turn 1, that's great. When your deck has
Pick
a
up
lot
the
of
pack.
2-drops,
You have
if you're
5
turn 3
seconds.
after a 2-drop
Boom.
on turn 2,
There's
it's
the ride
Pixie
down.
2-drop. There you
Wheeled
go.
it.
Oh,
Never a
Draft.
I was
doubt.
wrong.
Yeah,
Please
I
pass
like your
3
take
Never
on
did
it,
have
Monty.
it.
75, 80% to come back.
Pick up the pack.
And I really
You have
like that
5
Seth
seconds.
also saw it that way and got it back because that's automatically one of the best cards he got out of this pack.
Yeah, I
Draft.
think when you're in Seth's
Please
position,
pass 2 cards to
it's
your
about the
left.
math, and
Pick up
when
the
it
pack.
pays off,
You have
you know
5
you're in the right
seconds.
lane. You've made good decisions. There you go. You're happy.
A very
Draft.
disciplined draft
Please
here
pass
for
the
Seth.
final card to your left.
I kind of go
You
back
may
to what you
briefly
said,
review
Monty.
it
It
before placing
feels
on top of
like
all
this
of the
was
rest
his
of your
seat whether he
picks.
wanted it or not.
Yeah.
At
There
this
wasn't a
point,
lot of
please
wiggle
briefly
room.
review all of your picks to ensure
Could have
they have
taken
a
Bristly
stamp on
Bill
the
and looking to
face.
try to go into
Pretty
green. As it
straightforward.
turns out, it would not have panned out for him. That would
No.
have been his only green card. I mean, he gave up, you know, an explosive derail. He would have given up an explosive derailment. It's not the type of card that like makes or breaks your deck to take a shot on it. But it is nice that he has that one extra removal spell now.
Yeah, I don't think he's regretting it. I think this was the deck in his seat. I
do
think
any of you
it
guys
turned
know
out
if they're restreaming
fine.
this on
I'm
YouTube,
not
or
unhappy
am I
with
the
it.
only
As far as
restream on
Boros
YouTube?
aggro decks go,
Or maybe not the only,
again,
but am I
not the
like,
lane I want
am I
to be in,
competing
Right.
with
but
the
at the
official
Pro
channel?
Tour, it's not about the lane you want to be in. It's
On
about the
YouTube.
lane you're supposed to be in.
Exactly.
And this felt right.
Yeah, well
I'm
put,
gonna
Monty.
make
That is,
YouTube
you know, you
love
have
Magic
to
the
play your
Gathering
seat.
and
That's
the Pro
that's the
Tour.
thing at the
Damn
PT.
it.
You can't decide what deck you like ahead of time. You can't decide what strategy you like ahead of time. You have to be able to draft any deck, and the one that presents itself to your seat is the one. And that's what he did here. It's a low to the ground, consistent, aggressive deck. The overall power level isn't super high. If he faces a bunch of solid mid-range decks, he's going to have a very long day at the tables. But if he faces a bunch of slow, clunky, tap land, you know, I'm trying to do a whole bunch of stuff decks, he is going to run them over.
It is the type of deck that Seth is
I'm losing
really
to the
good with
Amazonian channel.
in limited. And,
on
you know,
Twitch,
Seth
yeah.
is very good with everything. He's an incredible
compete
player.
not with
but
Twitch,
this type
and
of low
I
to the
compete
ground,
with
high
myself.
decision-making sort of deck where the way you sequence your cards, the way you use your resources, because you have to scrap for every point of damage, get across for just lethal with haste out of nowhere using a coyote. This is Seth's excellent
He
sort
knows
of
how
deck.
to play these
This
perfectly.
is
That
his
is a
style.
very
Let's see
cozy
what
sweater.
his
That is a
list
Seattle
looks
sweater.
like. We actually have a chance to see how he built it because he did have a ton of playables.
Ta-da!
Quick
Look, they have the
upper
graphic
right is where I
ready.
looked first, and he did go with 16
That
lands
curve
here.
is so curved.
I mean, this looks like about
Holy
as
crap.
straightforward as you could possibly get for a red-white deck.
Again, fine is exactly the word I would use for all of this deck. The curve is good.
Look at the fine.
Removal,
It's so
maybe
fine.
you would like one more, but you really do need a high creature count in this type of Boros aggro deck. He's got that. My only complaint, not that many outlaws. Taking a look, there's 7, I think, if you count the token that you're getting from the Prosperity Tycoon.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, a little low. I'm not going to count the brutes for each other. That's, you know, that's a little ambitious. So, 7, not bad, not great.
Yeah, but looking at it, he curves at 4.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, his top-end cards, including the brutes, are going to be at 4 at the most. So very nice deck here for Seth Manfield. Looks solid. I think it's going to be a lot of matchup questions coming up. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will have round number 1. Don't go anywhere.
So, question about blue-white control is the blue-white control deck I posted with the Sphinx, what I would play. Stay tuned. There is a list I can't talk about right now. But give me a few hours. Have they released the deck list yet? Weirdly, no. Weirdly, no. Did you coach a pro player and sell them your list? I did not. No pro player with a brain would purchase my assistance for a best of 3 pro tour. Do we get a spicy list? Depends on what you think is spicy. It's definitely a blue-white control deck. Any plans to do limited content? Not really. Doesn't mean I never will, just I don't have a good reason to do limited content. Right high noon? 5. Right up the middle. It either wins or you die. It either did something or it didn't. 50-50. Co-op with Ashley planned soon. I don't know who you call Ashley. Are you one of those people who tries to like use people's real names to like feel familiar?
I'm here with Seth Manfield, and over the past 10 years, you have had an incredible career indeed. Let's take a look back at 2015, or at least reminisce about it. How important was
Any
that
advice for players who can't spend money?
So
Do your dailies.
2015 was the year that my daughter was born. So that was the most important thing that happened for me in 2015. But I assume you're referring to my Magic accomplishments. So as far as 2015, I would still call that as my biggest accomplishment of my career because it was my first major title win, which was when I won the World Championships, playing Abzan mid-range, playing Siege Rhinos. It was just also one of my most emotional moments ever where I won that tournament because it was kind of like, I can do this. I can be a pro Magic player and like this can be my profession. So that was, I mean, it was a big deal. Yeah.
That is a big deal indeed. And then to repeat the success 2 years later with Ixalan, was that just kind of an affirmation for you? The cherry on top is like, yeah, I'm actually pretty good at this.
I would not call it an affirmation. I always play with a chip on my shoulder, wanting to, like, that was my first Pro Tour win, which is a massive accomplishment. And yeah, I put a lot of time, a lot of effort. I believe that the team series was going, that was happening then. So yeah, I mean, winning a Pro Tour, it's right up there with winning the World Championships, and it went to 5 games in the finals, like sweat pouring down my face. Like I was
Who is Ailey?
It's the nervous
Used to be a
anxiety, but
streamer.
It brings me back.
Host of Elder Dragon Hijinks, a show I've been on a few times.
Mid-pandemic, we switched to online. That's a whole different ballgame, as it were. What was your, how are you feeling going into this digital era of Magic?
So Pro Magic has changed throughout the years. The pandemic was one of those things where it's like, all right, we're not going to be traveling for a few years, so how are we going to hold Magic tournaments? And I got used to playing from home, and playing on Arena specifically has been something that has, I wasn't doing that at all in 2017 when I won the Pro Tour. And this was an event, the Mythic Invitational, where I was playing against really top-notch competitors, other people from the Magic Pro League, which was happening. And I thought I played it. I was very happy with it. Like stack top 8, everything went my way, and I was able to take it down.
And then your most recent victory, the last Pro Tour, Murders at Karlov Manor. I remember in your final interview, you said you kind of felt like Magic had passed you by, but that's certainly not the case at all.
I mean, there's sometimes a sense after when you go on a lull, like not everyone can win every single Magic tournament, right? So if you take a few years without winning a Pro Tour, that doesn't mean you're not good. Like that just means, hey, or I shouldn't even say that. It might not be a Pro Tour. It might be winning your local FNM. It might be whatever event it is. It's going to be different for
Yellow
different people.
hat.
For me, it was just like this feeling of, yes, I can still do this thing, and you don't know when it's going to happen. For me, everything, the stars have to align for you. For the stars to have aligned for me this many times in an age where Magic players are as good as they are, the information age where it's so easy to like find out decks, and we kind of broke the format with our Vampires deck, which helped me quite a bit to have a deck that good. And
Just out here breaking formats,
that's the one
guys.
that's fresh in my mind going into this Pro Tour, obviously, and I'm still hyped up about it.
Well, we look forward to seeing you play this weekend, and best of luck. Perhaps another trophy for the trophy case.
All right, thank you.
And welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction. We're in Seattle, Washington. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Monty DeVuti. Thank you so much for joining us. And two Northwest guys here.
This is our hood.
A drive for him, a walk for me, and we're happy about it, I'll tell you that. So we've got in our feature match, Seth Manfield versus Stefan.
All right, they're going to set that up.
Let's take a look at their list.
Let's see. Does mono red so rare at event and standard? It's mostly just a product of the format. Mono red's very popular when it's good. Did you watch the CEDH episode of Game Nights? It's not extra turns to be specific, not Game Nights, but put on by the same channel, so an understandable little thing there for branding. Yes, I did. And I kind of affirmed what I don't like about CEDH very much, which is the kind of don't trust each other vibe that I don't really want to do with my friends. So it kind of affirmed that I'm not going to do CEDH, to be honest, although I still enjoy watching it.
Arguably the best card.
Often do you rotate your signed tokens when they get made? Did Ailey stop streaming? For the most part.
Some of the best uncommons, a Spinewood's Armadillo there. And then we see
Adding new bling to the binder, just sorting some cards.
trying to get a value engine going out of
You think you'll be at too many games this year? I will not. I have to go to Amsterdam instead. They happen on the same weekend, which was a bit of a mistake. Any advice for players who love spending money? Enjoy it.
Turn 3 reanimated back into play.
I like it. I like where you're going with it. Let's see if Seth can outrace. The longer the game goes, the worse it's going to get for him in general. He does have some nice tricks up his sleeve with
This one is current standard format.
to have some explosive later.
When do you think they'll add multiplayer? I don't know.
I'm trying to prolong this game to get to that card in his hand right there. Bonnie Paul Clear Cutter.
All right.
Said it's basically
Now let's see if
card in the
I
set
can
that
adjust this for gameplay.
Seth to beat.
Yeah. Forest Swamp, not the land base.
Where
You're
do
ideally
I
looking at
hang
when you want
out?
to cast Bonnie Paul that has the double blue. The Hard Bristle Bandit will help with
Definitely
casting
not
that,
on the
and
board.
For Seth, the first test really is having it
They don't have a lot of extra space here for me, do they?
just deciding what he wants to rummage.
You're gonna get
when he
really
plays it.
tiny.
One question for me is, how much Seth is going to play around the 2 copies of Phantom Interference that Stefan
Right,
has
right.
when they are represented. He does have a decent number of cards with plot, so using that ability to play around mana left open could be really good for Seth.
There's a Hard Bristle Bandit now on turn 2 for Stefan, so that is the type of card that can unlock not only speed, but also each of his 3 colors.
Yeah, he did draw a Blooming Marsh, but that is black and green, so still not helping you find that second blue that you're looking for, and he will hopefully have that by the time it is 5 mana time for Bonnie Paul along with that Bandit. And
Cancel that order.
Not going to let you have that one.
No, and you know, that wasn't a great turn for Seth, right? He had to tap out to do that, get in for 2. But that being said, he does get a chance to see what's going on here on the other side and recognize that that Bandit's the type of card that can unlock a lot of things for Stefan.
And I think Stefan drew Tyrant's
We
Sword,
tiny
so
today.
Another blue card. His hand is now entirely blue cards and no blue mana. So killing that Bandit really hurt him.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
Peddler number 2 from Seth here.
You see
no
the Beast
white
Bond
mana for him.
Outcaster. Yeah, sorry, Monty, on the table there for Stefan, looking to
Aren't they
be a
supposed
brick
to-
wall.
is this where
the
their decks
combat
are supposed
tricks
to
that
go?
Seth was looking for. Would have been really nice, and instead, a 3/3 holds down both creatures, no attack, and Stefan's at a very nice 18 life right now.
Stefan, another forest drawn. Would have loved to be able to curve that Daring Thunder Thief into the beast there, just to be able to draw a card here, the
Yes.
Outcaster. But unfortunately, not the case. The brick wall is at least doing its thing, and Seth, also missing a color, has Ride Down in hand, doesn't have the planes for it.
And it's just going to be creature go here once again for Seth. This is getting really tough for him, though the longer that Stefan does nothing and just keeps playing black and green spells, the worse it gets. And there it is.
The muscle.
On the splash, the overzealous muscle comes in. You and I were looking at that and going, what? Why is this in here? But we did find out why.
Yeah, the double down, for
It's
sure.
got double down in this deck. So that is a mercenary there and would
double
be
down?
double trouble. But again, Stefan is just going to have to settle
that
for
card.
what is ultimately a
I know that
playable
card.
5-drop.
Yep.
It is not where you
I've seen
want to
that
be,
card
but
before.
it is a thing that affects the board. And right now, he's just got a lot of power and toughness there holding back the fort.
Yeah.
Watch,
Stefan,
knowing 0
very
cards
happy
being played, yeah,
to
me
get the
too.
double block here.
Look,
Right
it's
now,
limited rounds,
if Seth
guys.
finds the planes and Stefan hasn't hit an island, it is...
If y'all want to bounce and come in for standard, I get it. I'm just going to be sorting some cards and hanging out.
Okay. There's a coyote. That has been plotted.
That's one. Island drawn.
Island drawn?
Island
oh,
drawn.
that's a big deal.
All right.
The coyote's on plot, so that's why it's over to the side. He can cast it after this turn at sorcery speed whenever he'd like.
Yeah.
But that one island's huge here.
Yeah.
The Thunder Thief is kind of whatever, but the Tyrant Scorn is good interaction that can help him stay alive long enough to find another blue source for Bonnie Paul.
Why
And,
do they have
you know,
Pronan
looking at
stuff on
Seth's
there
hand
to
here,
piss
it's gonna
you
be tough
off?
for him to beat a
It's
Bonnie
all
Paul.
about you.
Not impossible, but tough.
Seth drew the second Brute. That's 3 mana, and does have that Coyote to give it haste. So this is a pretty big attack that Seth can go for. But this is exactly what I mentioned at the start, which was now that the blue mana is available, Seth has to respect Phantom Interference.
Yeah, and he is going to choose to do so, but much to his punishment here, as Stefan gets to use up 4 mana there on the Thunder Thief on end step, and now he's got a 4/4 blocker, and he didn't have it.
Nope. Did not have it. Has the Tyrant Scorn, has Bonnie Paul, but doesn't have access to that second blue. So happy to sit back, but does know that if Seth can draw out of this and his hand is unlocked by a plains, that could be a problem.
Train Erring's Ride Down are the white cards in hand here for Manfield.
Mono
He
red
did draw a
at its
Quilled
finest.
Charger this turn, but once again, Phantom Interference is looming over this. In the meantime, though, Stefan can just keep finding lands, it seems.
Just not the... Ooh.
Oh, a Repulse now,
Oh.
too.
Seth continuing to use plot here.
He's going to use Irascible Wolverine on
Yeah.
plot.
Opponent's still at
This is,
18.
again, a way that he can play around.
Not good.
Phantom Interference that isn't here.
swamp for Stefan.
And a swamp. He really, really wanted either island or a spell. And instead he found a swamp.
All right.
But Stefan has the tools to not die to even an explosive turn.
There's the planes. This is a start because now Seth can go Wolverine, see what he exiles, Coyote, give the Wolverine haste potentially, and then has that ride down available. There's another planes. All right. Now we know that Stefan, of course, has that Repulse and that Tyrant Scorn. Can only cast one of them, not both. But that should be enough to not be in too bad of a spot this turn.
Right. It is difficult for him to get completely blown out here. It will be interesting as well to see how he decides to play around the potential of a ride down here. As you know, you do need to be blocking for ride down to be castable.
Yep.
And you can do things before blocks.
You sure
know,
can.
it normally isn't the play that you would make. Normally you would say block, do you want to do anything? And if it's a combat trick, okay, I have repulse, something like that. But that's not going to be the case here. All right, there's a Coyote coming in off of plot as well, and he's deciding what to target with it. It's going to be the Wolverine.
Yeah, that fifth land really unlocked things here for Seth. Being able to play that Brute and have 2 mana means that he can pay for Phantom Interference, knows that Stefan can't have both with only 1 island. But going for the Wolverine here, saying, okay, if you block with either of your creatures, I can ride down. It's a bit awkward for Seth because Tyrant Scorn can kill that one. It couldn't kill the Brute if he had gone for that. So this is giving Stefan essentially more outs to play around a potential blowout.
Super interesting scenario here for Stefan. And look at this, pre-blocks, we're going to see Tyrant Scorn. And that means it's just going to die. And Stefan, I mean, look at the lands there for Manfield. It's like this red flag swinging, like I might have ride down.
Ride down.
Consider me.
Was that it? Second island? There
Why do experienced players shuffle and flick their hands like that? Because they're not allowed to masturbate at the table.
Seth Manfield just doesn't have access to. That said,
yeah,
he has a very nice threat-heavy hand plus the ride down in hand, and this is, I guess, going to tap out Stefan. I mean, not technically, but for nothing else.
His name is Bo.
His name is Bo. Very good. All right. I think this Thunder Thief is attacking this turn. You get to draw a card off of it, and Seth doesn't really have great blocks. Seth can double block with 2/2s and lose both of them, or trade with a Brute, and I think Stefan is happy with that.
Definitely.
Is that Desert?
Land from my hand.
That was Desert.
Oh, like actual desert.
The OG Desert.
That's another actually quite annoying card for Manfield. He's got a couple of cards with 1 toughness.
Sure
and
does.
He's certainly an attacking deck.
Yep.
Not on this board, but still.
It does allow Stefan to block the Brute, for example, with that Outcaster and then use Desert. Yes, you lose a bit of life due to the trample, but it lets you trade up. It's all about margins in these creature-based board states.
It is. That's why we keep talking about Stefan's life total being at 18 still. He's in a beautiful position now. The Thunder Thief, by the way, did get through. No blocks there for Manfield. He understands that his life total is very much a resource that he needs to use to maintain board presence, because if he is going to steal a victory, and believe me, Seth is capable, then he is going to need to have a lot of things go well with the board state that he already has working. He's not going to be able to rebuild from here.
All right, Seth has officially told Stefan that I have ride down.
Pick which one you'd like to lose. Yeah.
And I think in Stefan's feet, you have to say, okay, you can get one of these.
But the other 2.
Yeah. And I like this because
Now that you've had time to clip that, and the joke has simmered, there's a few things, like, they'll talk about that if you shuffle your hands, you're protecting information. That is, in a minor way, true. I think a vast majority of it is just nervous and energy, and it becomes like a comfort. It's something that you can just kind of spin your wheels mentally with. I don't do it very much. I don't do it very much. I try, especially when I'm like in the zone. I like set my cards on the table a lot of the time.
things, including
I try to watch my opponent really close, or at least that's how I used to do
It
it.
is a very nice exchange on a individual exchange.
Oh, do we
but
have
this
an
combat
ox?
is gonna
Oh
be
God, we
tough
have an ox.
for Manfield. He's shaking his head. He does not like what he's seeing here.
There isn't a good option. This is the issue. If you leave Bonnie Paul alive, Stefan has a value engine. If you leave Bo alive, you have to block it basically every turn for the rest of the game.
That's what Manfield has just decided he would like to do. He wanted to pass a turn, but there's some damage coming through and some creatures dying here.
Yeah, an end of combat. We'll see Desert go ahead and kill that green kill that brute. Making sure to, of course, announce it. This is the phase we are in.
Yeah, Stefan playing very cleanly here.
Yeah.
Plains number 2 for Manfield.
That
And
is
does mean
an
that
issue.
He can play the
Here,
trained
kitty, kitty.
Airings post-combat. He does have Stefan down to 12, but you really want that to be 5.
Yeah.
Or
and
2.
With Repulse, if Stefan repulses this Airings and hits the land, that's just 16. You're dead. So I think
if he hits a land off
of
the
land, it's
repulse?
over. Was that for us?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's
okay,
enough.
but that's also
+1,
+1. And that is
Thrown from the saddle,
Oh,
no.
16?
Wow.
Say hello to Bo.
You know, that honestly was exactly what we described with the bad scenario for Seth Manfield. He faced a slightly slower, yes, admittedly a little clunky on the mana that game, but bigger. His, Stefan's creatures even
Boom, game 2. So this all happened a while ago. This is now recorded and being presented. I miss shuffle cam, man. Can I just get like not like 10 minutes, but 2 minutes of like the players, just kind of shuffling, and I like seeing who has a good riffle. That often decides who I cheer for.
You die the next turn, but I mean, if you kill Bo, then you die in 3 turns.
Yeah, it's, choose your poison.
Right. Oh, look at this. Seth Manfield deciding not to use the rummage ability on the peddler here.
Stefan says, you've got a good hand.
Yeah, he's okay.
Stefan's hand is pretty good too. I think this is going to be plot Stingerback Terror from Seth here. Though he could go Mind Raider just to get his treasure immediately and stay aggressive with the Raider if he wants to do that instead. Notably doesn't have the 4th land in hand, so that may be tempting just to enable him to go Quilt Charger or Stingerback Terror next turn.
Trigger, get a treasure.
Spring Splasher on the battlefield there.
My 40+ dad energy is kicking in, and now I'm just worried about, like, are their hands going to get sore or tired, or are they going to damage their sleeves and have to buy new ones from flicking their cards for like 12 hours today? That's what I worry about now.
Yeah, we'll take it. It serves a role.
And it served its role there. Seth does not want to trade off board presence at this point.
Yeah, and that's because Seth has the Brute in hand. So if he keeps both of these Outlaws alive, he can play the Brute next turn without sacrificing that treasure token. That has value to him. The 5/4 is big. It goes over the board. Stefan's hand, very reactive. You see Throw from the Saddle, take the Fall, Tyrant Scorn, and Repulse in the hand. So he is ready to react.
Yes, I have
to whatever
kids.
Seth
I have
does.
all
And
of
Seth's
you
turn is
acting like
Brute
children
go.
every day of
Stefan
my
is
life. I
ecstatic.
do have
That's a rambling
thousands of
possum
kids.
there. Another, these 3/3s, they hold back cards.
Yep.
They actually do a good job against Seth. Interesting to see also this game, both players hitting their mana, their colors this time. This time we didn't have Seth waiting for white mana for 3-4 extra turns than he really wanted to. But Stefan's also in the same position. He's got all 3 of his colors now.
Yeah, both players capped out of 3 right now. Seth has that treasure token, but that is a temporary 4th. It isn't going to enable everything in hand. And based on their hands, both players can currently do everything they want to do.
What do you think about the Reanimate in Stefan's hand in this matchup? Still worth it?
I think it's a card I would have considered taking out. But at the
Reanimate.
same time,
Dang.
having the ability to trade off here and return a blocker for cheap if you need to isn't the worst case scenario. There is definitely a thing to be said for mana efficiency in these tight matchups.
Especially with, as we mentioned, colors are all in place, but you mentioned it, Monty, number of lands, 3 for both. And that's going to definitely benefit Manfield as he's able to continually apply pressure and get on the board. If it stayed this way, Manfield would win.
Yeah.
Now, if Schütz can find a couple of extra lands, then that won't be the case anymore. So thrown from the saddle on the Possum.
It is a mount. That's a permanent counter.
Oh, yeah. So it's a 4/4 now.
Not just +1/+1. So now it's large.
So brute down.
Card do what?
Yep.
And he's stable.
This card used to
Pros
cost
read
4,
cards too.
Yeah, it did. Is that why it's the best green common? Or?
It's one of the reasons. Is it the best green common or is it just the best common?
Yeah, no, it is both. It is both of those things. You are correct.
And you gotta love the discipline from Stefan here, understanding his role in the matchup. He's at 18. Seth has just a 2/2. Didn't attack with a 4/4. He's like, no, I'm good. Every turn that I survive, I get one step closer to winning this game. My cards are just better than yours.
Right, and he's looking at his hand. I mean,
he's right. He's 100%
totally
right.
correct. Absolutely. Yeah, it's an interesting position here for
Time to
Manfield
play.
because even if he were to get the Possum out of the way, he doesn't have that much to back it up, and being a little bit crimped on mana here has left him in a position where he kind of can't do both.
Yeah.
And we're going to see the treasure get sacrificed here for the Quill Charger. And
Yeah,
he just has to pass the
Porcupine.
turn back. And it's just going to be, in this case, a cycle here for Stefan. He just wants to try to hit his land drops.
Especially with the Peerless Rope Master now in hand, you really want to hit your land drops. If this Rope Master comes down,
Repulse on
and
that Porcupine's
Stefan has
really
access
mean.
to potentially
It's so
bouncing
mean.
it with this Possum and doing it again, that could really put Seth very far behind in this
Kind
game.
of create a nasty loop there. Unfortunately for Stefan, it was not a land off the top. He found a
It's
deep
time,
mud
Marshall.
Desperado. Oh, there goes the Armadillo. Is he gonna
Reanimated
bring it
hand,
back?
he's gonna if Stefan does not reanimate this Armadillo, I will be shocked.
Oh God, oh God.
I will be shocked.
Yeah, it's also effectively impossible to kill given Seth Manfield's mana woes at this point.
Yeah,
You're not going to be laughing for long there, buddy.
it has Ward 3.
It
What's
has
he
Ward
showing
3
off in
against an
his deck?
opponent that has red removal
Yep.
and white removal that costs 3. So good luck.
Oh, he's not
Yeah,
doing
gain 3 life,
it.
So it essentially mitigates 3 of the 7 you're losing.
He got a dual
Seth is
land.
like, can that
Or
get
no, he has a
Desert?
black
And
source. He
Stefan
has a
just
black
flashes it
source.
to him.
That's
Sure
a blooming
can.
marsh.
Sure can.
I-
But there
it
it is,
won't.
reanimate. Oh, the combo has been assembled. You mentioned it before, Monty, and it actually happened.
Look, this Armadillo is insane.
Yeah, lose 6, but no problem.
Every piece of text on this card is outrageous.
And how is
Armadillo
that supposed to
Reanimator,
be
baby.
Even just a 7/7, let alone with Ward 3. I mean, that's just
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna ride down it? With what mana?
Right.
It's Ward 3. Yeah, this is oof.
That's about the biggest stop sign that Stefan could have put on the battlefield at this point.
Yeah. And it has reach. You're not flying over it.
Right, even the
Yep.
dragon doesn't
Nope.
get it done. So the question becomes, at what point does Stefan turn the tables and start smashing? Because he can end this game very quickly, and Seth doesn't seem to have great blocks even
Next
from
turn.
7/7.
Stefan currently has Tyrant Scorn and Repulse in hand, and he has these 2 creatures that are severely outclassing Seth's board.
Ward 3
I
is
think next turn you're starting to
100%
get
a
it.
mistake.
Seth might have to go Nurturing Pixie, pick up my Peddler here, replay it just to try to find land drops, but
Okay, he's going to saddle up the Charger.
that's Menace. So he's going to say, if you want to double block this, you will lose your Possum. I think it's worth double blocking. Stefan's right.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as he said it. I was thinking, I think it's worth double blocking here because you still get to keep your 7/7.
Look.
And his life total remaining high is an absolute priority. So now we're going to see the Nurturing Pixie. This gets a counter.
Rummage again.
And just get rid of something to try to find a land here for
Yeah.
Manfield. It's the Prairie Dog that goes into the bin. And he finds Mountain, says pass the turn back. But he knows he is in dire straits here.
Yeah.
Stefan doing some really cool stuff with that Reanimate Armadillo plan.
I think that island is GG. Having the ability to go Desperado, leave up Tyrant Scorn here, 2/4 shuts down most of the board. Your 7/7 is pressuring your opponent. It's really hard for Seth to come back from the mana that Stefan has access to now.
Yeah, the power level, right? This is what we were talking about. Like Seth's deck has been consistent even under struggling manic scenarios, but his power level is just not the same thing as Reanimate and Armadillo. Like these are things that people do in this format. This is not, you know, some miracle that Stefan put together. It's just there's a lot of really good synergies.
Yeah, unfortunately for Seth, Stefan's deck just has better cards.
Right.
And that's
the real question for him is mana.
Yeah.
Can he get his mana together?
Yeah, we saw him stumble a lot in the first game.
We see this Stingerback Terror hit the battlefield. This is Seth's best card.
Yep.
Pretty good card.
I think Stefan just bounces it here. Return it to your
Stefan
hand.
says that's cute.
Yeah.
You can put it back in your hand.
Missed the crime trigger. Oh. All right, there it is. Caught it just in time.
Yep.
We got mountain, and ride down.
Ah. All right, once the ride down's gone, I think this game is well and truly over.
Yeah, I mean that's the only thing that he could get under the window of Ward 3.
Yeah. And look, David Inglis calls Stefan the best player in the world without a Pro Tour top 8. And, you know, I think there's definitely something to say about that because Stefan has been on the Pro Tour consistently for the last 2 years. He hasn't had that breakout top 8 result that some of the other members of Team Handshake have had. But he's testing with the best team. They respect his contributions. And his decision-making is incredibly tight in this game.
Is this going to be the weekend for Stefan Schutz?
He was my pick.
Okay, I like it. And I got to tell you, starting things off, playing limited against Seth Manfield, that is about the toughest possible start you can have. And Stefan's a turn or two from beating him, it looks like.
Oh, Phantom Interference.
He's going to do all of it?
With flying and carrot.
I think.
This one. Should have white spirit? Oh, it's white. Should have known that. And this triggers remove it. Coming to crime.
Yeah, because it targets.
Yeah, cards are spell.
Yeah.
Targets a spell.
5 mana.
That does count.
5 mana 2/2 that counters the spell with flying is pretty strong.
I have repulse.
I have repulse. And that's
and that's going to be game. Stefan Schutz picks up the first match of the tournament here, and we're going to keep an eye on him. This could be the run for him. I got to say, when you start things off by defeating Seth Manfield, that's a good place to be.
And you've got Bonnie-Paul. You have one of, if not the best cards in the format. You're in a strong place. You're a strong player. This is how you want to start a weekend.
That's right. Really great stuff there from
Win more, lose less, you weakling.
But when we come back,
I do like Seth. Seth's a good guy. I got to do a podcast with him once, and I was very enthusiastic about it. So I hope he does well. I hope he does well. All right, we're between rounds. Where's all those questions? You guys love questions. You love to ask them while other people are talking. It's a pretty good limited deck. Reanimate and Bonnie-Paul. I mean, that's the kind of... I think that's closer to what you're hoping for with these types of packs. They do a draft for the limited. Yeah, we watched the draft not that long ago. Is the moon made of cheese? Yep. Are you streaming the whole day one? Depends. You guys piss me off. Maybe not, but probably. One way to ensure the stream ends is by being little bitches over pronouns. Just knock that off. We'll all have fun. Ooh, a foil Jadeite Ranger. Have you discussed the standard breakdown? No. I assume they'll show that. I did hear it's a lot of Esper, right? Like, that doesn't surprise me at all. I don't think Esper has failed to be the top meta deck in a Pro Tour event since they came back after COVID. I think that's like 3 years of Esper. Rafine's still good. Who am I rooting for? Jim Davis. Always Jim Davis, friend of mine. I consider him like one of my content friends, so I would love to see him win a Pro Tour. There's plenty of other people I would like to see do well. I definitely don't have like people I'm actively rooting against or anything, but I always have a soft spot for the content creators. You know, Elliot Dragon's another content creator who does a lot of competitive events. I don't know if he's at this one, but I hope he does well.
And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Marshall Sutcliffe with Monty DeVuti. We are in the draft portion. You can see, hey, there's a Brian Kibler out
Oh yeah,
there
oh yes. Kibler is at this Pro Tour, and I am big time rooting for Kibler. Big time.
Pro Tour on days 1 and 2. We do booster draft, and in fact, we just did one. We're in round number 1, just getting things moving, and we've got a game 3 to bring you between these two players. We've got Nathan Stoyer and Christian Calcano sitting across from each other, and of course, these are two Pro Tour regulars. Particularly Nathan Stoyer has had an absolutely epic run in the past few years. If you have followed professional Magic in any capacity, you will know.
I've told this story a few times. Nathan Stoyer, world champion coming out of COVID, very good player. I got to play a Commander game with him for Scry Babies, the YouTube Commander channel. It was lost in the production, which is very disappointing because it was one of my favorite recorded games of all time. This guy is so much fun, and he does play Commander, which is not always true of pros.
So it's really good to see him back at the pro level and having success.
That's right. So we're jumping into game number 3 between these two players. And these are from a different feature pod, by the way. You may notice if you watched Seth Manfield draft with us that these players were not there. We have featured numerous pods here in the morning, and this is from a different one. And this is going to be the deciding game for round 1 for them to see who gets to continue on and try to get that coveted 3-0 to start the proceedings here.
And, you know,
Roadrunner in.
It's funny, this is a bit of a similar matchup almost to the one we just saw. Nathan, the Team Handshake player, he's on a 4-color deck. He's blue-black splashing both red and green. Meanwhile, Calcano is on red-black aggro.
Yep.
2 drops, low to the ground, try to beat down.
Including the Roadrunner that you see here. There's 3 of the 4 colors here for Stoyer.
Yeah. No 3rd land for Calcano. That's not great. Rictus Robber, the plotted card from Nathan. Yeah, I was going to say, if Calcano doesn't hit a land here, that could be really bad. But even so, if Nathan has a removal spell here into the Rictus Robber, making a zombie, that is a really, really big swing of the tide.
Ooh. Yeah,
down 3 creatures to none.
We're going to see if plot actually catches people up or not.
We call it morbid.
Yeah.
On a card like that or not. So maybe there's a removal spell here for Stoyer, something along those lines.
I like the question, so I'll answer it. New Magic player, did you ever play in a Pro Tour? And for me to get a feeling of what power ranking you would give yourself compared to the guys playing. I'm better than all of them. Easily the greatest ever. That's how YouTubers are supposed to answer this, right? Please watch my channel. I'm desperate. No, these guys are a lot better than me. By quite a bit. I played on the Pro Tour, and I did well enough in that Pro Tour to qualify for the next Pro Tour, but I couldn't afford to stay on the train. And I focus on best of 1, which is not a competitive format. So these players are significantly better than I am. It's difficult to gauge because Magic has such a wide range from casual to competitive, but I'm probably in the top 90%, like, or I guess you would flip it like top 10% of players because of how invested I am and how much I play and just the fact that I understand more cards than most people. But these guys are in the top 1%, and I don't think I'm in the top 5%, if that helps.
Okay.
He has the Hypothesis. He has a guaranteed way to have something die next turn. But this is coming at the cost of life, which is dwindling. Last game, we saw Stefan was able to keep his life total up and have success against the aggressive strategy. Right now, Nathan is not doing a great job of that. He's going to be, at minimum, at 10 next turn.
Right.
At best.
And here we go. The Black Snake Buzzard coming in as well.
Black Snake Buzzard.
That's a mobile homestead to follow up here
It's
for
fine.
Calcano. The only good news here for Stoyer is that it doesn't do anything right now.
Yeah, the bad news is it is essentially like giving the creatures you play haste by being able to crew it in future turns.
Okay, here's the Hypothesis going on the stack. Now, in order for it to do the 4 damage, Nathan does need to discard a non-land card. He will certainly want to do so here to get the Rictus Robber at full
You guys
power.
in the Mesa
that is the
Falcon,
reason
man.
he didn't cast it last turn, so it's a guarantee.
Yeah. Raven down.
Interesting.
Make it 2-2.
You have
see
to
what
get
he
rid of the
discarded?
flyer. Yep.
Yeah.
Stinger down.
Dragon down.
Stingerback Terror again. Very splashable thanks to that plot cost. Just a single red, so it is a splashable card.
Do you think he just said, if I have to plot this, it's just going to be too slow this game?
I think it's definitely possible. We
Because
didn't
next
see...
turn it would be plot,
Yeah.
and then the next turn it would come in.
And the thing is, one of the cards that he did surveil to the top there was Laughing Jasper. And that's probably the card that you want to get down the next turn rather than plotting the Stingerback Terror. So that's 3 turns away for the dragon, and you have 1 red.
Okay, Homestead's going to get crewed.
Trigger the homestead.
And let's see if he can hit a land here.
Oh.
Oh, we'll just have to take a short second here to
No. Go back. That
to get
freeze
back
frame
on
on
track there.
Seth
We do
was
apologize
brilliant.
for that. Yeah, interesting way that
That
this game
freeze frame was amazing.
very much one of those games where
Why they cut away from such a freeze frame? That's the content. This is the see. This is why Paper Magic Pro Tour coverage needs to come back. The drama. We need the bad handshakes. We need the awkward interviews, and we need the bad freeze frames. All right, this is what Magic needs to succeed at the next level, and I will die on that hill.
Calcano's deck saying, okay, this is how much removal you have.
Dude,
this is how
look at
much
him.
burst damage you have,
Mana
this is how
Drain,
much
Sword of
reach you have,
Wealth and
this
Power.
is
Sell the set,
how
baby.
at risk I feel like I am if I take this damage to get value.
Okay, yeah, we're having a couple technical difficulties, so bear with us while we have a little chit-chat here about
It
how
all
these
fell
games play out,
apart.
because you do see these patterns as a limited player. Some constructed matchups play out similar to this as well, where you are forced to make these decisions, particularly in the seat of Stoyer in this case, where the other player is saying, look, I'm going to be presenting threats, I'm going to be turning them sideways, I may remove a few of your blockers. So that's me.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? And you have to make decisions.
Magic
between,
needs to come
I can
back to
take the
ESPN.
short-term best
Damn
benefit
right.
of spending usually less mana to
Was
affect
that not the
reward
best
overall,
content in the
or
history of
I
the
can
internet?
kind of save up
Maybe I'll
and
watch
have
that on a
returns
stream
later
someday.
that you may not be able to recover from.
Yeah.
All right, we're back in the action here.
We call it asking questions and having answers. Calcano is the one asking questions here. Nathan is the one that needs to have answers.
Looks like Skullduggery is going to break up the block there with the Rictus Robber, so it is going to die. Also,
more
Nathan
damage coming
takes
through.
an extra 3 plus 1 more from the Skullduggery, so down to 6. So now we're definitely in playing with fire territory here for Stoyer. He has taken the slightly longer approach, but he's got to be really getting nervous here.
All right, I do see a Servant of the Stinger on top. That is a 2-mana, 1/3 Death Touch. Can play that next turn.
Ooh, this is huge, actually, because he had another Consuming Ashes, and there's no threats for Calcano, just the Mobile Homestead. That cannot block on its own, and the Archmage's Newt was the follow-up here.
Newt?
Are we going to see some Newt action?
Okay, so the only...
And there's Laughing
Flint.
Jasper Flint as well.
Saddle it up. That's a free Hypothesis, Marshall. Here we
Oh!
go. All right, okay.
The saddle cost is 3, but if that Newt is saddled, you get to cast the spell for free out of your graveyard.
How do you ride a newt?
Thank you.
Draw 2.
That was a stop cold. Okay.
Hello.
Now here's the thing. Calcano has a copy of Electro Dominance in his deck.
Okay.
That can go to the face with enough mana, but he is pretty far away from that enough mana. He needs 2 more lands before Nathan can kill him.
So 3 cards, right? 3 cards in your deck.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Uh-oh.
There's Electro Dominance.
There's 3 cards off the top. None of them are Electro Dominance, but This is going to be really tough for Calc to come back from now. Oof.
How much does Stoyer have to respect a creature coming down in the mobile homestead attacking? I mean, he is at
Magic
6.
boxing every 3 turns.
Enough. It really depends what is in his hand.
I like it.
Because you can feel the pressure on Nathan to close
Who wants?
out this
Which
game,
of these
right?
nerds wants to
Don't
fight?
wait around.
Oh, do you have an effect?
No, I'm saying you didn't.
Turn, I thought, didn't I? I don't know.
I didn't see you drop a turn.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if I did either. Can we do a count or? Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Drama?
Okay.
Is there anything?
Judge
Go
call?
into the tank and then not do anything.
Yeah, you might be right. I literally didn't even think about drawing my cards, so.
Have you played a land every turn?
So far, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Magic takes a lot of practice, it turns out.
Yeah, we're gonna
I did not play
we're gonna
around
let the
once.
table judge. Toby sort this out with Calcano and Stoyer as they figure out the situation.
Guys, a former world champion may have just forgotten to draw a card for turn. Let's rewind, count every possible thing in play, and see if it happened. How exciting!
What happened here is Laughing Jasper Flint has a triggered ability on upkeep.
Go to the tape!
Calcano wanted to read it, there was things happening, and then it was unclear if Nathan had actually drawn his card for turn as would normally happen, and Calcano said, wait a minute, I don't think you drew your card for the turn, and then Nathan said, I don't know.
Let's see if
Yeah.
there are 20 cards.
So now we're counting,
2, 3,
and
4, 5.
this is a way to essentially backtrack and recreate what has happened in the game. You saw Nathan say -5. That is in addition to
19.
what
Okay,
the
so that
count
would
should be.
That would imply that you would not
Arena
get 20
players,
cards.
baby.
There you go.
And so
You don't
Calcano
have
was
to
right.
remember this stuff.
Stoyer did not draw a card. He does now. But the fact that he didn't draw a card and was still happy to just proceed with his turn kind of does lead you to believe that he's in a very, very advantageous position. Last Me Jasper Flint left unchecked is a big problem. The Newt is a big problem.
Yeah, right now the Newt is not the biggest issue because it's all removal spells in the yard. But, all right, now with that stop cold, Nathan is no longer worried about the homestead or a haste creature.
Exactly. So we were talking about if he has to respect it. He absolutely does. He takes it out of commission.
And you see why he goes for the stop cold as well. That's a crime. So now he can sacrifice that servant of the Stinger after dealing damage. That's a demonic tutor. Find whatever card you need.
Now we even have crime
Should feel pretty
to add to the
confident that
drama?
This game is locked up when he gets to get the perfect answer out of his deck.
Wow, Calcano had such a good start and it fell apart so quickly. Playing out in one of the ways that it can when we were talking about how one player is going to use their life total as a resource. That was Stoyer. He's down to 6, a precarious life total. And doesn't seem to matter.
Trigger for
Here's
2.
Last Bean. Okay.
I think there's another stop cold in Nathan's hand, which would present 8 damage
Quite
here.
lethal.
No skullduggery.
Calc is at 9. Oh man, this has been a sweet one. We've only caught game 3, but I like what I see here.
Yeah,
This
you
is
can
a cool
imagine
matchup.
I like
this
what
would
I
have been
see.
a good back and forth. the
Definitely
previous
can
game.
see how they got to 3 games.
Yeah.
Let's play some Magic the Gathering.
I think the issue is with the amount of mana Calc has, Nathan would
I
have
did
to
that.
attack with
That was
everything,
me.
leave this duelist alive, let Calcano untap, not have a blocker, take a damage from the duelist, and then Calc draws Electro Dominance, plays a land from hand, and goes 5U. And I don't think any of that is going to happen.
Wow, there were
5U?
numerous
Come on.
contingencies there, Monty.
There's a lot of ifs for how Christian Calcano wins this game.
Especially considering that Nathan just dug up whatever he wanted from his library. So there it is. The second copy of Out Cold is going to neutralize the last remaining threat there for Calcano. And that means Stoyer can pass a turn. And all Calcano can do is extend the hand. Nathan Stoyer starts off his tournament the right way, exactly how he'd like, with a victory. With that pretty cool deck there. That was neat. It had a lot going on.
Yeah, pretty sweet.
Untap,
And
upkeep,
those guys
judge.
had both members of
Easy,
Team Handshake
no problem.
taking the win in that feature match area.
Oh, good
Both
point.
of them Not on
Were
the traditional
Nathan and Seth in the same
two-color
pod? I
deck.
don't think they were in the same
A
pod.
little spicy with the splash.
That handshake looked okay.
Well,
It
that's gonna
did.
do it for round one and our
They're
initial
both pro.
draft
Like
coverage here
they're
from the booth. We're gonna
so
take a short break.
the
We'll be back.
formula for the bad handshake, honestly, is usually get somebody in their first like pro tour, right? Those were both very seasoned pros, Stoyer and Calcano. They've shook hands under sweatier, more dangerous circumstances. Usually the bad handshake, you either get the very first round of a PT, somebody who's never been there before, or like the final rounds of day one of the PT with somebody who's never been there before. That's when you might get like the missed fist bump or the just for, looking the other way, not, hand extended, nothing happening moment. That's where you get the good stuff. All right, we're on a break again. We are about 2 hours, an hour and a half if we're lucky away from standard. Kibler is 1-0. That is good. I am very excited. I want Kibler's standard deck to get some play. So I'm sure he's not playing Esper. That's my confidence. My confidence is that he's not playing Esper. What's the difference between drafting arena versus drafting in person? Do pros hate pick a card? I would get, it depends where and when, right? I would guess it's more likely. I would guess it's more likely that drafters on Arena would rare draft, but I don't really have a good answer to the question because I also don't know if it's a very important question. To be honest, it depends where you're drafting, right? These guys are drafting in pools with the best players in the world, so it's a very different experience. But is that what you're asking? Probably not. I don't know what drafting at your LGS is like, or if it's even an option. Wow, look at this cut. Do crimes. Score big. Oh, feel the hype, you guys. Get the gang together. Look at them moving. They do move in herds. They do move in herds, guys. The nerds move in herds. I see Mengucci. I see Larson just freaking clotheslined Mengucci. That's a crime. Did you guys see that?
Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney joining me here. What an exciting morning it's been, and we're only in round number 1. Ailey, you've been around talking to the players.
That's the juice right there.
Yeah,
that's what you want to see.
So, remember how I said if everyone's in green, I'd love to see some Grixis action. And for the most part, that's exactly what the players have gone for. Nathan Stoyer, we just saw on camera now picking up the victory there. I asked him, how is your pod going? He said, well, Grixis, so I can get Laughing Jasper Flint out. I'm pretty happy about that.
It's a nice card. Nice card I got here.
Manfield, unfortunately, saw go 0-1 as our feature drafter.
Kibler is playing Legends. Did Kibler reveal a deck list?
1-1 in the next one. And then Nathan Stoyer, as I mentioned,
maybe on Twitter.
Grixis would love to get Laughing Jasper Flint out every single turn because that card.
He said he was playing Joda. Okay. Can confirm he's playing Joda.
Is
very excited about seeing him play Joda and hopefully smash these Esper buffoons.
He is playing a pretty reasonable blue-red deck that he says, most of the cards just kind of do the same thing. Hoping to curve out there. And in this pod too, Andrea Mengucci, pretty happy with his deck and managed to win a game at 1 life, coming back to beat his opponent who was on 35. So pretty happy about his start so far too.
One is not zero, as we say. One is not zero. Well, it is incredibly difficult to 6-0 at a Pro Tour in draft, of course, but it's also incredibly important if you have any dreams of making top 8. Well, we had 3 players here that did that at Pro Tour Chicago, and Ailey had a chance to talk to them yesterday about the enormous achievement.
Nielsen?
I'm here with Marcio Carvalho, one of the best drafters in all of Magic. 6-0 at Murders of Karlov Manor. How do you do that at a Pro Tour?
You open some mythics and you draft a lot. That's the thing. Other than that, now being real, like we have a great team and we do like a lot of drafts. And the draft review system that we have, I think it's really good and every team should do it. And then we still have Eduardo at home doing all the stats. So he's a magician in that. So it's insane. Like the team prep for Limited, I think is just top notch. So that's how we do it.
I am planning to go to
mythics,
Amsterdam.
as I told you.
Yes.
Talking about prep though, teams have had 1 week less almost for Outlaws of Thunder Junction. So how are you feeling going into the drafts this weekend?
Yeah, we feel good. Our preparation was super good as always for Limited. It's not much time and there's like a lot of things to crunch. So we'll see. Now that you can open 4 mythics, it's kind of hard to predict what can happen. So we'll just jungle and see if you go in the good side of variance.
Pick one. What do you want?
A green mythic.
Well, I wish your packs to be green and mythic. Marcel, all the best for the weekend. I'm here with one of our 6-0 drafters from Murders at Karlov Manor's Pro Tour, James Larson Scott, all the way from Down Under. How did you prepare for that Pro Tour?
So I prepared with a team of Australian players. So we basically did in-house drafts. So we had 8 of us in a house in Chicago doing drafts each day in the weekly up to the PT.
That's awesome. So
we drafted
did you find
in a
that
house.
the testing
Boom.
in person was more beneficial than testing online, for example?
I think in particular for like PT drafts, that there's a lot of things that come into play in pod drafts that you wouldn't see in like an arena draft. And like those sort of differences that we're able to pick up in testing, I think are quite key to my success in draft at that PT.
I'm here with one of our 6-0 drafters from Murders at Karlov Manor's Pro Tour, Adam Adelson. How on earth do you go 6-0 in a Pro Tour?
Adam's excited.
Playing a lot of Magic Arena, that's for sure.
Yeah!
I drafted that set on Magic Arena and Magic Online countless times. I mean, it was a really fun set, really cool set, really rewarded practice. That was a set where a lot of the commons really mattered. White was just such a great color. And it was really about finding kind of the open lane as well. And all that practice really paid off. And, I was fortunate to kind of have things turn my way. A couple tough spots in games went my way. And, it was just an amazing experience to go 6-0. Opening Cryptic Coat on day one also didn't hurt. So one of, call it the most busted bomb rares in, Magic's history, I would almost say.
What?
It's definitely a good place to be in your one of your packs for your Pro Tour where you're still a little foggy in the morning. So, it was awesome and, super excited to have, turned it into a great finish in Chicago and be here to draft again.
Obviously incredible going 6-0 in draft at a Pro Tour. Well, we have yet another incredible story from Pro Tour Chicago Murders at Karlov Manor that involves a couple of brothers. Let's meet the twins right now.
Twins?
I'm here with 2 of our competitors, Andre and Diogo Santos, identical twins from Portugal who both qualified for this event in rather spectacular fashion,
Wow.
if I do say so myself. So tell us, lads, what happened and how?
Not dressing alike is a crime at this point.
I was qualified for the last 4 Pro Tours, and I qualified for Chicago. But I was alone. I didn't have a company, so I asked my twin brother to come with me, and we found a tournament that he could play while I was in the Pro Tour. So yeah, we went to Chicago without any expectations, just have fun in the
But this tournament that you played in, it wasn't just some, you get a booster box. What did you play in?
Yeah, basically I played in the 75K. And I had to make a top 8 to qualify for this tournament. So yeah, I started the first day as a 7-0, but then I watched my brother play in the Pro Tour, and I saw that he needed to win the last round to qualify to Seattle. I went to check on him, and he won the last round and qualified to Seattle. So now I needed to do my job and made top 8. And in the second day, that's what I did. I made top 8 and they qualified also to Seattle.
No pressure, huh? But you do realize now you guys have double the chance of winning this tournament. But besides that, what does it mean just to play together as brothers, to test together and actually compete in the same event?
So we are playing for like 10 years seriously. And we never played that Pro Tour in paper together. So we always tested for these tournaments, but only one playing. And this is it's amazing that this is the first time we test and we are playing both. Yeah, basically good. That's it.
What do you say, huh? Well, lads, best of luck this weekend. I'm looking forward to seeing you play, and hopefully you'll dodge each other in the brackets.
Big ass.
Oh, what a cute and cool story. Corey, what do you know about playing with your brother on the PT?
Oh, man, there is nothing like playing with your brother on a Pro Tour. We started playing Magic together so long ago. So when you have that moment and you see...
Since it's topically relevant, somebody asked if I was on a team when I was on the Pro Tour, and my team was... Dun, 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 my sister.
My matches, and we don't really get stressed when we're actually playing, but yeah, it's awesome. It's incredible.
My sister was one of the first women on the Pro Tour. She also did well enough in her Pro Tour to qualify for another one.
Let's set up round number 2 in draft here this morning at Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Who are we going to watch do battle? Well, it's Seth Manfield, our reigning Pro Tour champion, up against Miguel Castro. Both of these players currently have a loss on their hands, but guess what? It's not too bad because remember, Jean-Emmanuel Depras started out 0-2 at Pro Tour MKM and then went on to top 8. We're looking for 11 or 12 wins to make our top 8 here today. So these players still, of course, in excellent position no matter what. Here's our 2 players, and let's talk about their decks, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll start with Seth. Seth's deck we already saw a little bit earlier here in the morning. The deck is fine, a solid Boros aggressive deck here.
She had you could call it wisdom or lack of technology to not register Mesa Falcon for the Pro Tour.
But outside of that is kind of the major thing that Seth is really missing is that kind of explosion.
Sad facts.
Especially in a format where you have, so many rares, so many mythics. So that's
Does
what
she still play? Kind of. She's teaching her son to play.
Boros aggressive deck.
She has some cards in a deck, but I don't think she goes out and plays very much. They have Arena on their iPad.
Castro's definitely has the bomb category here locked down a little bit more. We got Bristly Bill, Buried in the Garden is incredible. Aloe Alchemist, largely regarded as the best green uncommon, as well as Congregation Griff. Ailey, I know you love that one.
No, she did not play Mesa Falcon. She
the
played.
deck, right? The green-white mount deck is definitely.
You guys want to know her? Do you guys want to know my sister's? She wouldn't be ashamed. So I'd say card of shame because I'm ashamed to make Mesa Falcon. She would not be ashamed of this card. She is probably still proud of playing this card. You want to know?
I like this deck a lot better. It's the archetype you want to be in, as well as has the bombs to be able to deliver.
I bet you do. I bet you want to know.
All right, round number 2 is
2 copies in her deck. Are you ready?
Cedric are in the booth with this one. Hi guys, take it away.
No, I
Oh my
said.
goodness, great to be back on the camera
I
here at
said.
the Pro Tour. For the first
Are
time this
you
morning,
ready?
Cedric, and for the first time in our respective broadcasting careers, we did it, buddy. We're in the booth together. They tried so hard to keep us apart, but eventually
we broke them down.
We got there.
Yeah, eventually they just had to succumb to Riley and I in the booth together.
That's it. And
you didn't think it was going to happen?
No.
But we did.
We did it, and we're going to have a
Hell
great
yeah,
time.
baby.
Can't wait to get underway with our next round of Limited, and of course, Cedric and I.
They don't do it like this anymore.
The constructed rounds later on, Cedric, I'm looking forward to getting
They don't print them like that no more.
Seth Manfield versus
Yeah, she got 56th.
Seth Manfield, unfortunately,
56th place
number
with
1, but as we've
2
already
copies of that in the deck.
Stop the truly great players. JED 0-2 into a huge performance the last PT. So Seth's the sort of player who could do that sort of thing.
Absolutely. Just one loss here for Seth. We're working ourselves into round number 2. Nobody likes losing their first round of any Pro Tour, but we have seen players like Jean-Emmanuel Depras and Paulo Vitor Dominic.
Dude, how do you beat a 7-6 in a format with Swords to Plowshares and Wrath of God?
So I'm excited
What
to
do you
watch
do?
this match, Riley. And both players look like they have a...
What do you do if terror is legal?
Let's get into it here. Definitely Castro, we would say, has the better list.
Yes.
That's not a hugely hot take. You're not going to burn your fingers on that one. A really solid Selesnya deck, splashing red for Eartha Joe, I believe.
Yeah, that's the only card that's being splashed here for
How many
red.
rounds did you have to win? I think we both went 8 and 7.
Because it's going to make it a little bit cheaper. But the nice thing here about Miguel's deck, as we watch these games unfold, is that Miguel's deck is very powerful. I mean, just take a look at the cards in hand. Bristly Bill, Final Showdown. Those are two of the best cards, not only in this matchup, but in the format.
Yeah, Bristly Bill has been a lot of fun. I had that in my my Teamer Lands deck, my Teamer Analyst deck for a while.
Yeah.
Not the best possible card to play in that list, but a whole lot of fun. But to kick things off now, Manfield is
Prairie Dog.
things up with a Nurturing Pixie and then a Prairie Dog.
The old Prairie Dog, which is one of the better uncommons in the format. Really powerful card, just kind of up and down. If you want to do the 2-drop strategy, of course it does have lifelink and get a little bit larger, so there's a lot of things to like about that particular card. One of the things that Seth's deck is capable of doing with this 1-drop into a 2-drop, if it were an outlaw, is to have a very cheap version of Hellspur Brute. Now that's not going to come to fruition this particular game.
That Prairie Dog is, well, it's a law-abiding Prairie Dog.
It is. It is. So it does a lot of
55th
things, does that Prairie Dog, but it is not an outlaw. So we're not going to see maybe Seth's best possible start.
I believe the tiebreakers for the Pro Tour back then were older
Speaking
sibling.
of good starts, how about a Congregation Griff on the other side of
Gets
things here for
0.01
Castro?
points.
This card, you can see here, Manfield not mucking around, getting rid of it with that derailment here. The 1/4 flyer, really effective. This card has put in the work in this format, I think.
It's got a lot of upside. You know, obviously you can make it a lot bigger with the mounting that can happen with the card, and just there's a lot of power built into that card, but it's not here anymore. What is here?
Bristly Bill, here he is. And the reason I think we saw Castro hold on to Bristly Bill for a while was to guarantee the value from that land drop. Because I think Castro could have played it on turn 2.
Absolutely.
Chose not to because wanted to play the Bristly Bill and then immediately play a land drop. Opponents can't respond to that. You guaranteed a 3/3. Well, you guaranteed to put the trigger on the stack.
Bristly
Correct.
Bill
You're going to get the
versus
landfall trigger
Prairie
for
Dog.
sure.
We
You
get
also
the
have,
showdown
in the
we
case of
came
Miguel here in
for.
this instance, to take up the shield.
This is
to be
what
able to
happens when
protect
you
the
don't
Bristly Bill. So this is a beautiful turn. And as
This is
long
what
as
happens
Bristly
when you
Bill's
don't
hanging
pick
out on the
Bristly
battlefield,
Bill.
It's going to be a pretty tough game for Seth to win, especially if Miguel's able to keep up that copy of Take Up the Shield over the course of the game. So a lot of positives here in the early stages here for Miguel, who's sitting at a pretty high life total against the deck that really wants to run him out of the game as fast as possible.
Well, we were talking about this in the opening round, looking at what Seth was getting up to, Cedric, and you sort of made the observation that the 2-drop, the sort of, I don't want to call them all-in 2-drop decks, but the decks that we've seen recently that have really tried to pile on pressure early with 2-drops have been fantastic, and that may not always be the case in this particular format.
Yeah, it is a little bit interesting insofar as the past couple of formats we've seen a lot of players talk about the speed of the format. You got to kill them as fast as possible, and 2-drops are a priority. And really, we haven't seen that over the past handful of not just sets. It feels like years. 2-drops, 2-drops, 2-drops. You got to go 2, 3, 4, kill the opponent that way. And maybe that's true of this format, but I don't think anybody knows for sure if that's true of this format, because this format's effectively only 10 days old, Riley.
That's the other thing. We're all learning so much. I was cramming in drafts, obviously, to prepare for this Pro Tour, and we usually get a little bit more breathing room. You know, it's not just the players that are preparing. We've also got to do our best to get our heads around the format, and it was a fun challenge.
It is a fun challenge. When there's so many cards, there's so many things that can go on in a format like this, and you know, you've got these breaking news cards and all these rares and mythics that are in packs. Who knows what to play around? Who knows what cards are good and what's bad? What makes you happy? What makes you sad? Bristly Bill, I think, consensus opinion. No matter who you talk to, really good card. By the way, second time.
Thanks, Cedric.
And I only I point that out for 2 reasons. One, whenever your opponent plays a really good card, you're like, is it actually like that good? The answer is yes.
Yeah, it is,
and then 2, again, we're about 10, 11, 12 days old in the format, so it's best to double check your work and make sure that you know exactly how this legendary plant druid does work.
So we saw Manfield play the Hellspur Brute with a 1-mana discount, affinity for Outlaws, relevant with the Pixie here.
Oh, for sure.
And 4-mana 5.
Why is he shuffling a lot?
Yeah, that bill is getting
I had a funny answer to this earlier, but
as
the game
I wouldn't want to wear it out.
And what's interesting about this situation, too, is, okay, so Bristly Bill, 5 mana up, that's the activation for the card, yes, but also, okay, well, is that the only thing you have going on? Like, you know, there are cards that have flash in Miguel's deck.
Quite a few,
actually. There are combat tricks to worry about. So with Miguel just passing with 5 mana up, Seth has to tread lightly here because you don't actually know what you could be walking into. 1, because there's a myriad of things you'll be walking into. But 2, again, how well do you know the format?
All right, here's
you
the Coyote
a
now.
ton.
a Cunning Cody entering the battlefield, and we'll see what Castro wants to do about that, if anything. But I want to come back to what you were saying, Cedric, about these flash creatures in Castro's deck. Now, Manfield knows about them.
Yep.
Potentially.
Yes.
Because our featured drafters, as far as I'm aware, were given not full deck, not the deck list as in like the 40 cards that the opponent is playing.
Give you the pool.
But their pool.
Holy cow.
So Manfield will have looked at Castro's list and said, okay, we've got Holy Cows. You know, we've got Aven Interrupter. I've got to worry about these cards. He'll be playing around these as best he can. And here we see Holy Cow come down, gain a bit of life, scry. And Manfield, this isn't going to come to as a shock to him. Your opponent doesn't pass with 5 mana off for no reason.
And do nothing. Yeah. Right. And let's talk about the flip side of the sharing of pools. So Seth knows that Miguel has things that he can play. And in the reverse, Miguel knows what Seth has or lack thereof, because Seth's deck, unfortunately for him, it doesn't have like anything as far as combat tricks are concerned. So, you know, with a Boros deck that's going, I've got 8 2-drops, I got 3 drops, I'm trying to attack you, kill your creature, you block, I play a pump spell, you know, like a take up the shield. Seth's deck is really missing that element from his deck. So, and I mention that because Miguel can pretty safely just go, yeah, I'll block.
Yeah.
I'm not really too concerned about it.
I don't have to worry about you having this, that, or the other, because Manfield just didn't pick up some of those cheap combat tricks that have been so useful here. Discerning Peddler is the play now for Manfield to round out his turn. Discards a mountain, picks up a card off the top of the library. 3 copies of the Discerning Peddler in his list. This card can be very useful.
Yeah.
Obviously, cycle away those lands that you're not wanting to hold on to anymore. But at the end of the day, it's just a 2/2 for 2.
It's just a 2/2. As you mentioned, the ability to discard and draw a card, sure, in the late game, if you do start flooding, Seth's deck only has 16 lands as opposed to maybe the classic 17 that we do see in Limited. The fact that it is a rogue is nice because it is an outlaw. But again, end of the day, it is just a 2/2. And when we work ourselves into the mid-game and late game like we're getting ourselves to in this spot, it's not particularly
Is there one of those in this set?
We've got some exciting cards sitting in Castro's hand here. He's not able to play that Eartha Joe. That's the card that we mentioned that he was splashing for. But we do have the final showdown.
We do indeed. I'll play the horn in a minute, perhaps. That card, we mentioned Bristly Bill being one of the best cards in the format.
Yeah.
There's a
Final
land
Showdown
in the
might
set.
be a little bit
but
better
that's just
than
one
that.
creature
It is,
can't block,
you know,
right?
A lot of people are referring to it as like an instant speed Dune Blast, which, that's a lot.
Yeah. It's really, really good. For those of you who might need a bit of a refresher on Final Showdown, it is one of the spree cards. Pay an extra 1, all creatures lose all abilities. All right, well, fine, whatever. Pay an extra 1, a creature you control gains indestructible. Okay, fine, sure. But for now we get to the final part of the Final Showdown. Pay an extra 5, 3 white, destroy creatures. Instant speed, buddy.
If you're an old school gamer like myself, maybe played during the Invasion days, Rout might come to mind, an instant speed Wrath style card.
Okay, Boomer. Thunder Salvo here now, going after the Holy Cow, which had been juiced up by Bristly Bill. But instant speed, look, Grandpa, tell us about the instant speed sweepers and how powerful they are.
I'm happy to. When you cast it at instant speed, the game ends. That's how it worked. That's how it worked back then, and that's how it might work here for Miguel, who's, again, only has Bristly Bill in the battlefield, but Bristly Bill is very large, and therefore in charge. No good attacks to be made here, and then the Final Showdown can kind of maybe take care of the rest.
Well, the other thing is, right, with enough mana, you can keep that Bristly Bill around. And with 7 mana on the battlefield, that's exactly what's going to happen here. Final Showdown.
Oh, you would say that's enough mana?
Seth's going to scoop them up, the creatures at least, and I don't think it's going to be too much longer before he scoops up those lands as well, Cedric.
No, Bristly Bill's going to do it's going to do some work here. Now that's a 5/4.
That's a 5/4.
That's cute
against the 7/7. Oh man! And the thing is, even if Castro continues to draw lands, it's like, all right, I'll just grow this.
Sometimes I have to business.
Yeah, I mean, this is the situation that you love to be in when you're playing any game of Limited Magic, which is if I draw lands, it's fine, and if I draw spells, that's fine, which means effectively I have no bad draw steps. I'd actually argue the worst draw step in Miguel's deck is already in hand with Eartha Joe.
Yeah,
that cannot be cast.
So it's a card that can't be cast at the moment.
Everything else is great.
So Castro here, firing on all cylinders. He's in a terrific spot. Still got the take up the shield, and the Tumbleweed Rising as well is not too bad as well, because what's it going to be, a 2-mana 7/7?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's not a bad deal.
What are they printing these days? 2-mana 7/7s? What's the world come to?
That's messed up.
Here is the Tumbleweed Rising, and Mantle's going to have a quick...
7/7?
Oh, 2-mana
Limited?
7/7.
Yeah, Seth's all good here.
He's had enough. He's seen enough, Cedric, and we're going to go to game number 2. A very convincing win here for the Spaniard, Miguel Castro. His deck just did exactly what he wanted it to.
Curse, bro.
Powerful cards, Let Seth try to enact a game plan that was just a little bit anemic.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, these powerful rares got him over the line.
Yeah.
Guys, ever try to organize a binder perfectly, but then realize you're off by one spot and you have to move like 20 pages of cards exactly one spot to the right to get it to line up the way you wanted it to? Because I sort my cards in a certain way by set number. Well, that's what I just did.
To have his best draw with
Misplaying even on this cast.
So we're not going to see a turn 3 Hellspur Brute, unfortunately, for our reigning Pro Tour champion. And yeah, him passing on turn 2 with no play is not where he wants to be.
He's a deck that has 8 2-drops.
Yeah, but 0 2-drops in hand or on the battlefield, so that's not good for him.
I screw it up pretty often, so I just set that binder aside and like I put a sticky note on it, and then I usually do it while watching TV.
The ones he is
just
playing,
moving cards from left to right.
Hello Alchemist is no slouch, 2 mana 3/2 of course, and it's got that extra. I was going to say giant growth. Not quite giant growth. Huge growth.
We don't need to talk about the Squire.
+3/+2 on the plot.
Most people here haven't seen it.
But it's just going to come down as a 3-tier, and that's fine. That's what you
don't
want.
need to talk about
One of the better green uncommons in the set. Green is arguably the best color in the format. That's what people think. That's what people.
Who are you having that argument with?
I talk to a lot of people.
You do. You get you get your opinions from a very broad church.
People really like to tweet at me. I'll tell you that much. Green is arguably the best color in the format through the first 2 weeks of the format. Now, who knows what it looks like a month from now? Maybe it's true. Maybe two months from now, maybe that still remains true. But we talked to a ton of people at the player party yesterday and leading into this event, and everybody says, well, green's the best thing. You know, it's incredibly, incredibly deep. Now, what's the best thing to pair with it? Well, there's a lot of directions you can go. But again, the conversations that we had, a lot of people love green-white if they can get it.
Yep, green-white, green-black tended to come up a bit more, whereas the red cards, the blue cards, perhaps a little bit less in demand. However, drafting,
maybe Gina should commentate this draft.
In an atmosphere in a tournament like this, the Pro Tour, all of a sudden those blue cards, those red cards, if you know everyone's hunting for the Abzan colors, all of a sudden you can start to get a bit of get a bit of extra depth out of the colors that no one's going for.
Well, so it's a classic game of, do you know what I know, or do you think what I think? And if everybody thinks green's good, then maybe I can be the red drafter, or I can be the undercolor drafter, or maybe somebody else is thinking that way and it can't support 2 people at the table, and now both of our decks are a disaster.
Yeah.
So it can be risky business.
All right, we've got the Griff now, the 1/4 coming down on turn 3 for Castro, although it's not going to stick around for very long here.
Yeah, it didn't stick around long last game. It's not sticking around long this game. One thing that this format does have, you see Mystical Tether on the left side of the screen. This format has like 7? It's 6 or 7 Oblivion Ring style effects.
Yep.
Leyline Binding is in this match. Mystical Tether is in this match.
You have a
Buried
favorite
in the
signpost
Garden is in this match. There's a ton of those effects, which means that if there are some disenchant style effects moving around in this format, probably best to start them. Well, it's not true all the time.
There's one card in Castro's list that I really, really like. Just as you say, as a response to these Oblivion Ring, pacifism style removal spells, which is Requisition Raid.
Yeah.
So this is the white spree card that you can pay an extra 1 to destroy an artifact, pay an extra 1 to destroy an enchantment, and also, which I think is a pretty good rate, pay an extra 1 to put a +1/+1 counter on all your creatures.
Yeah.
Or all your opponent's creatures if you really want to. But hey, that's up to you. Wanted Griffin now. 4 mana 3/2 flyer, pretty good rate, and then
pro players touch each other's cards quickly. I mean,
generic flyer, right? That leaves a little bit.
I can't speak for all pros, but at the pro level, there's pretty much an understanding that you need to touch cards to do things like read them or imply what you're doing to them. So yeah, they're not that protective with their cards. But again, can't speak for all pros. There's just an understanding that we're playing competitive Magic.
Look, I think Min 4 probably
obviously, if you do things that are disrespectful and step out of line, that's different.
I've noticed this a little bit.
Take it how you will.
Oh, they're really just making a mess.
Well, it could just be a dragon, or what about a scorpion?
What if we stick a little scorpion tail on that?
Hey, Seth got the dragon.
They're having a blast.
Will the dragon win him a game?
Yeah, yeah. We had a couple of new ones as well on this set. We got Coyote.
Yes, we do.
That joined us.
I think Varmint.
Varmint.
Yeah, I think that's a new one.
Varmint joined us as well. And were there mercenaries before? Surely there were mercenaries before.
There were.
We had a bit of a mercenary renaissance.
Yeah.
A mercenary renaissance.
The mercenaries nowadays are a little bit different than they were back in my day.
Here we go. Grandpa Cedric, pull up a chair, kids. Let me sit down and rest my aching bones, and I'll tell you all about Route and other cards from 10,000 years ago.
I'm really not that old. but maybe I am.
In comes the terror. The true terror in this world. Cedric
Not
is the,
at all.
the ceaseless advance of age.
Really not.
Comes for us all.
One round. That's all we get together.
That's
One.
it, man.
I'm calling it quits after
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
One
yeah.
round.
Yeah, your bones are dissolving into dust as we speak. I mean, you're not even that much older than me, man.
I mean,
it's like 3 years in it or something.
If you're wondering if my knee does hurt, yes, it still does.
Oh, you were limping to dinner last night.
Touching
I'm
enemy
taking that
cards
forever
is
for all
targeting,
it's
which
worth.
is a crime.
All right, Holy Cow comes down now for Castro. Buff the life total a little bit. And what's he found?
We're tapping some mana.
Have you ever
Yeah.
had any heated
Oh,
experience
okay.
at
All
a
right,
table
so
with opponent in a
this-
pro
the
event?
card that he's
Yes,
just
I
drawn,
have.
I think he's made a bit of a mistake and gotten a little bit excited. And this is something, look, this can happen to anyone.
That's
I
all the
think he thought
details
he drew
you
Buried
get.
in the Garden, and he did not.
Wouldn't want to
He
go
drew Fierce
platform
Retribution.
bullying any.
But because they're
you know,
both the newspaper style
gamers.
prosperity post thing, I think he's like, oh baby, we're off to the races here.
We're not.
We're not. No, he's got the Fierce Retribution, which, as it stands now, actually can't target the. It's not destroy target tap creature.
Correct.
It's destroy target attacking creature.
Correct.
So the Terror is safe for in the meantime.
But what's good news here, if you're rooting for Miguel, is there is an answer to the terror. Right now, it's not going to happen immediately, but the Fierce Retribution can come up here in just a moment or two, perhaps, and that'll take care of the dragon. So that's kind of step one as far as solving that problem is concerned.
And you can see there, yeah, our card in hand viewer has actually got that one wrong. It is a Fierce Retribution, not a Buried in the Garden, because you would snap that off.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you play it straight away. All right, Castro, considering his options here, very deliberate with his attack. He does have a couple of flyers he can send in, and trying to figure out if he just wants to. Is this a full send here?
This may be a full send. Now, what's interesting about this particular turn and attack is I think Miguel's doing pretty good this game, right? The removal spell for the dragon is going to certainly change some things, as we're going to see a scry. Top card's going to go to the bottom. But what's notable and why you may have heard Miguel apologize on taking his time is, even though we're in round 2, Riley, this is a pressure point because, you know, we're in 8 rounds today, 8 rounds tomorrow. Every single match counts. Now you're playing against reigning Pro Tour champion, Hall of Famer, all that jazz. But also, let's be honest, Miguel's deck is better than Seth's. You're up a game. Win the games and matches you're supposed to win if you want to do well in a Pro Tour. And look, it's not every day that you're going to have an advantage against Seth in playing a match of Magic. That's extremely rare. But his deck is better. So with that in mind, think it through, figure it out, and say, you know what, I have to take advantage of the opportunity to say I might be one of the best players in the world and go from 0-1 with the deck. I don't really think I probably should have lost with it because the deck's really good, to being 1-1 and feeling really good about things.
Let's talk through what we just saw here, Cedric, because this was a very intricate little combat step. The Holy Cow was not attacking. It was used to saddle the trained Arings, right? Now, Seth goes, well, I'm going to get you here, right? I'll play, I'll block with my Nurturing Pixie and with my my 3/3, right? The Pixie will die to the first strike, and my 3/3 becomes a 4/4 and eats that Aloe... The Aloe Alchemist, excuse me. But Castro had one better. He had to take up the shield to save the Alchemist, kill the townsfolk, and that combat did not go very well.
No, it didn't.
For Manfield at all.
Yeah, that combat didn't go well. The most recent combat didn't go well because the dragon is dead now due to the Fierce Retribution. I don't think this combat's going to go particularly well.
It's all just falling apart here for our reigning PT champion.
I think you said it well unintentionally, which is Miguel's just done one better every step of the way. Last game with Bristly Bill, and Final Showdown. This game with the combat tricks, which Seth doesn't really have. We can see in Seth's hand, there's just a mountain left over. And, you know, Seth got off to decent starts both games with a 1-drop into like a 2-drop or a 3-drop, but it's Seth's inability to run downhill, which is what his Boros Trek is trying to do. At the end of these games, look at Miguel's life total right now. It's 14.
He's on 14. If he's on 4, it's a different.
It's a different conversation
game.
entirely.
Yeah, like here we're going to see Manfield off of the trade. The Prairie Dog trades off with the Alchemist, but still there's a 4/4 from the Tumbleweed Rising, and Castro is sitting behind a couple of flyers. A 3/1 that he can send with first strike if he needs to for whatever reason, and Seth's hand is unimpressive to say the least.
And the question about this format is, again, no one has had the opportunity to play it a ton, and that's the thing we're going to harp on a lot in the limited portion of this event, is that players had an unusual short amount of time to prepare for this aspect of things. Is making 2-drops a priority? Is that how you're supposed to play this format? Because Seth, again, 8 2-drops. He's trying to run downhill. He doesn't really have combat tricks, but he does have some removal like Explosive Detainment that he just played. But the run downhill aspect of things over the course of this match, it did not work.
No, he never really had any traction with the aggressive strategy he was hoping to employ. And another explosive derailment here. Is that enough to keep him alive, however? That's still 5 damage. And no, Seth Manfield goes down in straight sets. Our winner here, Miguel Castro, who, Cedric, I think will be very glad to have got a dub on the board, particularly because this deck that he had, like at 0-2, with the deck that he had, he'd be feeling terrible.
No, it's like the worst feeling ever when you play in a Pro Tour, you draft your deck, right? And you register it in the pool and everything, and then you go over to your friends and you're like, how's your deck? And Miguel would be like,
I did it.
I did it.
I did it.
I got a Final Showdown, I got a Bristol Bill, I got pretty good mana, a bunch of removal spells and stuff, and then you lose the first round and you're like, oh boy, what happened? I lost. Well, you know, things happen, it's Magic, whatever, right? And now I've been in that spot before where Seth is playing against them and maybe due to the pool swap and it's just like,
nobody's attacking me. I'm just putting away some
you lost?
Yeah, I go 0-1, that's fine. You're going 0-1 with this? And
Seth's like, my deck's not that good, but like, you're 0-1 with Bristol Bill and Final Showdown. It's like, yeah, some weird stuff happened in round 1. But also, if you're Miguel in that spot, it's like, yeah, some weird stuff did happen in round 1. I don't want weird stuff to happen in round 2 because I can't be 0-2 with this deck. This is like where you want to be with a deck that looks like this. Unfortunately for him, able to put together pretty cleanly there. Neither game particularly close. And that's kind of the expectation that you and I expected walking into the matches. Miguel's deck is better. If he draws reasonably well, which he did, it should lead to a win, which it did.
It did. And Manfield, unfortunately, his list unable to pull a victory
Thinks
together.
I have
for
a
the reigning
Darren
champion. We'll be back
Let's go see.
with another superstar Magic, Nathan Stoyer, facing off against Matty Quizman. Stick around, everyone. More Magic coming your way after this.
Oh yeah, I got it. I've got a hex catcher. Full art march of swirling mist. And what else we got to put away? I think these just go in various binders. How's Jim doing? Let's see if we can get an update. Probably one more round of coverage. One more round of coverage and then we get the standards. There might be some bonus content here though. They're still showing 1-0s. All right, I'm gonna put away some of these.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Thunder Junction. My great pleasure to welcome you back to Seattle, here in the United States of America. And we're going to get stuck in with our next match that we've got lined up for the draft portion of this morning today, Cedric. We've got round number 2 featuring Nathan Stoyer, who has won just about everything there is to win in his very short and young career as a one of the greats of the game, facing off against Matty Quizma. So these two both on Team Handshake, as far as I understand. I do say Nathan Stoyer had a short career. I guess not, looking at that.
You know, he's been around for a little while, but because he's so young, we think of it as kind of a short career. But it's been dominant.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much. He's won at every level of the game.
He's really emerged to a point, like when I say his short career, I mean the career that he's had at the top of his game has been relatively brief and enormously dense with success.
Everyone that plays professional Magic has a peak.
Yeah.
Now, some people's peak is, you know, back in the day winning a Grand Prix or, you know, qualifying for a Pro Tour or something like that. Nathan's peak is, I won everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Won everything
That's my
there is
peak.
to win.
I won,
exactly
I won all the things.
We're getting into game number 3 here. You can see that these two split the first games, opening up with Satoru the Infiltrator here for Stoya, who's playing a real spicy one for us here, Sed.
So Nathan's deck, a little 4-color, but not base green.
No.
So a blue, a black, a little splash of green in there as well, and a little bit of red to season the touch. So in this particular format, green makes it so that you can be 3, 4, 5 colors pretty comfortably, but doing it across not base green, that's the big question, is can that actually be done?
Exactly, right? Because you can get the green fixing, you can get the cards that search up your deserts, get a bunch of deserts, and then just basically take every rare that you see and play all of them. That's been a strategy that has certainly been enacted by me. I wouldn't say successful, but certainly I've enjoyed. And when you have fun when you're losing, then you're onto something real good.
Hey,
but,
it's fun first.
It's fun first. That's how I justify all my all the L's that I take. In any case, this one here from Stoya, as you said, not base green, base Demir, but splashing red for Laughing Jasper Flint and Hypothesizzle. And in addition to Make Your Own Luck, the only green card in the starting 40, which I was really interested to see. I like this card, but
I like it too.
Splashing it?
Well, here's the thing. Is this format fast or is it slow? If the format's fast, that sounds ridiculous to splash this card. If the format's kind of slow, who cares? Because we're going to exchange some resources, draw some cards. I'm going to get a lot of value off of this card. Make Your Own Luck is very powerful depending on the context of the format, which, again, not everyone is entirely sure of. Now, here's one thing I am sure of, partner. Nathan is a rocking and a rolling.
Yeah,
right
this has
now.
been ridiculous because this Satoru has already drawn 2 cards, right? We saw both the Rictus Robber and the Djinn of Fool's Fall were plotted. And so they both drew a card when they came into play because of that Satoru. And now, to follow up, we've got Servant of the Stinger, which is a fantastic 2-drop. Really, really good. And that's followed up by Laughing Jasper Flint, which again is just a rock-solid 3-drop, 4-3. Steal stuff from your opponent, make them more mercenary, steal more stuff from your opponent.
Yeah.
So Stoya, he's off to the races.
Mana looks good. Doesn't have the green mana source yet. Doesn't really matter because what's on the battlefield is pretty strong.
Nathan is playing Grixis, and I'm sure he loves
catching up
it.
to do right now. Not the lowest life total in the world. Maddie's sitting at 17, but doesn't have a lot on the battlefield either. So really needs to kind of start figuring some things out. In the meantime, this Laughing Jasper Flint might be pretty impactful.
All right, in comes the Spinewoods Paladin here.
Indestructible and mill.
And the Servant of the Stinger is going to jump on the blocks.
So you can put 2 creatures or lands? Or 1?
But that's a Smuggler's Surprise there in response.
Okay.
Creatures you control with power.
This is the draft round.
Indestructible.
Limited.
Turn, and then I think we also saw the Millpool
Are you
cards.
still hating on limited? Every chance I get.
What's so interesting over the course that we're going to watch over the course of the limited portion of this Pro Tour, more so than the constructed portion, is you may have heard Nathan and
what is Nathan playing in Standard? Not currently revealed, I don't think.
So that's that card
unless
that does
he
that, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's how it
released
works.
it on
Most
Twitter.
of the time, again, a Pro Tour, normally 17-ish days, maybe a little more time than that for people to get ready for the limited portion, where it's just like, yeah, it's that card, and this does this, everything. Everyone knows what all the cards do.
Yeah.
But in this particular tournament, because it was a little bit shorter to get ready, and we talked to the teams about this too, they were just like, yeah, our normal limited meetings didn't have as much time as we normally would, so wouldn't be as comprehensive as we normally are. So maybe their pick orders aren't as concrete as they normally would be, or their knowledge of the cards isn't as concrete as they normally would be. So we might see some weird things happen that wouldn't normally happen. Players reading cards a bunch, thinking they know exactly what a card does, and going, oh, no, I forgot about that little aspect of Spree that I thought worked one way but doesn't. Like, all those things are in play.
The little double checking of each card as it's played.
Yes.
They might not know all the cards
all the time.
perfectly.
Although Stoya is very, he's a thorough
might
player.
see pros
Very
make
much so.
mistakes.
So even if he knows every card backwards.
Chat would
And,
love that.
This is something that I like to remind people of. Even the best of the best, even the Nathan Stoyas of this world, they check and double check what cards do. They don't leave any doubt or uncertainty in their minds as to how cards operate. One time, this is not a joke, I was in the Pro Tour feature match area. Paul Rietzel, Hall of Famer, called a judge over to confirm how trample damage works. So if Paul Rietzel is calling judges to ask about trample, what's your excuse for not calling it?
Classic Nathan.
Sorry.
Exactly right. Exactly
Not
right.
drawing for
All right,
turn.
Quizma here. On the ropes, he's got to find a way back in this game. He's got the Spinewoods Paladin, and he's got the Sterling Keykeeper with a Geyser Drake, or a Geyser Drake here from Nathan Stoya. The pressure is continuing to mount.
And the cards are going to keep coming here for Nathan, too, because of playing these cards off of
I
plot,
think that's
not
part of
spending
why there are
mana.
so many cards coming out nowadays.
So
Controversial
the Avalanche is just gonna
opinion.
keep on
I think that Wizards is taking the approach, not only is it good for business from their side if they can sell them, but if we flood the market,
And now the Griff.
then it'll be harder to know what everything does. And if it's harder to know what everything does,
Really good green-white uncommon.
the pro level play will be more difficult and more rewarding and more just dramatic and more everything. Certainly the way I feel these days.
Trigger.
Dragon.
Oh wow, we're seeing, and this is on the splash as well.
Yep.
It's a double red card that you can sort of not quite cheat around the splash requirements, but because the plot
More
is
dragon.
single red.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you obviously wanting to plot cards when you've got Satoru as well. So very deft by Nathan here, turning a great card in.
No, I mean, we all complain when the format gets solved too quickly, right? Well, what if there were cards entering it so often that nobody had time to playtest any of them? How could you ever call the format solved?
Playing Stinger back there with Satoru. Oh my goodness.
Slightly worse,
Oh,
but
terrible.
not much worse. Yeah, this is just a nice battlefield here for Nathan.
What's that
He's trying to
beeping?
figure out exactly how to net well.
No.
I was saying trying to figure out
Get
how
off
to
my screen.
solve that puzzle.
Yeah,
real quick.
just right click attack all.
Yep.
Yeah,
Windows.
just that big glowing button in the bottom right of your screen.
I know, I
Quizma
won
now.
everybody over with that one.
What blocking options does he have? That Griff is pretty good on the blocks.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll buff the life total a little bit here.
Now remember with the laughing Jasper revealed steer clear, so blocks are meh.
It also takes the a play we're hoping to see, which is someone casting steer clear with a holy cow on the battlefield. That's not on the cards for this particular game, unfortunately. Quizma does have both cards in the deck, but we're not going to see it here and now. All right, Giant Beaver is put in front of the laughing Jasper Flynn. He won't be laughing for much longer.
Giant Beaver!
2 damage target creature.
But steer clear will be cast now.
And then I don't draw a card or anything.
This is so
take
fun to me.
6 down to 2, right? Yep. And these trade. This doesn't die.
Yeah, it sticks around after the steer clear finishes off the Griff. Quizma down to 2. And if, oh, Nathan, he's still got more.
Oh, it's never stopping.
It doesn't
It's
stop.
never
The party
stopping.
don't stop, dude. Let's go.
That's this.
One last job.
So I can pay 5 to return target creature, right?
Would a blind tournament be interesting?
Return my.
We don't need to be here, Cedric.
No, I just.
We don't need
I'm laughing.
It's always doing our job for us. It's great.
Nathan's like the best active player in the world. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is how this card works.
And he gets he gets across the line in style there. As you say, that just didn't stop. Relentless pressure there from
Give it up
Stoya.
for
No, his
Nathan.
individual card quality seemed really
Yes, like once his deck kind of gets
One of the
rolling,
coolest
and he's got
pros
2 of
I've
that
gotten
blue
to
black
meet in
rare
the
in
last
his deck.
2
So
years.
he clearly put a huge focus on plot,
Mm.
right? Once he's able to start drawing all those cards, there's an avalanche of cards that really you can't keep up with in any meaningful way in most games. But the reason for my laughter is just because, again, Nathan is like arguably the best active player in the world right now, and it's like one last job, like the spree, like I think it does this,
Yeah.
right? Let me confirm with you.
Yeah.
And again, like in most instances when we're doing coverage of this, Nathan's just like, yeah, one last job, this,
Yeah.
and Nathan plays pretty quickly, so it's like, okay, this, your turn. But it has, this is a little hyperbolic. The limited portion of this tournament has like a little bit of a pre-release feel that I really like.
I'm really enjoying it.
I really like
enjoying
where
it.
it's like, I'm pretty sure this card is good and this is going to be awesome, but like, let me make sure I know exactly what it does. Like, it's just kind of endearing.
Well, and speaking to some of the players last night when we were chatting with them when they all came to register and that sort of thing, I was saying, like, how have you found this short testing period? And some were like, I hated it. It was awful. I felt rushed and
Is
overwhelmed.
this
And
Pro
others were
Tour
like, "This is
just
great."
standard?
Yeah, so
They're playing draft right
it is
now.
The Wild West out
Yes.
there in more ways than one.
Yes.
In the sense that people are still kind of figuring things out while they're drafting at the Pro Tour. And it just adds another wrinkle to what is a great format already. It adds another element to a tournament that has been fantastically entertaining so far, and I'm sure it will continue to be. Anyway, Cedric, we're going to go to break. We've got to get out of here because the next round is almost upon us. Round number 3 coming your way. Very
Yeah,
soon.
round number
So
3
don't go
coming
anywhere.
up. That'll be the last round of draft today. There will be 3 more rounds of draft tomorrow. They usually start the day. Rounds 1, 2, and 3 of each day are draft, and then standard for the next 4 or 5. Something like that. Your videos on various decks and card rates with Raren got me into playing Magic, so thank you. You're welcome. Are deck lists available? Not yet. They are still secret. Who do you like for the final? I'm not the type to predict that kind of thing. I'm a big Shouta Yasuoka fan, so I would love Shouta and Nassif, two of my favorite control players, to do well, so I have a control player to root for. Greg Orange would go under that as well. Love to see Stoyer do well. Love to see Jim Davis do well. Rooting for Brian Kibler. Shuhei Nakamura is a name I haven't seen near the top tables in a long time. Would love to see Shuhei back near the top. Kenji Samura if he's there. What deck do you think is the strongest in Standard? Let's let the pros settle that. Kibler, you lost. No. Simon Nielsen lost. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat lost. Wow. Yeah, Arnie Hushenbeth, 2-0. Also a content creator. Are there any Yu-Gi-Oh content creators you'd want to do similar content for what you've been doing with Hearthstone? I don't know how to answer that, because you mean showing me Yu-Gi-Oh cards? I don't know if I want to see Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Yu-Gi-Oh cards scare me. But I said the same thing about Hearthstone. I'm working on a commander deck in the background as well, because that's something I do. Anybody want to guess
What's up,
what commander
everybody?
deck
Welcome
it
back
is?
to coverage of Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction from Seattle, Washington. We are gearing up to play for the pod
It's
here
one I'm
in
gonna
the
keep for
building.
my
Hey,
personal
everybody,
collection.
Welcome back to the news. Maria Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey
I'm
Loney
cutting it
hanging
down
out
to
with
just
you
like,
this
I'm
weekend.
only going to
Really
have
exciting
about
stuff here in
10
an
decks of
absolutely
my own, and 4 of them are for
fantastic
Gina,
draft
so I'm
format.
going to
Ailey,
have
you've
like
been
6
talking to
decks
players
I just
at the
keep
top
around to
pods.
play
I
whenever.
have indeed, and we're going to take a look and see who
So it's
our
kind of a
2-0
top 6,
drafters
which
are.
is
These are going to be
impressive.
our feature matches going into round number 3. So taking a look here at our
Rating
first
Yu-Gi-Oh cards would be crazy because you need to know the history of the ban list. Yeah, I know nothing about Yu-Gi-Oh. I mean nothing. Maybe that would be good content, maybe not. I don't know. Are you back on Hijinks? I just was. I was on Elder Dragon Hijinks this week with Small Ant. That went live, I think, 2 days ago or yesterday. So check out Elder Dragon Hijinks. You can see me playing there. One of my favorite games that I've ever done was this one.
And Max Komanowski 2-0 as well.
The commander I'm working on is Pantlaza,
In our final pod that we're featuring this morning,
the dinosaur.
fellow Canadian.
I want to keep a Dino Blink deck around. It's very me. It's Blink, but it's dinos.
That's going to be some pretty good matchups. Those players are all like,
Chris Berber just can't lose that draft.
The ending of the game was great. I know. Will we ever see historic best of 1 videos? Unlikely, but you never know.
Coming up here for round number 3. Well, last round we talked about Seth Mansfield.
Was he cool off camera? Dude, he was so chill.
That took him a decade to accomplish.
Like,
now
just-
we're going to turn our attention to Simon Nielsen, who had
Yeah,
4
you wouldn't know
incredible
he's like
finishes
this famous Twitch streamer and stuff. He was just really just chill, just hung out, talked about various. Honestly, I can't tell you what we talked about because it was funny, but only if you were there. And I know when to not try to repeat a joke.
Happens to be on an incredible 4 top 8 in a row run, looking to beat that this
Let's hear from
weekend,
Simon.
perhaps? Simon, let's go through your top 8 finishes. The very first one back at March of the Machine. How was that for you?
Yeah, so that Pro Tour was like kind of an odd one because I'd like, grinded a lot trying to playtest for it because I needed the invite for the next Pro Tour. And at some point, like something in me broke where I was like, why do I stress so much about qualifying for the next Pro Tour so I can like
This
stress
guy.
again to qualify for the next one? Like I kind of realized what's the end goal here. So I figured, okay, maybe it would actually be fine if I don't qualify. Like I'm just gonna, I love our deck. I think it's great. I'm just gonna like focus on the preparation and
And like, if it's my last Pro Tour, then maybe that's actually okay. And then, yeah, I don't know. I think maybe that, like, less mental pressure, I think probably helped me, like, make the top 8 of that one.
And going into top 8 Sunday, like, were you relaxed? Were you worried? Like, what was going through your brain as you sat down?
I think I was just very, very happy to be in that top 8. And, like, even as I lost my, grueling 1.5 hour quarterfinal match against Autumn Bichette, I came out and people were like, commiseration that you lost. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, I'm so hyped. I got to do this thing, play on the Sunday stage that I've wanted to do for a decade.
Yeah.
So I was just, like, very much happy to be there. And I didn't really, like, care too much if I did well or not. So...
Well, what changed then for the next Pro Tour where you took it one
this
step
dude is
further in the
legit
top 8
awesome, by the
Sunday?
way, Simon. I've met him.
Yeah, so in Barcelona, it was like, at that point, I was qualified for the next 3 Pro Tours and Worlds. So I was like, I don't need to do well at this Pro Tour at all. This is
I
my
don't know him
vacation
well.
PT.
He knows
it's in
Voxy
Barcelona,
well.
it's nice,
Like, they know each other.
I'm like,
so
hang
he
out
would,
with
like, come
Javier,
over and
he'd
talk
come
with
on.
us, and he's just the
We
coolest guy.
And just focused on the testing process. Like, it's really fun to, like, test for a modern tournament. You get to grind matchups a lot. I love the deck we came up with, and it just so happened that I just didn't lose any matches. Like, and I think, like,
Dude, yeah,
honestly,
he's really cool.
Obviously, there was a bit of, like, hashtag blessed about that. Like, I definitely got, like, more lucky than I should. But it also, like, there's probably some spots where the lack of, like, mental pressure just helped me, like, be in a mindset where I could just flourish. And yeah, it was, like, for that PT, I made something. I didn't really, like, practice much again. But when I lost the semifinal, I lost, like, because I punted against Calcano. And even though I, like, loved to see him, like, win and, like, that he was, like, getting to the finals, I was also kind of a bit jealous that, like, I was not in that finals. And that, like, really, made me think that maybe I should actually, like, really try hard and go for the focus. And my teammates came up with a term, the villain Simon should be awakened.
Yeah!
Okay, Villain
That's
Simon.
what we're talking
Was
about.
Villain Simon present at the World Championship?
Villain!
I think a little bit. I mean, again, like, I definitely, like, didn't expect to make top 8 there. I mean, I know they had, like, done the Play of the Year thing, and I know I was in the run, but it's like, come on, what are the odds? I'm probably not going to get it unless I top 8. And then, yeah, it just so happened that I did top 8. And I think, like, in my quarterfinals against Lorenzo, I was, like, very much like, I'm just going to boom, boom, boom. But yeah,
when are we going to see
cleared that one up in my,
CGB?
bad matchup. And then, like, I faced
When
another...
you get a time machine?
In the semifinals against
Go back in
Katsune, a
time.
player I have, like, a lot of
You
respect
can watch
for.
me
He's
then.
incredibly good. And the wheels fell apart a little bit. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could have, like, been in a better, like, mental game going into that one. And so I think, yeah, I kind of, like, came up short there. And, like, that's a really important tournament to win as well. Because it's like, you get your card and everything. So
You can always tell someone you're a world champion and they'll know exactly what you mean. But that didn't stop there for you. You just kept going. Yep. Fast forward then to Murders at Karlov Manor. You did it again.
yeah. I mean, I thought that going into that Pro Tour, it's like, okay, my
You're
career
just
is
on an
already
unbelievable
peaked.
run.
I haven't peaked as a player, I don't think. I
Unbelievable.
think I can, still improve. But I don't think I'll ever, like, do better than 3 in a row. And, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess I could. I mean, I just played heroic. Like, the deck was, like, maybe a bit, like, not the best choice. And the things just came my way. I mean, I did love my deck. I had that, like, as a driving factors that I just want to play as many rounds as possible, which means, like, in order to do that, you have to make the top 8, right?
Why
So
don't you play
that was definitely
best of
helped.
3 in
But
arena?
I
It's
think
so less
especially, like, my
luck-based.
finals match with Steph,
You mean
you can kind of,
all
like,
you're
see
trying to
that
tell
I'm
me is you don't have the
dialed in. Like,
discipline and talent to cut down to a perfect 60. You have to rely
and,
on
like,
little
try to figure out what's going on
sideboarding
instead of, like,
maneuvers and best 2 out of 3 to
That's probably
win.
what, like, hated Seth in that moment. Like, I don't
have to do that
tried to
because
channel
I'm
It's
that
like
good.
Simon, right? Someone who actually wants to win and isn't just happy to be there, happy-go-lucky.
Simon, you have the opportunity to break your own record this weekend, and I sincerely hope you do so that I can win a bet with one of my colleagues. So best of luck, and I sincerely hope we will see you in the top 8.
Thank you.
What an awesome guy. Simon Nielsen making history and could do it again here this weekend. I asked him what's the chances of him top 8ing this Pro Tour. He said 6%.
But did you
Not
ask
zero.
Evil Simon?
No, I did. I didn't ask Evil Simon.
That's like 85%, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
Well, everyone, it's time to play for the pod here at Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction. This is the pod featuring Seth Manfield, who is starting out 0-2 in this tournament. These two players, though, sitting pretty at 2-0. Kane Reinhard versus Justin Warden. Let's meet the players. Kane Reinhard, one top finish there. That's the Pro Tour March of the Machine top 8 that they have there. Top 8 in 2022 Mox Season 3 as well. A very excellent player that we keep seeing around the top tables. Then Justin Warden here, no top finishes. Why? Well, this is their first Pro Tour.
Wow.
Congrats at starting out 2-0 at your
I like that. I think I'm gonna take that one. Best 2 out of 3 is a question only losers have to ask.
At Kane's deck, pretty solid here. They have Dance of the Tumbleweeds, Bandit's Hall, Hard Bristle, Bandit as kind of the way to fix all of this kind of all over the place deck. It is Golgari based, splashing all the really good cards, and there is some power here. You have Geralf, you have a couple other rares, and just solid removal spells. So as long as Kane's mana base works out for them, I think, you know, the deck is very strong. But there is that challenge of making sure that the mana cooperates.
All right, maybe some tough mana there for Kane. What about Justin?
Yeah, Justin's deck should be a crime because it is so incredible here. I counted 15 ways to commit a crime in this deck with absolute powerhouses like Gisa, Karavec. We have Rakdos joins up, and there's 3 Vial Smashers, a solid 2-drop, as well as 3 Raven of the Fell Omens. If you said draft up a perfect Rakdos deck, this is it.
Yeah, I'm very jealous.
Yeah.
Oh, we're here to play, baby.
I want to play it.
I want to play that right
deck
now.
is
Can
a
we
crime.
borrow their deck out of this to just
we'll
like
ask.
play? Yeah.
All right, everyone, it's time to see who's starting out 3-0 here at Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Marshall and Monty, take it away.
Thank you, Maria. And yeah, we had the same reaction here in the booth that they did at the desk when we saw this Rakdos deck in the hands of Justin Warden. This is like the crime of the century level deck here. I mean, this thing, every single time outlaws or crimes happen, you're just going to see many value explosions happen on the battlefield. And this is going to be
I love a good value
tough one for what is ultimately a kind of clunky deck in the hands of Kane Reinhardt.
Yeah, and you know, showing up to your first Pro Tour and getting a deck like this in the feature pod, Justin Warden, extremely happy. Kane has a hard road ahead of them. This is a very strong and consistent deck on the other side, and Kane's deck does have some power, but they aren't going to have the easiest time here.
Let's see how the play draw plays out here as well. Kane would love to have a little bit of breathing room, and it looks like they do actually have that here. So Swamp Go from Kane. Justin, same play.
Yeah, Kane definitely has a pretty low curve, though this hand didn't reflect it immediately.
Wow, that was a nice draw.
Great draw.
Hard Bristle Bandit off the top, but it's Skullduggery needs 2 targets.
This has to.
Yeah, you have to target your own and their creatures. So
Get
Justin
'em.
actually can't
Rules.
use Skullduggery to
Rules,
kill
baby.
the Hard Bristle Bandit.
Noticeably, you can. It's tough.
Draft is super skill intensive, if I'm being honest. I only make fun of its variants and stuff in
That's
Jest.
the time that the Bandit has already done its job.
I'm not a draft
also a nice little
streamer
piece of
because I don't
information
have the
for
talent.
Kane to know, as they're now going to be
Keep
it off the board.
Right. If there's something that I can do to remove your target, if they're exactly.
And Kane can actually go tap this, use Clear Shot, the crime untaps, and you can still go land Newt after.
Oh.
Ultimately says, I don't need it.
Just going to run out the Newt. Interesting. That seemed like a pretty explosive turn. Now, it does feel not so great, right, to use a legit removal spell. In fact, one of the better removal spells around.
For a Raven.
Right.
Right.
So I could see that a little bit.
It's a nice tempo play when you're not the tempo deck against the aggressive deck. It really sets them behind, especially when you know they have the Skullduggery that they want to cast.
Yeah,
but
you know about
I
that
think when you're in
Skullduggery
Kane
now,
seat,
don't you?
Just opting to
Druggery?
keep the Clear Shot, the more powerful removal spell for later. It's pretty nice.
Interesting sequence here as well for Justin. As he plays a Desert Ping, another Ping, but also is attacking.
Yep.
The Newt sitting there looking rather threatening, and Kane, they know about just the Skullduggery due to that.
Who wins? Everyone but Esper. All war against the popular deck. The deck that is meta. We must hate it. We must destroy it. When you were playing competitively, was the format the same? No. No, it was very different. I'm not even sure how to start describing that. But if you want to watch the Raren collab I did, where I play the Pro Tour game, and you can learn more about that format.
doesn't really matter in this spot.
Good use of mana here by Justin as well. Using the Desert Stew to completely tap out, which could leave a double spell turn later with, you know, the Skullduggery or something like that.
And so far, this has been maximum value for Justin. He committed a crime on his turn and on Kane's turn during that cycle. So this Raven got 2 triggers. And that means Justin's life looking quite good, and the pressure is mounting on Kane. And with 3 Ravens and 3 Vial Smashers in this deck, those tiny pings are always going to add up.
Okay, now we're finally going to see.
I think this has to be the clear shot now.
The clear shot's going to come out, and there's going to be a little bit of a punishment here for Justin as well.
Yeah, that
as
should
he decided
kill
to
the Apothecary.
He decided to play the Apothecary pre-combat.
Yeah, wanting to get that lifelink, it's going to be 2, right? But of course, now you're going to lose it to the clear shot, and the Skullduggery doesn't kill the bandit.
This trigger's still on the stack, so I'm going to get the lifelink here.
Well, you target it when it goes on the stack,
Yes.
but I'm assuming that that's what
Skullduggery resolves.
happened there.
What?
This
Skullduggery
is
resolves
also
now.
going to save the bandit.
14, 19.
I gain 1.
It's lifelink. You gain 3.
Just want to make sure I like total clip.
Ah, the crime trigger may have been missed from the Raven.
Okay. There was a lot that
Okay.
happened in that
All right,
sequence.
It got mentioned.
Did they get it? Okay.
All right, it looks like the crime was caught,
It's
the
gonna
lifelink
be
was caught,
okay.
so I believe this should be 22, but it looks like both players have written down 20, so I guess not.
Okay. There's land number 4, mana number 5 here for Kane. Should mention, by the way, that these players are both 2-0 in their pod.
Yep.
These are players from our first feature pod, the one
Stacked
that we
pod.
started
Thank you,
with
Matthew.
Seth
Joining
and,
the Cool Kids Club.
and Martin Yuza as
Yep.
2 of the big names at it. And they've had a slightly bumpier road, Marty.
They're at the bottom. They're both 0-2. They are fighting to make it out of this draft pod unscathed. So, you know, Justin, first Pro Tour, tough pod, but gets a great deck, piloting it well, and is sitting here in the quote-unquote finals of the draft pod at 2-0 and in a pretty good position the first. There we go. There's the lifelink now caught, so 22 on the board. You can't really miss that one once the damage has been dealt, so fortunately that is
They've caught up
corrected.
to Monty.
I was sitting here a little anxious, you know, I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
I thought you'd give me a look like, are they going to do it? Or it's not optional. Let's see what Justin Warden has for this turn.
Looking at Kane's hand, they do have Hollow Marauder with 1 creature in the yard in the Newt. That is a 6-cost creature right now, but only 5 mana for them. 5 mana is enough for Unfortunate Accident with both spree modes.
We announced the lifelink trigger, but we never.
Yes.
Exactly. So I should be
Judge calls. Wait, you didn't gain your life from your lifelink?
Okay.
How will we resolve this?
You passed it.
A full interrogation is required.
Yeah,
Okay. And then I'll start the timer then.
Yeah. I'll untap and draw.
Okay, so just a quick clarification there to get those life totals correct, but now we're back
Solved.
underway.
Everything's fine.
Justin with land number 5, and he's got a fairly defensive hand with double explosive derailment and then the prickly pear to add something to the board.
Well, go ahead. You should go.
Yeah.
He passed?
This event is happening in
Surprised he didn't
Seattle.
just run out the prickly pear here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Justin is overly worried about from Kane's deck in this spot to want to leave up explosive derailment. It does feel like you as the aggressor should be taking the more active route here.
This is not a skill tour, it is a luck tour.
So that's another drain.
Someone
so a
needs to
little bit
get
of a
good.
flurry of activity on the end there. Ultimately,
Poor baby
it
didn't
is
have a
gonna
good
leave
arena
just a
experience
mercenary
this
left
morning.
behind for Kane, but another
It's
trigger
okay.
from
We all have to bad
Justin
arena day.
as on the way out there, down to 11 falls Kane.
And notably, even though the bandit is dead, it is mana neutral for the Hollow Marauder because a creature in the yard does reduce its cost again. So now it's a 5 mana creature. So Kane is still in the same spot where they do need to find a land. Finding one of the blue cards in their deck, they are a 4-color deck, not where you really want to be in that spot. And this is the big issue from Justin's deck, is he can always rebuild.
And that's what he's going to do here. Double spell turn. That's always nice. Prickly Pear. And another Raven as well.
I think maybe one reason Justin didn't go with the Prickly Pear last turn is his deck is, you know, winding down, not fully. There's still a lot of cards. But there's 3 copies of Vial Smasher. Maybe thinking if I can wait a turn, hold up this removal spell,
That's
maybe kill this creature to
literally
take
what
you
I
off
sound
of
like
blue
when
in your
things aren't
4-color
going my
deck.
way.
And I untap
Yeah,
and
I know.
draw
I'm one
Vial
of you
Smasher
guys.
and go Vial Smasher, Prickly Pear to you.
Oh.
That is how you get a bit more value out of your cards, and maybe that's the dream that he sort of tried to set up for as a numbers game.
He also did get that last trigger from the prior Raven by doing it this way. These are small edges, but they do add up quickly. And it looks like Justin's going to use up his last removal spell, that Derailment.
That was a binding negotiation from Kane. I think that took the Derailment out
You're
of Justin's
right.
hand. He's saying, hey, I have 1 card isolated, I'm going to get rid of it.
What did he find here?
That's Consume the Ashes.
Okay.
And that's pretty big because it's a removal spell clearing off the way and dealing a crime, committing a crime, excuse me. But also, because there isn't a target for this Varmint to get sacrificed to, that creature is exiled. The Hollow Marauder in hand still costs 5. So Kane is still in the same position where they need to draw a land off the top.
That Hollow Marauder would be nice.
Yeah,
Why
Surveil
don't I
2
try to
in the
qualify?
bin.
I don't really want to.
2 lands go away. And then the
It's
team
hard.
comes in. And this is a big turn here
Not very
for
fun.
Reinhardt. They need
at
to
least for
find
me.
a land at least to get that Marauder down, but any type of decent blocker, something would go a long way.
Yeah, is that a land?
The man,
is.
Oh, it is.
That
And
is
it
blue.
happens to be blue as well. There's Intimidation Campaign in hand. That feels like a little too slow at this point, though. The Hollow Marauder gets you a nice 4/2 flyer and get you a card as well in this particular scenario.
The unfortunate part is the Marauder will have to trade with the Raven if Justin opts to use that Mercenary to buff it. You're
sure.
not really shutting down the board. So Justin can continue pressuring. Yes, Kane picked up an extra card off the Marauder.
Oh, and right off the top, boy, that Surveil 2 really worked out well for Justin.
Raven trigger.
He finds a Consuming Ashes of his own. That is going to send another Hollow Marauder away, and we're in chump block or trade and barely survive territory. I have to
This
say, though,
isn't
those
spectator
triggers,
friendly?
oh, it looks like
I
he
find this
actually
really
bumped.
easy to watch.
Kane went to block, and Justin's like, no, this target is the Raven. Let me
Right.
move this to the side here. You don't have a block there.
This is a
What's wrong with
non-lethal
this?
attack, but Kane Reinhardt facing down.
I don't see anything wrong.
Defeat next turn if they can't find something to help stabilize.
You need to go watch
Intimidation
some
Campaign,
2005
really
Worlds
great
coverage.
card when you're in the driver's seat. In this spot, really rough.
Too slow, doesn't affect the board.
Yeah. Now, if Kane is able to go Patient Naturalist here,
Looks like
find
it
a
might be
land.
Bandits Hall into Naturalist.
I think it needs to be Naturalist into Campaign. I don't think you can afford to play this Hall. I
Yeah.
think you need to hit the land into the Campaign. Okay.
And there
All
it
right.
is.
Step
Seeing
1.
hands
you
is
have
hard.
a 2/3, and you have Campaign potentially going.
Okay.
There's a lot more steps to this plan.
A lot of things need to go well here for Kane, but this
Yeah,
is the
campaign!
sequence that starts it.
Yeah.
Very intimidating. Very intimidating.
Card
Let's
back up
do
to
it.
4. Justin's back down to 20. Pass the turn back. Something good off the top could do it here for Justin.
Hall is basically a blank card here. And Justin has Kane back down to 3 with that Mercenary. So 1 crime, if Kane can't do anything here, will get the job done.
I'll
Kane has
admit that watching
Outcaster
Paper
Trailblazer,
Magic coverage is an
early
acquired
pick.
taste, but it is a taste I have. I'm sure some of
again,
you are the same.
Not quite what is needed.
Bandits Hall. Sure.
Yeah, Bandits Hall. And the
Trailblazer.
Trailblazer.
I believe should have done that in the other order, but it's not going to matter here.
I think
Maybe
Kane may
considering
be
plotting
saying the
this,
same thing.
but yeah. It's not like they have anything, but you know, you get to represent an extra mana. It's one of those things where it's like, doesn't matter, but technically correct play.
And it is actually going to get plotted here.
Okay.
So a
I
trigger.
would also prefer watching
trigger
standard,
would
which
be
is why
game
I don't
number
have a
one.
ton to say right now.
And there it
But we'll
is.
get there.
Wow, that's actually 2 damage worth.
There it
okay,
is.
and there we go.
Somebody
Game number
won.
1 goes to Justin Warden. And I got to say, that wasn't even the good part of his deck.
No. We
Like,
did not see a
those
single
were the
Vial Smasher
normal
that
cards.
game.
No Vial Smashers, no Karavek,
no Gisa.
No Gisa. If those are the ones that start hitting, it's going to be way worse for
But
Kane Reinhardt.
This game looks like a mulligan to 5 for Justin.
So we have an actual game.
It says opening has 6, so maybe
Okay.
we missed a bit of information here, but we see 5 cards. There's a Vial Smasher, there's a Prickly Pear, that's the Dream Curve, but none of the removal spells that we saw Justin put to such great use the previous game to clear off the way for those attacks. I think a big part of this game plan from Justin's deck is get some creatures down, you start getting these pings in, use those removal spells for a few turns of attacks for 4 or
30% Esper. Whee! It's going to be an Esper show just like the last 3 years. You have any recommendations for a 5th edition player looking to get into Arena? I mean, I don't know what you like. So it's kind of hard to say. Like, I don't know if you like aggro or whatever.
Now, as you imagine, this is nice to have an extra.
I would say watch the videos and look for something that looks like it's your speed. If you're a blue-white control mage like me, I would grab something like that. I don't like drafts. No, drafts ain't my jam. I mean, rounds until standard. After this one, this is the last. There will probably be a bonus match. There usually is, depending how long this goes. This particular match we're watching, and then it should be standard time. Honestly, I have to recommend Mono Red right now. Mono Red is like Slick Shot Show Off is a fun card. I can't deny it. I can't deny it anymore.
Kane saying, I'm not the aggressor, I can't afford.
And some
to
people
play
like
around that."
Boros. I bet my wife would like Boros.
There it is.
The muscle.
The muscle's back on the board again. Thanks to that treasure token that Kane had, they are able to cast the overzealous muscle.
The muscle.
And it is the biggest thing on the battlefield. Raven.
And I think that's a Desperate Bloodseeker. Probably
You're right.
target Kane. Ooh, no.
Look at me.
Going to give up the crime.
Was that Karavek there?
Karavek and another Raven go to the graveyard. Filling up your graveyard for Karavek, great. And
But
obviously,
not with Karavek.
your
Helps to know the
opponent
cards, but if you
having
don't know the
Column
cards,
Marauder
are
in
you
their
really
deck,
invested
it
in the
does
game
incentivize
enough
you
that you're
not to
watching a
know them to put
PT?
creatures in the graveyard, but of course,
Look, there's no
with the
sign on the
Raven
door.
committing a crime
If
has
any
value
of
to
this
it.
isn't
So
appealing to
Justin playing a
anybody at
numbers
any
game,
time, they can
not
leave,
the best
but
skill
they
on
can also
yourself, but
stay.
That is how things go.
I watch Hearthstone Championships. I don't know what's happening. I just like the esports feel. I like the vibe. I like the way they do their stage. I've been watching the 2014, the very first Hearthstone World Championship event for a while.
That's true.
Like that's been my go-to-bed thing for the last like 2 weeks. Love it.
Now there's
And I
really
barely know what's going on.
And so Justin's just going to have to take
Don't
it
try
down.
to solve everything for everybody.
Look, the muscle does
People will
more or
literally
less one
do
thing.
things
It
for
does
their own
pretty well.
reasons that you don't have to understand. It's fine.
Notably, still no crime committed. Another copy of Vault Plunderer in Justin's hand. And one breaking news
Because
card,
I
but
can't
get
stand
a good
Twitch.
look at
Yep,
which
I don't know why you don't
is,
like Twitch.
unfortunately.
Not my
This is
business.
one of
It's
those
fine.
positions where
I
chaining
get it.
vault plunderers together just helps build out your board and gets you closer to those really powerful bombs that Justin has access to. One
How
of
long
them
have I been
happens to
playing
be in the
MTG?
graveyard, but the rest aren't.
27, 28 years? I haven't done the math lately.
There's land number 6 now.
God, it's close to 30 years.
And the Hollow Marauder
I think
hits
it's like
now.
29 years.
It's gonna hit a vault plunderer.
Did you ever mess with Judith?
Crime committed.
Look, you're gonna have to talk to Judith about that.
Kane
I
has an
don't.
attack here.
I
It
don't share
wouldn't
these
trade
things
off, but the
on the
question
internet.
is, can you afford to have this chumped and then have a big
Hey,
attack
Titan
back
Lord,
the
welcome.
other way? second Raven into Desert Stew.
My first expansion was the Dark.
Ah, the Hearse, Marshall.
Oh, that's what it is.
At least that was the first expansion I saw on shelves in a store.
Repeatable crimes.
That's right. Tap to commit a crime. It's a little too late for the Hollow Marauder stuff, but that's just not the stage of the game that we're at. Hollow Marauder was nice there, by the way. Got a spell out of Justin's hand and Drew Kane.
Which MTG card is Yogg?
Yeah, the Hearse is a great
God,
way
what
to
I'd
commit
give
crimes.
for a Yogg.
Unfortunately, Justin tried to go for one of your cards and one of my cards in order
Guys,
to
which
be able to
MTG
have
card is
repeatable
Yogg?
uses of it, because right now Kane's graveyard is empty, but it is a single graveyard. So had to exile both cards from Kane's graveyard, and that means unless something dies, which Justin has a way to kill something, there is
I
no
want
way
to say
to
like Mizzix's Mastery or Underworld Breach. It's not Mesa
scary.
Falcon, that I'm sure of.
Yeah, you see those two Ravens sitting there just dying to chip away at Kane's life total, especially if that Hearse can keep going.
Arcane Bombardment's
Raven,
not
one of my favorite
bad.
commons in the set. Really unassuming, does a lot of work.
I like that one.
It's certainly well built around here. Yeah, that is out of the sideboard for Justin. That's a sweet sideboard option.
You think Justin is playing awful by not attacking?
Fake Your Own Death, Clear Shot, hand.
He's made a misplay every turn.
I believe that's the
Oh,
second
Brandon.
copy of Fake Your
We
Own
got.
Death.
I didn't
So
realize we had a
Kane
pro
really
in
using
here
their sideboard well
critiquing
here.
pros. Yeah. Yeah.
Anticipating.
Yeah, tell us more. Tell us more.
Fake Your Own Death, excellent on Hollow Marauder, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I really don't
When
know
Justin
much that goes on
for
with
this
draft
Desert Stew
personally. I'm just
on
like,
his
yay,
turn,
game is
Kane
happening.
has every
Game is
blowout
happening. Let's get to
available them.
standard.
Yeah,
I
the
love
Marauder
standard.
dies. Like it is easy to kill. It's easy to target. It is often dead.
I
So what's
mean,
going on here?
attacking
The
with
Ravens
flyers
are
when the
in.
opponent has no flying
believe the
creatures.
mercenary buffed
I
one
don't
of
see
the
a
Ravens.
misplay.
Now they're
I
getting
gotta
it.
be honest.
Justin, Kane probably considering Clear Shot here. I would assume targeting the 2-power Raven.
Taking a look at.
How do
Clear
people
Shot
shuffle
there.
in Commander? Carefully.
Excellent.
Or you could be
card.
like my wife and just tell her husband to shuffle.
It's been printed.
Great art. Of course, you do want to do it using the muscle. And
Using
And
the
this is
muscle.
so brutal. This is consuming ashes, and this is the argument against.
and 2 crimes.
Fake Your Own Death.
Yeah, can't fake your own death there. So 2 crimes committed. That's the double drain. Clear Shot goes to the graveyard. So on Kane's turn, Justin can use the Hearse, exile that. That's another 2 crimes, another 2 drain. This is... Things just got really bad.
That Consuming Ashes was exactly what Kane needed, Justin.
As a Hearthstone player, watching a tournament where players
And it was
bring
off the
one
top
deck is
when you're
strange.
Justin's hand
Yeah,
was the
I'm
Desert
getting
Stew.
used to that.
Really
I
unfortunate.
love
Kane needs a
that
second
Hearthstone
blast to
players
cast
get to have more than
the
one deck at a
unfortunate accident
tournament.
as a removal
I'm
spell.
jealous of
Doesn't
that.
look like they have that. That's awkward. Has Fake Your Own Death still. And, okay, Justin missing the crime at the end of Kane's turn.
Oh,
That's
okay.
big.
Okay.
That's 2 damage for free that just got missed. And in a game of this close margins, that is huge.
That
Kane would have been
is.
at 3 here.
Now we see
Yeah?
2 triggers from crimes
Can
plus
Kane
the bristling
steal
backwards
it?
trigger, so that's 3
With
damage down
Justin
to
making
5.
some oopsies.
Okay,
Is
so
there any way out here?
if Kane makes a mercenary with unfortunate accident, they can go block your Vault Plunderer, block the 2-power Raven, take 3 down to 2, and then
And buy it back with fake?
on their turn, no, you
Oh,
can't
wow.
cast the fake. You don't have enough black.
Unfortunate
mana.
accident's a
Make the
banger,
mercenary
huh?
survive. So you lose both of your creatures, and you're down to 1 with the Hearse on your upkeep, assuming Justin sees it. So they can survive by making a mercenary, but that Desert Stew is still there. So as soon as Kane uses this to make the blocker, I think Justin will just Desert Stew and close out the game.
This has been really interesting because we've seen Justin be more or less in control of each of these games. These Ravens have been really annoying for Kane Reinhardt. But the funny part is that Justin has a whole other part of his library that's even more powerful.
Yes.
That does even more, and we didn't even get to see it.
Yeah, Justin milled his own Karak this game.
Mhm.
Never drawn his Gisa. And, you know, in the average format, Gisa probably
Oh,
a top
only one
5
Black
rare
Source.
in that format. So
Can't
completely
strive.
ridiculous card.
Agreed.
In this
Had to
format,
make the
you know, probably top
mercenary.
20.
Interesting.
The power level's a bit higher here on Thunder Junction. We've got a lot of outlaws and rebels and villains making their homestead known here.
And making themselves known.
Yeah. Not only Justin letting Kayn
People
go to
still
blocks
play
with this
Hearthstone
Desert
more than you'd
Stew,
think.
Not opting to close out the game here.
I'm actually really enjoying like getting into classic Hearthstone coverage in a way. And as long as I'm playing the tutorial, nobody judges me for running really old bad mage cards.
3, right?
Kayn is a 2.
Oh, Kayn is at 2, but only 1 Raven left.
Only 1 Raven left, so with the Desert Stew and the Hearse, or with just the Hearse, Kayn does need to get this Raven off the board, and I don't see a way to do it.
Yeah, and that's really the key.
Yeah. I think Kayn will have to go Geralf here, Binding Negotiation you, and the Raven remains alive, and the game ends as long as Justin remembers to use the Hearse.
Pressure on to use the Hearse.
I will exile 2 cards from your yard. Creature and
The Hearse is used.
So there's 1 trigger down to 1, and that's going to do
Fist
it.
bump. Game.
Justin Warden in impressive fashion. I have to say, that deck was excellent. That was the best deck that you and I had a chance to see easily.
That's the best deck we've seen across multiple pods
Marshall
so far.
Sutcliffe
And,
from
you know, it's
Limited
gotta be
Resources.
said,
Mani
first Pro Tour,
Devuti has been casting for a
already
few
incredible
years now.
accomplishment, But to sit down in a pod of that caliber with those players, you know what? Play really well. 1 missed unlicensed
Which
Hearse
deck do you
activation
think will
on an
take
end
the
step.
standard
Other than that,
segment?
incredible play
I don't know.
from Justin. Really just
hopefully not Esper.
measured. And
Root
if you're
against
playing like
Esper.
that in your first draft,
Because
in
there's
your
too
first
much
Pro
of it.
Tour,
And it's been winning for 3 years.
promising.
It's a good place to start, and Justin ultimately wins what is a very difficult pod.
I would
We're
pay
gonna
to
take
watch
a short
Day9
break, but
cast a
when we
Magic
come back,
tournament. You should watch
we'll
the
have
Mythic
more
Invitational.
limited action.
He
here
did
from
it.
Pro
He
Tour
did that thing once.
Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Don't go anywhere.
Although I think he was hosting it. I don't know if it's not the same, so I don't know if that counts. You want me to play Obeka in Brawl? I'll play Brawl again sometime. We're gonna let the Pro Tour happen. We're gonna play the sweet Pro Tour decks, and then we'll probably settle into a few months of Brawl. We got all summer to play this Brawl format. Although, of course, Modern Horizons 3 will be on Arena, and that will mostly be a Brawl affecting set. So we'll probably do a lot of Brawl this summer. Probably. Endless Brawl this summer. I think I finished my Pantlaza deck. Jim is 2-0. Hallelujah. Let's go, Jim. In fact, in Jim's honor. Brawl should be unranked? Probably not. Probably not. I would love ranked Brawl. I think as soon as it's on a ladder, Wizards is actually going to try to manage it, and I think they would hurt it more than help it if their, kind of history is evidence. They really don't understand, I think, how to manage a Brawl format in a healthy way. How do you become pro? Win and never stop winning. No problem. Are you on CoolStuffInc.com? Because you're cool. Yes, I am. Use promo code CGB for a discount. There are too many forfeits.
Here at
Yeah,
Pro
get
Tour
over
Thunder
it.
Junction, Marshall Sutcliffe with
Go.
Mani Devuti.
Like,
Thank you so much for joining us
so you
here
didn't get to win
in
long enough. Just go
Seattle,
play a different
Washington.
game. You'll eventually
We
find a
are,
game where
wrapping
winning
up
isn't
our
landslide one
draft
way or another,
coverage here
and
on
just
day
try to
number one.
focus
We're in
on
the
those
third
games.
round, so we're kind of deciding pods here. This is where the two
It's a
2-0
very-
players from the 8-player pod meet in the finals.
The cards
and
that are
each
busted are
8-player
really
pod
busted,
produces
so the
one
people who draw more of those are
getting to see
usually
those
so
here. We
far
just
ahead, it's
watched,
not worth playing the
our
game out.
main feature pod, but we've got multiple feature pods this time, including Nathan Stoyer versus Muhan Yu here from their pod, and they are meeting up once again at 2 0. Now, we did get a
They
chance
can't
to see
manage a
Nathan
standard
little earlier
format.
today.
A lot of people like the
And,
standard format,
take a look
but
at Nathan there.
I am not as much
What
of
was
a
his
fan.
deck
But
like,
that's of
Monty?
course my best of
colors.
3
4-ish colors.
ness coming out.
Yeah.
Two color base.
I don't like.
Yeah.
I like a format with a good best of 1 that rotates sometimes. That would make me happy. But this is still. I'm very excited that we have
And
a
another
quick
part of power that we didn't see from his deck
a
in that
set
first feature
release
match,
Pro Tour
2
again.
copies
So
of
I'm happy to do a
Centaurus
watch
in
party for it.
So
I'm still
definitely
pretty.
some powerful
I'm trying to
res to his
be
name.
enthusiastic.
On the other side, for you, it looks like he's on Grixis.
He's on Dimir, I think.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah, I believe there is a slight red splash. There's at least
Ah.
1 copy of Hypothesizal in the deck.
Okay.
But it is a very light splash. It's off of just 2 Jagged Barons.
Okay.
Yep.
So he's looking to go long game here.
Is there a deck that your friends play against you that you wish you could have played? Most of them.
He's got Vault Plunder to
Fun
kick
fact
things
is,
off.
around set release, I do build a lot of
All right,
the
Marshall,
decks,
here's a card that I
but
haven't
then
seen
other people
played
play
that
them.
much in this format. Tell me what you think about it. Nexus of Becoming.
Are we going to see that here?
It is in Muhan's deck.
I'm interested.
Yeah? Are you buying what it's selling?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Anytime I get to draw
How
an
do you
extra
do
card a turn, I'm
Dimir? I
purchasing.
mean, I suppose
alright.
pick good blue and
Look,
black
in a
cards.
matchup like this one,
See
where
what
Nathan
happens.
is
2-0
also a
in Dimir.
creature,
Must
bigger
have some
deck,
bangers.
I think it could be good.
I would call Nexus a very
My favorite Dimir limited deck ever.
Yeah.
What was the format? I believe March of the Machine. This is in recent memory. There's probably an older one I can't remember, but I believe I did a March of the Machine pre-release. That was the one that had a decent mill sub-theme. And I just took all of the removal cards and all of the cards that incidentally milled, and I played a 50-card deck. And just, I didn't lose a single game.
With the token.
I just killed everything they played and ran them out of cards. I had like maybe 8 creatures in it, like no win cons.
Sawyer went for a block there with
Still
Rictus
very
Robber
proud of myself.
his, and Muhan, you had to take the fall to just immediately end the game. I keep both my creatures, you lose your only creature, I develop 2 more, and that's all she wrote.
That was an absolute beating. Wow.
Oh,
Muhan
God,
Yu
that
picks
game
up game
ended.
number 1 in short order. We're going to head into game number 2 here. You can see both players starting with 7 cards in hand.
I guess it's Dimir aggro.
That was pretty impressive, and Muhan Yu, a player we have seen before, continues to put up great results, and 2-0 in this pod. A very stacked pod, by the way. One of our 4 feature pods, so not our main feature. And up against Nathan Stoyer, one of the best in the world. Up a game.
Yeah, Muhan Yu, somebody I definitely have my eye on here as an up-and-comer.
1 damage.
Thank you.
Your turn.
You can see the Servant of the Stinger there.
90.
Definitely a slower start here from you. Not the aggression that we saw in the previous game, and not the aggression you typically expect from Dimir decks.
Similar start here for Nathan Stoyer with the Rictus Robber getting plotted a turn early. Land number 3 now for you. Last turn, it was a likely freshly drawn desert there. And now we get to see what the first real play of the game is here for you.
Hearthstone needs a survey prompt at the end of the game. Yeah, I love being able to just smile when my opponents die and cry when I lose. It's so cathartic.
This is getting interesting. Both players kind of a little cagey about how they want to go about things. Nothing, I think we're going to see some explosive turns down the line.
And that's an interesting one to plot as well in the current situation where you have nothing in your graveyard. I wonder if I missaw the Geyser Drake in Yu's hand, because it would be a tough ask, in my opinion, to play this here unless Yu's plan is to just not present a creature for Nathan to be able to remove and go Rictus Robber. Let's say that sort of turn would be too much for me to come back from, so I'm going to keep my board clear in this spot for that reason.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, you know, if Muhan takes a hit, it's 1.
Yep.
You can live with that.
Yeah. It's definitely
that is the kind of hit you can come back from.
And did you see that? That was a long tank there from Stoyer, who finally just said, fine. Fine.
You got
me. My Rictus Robber.
Part of the reason
I mean, that was only a 3-mana Robber and no land drop there.
Stoyer doesn't have a 4th land.
Right.
I think if you were developing, if you were getting ahead, you wouldn't feel forced to play the Robber in that spot. But when you start missing land drops, okay, I need to close out this game.
So is there a way, though, going forward here for Muhan to take advantage of the lockpicker? Looks like it's going to be nothing, and then go
Stop cold. Pew.
Stop it cold. You don't want to get Phantom Interference on your turn.
Right.
So,
and this is why the upkeep happened. Now, the Phantom Interference does happen, but that's going to take out effectively all of Nathan Stoyer's mana for the turn.
All right, getting a better look at Muhan's hand. I believe there is a Phantom Interference of his own there, along with a breaking news card that I can't quite make out, 2 lands, and I think that Geyser Drake that I saw initially.
Okay.
Trigger.
This is a decent attack for 5.
And Crime has been committed, so Nathan can go Demonic Tutor for a land, for example, here, if he wants to.
We were probably about
develop,
half an hour
given
from
the
standard,
situation that
maybe
he's in.
more.
Yeah,
it might be like a
faced
break.
with missing yet another land drop,
We'll see.
you would feel that that's probably the only option.
It looks like he's considering a Stop Cold, which makes me think he's found the land and he just hasn't played it yet.
Which is also, of course, possible here.
Right. Stop Cold and Consume the Ashes among the cards pulled to the front here that he is considering.
And this is a tough decision here for Story. You see he goes through his whole library, pulls a couple of cards to the front, then goes back to his hand to consult that to see what is it that I need? How does this game play out over the next turns? What can I make of the lockpicker over there? Is it going to be an issue for me, or is it something I don't need to worry about? Oh, I didn't see quite what Nathan grabbed there. Also interesting to not play the land first, to not let Muhan know whether you did actually search up a land or not. Okay, it's going to be the Newt, it looks like.
Okay.
Land Newt.
Not the best graveyard in terms of flashback value for the Newt.
Muhan's going to take a quick look. Archmage's Newt is a weird card.
Yeah.
Requires kind of many different things to come together, but if they do, it is very powerful.
The effect is incredibly powerful. The saddle cost is incredibly high because it needs to be.
And it's just a 2/2.
Right.
Like there's no flying, there's no
Good
evasion.
luck with the kids' football
But
game.
we
Try
have
not
seen
to
it
yell
get
at the
through already
refs.
today, and
It's
if
an
it
ongoing
does,
challenge
free
for
spells
me.
out of the yard add up really, really quickly.
Really quickly.
We're so close to 200,000
There's your
subscribers.
Drake.
Is that true?
Phantom Interference
Haven't looked
in
today.
hand for Muhan means that should Nathan go
Might
for
hit it live this
example,
weekend
that
if I was
Stop
really
Cold or
lucky.
Consuming Ashes that
We're
he
about
was considering committing
1,500
for.
away.
Muhan has the
Still
counter
out of
spot
range,
here
I'd say.
to keep this Drake alive.
Good news for Nathan Stoyer is that the big 4/3 gets to keep smashing, as the Geyser Drake isn't going to be able to do anything about that.
Is that a repulse?
That's
Bam,
a castable
repulse.
repulse as well.
God, that card is
Castable repulse
mean.
thanks to Geyser Drake.
This is going to be end step here for Muhan Yu. Nathan Stoyer's end step, I should say. And repulse is going to send the Rictus Robber right back into hand and get a card there for you.
Marshall, imagine a card if you would. 2 and a blue. Return target creature to its owner's hand. Draw a card on a 2/3 body. Is that... What kind of effect would you say that resembles?
Ugh.
It reminds me of my favorite kind of effect.
Oh, yeah?
A Mana War effect, if you
My
will.
favorite kind
now
of
with
effect.
this lockpicker and that repulse, we've got built your own Mana War going on over here for Muhan.
We
Should
did
go
it.
for it.
And you get a card out of it, too?
That's just value.
There's a Daring Thunder Thief on what I presume is end step here for Stoyer.
Yeah, we're countering that one. Make a 2/2.
And going to get the 2/2 also.
Yeah, this is... You don't love bouncing a Rictus Robber in that spot.
Right.
But Nathan's mana is pretty accounted for here. So when he's missing land drops and he's potentially tutoring for a land, Muhan doesn't know if that servant went and got a spell or a land.
Right.
So if Nathan's tutoring for a land, forcing him to
Yes, we'll
block
have
for another
we'll
turn,
have plenty of
not
time to
develop,
roast
not
the
attack,
fact that the
or
pros
just play out a 4-mana
looked at all
4/3.
these new cards
Those
and
are
were
all
like,
good
yeah,
options
Esper
when you've got a
mid-range.
strong
We'll be able to
board
talk
cooking
about
here.
that for the next
And if
couple
Nathan
days.
just plays the 4/3 again, well, there's that Mana War effect coming out from Muhan, and that's a big tempo swing.
Yeah, I think that Muhan actively just wants that to be the case, and I think that Nathan knows that and is going to avoid. Back over to Muhan Yu after plot.
Players I'd like the Lions to pick during the draft. You know, you know what? I trust Dan Campbell. So, nope. I'm not worried about it.
At the scene now, just the Archmage's Newt across from him.
Detroit will be proud.
Once again, Muhan's going to take a look at the Newt. It is, again, a curious card. And it has the ability to kind of do nothing for a while, but if it can sneak through, it gets real ugly. And
yes,
you don't
Brad
want
Holmes
to leave
as well,
yourself down to
yes.
that. That's why the Geyser Drake is once again going to stay back. Even though Muhan has 4 power in the air and could start just slamming, he's going to play it conservatively here.
And that is a good card to slam here. Marauding Sphinx coming down. The Newt is exactly what you said. It's unassuming, but it has the potential to turn a game around like that. So you have to be aware of it at all costs. You have to respect it, which is a lot of value to be gained from a 2-mana 2-drop blue card. Is your opponent respecting it this much going late into the game?
Is it delusional to
That is
hope
a card
Esper
that is pretty
mid-range will
good.
underperform?
The Jin of Fool's
Probably
Fall there also just looming in the plot zone means...
The problem with Esper is, even when it's not the best pick, it's a safe pick, and the best players always pick it. So, unless it's specifically underpowered, it almost always overperforms based on who is playing it, too.
That's clean. A 1-4, a 4-4, a 4-3 flyer. All hit the board this turn for Stoyer.
Ripe for the mana warring. Draw a card,
Yeah,
commit a crime, surveil twice. You know.
They're not going to necessarily stick around for very long. But
yeah, but they're all there. They're all
board.
part of the party. I think what's interesting is how aggressive Muhan sees himself in the spot. The value play is bounce
Yeah,
the
if
zombie
anybody
token.
missed the news, Esper's the most played deck by a significant amount, over 30% of meta. So yeah.
If Nathan doesn't hit a 5th land, he might just have to plot that again and not even play it.
Was
That's
Nathan
2
able to
turns with
draft
no
himself?
flying
There should be a
blockers, and you
rule
get it
about
for
that.
5.
He should be allowed
So
to.
Muhan could ignore the
Change.org.
zombie if he feels like
Start a
his
petition.
hand plus his board make up the more aggressive play style for the rest of this game. But if he thinks this game is going to continue going on, you might just want to bounce the zombie and say, I want you to permanently not have this. That's a resource gone. I'll take my bajillion for 1. Let's move on.
A bajillion for
and you can see the
1?
life totals are going to play into that as
awesome.
well. Muhan is behind on
What a
life
deal.
at 9.
Hypothesis.
That's Hypothesis there for Muhan. So we can dig up.
I believe he hasn't played a land this turn, so if he can still go land, he can still go Lockpicker plus Repulse as well.
And you see he does actually discard a non-land card. That's going to be 4 damage wherever he'd like. As it turns out, it's a Jin of Fool's Fall that's going to take the hit. And there is that land drop that you mentioned, Monty.
And Marshall, unless I'm seeing double, I think there's a second Lockpicker in Muhan's hand for that Hypothesis potentially next turn. This is getting out of hand.
This definitely is. And you were right. That is a second Slick Shot Lockpicker. That one has been sitting there since turn 3.
The threat of it is honestly more valuable here.
Are you
than
saying
the
it's
actual
about the
effect from Muhan.
implication?
The fact
Is that
that
what you're saying,
whatever
Monty?
Nathan does has to play into the consideration of a Hypothesis, of a Repulse in the graveyard. It's just a lot of value.
4-4 is going to come in, and Muhan has to make a decision whether to block with his 5 toughness Sphinx, but he's decided against it.
Yeah.
He wants to maintain his threat. He does fall down to 5, though.
He does fall down to 5, but Nathan is not in the combination where you're going to get burst out of nowhere.
Esper is
most of the
just a
time.
really safe pick,
You need
man.
to see red.
Yeah.
Good players, you can
And
have game
Nathan
against
has a little
anything.
red. Muhan knows Nathan has a little red. But the cards that Muhan has seen and knows from Nathan, they're not going to be doing the job of bursting him out of the game.
Upkeep.
Upkeep.
Muhan presenting the upkeep for Nathan. In case you want to do anything.
That's called professional courtesy.
Yeah. Look.
All right, let's see some fireworks here, Muhan. Going to start things off with 1 Slick Shot Lockpicker. And we're going to see, oh, God, I love Repulse. so good.
Marshall losing it over some repulse. I swear I've seen more repulse than any other
Professional
card
courtesy
today.
going both directions here, Nathan says. Go ahead and resolve those triggers, my friend.
That card used to
What do
be
we-
standard
two loan
legal.
sharks.
I
How do we feel
remember.
about two loan sharks, Marsh?
Oh, I like Muhan Yu's position here. Muhan's looking to be in great shape to take a 3-0 out of this very difficult pod.
Should be able to.
I wonder.
And we see consuming ashes there from Stoyer to stem the bleeding a little.
This might not be your type of deck in terms of what you would draft, but like, is there a more Marshall Sutcliffe deck in terms of the play patterns that we're seeing right now?
No, this is it. This is what I want. This is me, Muhan Yu. I am vicariously living this dream with you. And he's doing it, by the way, against like one of the best players going.
Yeah.
You know, like this isn't just, you know, I'm going to screenshot this on Arena and send it to my friends. Like this isn't the PT against Nathan Stoyer. And
Why not?
Muhan Yu is doing it all.
Yeah, a year ago, Pro Tour Mom, Nathan won that Pro Tour. He was the standard champion of the Pro Tour last year. So this is, you know, not the defending champion.
Right.
This is the title that he last got.
You're playing a guy who has a card with him on it in this set. Like,
Not bad.
He's the guy. He's the duelist.
Even better would be if
doing
you defeated him
Lone
with it.
sharks and lock pickers and repulses are getting flashed back, and it's got to feel good to be Muhan Yu right now.
I think Nathan's getting out of this game pretty soon. You see the, let me consider this card, and I feel like we're pretty close to a handshake now.
Yeah, this is a really tough one for Nathan because, you know, one thing to look at is just the land counts. Nathan has been unable to even consider double spelling, let alone deploying the
Time
things
to
that he wanted to
duel?
in a
Is that
timely
a
fashion.
Yu-Gi-Oh thing?
He was on
Is
4
that what
lands
they
for,
say?
up until last turn.
And I gotta
the
say,
ward like is really annoying. You know, these little things add up. What were you going to say, Monty?
I love how Muhan Yu plays. He just took out the Hypothesis and the Phantom Interference from his graveyard, put him beside the Lockpicker. He's like, I don't need to gain any value from hiding information. These are the cards that I could target. These are the relevant cards of my graveyard. We're just playing Magic. I just want to play Magic.
I like
if you're
it.
making decisions, keep these relevant cards in mind.
Not
You don't
hoping
need to
they
go to
don't see
any
the card.
extra effort.
Brilliant.
I will make the decision-making easy for you.
This is also, I think, it's a sign of respect on some ways of saying, you know, and I know, so let's just not.
Yeah. Let's focus on the Magic part of the game.
And that is going to do it.
Da-da,
Muhan
decent
Yu
handshake.
picks up
Not
the
the worst.
3-0 in
Bravo.
a tough pod, defeating Nathan Stoyer in impressive fashion. So
Nathan,
perfect start for
Nathan,
Muhan
you're gonna have to bounce
before we start
back.
to transition
That
over to
deck was
standard.
loaded.
Really
Making Demir
impressive
look
stuff from both
good.
players. Those were tight played games, and Nathan really no slouch getting a 2-1 out
You
of
ever
that
play
deck,
old
which
BattleTech? No.
4 colors is
Don't even really know what that is.
possible in this format.
Do you flip a table if you face mono red? I've played against mono red before. It's not about facing mono red that's frustrating. It's the losing to mono red that's frustrating.
Yep. And we've seen blue a little bit maligned.
You're gonna
in this
have to
format. It's in
rephrase
that
the
bottom,
question.
Couple of colors, but doing really well
Hmm.
there. We've got one more match to bring you here. We've got Alexander Hayne and Chris Ferber facing off against each other. And again, these are finals of their pod, just like.
Were you one of the Magic pros who went to poker? Nope. I watched a lot of it, but it was never my thing. Whoa! Whoa, hat.
Pro Tour.
He is pulling that off. That
yeah.
mustache and that hat.
No, it works. It definitely works.
Chris has the cool beard too. He like a little more effort on the accessories, and Chris could definitely be there as well.
Hat alert.
Chris, you know, a relatively newer name in terms of the pro scene compared to Alex, who
Yet
won
I
a pro
keep
tour
seeing
12
him in
years
these
ago.
limited finals.
He's really good at limited. This man keeps putting up 3-0s and 2-1s in these pro level limited events.
As you can see, we are in game number 2 between these two, playing it once again for their pod at 2-0. Taking a quick look at the deck list here to kind of get an idea of what's going on. I see swamps and mountains here for Ferber.
Alex is on a teamer deck, kind of. It's mostly green,
teamer?
but there are light splashes of blue
You
and
teamer dabble?
red for Hayne.
This is interesting because this is a sideboarded game, but I'm looking at Chris Ferber. This says swamps and mountains, right?
It sure does.
And you see what I see
Alexander
here?
Hayne won a
Two
Pro Tour
planes
playing
on
an
the
awful deck.
battlefield.
You
So we had a
take that back. You will not shame Blue White Miracles control that way.
Yeah,
Not in my house. That deck is the thing of gods.
2 copies of Thunder
And
Lasso
true
to
people
the
of
sideboard,
taste.
so-
You take
Yeah,
that back.
This is Chris saying that I've transformed my deck. This looks like a full transformative sideboard coming out from Chris Ferber.
Chris making the really difficult decision to play 2 copies of Lasso by Law. Okay, okay.
20.
Okay, an attack here from Hayne is going to knock Ferber back down to 20. Oh, but there's Pest Infestation.
Yeah.
This is when a card's really good in old formats or Vintage Cube or something like that, and it makes an appearance in Limited, there's a good chance that it's going to be great, and it is awesome. Even here, you know, scales well with the game, but anytime you can find a target for it and get the things, you feel like you're getting away with something.
It is very, very strong. You know, there are on these bonus
Why do they not
sheets
play on this cool
the
client they
sheet, for
created?
example,
Because they
there
don't
are
have
some cards that don't
spectator mode.
translate super well to this limited format, right? Reanimate, complete powerhouse, and cube, just fine in this format.
Oh, I
You know,
like it.
not a big bomb.
Come on, bring it up a little.
All right, okay, it's good,
Yeah.
but it's not, you know, that same level. Pest Infestation, it translates.
Yeah, it's interesting because Pest Infestation is so good that this is a very typical level of artifacts and enchantments that you see. It's not a pushed theme for any archetype or anything like that, yet you'll have a target often enough. It is a high value target, and also the hidden mode on Pest Infestation is you don't even need a target.
Correct. It is up to. So if you just need to make some creatures and there's no target, just make some pests. I think that's... Is that 3 copies of
There
Snakes
are
and Veil?
events where you can watch people
Alex's
play
hand?
Arena. They're called Arena
Yep.
Championships.
Triple.
They are not very well watched, and
Yeah,
I don't
he has
cover
3
them because
registered.
they're not as
2
fun
in
to
the main
watch.
deck. This is all 3 in the hand now.
Honestly, watching pros play Arena, I think you have the wrong idea of what it is, but you can go look this up on YouTube and check it out. It's not
With 3 Snakes
it's not what you think it is, probably. It's kind of like restreaming Discord.
Ferber, who passes the turn back to Hayne, and
It ain't what you're looking for.
a Beaver there. This is going to be very difficult.
Kind of
for Chris
salty
if he
today?
can't find
Nah.
something
I think this
quickly.
game's over.
I'm always a
Alex,
little
it looks like
salty.
he's content to just sit here behind his wall of snakeskin veils.
Yeah, Chris went for the Unscrupulous Contractor.
But nah, it's like all of the good competitive events are in person. Whether they're on paper or whether they're playing Arena, but they're in the same room with like the computers facing each other. That's where the real energy is. There's nothing good about watching people play over the internet. You think you want it, but you don't. Not really. There's no drama.
This is really tough now for
Alex,
Chris.
too clever.
This type of game feels really bad. When you have no board presence and your opponent is just passing with
No
5
board
cards
presence.
in hand,
Disrespect to the
you know they have
interrupter.
something.
Totally. And Alex does. I mean, he drew that
Right.
Beaver he could have cast, but he's just too smart. He knows.
Right.
Okay, this is that Homestead again. The mobile Homestead actually kind of starting to get there. Another missed land drop here from Hayne. He's got an absolutely stacked hand. Now, does he want to
You guys
leave
like watching me and
the-
Croaky's
the
rumble
veil
up on Arena because we're entertainers.
He'd like to resolve
Competitive players aren't entertainers, and they're not trying to entertain. The experience you get out of the situation is so different. But, you know,
Chris goes
the numbers like speak for themselves. You can look up the numbers, the views, and things like that if you want to go deeper.
Maybe happy to take the trade. I think Alex drew Railway Brawler that turn. Another one of the best cards in the format. You know, it's arguable whether Bonnie Paul or Railway Brawler is better.
Yep.
But, yeah, Alex has a lot of tools to work with here.
Okay, so Alex says, sure. We'll get that Homestead out of here. Also, with somebody missing land drops, it's nice to get the Homestead off the battlefield.
Oh, definitely.
Let's see what Alex wants to do, though. Is it time to deploy? He does have a board advantage on some level, and also is pressuring the mana of Chris Ferber quite strongly here.
Yeah.
And he's actually going to go for plot on his big bomb.
Yeah, you don't need to leave up mana to protect pests, but I think one thing that Alex has seen from Chris's deck, there's a lot of removal in this deck. There's 3 copies of Desert Stew.
Oh,
if Chris
yeah.
starts deploying those, if Chris finds a desert as a land, then that could really snowball out of control. So Alex says, okay, you can remove these pests, but you're not getting my Railroad Brawler until I have Snakeskin Veil up.
That's probably going to do it, right? It's hard to imagine that the game can continue for very long with the Brawler out that has double insurance policy against it.
Yeah, and that's one of the really cool things that the plot mechanic lets you do, and why I think a lot of high-level Magic players connect with this kind of set and this type of gameplay, is it gives you a lot of agency to make these plays, and you feel much safer being able to have this many options in your gameplay.
You have something equivalent to StarCraft commentators in MTG. I don't know what that
notably,
means.
Because the
You mean people who
Interrupter is
do
in
it all
play,
the
it does
time
still
or
cost
used to
2
be
to cast
pros?
the Brawler from Exile, even though
If
it
you
was
watch the
spotted
pro
and
coverage
not
for Magic,
exiled to
the group doing the
Interrupter.
commentary is, doesn't change very often. Like you see them at most of the events. So maybe that's what you
He can't
mean.
even cast all 3 of his Snakeskin Veils. this
Unlucky.
turn. Like,
just bad beats.
Should have played around it, I guess. There's no sweeper for Ferber, right? Like,
Not that I saw. I think he has the second Thunder Lasso in hand.
he doesn't have it.
So maybe he tries to get aggressive here. Go for Thunder Lasso, tap down your Brawler.
I was looking for a final showdown, but it is not to be found in his
Decks
list.
are live on Melee. That must mean it's after 5 p.m. Yep. Okay.
One of the other best cards in the set. There
Deck lists
are
are
many.
out,
You
probably.
may have heard Monty and I mention that term multiple times today. And if you think that we're being too nice on those cards, go look them up. You'll agree. You'll be like, wait, no, that is really great.
Check out the set. It's really fun.
It is sweet.
We have a deck list article,
I think
perhaps?
Chris is about to lose the game.
Doesn't look
I
like
think
it.
he has to go for Thunder Lasso, tap your creature, get in. And I think with the Brawler having reach and Hane going Snakeskin Veil, it's going to just completely end the game on the spot.
Not yet.
I say no, and I think Chris concedes.
Yeah, and Chris knew. I mean, you know, everybody here watching should know that Chris was not surprised by this. He probably is even thinking about the second copy, well, maybe not the third,
They
but
should
at least
put a
the
giant
second copy
crossbow on the card
of
now.
it
That should be
as
a
well.
rule for reach.
He played to his outs.
Yes.
He's like,
this was a situation that he felt forced into. He said to himself, if this works, this gives me a chance to actually win the game. I don't think it'll work, but if I sit here, I'm going to lose to this Brawler anyway.
a small chance. These are the cards in my hand. I'm going to try to win the game because this is the Pro Tour. It's probably not going to work. I will probably lose the game, and that's the line available for me.
And I'll tell you, that's the sign of a very, very good player that knows when they need to make what they would normally consider a bad play, and they have to do it anyway. And that's what happened here. Alexander Hane, 3-0 in his pod
did it
as
again.
well. So he picks up the victory to put a capper
The Hane
on our
train.
draft
Woo-hoo.
coverage here, at least for day number 1, of course. So we will be back. Like,
Yeehaw, partner.
you know, that suits you too. I don't get it. Why does everybody look so cool in these
That
cowboy
is a
hats
hat.
running around?
That is happening.
I guess it's just what,
Jim
like,
3-0
what
draft?
it's like
Hell yeah.
at the Thunder Junction.
Let's go, Jim.
Alexander Hane, he put on his cowboy hat and he got the job done there. He picks up a 3-0 before we transfer over to Standard. We are going to take a short
Standard
break.
is
When we come back, though,
happening. Get ready,
we'll have
guys.
Maria at the news desk. We'll see you there.
I actually have all the standard deck lists for the event on my desktop in a spreadsheet. Because I make content for Wizards of the Coast, but I haven't been able to tell anybody about it, which has been very difficult. So now we can. Sweet. We're past embargo time. I'm going to go grab a drink and use bathroom.
much fission got you down? Don't fret. Fallout is coming to Magic the Gathering. Thanks to the innovative minds at Vaultec, the post-nuclear wasteland of Fallout is now available in stunning 2 dimensions. Portable, stackable, collectible. This incredible 2D technology makes for hours of entertainment.
It's
no
an ad.
electricity
A Fallout
necessary.
ad.
Perfect for those
All right,
candlelit
I'm
nights
going
in your
to
vault.
check my
Wait, there's more. Power
embargo
armor?
date
Of
one more
course.
time.
Nuka-Cola, help yourself.
Oh,
Wasteland
crap.
Horrors.
Never
Take
mind.
your pick. Bobbleheads.
I have to wait
Return to
2.5
the
more
wasteland
hours
once
before
more with
I'm
the
allowed
Magic
to
the
tell you
Gathering
about the
Fallout
decks.
non-electric card set.
I'm a good
Wasteland
boy,
tested,
so
Vaultec approved.
I'm going to keep being a big good boy. I'm going to have some bacon jerky. 5 p.m.
Saddle up,
Pacific
buckaroos.
time,
It's
not
time
Eastern
for Pro
time.
Tour
Boo.
Thunder Junction here live
Boo.
from Seattle. A look at the player area as they stream in, ready to do battle for a $500,000 prize pool. Hey everybody, welcome
know
back
what
to
the
the news
decks
desk.
are.
Maria
I
Bartholdi,
do.
Corey Baumeister,
I have
and
the deck
Ailey
list
Loney,
for
and we are just out of
every
drafts
deck
this
list,
morning.
every
and with
standard
an
deck list
awesome
for the
3 rounds
tournament
it's
is on
already
my
been.
desktop.
And Ailey had the chance to talk to somebody who's starting this off 3-0 at his very first Pro Tour.
We have our first 3-0 player who is in his first Pro Tour. Justin Warden, congratulations. Your deck is absolutely disgusting.
It sure is. I got a bit of luck, a bit of drafting my position really well. I was really nervous going in. We had so many great pro players in our pod. But as soon as I, wheeled my first Vial Smasher, I knew I was
Any
in the right
major
colors.
surprises?
I don't play a lot of aggro in this format. And then when I got booted one, I knew I was good to go. So I'm just thrilled to be here. It's my first Pro Tour. I'm not great at Standard, but I'm great at Limited, and I'm thrilled to have the chance to play.
Well, if you keep your record going,
Can you say
you
who
will be
surprised you
drafting
the
again
most?
tomorrow. So let's hope that you will be one of our 6-0 drafters. Congratulations, and looking forward to seeing you in the standard rounds.
Thank you.
Starting out with a 3-0, a nice way to begin your Pro Tour. Well, that wasn't the only feature pod we had our eyes on around the room. Ailey's going to give us a wrap-up of all of our feature pods that we were watching this morning.
Yep, let's jump in, take a look, and see who our 3-0 drafters were. Taking a look at Seth Manfield's pod, we had our 3-0 player as Justin Warden, who we just spoke to, in his first Pro Tour. So excellent start, ideal start, in fact, for him, as well as Muhan Yu from draft pod number 7, one of our other 3-0 players. Let's take a look at the next featured pod that we were looking at. Draft pod number 9, we have Max Komanovsky. Clean 3-0 there, looking very good. And our final 3-0, yeah, let's go. Alexander Hain, rocking the Stetson, 3-0.
Very nice. Excellent start to the Pro Tour for these finishers. Let's take a look at our leaderboard now for the first time in the tournament. All of these players you see here, of course, aced their draft pods. Congratulations. Jason Yee sitting at the top of our leaderboard, an excellent drafter. Look at that. Shuhei Nakamura also sitting at 3-0.
Shuhei
David
Nakamura,
Inglis
baby.
currently sitting at 3-0. The captain of Team Handshake. Shota Yasuoka, excuse me, sitting at 3-0. Arne Huschenbett sitting at 3-0. Wow, this is shaping up to be an excellent start to the tournament. Let's take a look at more results here, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. We got more All-Stars. Jim Davis at 3-0. Justin Warden on the first Pro Tour there. Max, as we just saw, the Murktide Master here in Modern, as well as, rounding out even Willie Edel at 2-1. Everybody in 27th place or lower did get a win, but 2-1 at a Pro Tour, you will never be complaining after a draft round. At least whenever I got a 2-1, I was hyped. So.
Absolutely not. Good positioning for all of these players here at the top of our standings. Well, let's check in with some of the groups of players we introduced to you here at the top of the day, starting with the 2024 Sunday Club. Ailey.
Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag here. Plenty of 2-1s. Alexander Friedrichsen, the only 3-0 of our 2024 Sunday Club.
All right, let's take a look at last season's Sunday Club. Corey, how did this shake out?
Yeah, let's take a look. 2023, all the people that had a top 8, and wow, Maria, I do not see any 1 wins here by any of these players. That's incredible. It just shows that if you top 8 a Pro Tour, you're probably pretty darn good here, and you're going to be able to continue on and play well in the next Pro Tours here. We got a couple 1 wins here, but still some very very solid records. Javier
on,
Dominguez took
Nishi.
9th at the last Pro Tour, 2-1. Reed Duke at a 2-1 start, as well as Marco Del Pivo at 2-1 to get this started.
All right, excellent stuff. Let's check in with Team Handshake, Ultimate Guard, or Hug,
thought you
as
were
I like to
going
call
to
them.
this one.
We
Yeah,
already called
I'm
out
there.
David Inglis,
Look at
starting
me.
out 3-0. Simon Nielsen
I'm
looking for that
inside.
5th top 8
I'm
in
right
a row,
here.
sitting at 2-1. Nathan Stoyer, former world champ, also sitting at 2-1 alongside Ely Cassis. Wow, most of the team. This is a really excellent results for Team Handshake, who are looking to take down another tournament with an excellent result. How about on the other side of things, the big team in the room, CFB?
Yeah, CFB Ultimate Guard, Arne Huschenbett, and Jim Davis, the 3 O's. But if we look at the rest of it, there's plenty of 1 and 2s. We heard from these players that this team didn't have as much time as they would have liked to prep for Limited, so unfortunately it's showing here a little bit, and hopefully they'll be able to rally back.
All right, what about the top Limited players, Corey, from the last Pro Tour?
Yeah, so let's see if any of these top Limited players that were either 5-1 or 6-0 or better. James Larson Scott so far has just not lost in Limited this entire year.
This is 9-0.
Just a clear 9-0. So impressive. Hope to see James here tomorrow to be able to get that clean 12-0. Outside of that, you know, plenty of 2-1 wins. Chris Ferber lost that last round. Maria, you and I were talking about how amazing Chris Ferber is at Limited. Adam
Casting
Edelson
meta is
also
so
picking
weird,
up
they all
1
act
loss.
like
But these
NPCs.
players, top
NPCs
Limited
keep
players,
their
who would have
jobs,
guessed it? They did pretty good in Limited.
Absolutely, but what about constructed players? How are they doing at Limited? Take a look at this. This is our top finishing players from Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor. We have 2 3-0 here. At Masahide Moriyama sitting at 3-0, and Alexander Friedrichsen also 3-0ing their pod. Moriyama went 9-1 in Chicago and didn't make a top 8, which means, 9-1 in constructed,
Let's
which
jam.
means
Everybody
that he
jam.
needed to work on draft. Guess what? He did. Oh yeah. And look at this start for
How
him
proud are
here
you
this
that
weekend.
Stolberg is
Very, very
represented?
cool.
It
And Alex
is?
Friedrichsen once again killing it after making a top 8 at Murders of Karlov Manor. Let's
Trying
take a
to
look at the
trick
regional
me?
champs here. Ailey.
Yeah, pretty much split across all the various records possible. Yoshihiko Ikawa, you kind of go in expecting him to do very well. An excellent player indeed. Muhan Yu, the other 3-0 player there. And the rest, 2-1s. We have a 1-1-1 there too. And yeah, just looking forward to seeing what these players can do. And we will see a couple of them in action shortly. So go regional champs, go.
Absolutely. Well, it's time to turn our attention to Standard here as we enter the afternoon.
Today's segment
the
brought
biggest
to you by
Standard we
Ruffles
have
Potato
ever seen in the
Chips.
history of Magic the Gathering.
These
Pro
are
Tours.
very
Talk
loud,
to me
so I'm
about
going
the
to turn
metagame,
my,
Corey.
myself
Yeah, so let's take a
down.
look at the metagame here. Very diverse field, not necessarily anything that was too dominant. We do see Esper at the very top at 31%, not a huge number. But then outside of that, you can really kind of play anything here. Boros Convoke being 10% after that. My favorite deck, Teamer Analyst here in 3rd position, as well as just kind of the rest of the metagame showing you can really play whatever you want, and then some good attention to the other category. 25 decks.
The only reason you can say the Esper number is not a huge number is because we've had things like Pro Tour Oka where it was 69%, and we had a tournament where Rakdos was like 50-some%. So, you know, let him cook.
Number 4 here at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. We're going to be watching Muhan Yu versus Stefano Vinci. Both these players starting out their day at 3-0. Teamer Analyst up against Boros Convoke. Let's get to meet the players. Muhan Yu, 4 Grand Prix top 8s to his name there. Also a winner of Grand Prix Seattle Tacoma back in 2015. So knows how to win when he's in Seattle.
There you go.
Loves the Standard format. So excited to play it here today versus Stefano Vinci, Italian team that he tested with, one top finish there, top 8 at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. All right, both players starting out 3-0. There they are. Tell me about their decks, Corey.
So starting off with the Teamer Analyst deck here, this is a deck that was incredibly well positioned right before Outlaws of Thunder Junction, but Rest in Peace gave it a little bit of a trouble. So I was kind of thinking the numbers on this deck were going to go way down.
This is round 1. We're going to watch someone play this in paper. This is the drama we're looking for.
Bring all these lands back, have a Nissa in play, you get a trigger off these lands coming into play, as well as when you sacrifice the land to get the basic, you get another trigger. You want to generate a ton of mana with Virtue of Strength, and then just use World Soul Rage to destroy your opponent with a very, very large amount of damage here.
That's a big cannon.
Oh yeah, big cannon, absolutely. And then on the other side here, we have Stefano playing Boros Convoke. This is the deck that is trying to be the most hyper-aggressive deck in the format. You're trying to really gather your really powerful starts and then just play a recruiter, pump up your team, and finish your opponent off as fast as humanly possible.
All right, that's a look at the players and the decks. This should be a very exciting round number 4 to kick off Standard. This is what is happening. Wow, we've had some wild and crazy graphics on this show. Corey, what is this?
I'm getting a holy cow moment right now that we need to be looking for. If we're able to combine the very powerful start of having a 1-drop, either a Novice Inspector or Voldaren Epicure, into Gleeful Demolition on turn 2, plus 1 more creatures, tap all them sideways, and play a Knight Errant of Eos on turn number 1, that will be our holy cow moment.
I get it. All right, Corey. Thank you so much for that. It's time for Stand here at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. Stand heard, if you will. Cedric, are you in pain? I'm going to pass it on over to you.
All right, we're going to get underway, everyone. It's great to have your company as we get stuck into our standard rounds here at Pro Tour Thunder Junction.
This face is just going to stare right at that camera.
Eventually, they have to take
cow
off the
jokes
camera.
stop.
That's it. Eventually, they're going to flip it over to two very serious boys waiting to get underway with round number 4. I'm looking forward to Standard, man. I've had a lot of fun playing this format, and there's one deck in particular I've been enjoying as I've been sort of preparing, getting ready for this.
My game. What have they done to my game? It's just a cow joke now.
Version as well. I hope we're going to get to see a little bit of that on camera. This list is so much fun. It's crazy fun, and it's also pretty good too as well, which helps,
So this is an interesting deck of the tournament, a little bit of a flashpoint here. A lot of people know this deck is really good. A lot of people also know how to beat this deck, which is mostly Rest in Peace. And the big question coming into this tournament, because the power level of this analyst deck is very high, is have the players that are playing this deck found a way to overcome Rest in Peace? Naturally, we're going to find out over the course of 10 constructed rounds in the next couple of days here, Riley. But if players have figured out a way to defeat that powerful enchantment, it could be the breakout deck of the tournament.
I've had a chat with a couple of team of players and got their perspective, which I'll share. But again, it's worth reminding people that Muhan Yu here, getting off to a flyer 3-0, a regional champion.
You little bastards and your cow jokes in the chat. Don't think I'm paying any attention to you. I'm not. I'm totally not.
In the best way you possibly can.
Standard, guys. Woo, Shigeki, let's go.
We're kicking things off now with the Shigeki Jukai Visionary. This is a card that isn't often played in a huge number. You don't play the 4 of Shigeki in your teamer lists, and this one in particular is only playing it as a 1 of. Usually you don't want to cast it. In fact, most of the time you want to channel it. To bring back.
Somebody tell Boros they're supposed to play creatures.
You play it on turn 2 if you've got nothing else going on.
It's a little bit of a slow start here from Stefano in a deck that has so many 1-drops in Boros Convoke, and given that this deck has Convoke in the name, the goal is to put as many creatures on the battlefield as possible, and then to convoke a Knight Errant of Eos and just continue to run downhill. We are seeing an unusually slow start here from Stefano. Now, if there's nothing happening on turn 2, this part's pretty obvious, which is there's going to be a resolute reinforcements, I believe, making a 1-1 alongside. So, this is the slow end of the start, but you have to expect something that resembles an explosion happening this turn. Otherwise, you may have just kept a pretty poor hand.
Yeah, what was the hand that you kept at that stage? But as you can see, Vinci's got plenty of business to work with here. And 2 copies of Knight Errant of Eos. We're going to see 1 copy here. It's a really, really important card in this list.
Well, this is the Convoke portion of the deck. Now, ideally, as Corey mentioned, the goal is to play this on turn number 2. Now, this does happen. Sometimes you only find 1 creature, just a Novice Inspector,
not great.
which is a bit of a bummer. But here's the
wow, that is what is up with that
Nissa? And you were an
Nissa?
analyst player, so you know this. You got to untap with Nissa.
Yeah, and that was what I wanted to bring up here is the fact
what is that
Muhan Yu was able
Nissa?
to play the Nissa on turn 3 and now untap with it. And this is where things can start to get really nasty. Although looking at Yu's hand, it's not great. Fires of Victory for a bit of interaction. Well,
That's game? I don't know. Let's see.
But what we're really looking for here is one of these, what are we calling them? Fetch lands, I guess?
I want to call them Capenna lands.
Capenna lands?
How's that sound?
Foil, it's got a different shade to it, though.
Common lands from Streets of New Capenna.
I own a foil Nissa. It doesn't look like that.
Wild style. Here's one on the screen for you now to have a look at. Broker's Hideout. They have an evolving wild
All right,
style
first
of
shuffle.
deck.
Let's go.
You sacrifice them, go and search for a basic land of a certain description. Depends on the land you play. This one, Forest Island or Plains. And then put it onto battlefield tap, gain a life. The downside is you don't have the option to do it when you want, like an Evolving Wilds. You can do it at a later stage, whatever else. Not hugely relevant in this.
Maybe the lighting interacts differently with foils than we're used to.
Bringing these lands back over and over again is what this deck is all about. Whether it's with a obviously the namesake card, the Aftermath Analyst.
Oh, we're
Some
still
decks
resolving the
even
Knight Errant.
play, Reclamation.
Splendid Reclamation.
The Splendid Reclamation.
Somebody
their 4-drop
tell
sorcery,
Boros
which was,
Convoke that their opponent's still
years
at
and years
20
ago,
life
good
with
to see
2
back.
creatures.
But here's the thing, Cedric. When you've got a Nissa out, these cards bring all these lands back from the bin. That's where things go really crazy.
That's where they get much better.
Yeah.
Much better alongside.
Ah,
the
here we
Sorcerer
go.
Analyst. Now, will we see that happen over the course of this game? Well, found one.
It
Alright,
begins.
So this is what we might call a Lotus Cobra effect here. Lotus Cobra was a card from the original Zendikar. It was a 2-mana 2/1. Had landfall. Whenever a land entered the battlefield under your control, add 1 mana of any color.
Gotta write down
And
the
that's
life
exactly
total
the,
change.
The ability that Nissa has here, in addition to
Gotta
the
float the mana.
ability that lets you get an elf or an element.
Gotta resolve the sacrifice trigger.
That is an important aspect of this deck, as we'll find out.
Gotta
But
find the land.
Principally, it's the fact that when you cast and activate your Aftermath Analyst, if you get back enough lands from your graveyard, you're often up on mana.
Yes. And then once you're able to generate all of this mana, then
Gotta add the mana.
So this is truthfully, Riley, a modest draw from both. Convoke really not
Hold on,
in a
hold on.
meaningful way. At
Wait, guys, we're just playing a card here. No big deal.
Fine, but unexciting. It's not exactly why you're.
Yep, gotta add the mana.
Ability to play that on turn 2.
Gotta resolve the Nissa trigger because now we're getting an elemental or an elf.
And while Nissa's on the battlefield, we're not seeing.
Oh, look,
this
there it is.
Analyst deck go
Okay.
absolutely crazy on this turn. It feels like.
So this is the second land that's entered the battlefield under your
Oh my
control.
God.
So that will result in a.
Tell me it's splunking. Tell me it's splunking. Please, one time, splunk this.
The Analyst and the Nissa here. So another copy of Nissa here for you.
It's extremely finite what Nissa's going to find in this deck.
Landfall trigger. Add a red or something.
And here now
Fires
is
of
a
Victory.
Fires of
Kicked.
Victory. So this is.
Our opponent
for a
goes to
card,
read it,
because the kick
sees
also
it's
you deal
not
damage equal
in
to
English, it's
cards
in
now.
Chinese, I believe.
5.
Accepts as, yes, it's dead. Understood. Okay. And you draw a card because you kicked it.
Surprisingly, you wouldn't think it, Cedric, but the blue in this list is actually more interactive than the Jund versions. The Jund, even despite you playing black in addition to the base Gruul, it's the blue version that is more interactive with cards like Fires of Victory and Ill-Timed Explosion.
All right,
It's
guys.
strange to say that Splashing Blue is actually going to give you ways to deal with creatures.
21
It
health.
happens to be the
2
case for this
creatures.
particular deck
Ken
at
Boros
this particular time in Magic. So you can choose to play
somehow
other
win
versions,
this
Jund
game on
versions
this
of
turn
deck,
and
other
liberate us.
versions of this deck that we don't even know exist, but blue is actually lending itself to be able to manage it.
I find it unlikely.
Now, to me, what's pretty important here is, can you get Nissa off the battlefield? And it looks like the answer is not yet. Just going extremely wide, which Boros does an incredibly
Oh,
good
we
job of.
convoking.
And so
We
now
are convoking.
Another Convoke-ski poo.
And this time it's convoked the full 5, right? Yep. Thanks to the Sanguine Evangelist making a bat token there, as well as that Novice Inspector, which of course is mana
Show us a
neutral
recruiter.
when it comes to convoking. So top 6 cards, and
Show us a recruiter.
can reveal now another Knight Errant if there's one in those top
Yeah,
6.
if you do the Convoke for the full 5, that does happen.
But no,
Nope.
we're just going to see a Voldaren
Epicure.
and that looks like another Resolute reinforcements there.
Correct. Now, ideally, you're able to find an Imodane Recruiter and really start to try to cross the finish line all in one turn.
Yep.
But again, this is the
All
scary
right,
thing
guys,
about
buckle
playing
in.
against
Here it
this Analyst deck,
goes.
Which is, you still haven't removed Nissa yet, so this is the second turn that Nissa's been on the battlefield, where you've gotten to untap
Oh
and
my
have it on the
gosh.
battlefield and see if you can kind of do your thing here.
Oh, get your mana out. Let's go.
Always a good
We're
sign.
going to be floating a lot of mana.
Get your
Always a
storm
good sign
counts
when mana
ready.
counters
Viewers also very helpfully put the Capenna land
Boom, landfall.
in the graveyard over the side there, so we can see how many.
Yep.
So at the
Gain
moment,
1.
a Splendid Reclamation or an Aftermath Analyst would bring back just 2 lands, and ideally you want
Boom, landfall.
4, 5s where it really starts going nuts.
Nissa
But
trigger
don't
coming
forget,
up. Will
all
it
of
hit an
these Capenna
analyst?
lands when they come in, they don't generate 1 mana.
There's only
They
2
generate
lands in the
2
graveyard
mana
right now, so
per,
it's not even a big deal, but
per
let's
land
see.
Because of the
Oh,
Lotus
nailed
Cobra
it
trigger
right
from
off the
Nissa.
top.
Yep, because they'll put 2 lands.
Riveting magic.
Your thoughts on this list generally, Cedric? I've had a lot of fun playing with it. I've really
Oh
enjoyed
my God.
the the way.
Oh
that it
my
wins,
God.
It does feel like a very silly, kind of over the top.
All right, he needs to hit like 3
big mana
lands
deck,
here.
but
If he hits 3
what do you
lands
think
with this
in terms of
analyst,
the
we're in
deck
business.
constructed
At 2, it's not going to do that
To
much.
me, these analyst decks, if it's Teamer, if it's Jund, however you want to go about building it, because they have a pretty general base of like Nissa, Aftermath Analyst, a bunch of lands, and then stuff, right? And then Virtue of Strength. The power level of the deck is undeniable.
I wonder
The simple question is, after
what he's
sideboard, what is your deck
thinking
look like?
about.
How are you approaching the rest in peace problem? How are you approaching people interacting with you and knowing what you're doing? Because we're way too
6
deep in the
mana.
format now where everyone knows what this deck is and what it does. So this is
World Soul's
isn't some
Rage.
unknown entity. This isn't surprising.
Knight Errant of Eos.
It's how do you stand up to people who know what you're doing?
Get the Echoing Deeps
Right? How do
into
you
the
stand up to people
graveyard.
Who have rest in peace, who know to kill Nissa
Smooth.
right away? Are you able to overcome those things? Is your deck powerful enough to do that?
We
We've seen
have
plenty of
triggers,
combo decks in
guys.
Magic's history, Riley, that say, yeah, I can shrug that off. I can beat that. I knew you were going to do that, and I came prepared by doing this. We don't have proof that this deck can do that. Maybe this weekend is the proof.
All right,
that
the
this
judge
analyst
needs to
can fight against
confirm
the
that
hands when it's
the
gonna be really
Echoing Deeps can copy the land that was in the graveyard and no longer is, but it can.
Get across. We've got
Arena
World
players
Soul's
know.
Rage being cast for 4 to kill.
And here we
Knight
go.
Errant, but only 3 lands were put onto.
3
the
more
battlefield.
lands.
Now the
6
Echoing
more
Deeps
mana.
was able to copy one of the Capenna lands as it came to play, despite the fact that they. I'm not 100% sure on that rules interaction because there were no Capenna lands in the graveyard.
Ah, Riley doesn't know that.
Doesn't work
Riley,
like that.
Riley, you got to play more Teamer on
Echoing
Arena.
Deeps was able to copy one of the Capenna lands. So that's 3 mana right there because those all obviously trigger the landfall from Nissa. And now they'll all go and fetch other lands, which won't only buffer use life total, but will provide 3 more
Do
mana.
pros
So
just not
6
play Arena? Some do,
mana
some don't.
For,
It's
for
kind of
casting,
like you choose your own
spell that
adventure in
costs
Magic the Gathering,
6
right?
mana.
Yeah.
So pretty good
No,
so far.
The ball is rolling now.
Yeah.
You know, this is what it looks like. And this is a crazy thing to say, but because of the slow start here from Stefano,
Yeah.
Muhan is still 25.
Here it
Still a ton of life to
comes.
work with, and now here's
Land?
Aftermath Analyst.
And we're gonna see
Land?
this is going to
2 out of 3. I think that's enough to use Aftermath
huge
Analyst
amount of mana.
and be able to Memory
and
Deluge.
What is now going to restrict how much mana you can generate is how many basics he has left in his deck.
Correct.
Trigger. That's 8. 9 if you're counting the forest.
Yeah, and that was the question that you were asking about Echoing Dips. And how does it work with these Capenna lands? And again, you and I talked about this in the limited portion a little bit, how players, this is kind of a short turnaround from when this
I imagine somebody trying to
gets
watch
released
this.
into how it's incorporated into a tournament.
Stuff
like
is
this,
just
which
happening. What does it
that
mean?
exactly work that way? You know, Stefano
Do we
had
have
that question.
any
Copy that,
first-time
that's
Pro
kind of
Tour
weird as far as
watchers
the
from
timing
like
is
maybe the
concerned.
Rarin videos hanging
from
out?
Muhan, and also
They
looks
can
like
wonder
Table
what the
Judge
hell is
nearby
happening.
to confirm Stefano's inquiry about exactly how these cards do interact with one another. So, look, more lands, more life gained, up to 29 now.
Yeah, we
So,
got a couple.
this is,
We
I
got a
think,
couple.
9
No
mana
clue what's
floating
going
at
on.
this
I
stage now,
understand.
Because there were 5 lands that were brought
Teamer-
into play. Those lands,
Teamer is messed up.
all triggered Nissa's,
Teamer
landfall
is messed
ability.
up.
As you can see, there is 5 mana in the pool, which will be joined by 4 more now as the 4 basics that were fetched up by those Capenna lands come in.
At what
And
point does
now
the aggro player
has to
scoop?
find something to do
Well,
with the
I
9
mean,
mana
what is the
in full
advantage
just
to them
one
scooping?
untapped forest that he's got there.
That's the
So
question
this
you
is
have
the
to
one
answer.
other question about the deck too.
And what is the
which
advantage to
sometimes
playing?
You can do all this cool stuff and get all this land and have all this mana floating.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you might just have to say go.
Yeah.
Now, a Memory Deluge did get milled over, so at the very least, there's the ability to flashback that. We see the hand with Virtue.
There are 2 memory
But there are
deluges in
times
the
where it's just, "Nah, man,
graveyard.
I'm going off and I'm all dressed up with no place to go.
Yep. So we're going to see, I think, the other half of Virtue.
I don't think Recruiter's enough damage.
Garen Brig Growth.
But
And Garen Brig Growth says, return target
Mhm.
creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. It's a nice little play here from you because this Aftermath Analyst will, assuming there is a
yes,
basic
Adventure the
fetch
Virtue.
in the deck to fetch up.
Play
will
the Virtue.
generate more mana than it costs to cast and activate. And so with the 2 mana
You need
remaining,
a
we can see
Splunking.
This,
If you have a
it's 4 mana
Splunking,
now.
it's like
It's 4
done.
mana now.
Oh, what are we doing? It's an
So
analyst.
1 mana, 1 green, 1 red. Oh, sorry, two green in pool here after this Aftermath Analyst.
You're both struggling tracking.
Yeah.
You and Muhan.
Well, he was flicking around
Mill.
the dice and fiddling with his...
2 lands.
have we played a land this turn?
That's the deadly question whenever you play a deck.
Yeah.
You're like, I think I did. The answer is yes.
Done!
So
Done! Done! The turn has ended!
That's the second
the
turn.
turn has ended, guys!
Yeah.
The third one, I'm going to assume the game's going to end.
You'd hope so.
You know, especially with the virtue on the battlefield.
Yeah.
So if you're Stefano, your job now is to say, yeah, I need to. I mean, dealing 29 one turn's a pretty big ask.
He's screwed. He's at 29.
Because all of
He's
these
at
basics
29,
right now,
and
they
as far
all
as
have
we're not sure there's a recruiter.
And so a World Soul's Rage at this point would be game over because you can just fireball them. You just point the World Soul's
Do you have a
Rage
judge
at their
double
base
checking
20 times,
triggers?
it's fine.
Not usually.
Just one shot.
Most of the
This is an
there aren't
observation
enough
I made
judges for every match. In a feature match, there's a judge watching. You can see the arms crossed.
No, we're going to kill the going to kill
Approach.
The, of course, going to kill the analyst there. Yeah,
That's
an easy
one of
one.
my that's
behind
one of my favorites.
behind
Oh, you're obviously killing
Muhan
this
Yu.
one. Yeah, absolutely not. What are you talking about? Leave
No,
that thing
out on the
over
floor,
there.
not usually.
But this deck has a little bit more play against aggressive decks than you might imagine, just because it gains so much incidental life.
Ooh, he played Case.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
the incidental
War
life
Leader's
gain
Call.
in
That's a lot of
combination
damage.
With just the slow start here for Stefano, which means the game's not ending this turn.
Yeah.
You know, and so that means that Muhan should have the ability to untap, has access to a boatload of mana. There's a memory data.
Did not kill the Nissa, no. Well, it's public knowledge that there's another Nissa in hand.
this is really
Therefore,
kind of
hitting
the
the
best
analyst
place
makes a
Stefano
lot more
goes this turn.
sense.
Yeah, which has, you know, a respectable attack, 12 damage coming across, puts you to 17. Not that strong at the end of the day, or 16 even. Losing the
Triple mana,
does mean
untapping.
that you has to find
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
something
7, 8,
here
9, 10, 11, 12.
will continue his. Oh well, he's counting his mana, so that's a good sign. That's a good sign. He's counting up his
There's
mana.
about 40 mana there, guys. There's about 40 mana there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, can you just show us some?
This is actually this is probably great.
Yeah.
How could I possibly lose?
All right, so it is 3 mountains, so it's 9 red.
What is happening?
6 forest, so 18 green, and 5 islands, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, so 15.
Wait.
Got no 3 times tables. It's very
Muhan Yu
nice,
just
isn't it?
QQ'd in real life.
Is that pure math?
Oh, maybe it's applied. I don't know.
This is just to show off.
Oh, good news.
Wouldn't it be funny if he's like undo?
Big news.
Yeah. Yeah, the case of the Getaway Express has been solved.
Ah,
You know
Shigeki.
what happened.
Rage.
All right, and that's going to do it here. in
Fireball
game
your face
number
for a
1.
million.
So
Game
the
over.
team of deck,
Done.
they're kind of doing
Easy.
something, although a little
That wasn't
slower
that.
than I imagined
That
they
didn't
probably
take
wanted
that
to, but
long,
they gave a lot of
guys.
breathing room by
On to game
It
2.
was, and this is one of those instances. If you're Stefano, you know the matchup. You can't keep a hand without a 1-drop. You can't.
Yeah.
You have to get the party started, and you got to get it started early with just anything. Get to the battlefield. Try to kill your opponent as fast as possible. The longer the game goes, the worse it is for you.
All right, opening things up now with a Warden of the Inner Sky
Card's
here
busted.
for Vinci, and this is a much
There's
better
no
start.
rest in peace in the sideboard?
Inspiring Vantage there.
Uh-oh.
Looking a lot better than what we saw in game.
I
number
guess
1.
you're
On the other side,
you're
of
just trying to
things,
go
a
fast, right?
land going and fetching an island here, and that might look like an innocuous.
Maybe
start,
rest in
where,
peace
you know,
doesn't actually play into that
wilds,
strategy.
but you really, as the team or analyst play, you really want a good amount of those lands in the bin nice and early.
Yes.
So if you're able to bring them back, you know, activate the Aftermath analyst early on in the game, you actually bring.
Maybe
stuff
you're
back.
better off with like flanker, right?
Absolutely.
Exile their graveyard and
One thing
make a
I do wanna point out
3/1.
here, it might seem minor,
I don't know.
but it's probably a little more
There's got to be
major than
something
do
else
realize
that you're
is
doing in
Inspiring
this
Vantage
matchup.
is deck. This is a new addition, of course, and previously Boros Convoke had some.
All
pretty
right,
poor
we've had
mana,
no gleeful
had to
demolition
play,
start.
Some pretty stinky lands.
That's a
in order to
problem.
kind of facilitate what
You
this
want a
deck is
gleeful
trying
demolition
to
start
do,
if you're
most notably
Boros.
Thran Portal in multiple copies. That is no longer the case. Inspiring Vantage is a huge upgrade for this deck. So while it didn't get a lot of new cards as far as creatures are concerned, the ability for Boros Convoke to actually have a fast land that allows you to play your
Ooh, no
spells
green.
and not damage yourself.
This
or
will
manage
not be an
attacks
analyst.
and kind of make you fumble and stumble along. Is
Might be a
huge upgrade
wayfinder.
for this strategy.
There are some decks that are just happy to have another dual lane, right? Like,
Yes.
there'll be some decks that are just, oh, great, okay, these are in my colors, I want to play this. But Convoke in particular, having a fast land that provides untapped mana of either color, turn 1, turn 2, huge. A land that painlessly casts Voldaren Epicure and Warden of the Inner Sky without an issue.
Yep.
Huge.
It's a huge deal.
Huge
deal.
Yeah. So we'll see cards like Sea Chrome
Fires.
in Azorius
Removal.
control later on.
Doomblade.
They're just playing that because it smooths out their mana. They're not playing it because they necessarily have 1-drops and 2-drops to play.
Yep.
Doesn't hurt when you've got an early, Deduce or something you want to play. But a much bigger deal on an aggressive deck like this, Cedric.
Deck is thrilled.
Invasion of Gobakhan. That's got to be out of the sideboard.
Right. A
Boom.
victory here.
Taste it. Get your sweeper out of here.
And an ill-timed explosion.
That's going to bite the dust.
Picked from the Invasion of Gobakhan.
Now, this is one of my favorite battles that came out when battles were premiered. I thought this card was going to have a huge impact across multiple formats, and it's been a little bit underwhelming. But this is a spot where it looks very, very good. You get to look at the hand, take that card, for as long as it's
attacking the battle. Oh boy!
To be able to cast it, sure, it's going to cost an additional 2, but you wouldn't play ill-timed explosion.
Probably GG there. The top of the deck will have a lot to say about it.
And it flips into a really nice.
Just draw
one as well.
better.
Light Shield Array.
Easy.
If your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature that attacked this turn. And then you can
But the
sacrifice
lands deck
0
right now
mana.
has all lands.
Hexproof and indestructible.
That's right.
Until end of turn.
So your creatures are here to stay. They're going to get a little bit bigger along the way, ideally once this does transform. Now, again, this is another situation here where Stefano's start, it's fine. It's not the fastest, most aggressive start that Boros Convoke is capable of. This isn't a ceiling draw, but it is an interactive one. It has caused Muhan to interact with the removal spell, and now in kind Stefano has interacted with the invasion, taking the ill-timed explosion. So again, not the fastest start.
How do you flip
but things
battles?
could change very quickly.
You attack them. So if a battle gets that number die reduced to 0 from being attacked by creatures, then you get the
Cedric, I think
backside of the
time's
battle.
come for us to address the elephant in the sideboard, or in this situation, the elephant that very much isn't in the sideboard.
I'm listening.
0 copies of Rest in Peace
in
the Boros Convoke sideboard here for Stefano Vinci. So not a card that Muhan Yu is going to have to worry about. Indeed, I actually don't think there is a whole lot in Vinci's sideboard that deals with graveyards.
No, you see.
0 copies of Rest in Peace.
Kill you.
No
That's
silver
the trick.
bullet.
There's no need for Rest in Peace if I just kill you really fast.
Sure, right,
And,
yeah.
And that's my favorite.
Said
sideboard
Rick
card.
You
gets
can
it.
have your graveyard.
Yeah.
I'm just going to end the game.
You do your thing, and you can do your thing at -5 life, -10 life. I don't really care.
Yeah.
But the interesting sideboard card here, and this is maybe Stefano and Squad tested and found that the invasion was better than Rest in Peace from this particular deck. Now, trust me, Riley, we're going to see plenty of copies of Rest in Peace and sideboards over the course of this weekend, because we know there's a lot of Esper hanging out and constructed. But for Boros Convoke, this might be the better option.
All right, Light Shield Array has been, the invasion of Gobakhan has been won. The battle is over, and we now have the Light Shield Array, which is going to juice up that Resolute reinforcements. And
These games
and its token
pre-recorded.
here.
They
Now
were
you really have
recorded
to find
usually
something,
about an hour
and I
ago.
think it was just lands in hand here for our team of players. So under the pump now.
Yeah, now things are going to really start to pick up.
Why is the face of the battle
Novice
so
Inspector
dark?
being the draw here. Maybe you want to
do
go that
not
route
know.
with the Knight Errant. Maybe you don't. It doesn't look like a land was
What's under the
drawn to be able to
Gobakhan?
play
Ill-timed
Mojo
explosion.
But yeah, it's
I like
just
this.
I'm a big proponent of just in the matchup that looks like this, get the game over.
The thing about this as well is you might sort of be at a crossroads thinking, oh, do I want to develop the board? But because of the Light Shield Array, this attack does develop the board.
Correct.
This puts 4 power and 4 toughness on the battlefield, right, at the end of turn, with no extra mana investment. And so I look at that and go, well, that's you could tap all those creatures for Convoke mana and put 4 mana and 4 power on the battlefield, or you could just get in for a bunch of damage and still have the same amount of power and toughness put on the battlefield. I'm not saying one or the other is necessarily better in any given situation.
Can the
but
explosion
here,
be
I
cast
really
now?
like
No.
the
Well,
pressure.
you can cast it any time, but you have to pay 2 more. It looks like
Yeah,
the lands deck
absolutely.
drew
So I
all
think that was a
lands
really
and has
well-played,
died.
Game,
Game
by
3,
Vinci.
baby.
The perfect amount of disruption plus pressure, and also, admittedly, a
Game
pretty
3.
weak draw from the opponent. The ill-timed explosion, I think, was something that Muhan Yu was kind of relying upon, and didn't get there. And so now we move on to game number 3.
This is a very optimistic hand from Stefano.
An optimistic hand is what you're calling it. All right.
Now, if there's a Novice Inspector or a Voldaren Epicure off the top, good
Oh,
keep.
2 demolitions, no
But
artifact?
There's not.
Instead, there's a Gleeful
Oh,
Demolition, which makes it an even
no.
more optimistic hand.
Now let's do small sample size theater. Game 1, no 1-drop. What happened?
Yeah.
Wasn't even a game.
Yeah.
Game 2, got the ball started a little bit early with the 1-drop, a 2-drop, an invasion, just
Yeah.
pressure plus disruption. What happened?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying Game 3 is going to play out like Game 1, but I'm not optimistic.
Look, you know,
Big blue
Cedric,
ox.
there's a really important concept that Magic players have to sort of wrap their head around when they want to start leveling up their game.
I like this Boros keep. I mean, it is optimistic as hell.
And so if you do something and
there are 8 cards you can draw
there is
that make it worth it.
Causal link between you doing the thing and the result happening.
We have an
And that
Epicure,
never
baby.
It's never varied. Right?
True.
If A leads to B one time, it will always lead to it later. Right? Results-oriented thinking, really important way to play.
We're gonna have a
just approach
game.
Life in general, I would say.
Sure.
You know.
Sure.
You know.
Look, this is a high upside hand if you draw something that makes an artifact for Stefano, which Voldaren Epicure
Never punished.
that brings the blood token along with it,
Yeah.
which Gleeful Demolition can target. So you're kind of, by drawing the Epicure this turn, you're not really that far behind as far as your progress is concerned, right? Because you're going to add a bunch of power to the battlefield. Just my concern is a slow start. Maybe a mulligan's a better spot to be in. Maybe not. Obviously, draw step was kind. There's the artifact, the blood token.
Destroys the blood
Now
token
you've
that
got
the
a little
Epicure
something
made.
cooking, but it is not the
Creates
fastest
3/1/1 gobos.
So 3 goblins from the Gleeful
4
Demolition.
creatures on board for 2
A
mana.
much
Ta-da.
better position than Vinci was in a single turn ago. And we're seeing now a Spelunking. And Spelunking, an
Lands
important
no
part of this
longer
team
enter
analyst
tapped
list,
on the
Cedric,
other side,
because,
and that's a
now
big deal.
Lands into the battlefield untapped. Uh-oh. That
Wait,
should-
why'd you put that in
probably
tapped?
But so it should be untapped.
Yep.
Because
Judge.
of the Spelunking. Which makes a huge difference when you're looking to have those turns generating, there you go, as much mana as you can. Because you activate the Aftermath Analyst, those Capenna lands come back in. The lands they search up are untapped. So that means
Ta-da.
3 mana per land if you've got a Nissa out.
Ooh, now we're talking. No Nissa yet.
No Nissa.
Oh, I like this one. It's kind of scummy to play cards in foreign languages because your opponents can't read them.
We've discussed
You're
how
right.
important Rest in Peace is going to
Speaking other languages is so scummy.
Is it better to have this or is it better
Maybe
to have
it's
the
not
Well, this is
all
kind of
about
this is kind
you.
of a test case right now. Because, we could play the hypothetical of what if this card was Rest in Peace? What impact would it have on the game? Well, Graveyard would be gone. The 3 lands that are in the graveyard for the Aftermath Analyst would be gone. Probably pretty good. Now, how does Invasion look in this spot? Well, I'm getting the info. You've got an Ill-Time Explosion and a Memory Deluge. Both those cards are pretty good. Probably going to take the sweeper.
Probably going to
give
take
what
the
my
card
battlefield
a
looks
little-
like.
Yeah.
What if that was a Rest in Peace? How does that impact the game? Again, that's kind of like a hindsight thing. I'm curious to see exactly how well the Invasion plays out in this particular game.
All right. We're going to see the potential for a crazy turn here for you if Nissa is the top card of his library. Because if Nissa is on the top, I believe that we could go Nissa, Capenna land,
It happens.
activate the Analyst,
It's
Memory
fine.
Deluge,
Okay.
and then we're off to the races.
Okay.
I think we all have to make
So if there's an Nissa on top,
I am particularly guilty of this. We all have to make a bad comment from time to
It's not a
time,
Nissa.
just to be reminded that they're bad comments.
Misunderstanding as to how to play the deck. I'm going to guess that it was not a Nissa on top of the library there.
Yeah, it looks like it may have been Fires of Victory.
Righto. Okay. Well, probably not what we're looking for.
All right, we transform the invasion again. Will that be fast enough?
Light Shield Array here. So what do you do if you're you in this situation? Fire off the Memory Deluge, look for something. Are you drawing a card, killing one of the goblins?
Just passing.
Yeah.
Just Deluge.
Just Deluge?
Yeah.
All right.
That's it.
Looking for that Nissa maybe? And you can see a card that's been brought in.
The
from
analyst
sideboard
already
here.
makes so much mana.
Bonnie Paul, the Clear Cutter Giant Scout, is a very important post-board card, Cedric, because it sidesteps the Rest in Pieces that your opponents may bring in. Now, this is an open decklist tournament. You will know that Vinci wasn't bringing in any copies of Rest in Peace. But having a diversified threat portfolio, game 2, always a good thing.
Yep.
And this is one of the reasons we see this massive 6-drop brought in.
Yeah, this card is very, very large. When
Very,
it does,
very in charge.
Indeed. Yes, indeed.
Not a lot of
When it
damage
does
right
the
now, to be
battlefield,
honest.
It is a game changer, and you talked about the ability for folks to sidestep, maybe just kind of change what their game plan is over the course of this weekend, especially with taking Rest in Peace into
What
account.
did we
Again, that's
name
gonna
with
be
the
kind of an overarching
cavern?
question for analyst fans around the world, which is
There's
have
no
these
red
great
mana
players of this
open.
Pro Tour found a way to combat Rest in Peace and how impactful it is against this deck, because there are
You
people
mon.
that we talked to at the players
Okay.
meeting that simply said, I didn't play analyst because I couldn't find a way to beat Rest in Peace in a meaningful way. Just couldn't figure it out. So Is that going to happen here again? Is Bonnie Paul is that the way to solve that problem? Are large creatures the best sidestep? We'll see.
I don't think this attack. I'm not sure this attack is big enough next turn.
All sorts of stuff going on here now. This is I know this is you love this.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Ooh, trigger.
Has sacrificed 3 lands, then 3 Capenna lands are brought back in addition to the forest. And what this can lead to now.
There is a mountain source there.
Play because of those spelunkings, right? So we get a mountain. Probably go and get a couple of island, or at least one more island. And now has the option to either fire off the Memory Deluge or kick the Fires of Victory.
Yeah, and this is where Splunking is a huge addition to this deck.
Yeah. Even without Nissa,
I see 18 points attacking next turn.
Allows you to turn
there has to be a recruiter or something off the top. I only see 18 points of attack, or else there will be at least 2 turns.
And actually gain mana.
And if Analyst gets 2 turns, there's no way Boros can do what Boros needs to do,
and
right?
So here responding, I think this is all in response to the Sanguine Evangelist being played. And this could be...
Casting the Explosion is not GG because of the text on the Invasion. The Invasion backside can be sacrificed to gain Indestructible, so it won't kill anything.
There is a mountain tucked away amongst those forests. So Fires of Victory will deal 2 damage, Cedric.
I don't know for sure, but I think Rest in Peace isn't being played in the Boros deck sideboard because Boros just wants to go fast. And maybe they found that Invasion is a better solution to that.
Oh, sorry. It's 21, yeah. It's 21, yeah, it's 21, sorry.
Did we move to the set?
Still pretty high life totals here, as you can see.
Did we move to the... Oh, we did.
But the other thing you have to take into account right now...
The Invasion +1/+1 counters may have been missed.
Because
I don't know if they're allowed to miss that trigger, though. It's not an option.
That to save your 1 water?
They might have to go back.
It's unlikely, but I think it's just it's worth thinking.
Okay, the Evangelist is on the stack. Yeah, that's right. The lands enter untapped because of Splunking. That's why it looks like things changed. But it's the Evangelist is on the stack, I
Judge
think.
steps in to just give him a little nudge. So you need to make the call. I still think it's going to be it's going to be the removal spell. And
Kick
I think
of
that's the right
Fires.
call. He get that
Okay.
point off the battlefield. Try to prevent the deck from developing the Boros deck from developing its board too much further.
Because the Warden does such a good job of development.
Yeah.
Had that not been
All
a
right, there you
response
go. The counters from the Invasion
to the
are
creature,
there.
Of course, the bat. Then the Warden can tap itself and the 2 other creatures, and now you're
Remove
scrying, increasing the quality of your draw
Muhan's
step.
Also,
4th
it's
turn.
not dying to the
to the
with
fertilizer. Yeah. So it's all it's
9
all, it's all
lands
gravy
on the
at that point.
battlefield.
But now you really has to find something. Vampire's Vengeance is...
This is appropriate slow play. It's game
because
3
these
and there's
goblins are
plenty
all
of time in the
3/3s,
round.
so
You
that's
want to make
come,
sure you make the
it's
plays that you can make
wait.
correctly.
So now I think Yu's relying pretty heavily on this Memory Deluge to find some action here. And we're going to cast it main phase, Cedric.
Memory Deluge.
That will be fine.
All right.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, so there's the there are some key cards in these options here. There is the Virtue of Strength. There's also an Aftermath Analyst, which I believe can be cast and activated. But the thing is, without a Nissa, you're not really doing anything, kind of spinning your wheels a little bit.
Yep, and that's a little bit of the fear of playing a deck like this, which is you can do a little bit of wheel spinning sometimes. You know, a bunch of lands.
It may knock the door
Your
open.
mana looks
Come
pretty
say
good,
hi.
but what are you really effectively doing? You got some sweepers, but you mentioned how Vampire's Vengeance not a great sweeper right now. So, you know, what are you actually accomplishing with all of this development, which it feels like not a ton at the moment, but one draw step can change that whole thing.
But don't forget, there is still the ill-timed explosion that could deal with all of this, right? You draw 2 cards, you discard something and Virtue of Strength, and all of a sudden Vinci doesn't have a board. Well, I guess you just...
The Invasion's very good. It does... Without a board presence to protect it, it flips very easily, and then it also counters a board wipe.
Yeah, and again, this is why the conversation a little earlier we had, which is, imagine that's a Rest in Peace.
Yeah.
Like, Light Shield Array, the Invasion plus Light Shield Array has been very good this game.
Very, very
It's pumping up these creatures. It is making the sweepers quite
Jim
poor.
Davis is
Now,
playing
if this is
Shouta?
the Rest in Peace, yeah, like the stuff going on with the graveyard,
How is that
the
not the
Aftermath Analyst,
feature?
That stuff might not have been happening, but the clock isn't as quick. You don't have, you know, the ability to play through multiple sweepers. Not great, but you're working through it now because it is Invasion and not Rest in Peace.
I know we're drawing conclusions from a very limited data set, but here, if that were Rest in Peace, this Vampire's Vengeance would be great.
Yeah, perhaps.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
And sure, you wouldn't have 4 extra lands, 3 extra lands on the battlefield, but I don't know. You could build towards a different
Shouta
plan
is
of
a
attack
person.
there. You know,
Shouta
you just
Yasuoka.
kind of control the board until you can play something big like a Bonnie Pool. The game takes on a different sort of
very much so.
atmosphere
Yes,
altogether.
Very, very much
If it's
so.
a rest in peace, yeah.
And
Yeah, I think, look, at even just my estimation of this game and at this matchup here is changing just because of what we're seeing. We're actually learning something really important here.
Absolutely.
In seeing the invasion of Goblin
Okay,
Khan
the
and
game
role
did
that
not
it's playing, and
end.
as a direct,
There's going to be a ton
I
of
guess,
mana next turn. Is that a
alternative
get lost?
To rest in peace. So yeah, really interesting to explore this area.
Are you going to get lost to Splunking?
Stefano, get lost.
Oh, you hold that for Nissa,
It's a card
right?
that has a lot of positive text in a matchup like this. You've talked about the power of Nissa.
Yeah.
Kind of solves that problem. Virtue of Strength.
Interesting.
solve that
Very
problem.
interesting.
And let me tell you, map tokens.
Combat.
You can have as many as you like.
matter.
Team
Battle
Analyst
cry
fan,
trigger.
Do not
Have
care.
4.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, so we're seeing a bit of a Secure Tribe Elder action here.
Ah, yes.
Look at this. Love that.
You called me a boomer.
Blocks
Okay.
that. All right, mate.
Just want to make sure
Excuse me.
That's a thing that happened earlier today.
Secure Tribe Elder is a very relevant card in 2024.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Oh, Cedric outing himself as someone who obviously doesn't shuffle up his hundo card stacks very often, mate.
Roasting Cedric for
Guilty
not
as
being a
charged?
commander player.
Busted.
Yeah, busted. Commander fan Cedric? Oh, I don't think so.
Cedric
I
should
think in
reverse
the heads
roast
up
him since
between
Cedric
the
played
card
commander on
bounce
Shuffle Up and Play and
Secure
Riley
Tribe
Knight.
Elder, I think
To
he's
my
still well and truly
knowledge, I don't know if he's made
Just wanna make
commander
sure that you know,
content on the
sure reference your
YouTube
card from
anywhere.
October 2004.
Yeah, when was
and
the last
calling
time?
me old?
When was the last time that someone cast Route?
It's a personal question.
not for broadcast? All right, we can discuss this later. All right, Aftermath Analyst brings back a bunch of lands here. They're all coming to play untapped, of course, and not a lot to do with that mana, unfortunately, for our MTG China Open champion.
Mega Ramp is boring to watch. Yeah, only if you don't have any taste. I
Doing
understand.
the old tippy tappy too.
Yeah.
Counting the manas. What can I do?
For me,
with
it's
the right
all
draw
about the
steps?
mechanics. Like,
Well,
ooh,
Vampire's
can they
Vengeance,
resolve
yeah,
all the
it is an
triggers
instant.
in time
It
and
is
get
an
them
instant,
right?
An instant speed.
You
We've obviously,
Vengeance here to
often
limit
Pyroclasm
damage. I mean, all it does is kill a
takes
bat,
deal
right?
2 damage.
Doesn't do
But,
anything.
against these goblins are juiced, man. They've been hitting the gym.
But the thing is
They've been
your
doing their
blood
power squats.
token
They're getting some
worth
work in.
it?
And now they're
right?
now
Maybe
they're
you can
big.
use the blood mana, the
Big
blood
boys.
token to get something.
Yeah, you know, the thing about these pyroclasm style effects, you know, the damage-based sweepers,
Yeah.
depending on the matchup, limited shelf life, right? There are some spots where it's always going to get the job done. There are other times where it's really not, and this is one of those times where it's not particularly effective at all. Don't forget about the battle cry trigger and just all the damage that's coming across here this turn. So it's a really, really, really positive turn there for Stefano with Get Lost still at the ready.
How many cards?
So let's see what you wants to do here. Does have the flexibility offered by Garen Brigg Growth, which will enable him to pick, again, not quite any.
It's
me,
not
any
a
card,
big
not
enough
quite any card,
fireball to
but,
go from 20 to 0.
Any land or creature, which
There
is,
has to be another way to
not
make
a
more
bad place to
mana.
be.
And it has to get through a get
And you'll have
lost.
to find something because on just 12 life, on just 12 life, facing down a pretty enormous army here, we'll have to do something to stay in this one. Time's running out.
Indeed. Indeed. It's time for a very timely draw step, huh?
Vengeance.
All right.
That is
Yeah,
a
you're gonna see now the Vampire's
no, not a secret lair. The Dracula version.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay.
Kill the bat.
I
Destroy
kept looking
target
at it
bat?
and I was like,
Got
I think
it.
that just kills the
All right.
bat.
I mean, you can
All right, well,
hope
look,
that
we take them.
you can hope the opponent doesn't
I don't know-
realize
I don't
it
know why the
and like
Vampires
cracks
being particularly
the.
vengeant against the bat.
Like maybe they
Vampires and
crack
Vampires tend to
the
get on pretty well.
Yeah, the
other
evangelist is
side
a
of the
vampire,
invasion.
so yeah, it's a really
Light Shield
really
Array
tough way to
in
just kill a
response because
bat.
Yeah.
like I would probably make the play just hoping for that.
3 mana instant, destroy target bat.
Mm-hmm.
If that's all you got.
That problem's solved. That's
Yeah.
true.
All right.
It's more
I
about
think
the
this is it
blood,
for you.
and didn't use the blood though.
There has to be something this turn.
Not yet.
Otherwise, you're facing what is quite comfortably lethal next turn.
Had mana to use blood, did not
question
use
is
blood.
now,
But it
What
all
exactly
comes
is he
down to
looking
this.
try to find to get out of this, and I'm kind of racking my brain in the same way that he is right now, which is just not entirely sure
Fetch.
how to get out of this. Light Shield Array has done a fantastic
Yeah.
job this game.
Yeah.
It really, really has. All parts of the Buffalo have been really good.
Yu does have a, I don't know, the world's worst divination in a 6-mana draw 2, right? You don't have to discard cards off the ill-timed explosion if you don't want to.
I suppose that's true.
So you could find an extra card or two from that. And the blood token as well. So can do a little bit of digging. Can do a little bit of digging here. But first we're going to see Garen.
Virtue.
That's going to bring back Bonnie Paul. Okay, so that's 2 bodies for
The
price of 1.
clear
And that's
cutter.
now- Oh boy.
What
Not necessarily a holy
are
cow,
we
but certainly
doing?
a bloody large one.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point.
Oh, excuse me. 1,000 pardons to all the bovine all the bovine enjoyers out there. It's an ox. Not necessarily a cow.
Davis and Shota played to a draw.
I'm not
How is
sure
this not a
specifically on
feature?
the taxonomic differences between
Okay.
oxen and cows, but that may be a discussion for another time,
Sounds
Cedric.
like
I'm not sure.
get you
If the show really slows down, right?
Yeah.
Like if we get Nassif and Shota in here, and we got some time to kill, we can get into ox chat for sure. That's not going to be a
dive in.
problem, Ced. We'll get into that.
In case you guys want to join in on Twitter, that's hashtag OxChat.
Hashtag
That
ox
true?
chat. That's
Okay,
right.
perfect. Perfect.
And now we're going to see Virtue of Strength. So this is going to triple the mana that you has access to, and really open,
Yeah, there is mana going in the pool.
in terms of how much stuff you can put onto the battlefield.
It's going to take more than the clear cutter, but there is an
limited by just
invasion.
how many cards
Or not
are
invasion. Ill-timed explosion is the exiled card. 6 mana can
I
cast
see
it.
Ill-timed explosion as just divination. I wouldn't be surprised, just to find some extra business. But right now, what is it going to be?
Magic is hard.
Up and down and all around.
Yeah, yeah.
How much mana is going to be floating at the end of this?
Well, that's 6. That's 6 mana. Or 7 now. Okay.
Flashback memory deluge.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to cost one.
this is really good as Stefano. I mean, both players. Just let's be as clear as possible here. In this instance.
Well, I saw the 6 mana and I thought, okay, well, this is the ill-timed explosion, but no, an extra mana's been.
There's another
been spent
virtue
to
and there's a lot of
cast,
land.
the flashback memory deluge from the bin. So that's 7 cards off the top. And you can pick the one he likes the look of, or the 2 that he likes the look of the most. We're not getting to see those cards. He's playing them very close to his chest in a literal sense.
And it is worth noting, Riley, excuse me, that there's still a light shield around the battlefield.
Yeah.
There's still the get lost in hand.
Yeah.
There was a Mirrex that was played last turn that can crank out a 1/1.
Yeah.
You know, so there's still plenty of things for Stefano to do. It looks like Stefano is, we like to say, F6'd.
Yep.
But could make a move or a myriad of moves at some point.
And obviously there's no point casting. Well, I guess maybe not quite no point, but you don't get a huge advantage from casting the Get Lost on the Virtue of Strength because you can just tap your lands in response.
Yep.
Yeah. Float the mana.
So, yeah, if you're Stefano, look, Muhan, you get all the mana.
Get that mana.
Do your worst, which is
Get that
not the most
mana.
comfortable feeling in the world. That from a deck that
Slowly
can make this much
dwindling.
mana, but at this
Still
stage,
a lot of it.
You know, do what you're gonna do.
Virtue
The
making
Get Lost is gonna
everything
take care
tap
of
for
something at some
triple.
point.
Yeah.
Just don't know when.
Even the Spelunking might be a valid target for it if we're.
Only
if
4
we're gonna bring
lands
back a
in the
bunch of lands. Like,
graveyard.
if you put an Aftermath Analyst ability on the stack,
But a
you might get
notable
lost the Spelunking in
Spelunking
response
on the
because
field.
That will prevent all of those basics from coming in untapped from the Capenna lands.
Absolutely.
As weird as it
Does
sounds to go up to
Muhan
Spelunking
Yu
rather than
have
Virtue,
a
that could
read
be the line.
on the Get Lost is the question. Was it given away at any point?
And Muhan Yu here, pointing out the fact that this is a complex situation for him. This is sort of this is the turn, right?
Yeah.
This is the
you got to get it all right this
yeah,
time.
yeah. If he doesn't get through this turn,
It's perfectly appropriate to play at this pace in this game because it's literally game 3. The whole match is this turn.
So
if
I
you're
think
in
that's
this
another
position, you
virtue in
slow
hand.
down for this.
That is another virtue in hand.
Okay.
So that will mean these lands tap for 9.
It would be a mistake not to slow
So
down.
brings back an Aftermath Analyst here.
By the way, this is what you talked about.
Yep.
This could work itself into the equation here.
Yep. And I think what we'll see is a Get Lost on the Spelunking.
Yes, you had 8, you should have 7 now.
Yep.
Yep.
So there's 7.
7. Cast the Virtue here.
Second Virtue on the stack.
And Vinci, at this point, could get lost the original Virtue or the Spelunking.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Virtue. Okay, interesting.
And so this is where you kind of if you're
Burst of
defining,
Virtue
like,
has
okay,
been
maybe
targeted.
this comes up the works a little bit. Maybe this is the
Yeah.
oh no, I didn't see this coming. I thought you didn't have anything.
I mean,
you know,
I
like,
think the
didn't think there was
splunking
anything
is
to
an
do. Or
important
more
target
importantly,
here, but
I
I'm
didn't
not
think you could
sure.
interact with
Triple
an
and
enchant.
triple.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe you had a
Hey,
case.
are
or,
you playing around the analyst, or what are you playing
The
around?
thing is, right,
Right?
you know that there's an Aftermath analyst in hand because you saw it was brought back by the Garen Brig growth. Okay, it's going to be
Whoa.
Bonnie Paul instead. All right.
Whoa!
Bonnie Paul plus an Ox plus a billion.
No
squillion
analyst.
Ox. This Ox is enormous.
Cast the Ox. The biggest Ox you've ever seen. But this is an opportunity. It's 13 health. There are 2 blockers.
While he was playing, right? Right. So your time was done while you were
So
playing your turn.
15. It's a
Yours
15,
is the
15
first
Ox.
All right, we're in turns, which
Oh,
is
we've hit time.
totally
Yeah, that's
fine.
time of the round. Yeah,
There will
that's
not need to be many
time
more
of the round.
turns for this game to conclude.
So now they're trying to Turn figure out zero? exactly whose Turn turn one. it is. So this is okay.
Okay, so it was
Now we're
turn.
having fun.
It was turn 0 when during Muhan Yu's turn there, and Vinci is now opening up turn number 1.
That's what it looks like.
Yes. So for those of you who don't know, once we reach the 50-minute time limit for these rounds, players get an additional 5 turns. So one player will have 2 additional turns, one player will have 3 additional turns, because the player who had whose turn it was when the timer ended effectively, they have their extra turn there. And then at the end of those 3 additional turns, if there's not, or those 5 additional turns, if there's no winner, the game's a draw.
Okay.
The match is a draw in this situation because both players have won a game each.
Okay.
I know Splunking would have created a lot of mana. It would have gained 4 life. I can't believe it either. I'm pretty sure there's an analyst in hand. I'm pretty sure we saw it.
For sure.
This is not one player playing for the draw.
Yeah.
Either player could win this game.
Beatdowns.
And for Vinci, the path to victory is very clear.
I want to block.
One thing we might not be factoring in is how many forests or islands are in the deck. It might not have been possible for the fetch lands to fetch basics that could cast what Muhan wanted to
So
cast.
3 goblin tokens are all 4 plus the battle cry trigger,
Yeah.
which means they're all attacking for 5.
So me is on 13.
So an attack for
And
10
this
here.
player is 5-4.
Or sorry, unblocked.
Yeah.
10 damage is coming across because of that battle cry. That's right.
That's not enough damage.
Okay.
Needs a lightning strike. Needs lightning helix.
And Bonnie
It's
Paul
not
really
there either.
showing how useful generating 2 bodies for 1 creature is worth.
Okay.
It's
About
dude, this
from
draw from
the,
Boros.
Evangelist.
It's like it ended when another gleeful demolition and a 6th land were the draws. Oh, it's
Now
so brutal.
Now it's over to you. 2 Aftermath analysts in hand means that there's a lot of mana available here. Blood token as well can cycle away for something. Don't forget that there is that ill-timed explosion.
Yeah.
This is
which
turn
could
2.
be key in just finding 2 extra cards off the top of the library. What we're looking for here
Does
is a
the
World
cow
Soul
have
Rage.
trample?
Yeah, because
That is a legitimate question.
I mean, it hasn't been a bottleneck for a while, but
No,
it's
he's
certainly
got,
no.
he's got 48 mana.
Yeah, it's no bottleneck now.
Yeah.
So it might be time to maybe just blow these map tokens. Yeah.
Yep.
No,
Map
it does
tokens
not.
also. I did forget about them. Well, another ill-timed explosion. All right. This would be a particularly well-timed explosion, I would say.
Oh, hello.
Or is this all cards with that name? That's what we're checking here now. Does Light Shield Array mean that all cards with that name cost 2 extra, or is it just the one that's exiled? It's just the one that's exiled.
Map token, virtue.
Another virtue, yeah.
I mean, is this just... It's 20 health. How big is this ox?
Time to give this one a long. Is that going to stay? Okay,
No,
so that's going to.
I like this.
So that's going to stay and then drop with a blood token.
16,
Okay.
16?
Activate the blood token to discard draw.
If you can...
So now each land will tap for...
If you can ill-timed for
9
4,
mana.
Okay.
the ox and Boney Paul can win the game.
9.
But Muhan Yu doesn't know that because
The question
there
first
could
is
be a
what do you
get
wanna get
lost
back?
here.
With the Garen Brig growth. All right.
If you're gonna be milling, this can give you some more information on what you want to get back, right? So this is a good place to start, is with the analyst.
Ah, Shigeki
So there we go. So we can explain what
revealed.
happened
The
there. We had
virtue gets the Shigeki. The
milled
Shigeki
in
gets the
addition
World Soul's
to
Rage.
the,
Boom!
The World Soul's Rage, Cedric.
Team
so
Analyst
with the
wins,
Garen Brig
Boros
growth in hand,
loses.
which Vinci knows about, right? You've milled over these 2 cards. You
Ladies
cast
and
the Arrow
gentlemen,
Growth
welcome
target
to
is Shigeki.
Standard.
You activate the Shigeki
That's
channel
what
ability to bring back
happened.
the World Soul's Growth, the World Soul's Rage, and then you cast World Soul's Rage for X equals
A
10
lot.
billion, 20 billion, whatever you want. Straight at the flames, and that's it.
So that analyst deck is a hoot because it can do a lot of different
A hoot and a
things.
half,
And you and I kind of chatted about this a little bit yesterday, which is the analyst deck. You would think, because it doesn't have a ton of creatures and it doesn't have a ton of removal. It has a couple sweepers, obviously, and can sideboard into more. But you would think just a pure aggressive deck would be a bad matchup. It's actually not that bad. You know, like Boros Convoke can really put on a pretty fast clock, which is why I was talking about during the games that the longer the game goes, the worse it is for you, as we've just seen. Once that deck kind of gets the ball rolling, it's pretty hard to get to have it stop doing that, right? So you got to be pretty quick out of the gate to kill him, which we saw in game 2.
Yeah.
But we didn't really see that in game number 1 and game number 3. And because the tamer build of this deck does have some resistance against creatures, that actually kind of highlights the fact that you have to be fast against them and be unrelenting, because if you aren't, again, the longer the game goes, the worse it gets. And game 3 is a pretty good example of that.
I just think that, having played this deck a fair bit, I think that the matchup that it has against aggro decks is actually even better than it looks because of the incidental. Like aggro decks that are well tuned, they deal 20 damage really effectively. But against this deck, you have to deal 23. You have to deal 25 because of the 1 life from all those new Capenna lands.
That part's really important. And last thing I'll say on this, that third game, no Nissa.
Yeah.
No problem.
Still got there. No Nissa, no problem. Right now we're going to take a quick
True.
break, my friends, but we've got
Very
more
true.
Standard coming your way to round out coverage of round number 4, so stay with us. We'll be back live from Seattle.
I'm gonna go mix a drink. Be right back. Kibblers Q2, no! Don't tell me the bad news.
Hello everyone and welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Thunder Junction. Riley Knight in the booth with Cedric Phillips, and we are well and truly stuck into our standard round now. Round number 4, opening up the constructed portion of this huge tournament over here in Seattle, in the United States. The home of Magic in many ways. It's where Wizards of the Coast is headquartered. There's a lot of familiar faces in this town when it comes to making and creating this game. And it's fantastic to celebrate it here in the Pacific Northwest, Cedric. And we're ready to jump into our next match here, which will have another familiar face to many Magic fans around the world in the form of Ely Cassis. But Ely is playing against another regional champion here, Marco Del Pivo. Marco Del Pivo won a Legacy European Championship in Ghent over in Belgium. And it's good to see him representing the European region here at the highest level. Ely Cassis, however, we all know and love this bloke. Never met anyone with anything bad to say about Cassis. He has won Some pretty high-profile tournaments in the past.
He's had a very nice past handful of years.
Yes,
really
yes,
nice.
And also just a dead-set great bloke.
Yes.
Really, really lovely gentleman. And it's great to see these two players getting underway now in game number 2. You can see Marco Del Pivo taking out game number 1. Looks like Del Pivo had a mulligan in game 2. And he's on Team Analyst as well. So we're going to get stuck straight back into this deck that I know and love so much. On the other side of things, it is the deck du jour.
Yes.
Mid-range. Let's have a chat about this one, Cedric.
If we must. Esper, I kid mostly. Esper's, we're going to see a lot of it. It's the most popular deck in the tournament, and with good reason, because all the cards are very good. And that's one of them. That's one of them there in Fairy Mastermind. Raffine is kind of the name of the game. It's kind of the glue that holds the entire deck together. One of the best and most powerful cards in all of Standard. The deck has fantastic mana. It has something to do with its mana effectively every single turn. It can be proactive or it can be reactive. It's just kind of a deck that a player like Ely and players who really like a lot of agency, Riley, really
Ely's a good dude.
Oh boy, we're seeing
much
Del
love for
Pivo
Ely.
really just, oh my
What's
goodness,
he playing?
An absolute meal
Esper.
of things from very, very early on. That looks like, is that an unlimited forest there?
Love Ely.
Yeah, but it's right next to a
Get him out of here.
basic land box mountain. Like, come on, let's tighten things up a little bit. You're playing a deck with a lot of basics, okay? Let's just do a little bit of due diligence, make sure they're all matching.
See, he's getting into your head already.
Already in my head.
bordered
I'm not even
lands.
playing against this guy, and he's just opened up a timeshare in my brain.
That's right. It's an easy matchup for him versus you.
Very, very much.
You're thinking about this. Now, Ely, you can't get in his head. Now, Ely needs to make sure, oh boy. Get a
Timber.
this.
All right,
How you
so
doing?
Tishana's Tidebinder on the Echoing Deeps means that this is just now effectively a waste.
My dog
Yes.
It just
sees
taps
me
full
eating
colourless
chicken.
mana. Not the
Do you
worst
see
thing
her?
in the world.
No.
Right?
No.
But certainly not what you were hoping for when you're Del Pivo, because obviously with the cave you're hoping to copy the...
Those of you with very keen eyes can see my
Another
baby
presumably unmatched
here in
basic,
the corner
Marco Del Pivo.
behind the mic.
But no, certainly not the end of the world here. Looks like Duress on the stack, and in response, we're
it's
gonna
my
see
baby.
a Fires targeting the Tishana's Tidebinder.
No, I think Ely has negate, and it looks like he wants to make this exchange. Okay, so this is going to push through the duress, and there's some decent options here.
Now, eagle-eyed viewers amongst you may have noticed that the players are playing at what looks like a comically quick clip here, and that is because we have sped things up just a little bit. This is not a lie. This is a recorded match, and we are wanting to show you as much magic as possible. And so to squeeze this extra match in here, we are playing this a little swifter than it was originally recorded. I'm very glad we're able to do this sort of stuff. It's much better than us sitting here and getting into Oxen chat earlier than scheduled while we try to fill.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Okay.
I was here for hashtag Ox
Oh,
Chat.
let's get into Ox Chat later on, I'm sure. All right. So, Virtue is going to be put on an adventure here by the look of things. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Oh, Ely's going to get a little beat down. Make a map while we're at it, huh? Okay.
All right. Big fan of this card. Restless Anchorage.
It's a very good card.
It's no Celestial Colonnade. Let's make it clear.
Nothing is.
Nothing is.
Nothing is, but it is a very nice creature land for these Esper decks to play. Just another way for them to be able to cross the finish line, but also helping to ensure that their mana basically works every single game.
And I like this from Ely as well, putting pressure on, right?
Yeah, I mean, pressure plus disruption, that's the name of the game from Esper in this matchup. I will say this time and time again, especially when we do watch Team Analysts play, the longer the game goes, the more it favors them. So you would like to try to get the game over with sooner rather than later. Esper doesn't have the quickest clock when Raffine isn't involved, but this is fast enough. And don't forget that map token, now that creature land's a little bit bigger now, right? So the clock is pretty real now. I don't know how you feel about this island. You okay with that one?
That's a nice one for sure.
Okay, great.
But I don't have an issue with that island in particular. It's just that there's the M14 island two doors down. Like, pick one or the other.
I like picking them both.
Oh my goodness, you're a degenerate. You're as bad as Marco Del Pivo.
I wouldn't mind being that bad. He wins a lot.
You wouldn't mind being 2 in one of the
That's
Pro Tour,
right.
the feature match area in round number 4, I guess. All right. That is a nice island. That looks like a beta island.
I'm pretty sure it is. This is not my specialty.
No. It's alpha or beta. That's a really nice one. And look, I'm not trying to take anything away from the basic Landbox Island as well. There are some nice basic Landbox Islands.
Look at you walk it back.
No, I like them. I'm just saying make a match, dude. I got a big box of Zendikar Full Art Basics, right? My friend Callum gave them to me many years ago. I've treasured them ever since, right? And I put them in all my decks.
Okay.
They're fully matched. Fully matched. I know. Look, you're mocking me. There are dozens of us. There are dozens.
I think, oh no. I thought we were about to go back to the Ox land. There's a Bonnie Paul in hand.
Oh, we can get into Ox Chat. We can for sure do Ox Chat, dude. That's not a problem.
Is there perhaps okay. Yeah, there's Bonnie.
Yeah, Bonnie Paul. Cutting through the clear. Let's go. Bringing in Bo, her enormous Ox.
That's tough.
All right, deep Kevin Bat. Deep Kevin Bat's got a thing or two to say. Who would win, an enormous giant scout or one flappy boy?
Yeah.
It seems like the 1-1 here has won this particular round.
Yeah, that bat is tough. Oh man, discard rest in peace. I mean, with good reason.
Discard rest in peace.
It's not particularly good right now. It is very good in the matchup in general, but it's just not good right now. Yeah,
and that's going to do it here. All right, we're going to go to game number 3. Convincing win there from Ely Cassis, playing this Esper deck. And now it's anyone's match. At 1-1, we are back here with essentially an opportunity for either of these players to really get off to an absolute flyer. 3-1, you're feeling good. 2-2, yeah,
you're fine.
It's all right.
Fine, but
it's all right.
3-1, obviously better than 2-2. Now, here's what I'll say about that last particular game. That was kind of the recipe there for Ely, right? You had a decent amount of pressure. You had casted duress. You negated a spell.
Yep.
You played a Deep Cavern Bat. Rafine kind of showed up a little bit late to the party, but you had enough pressure kind of going on that things were okay. Now, again, Deep Cavern Bat is the hallmark of disruption plus pressure.
Yes.
Now, it's only a 1-1, yes, but that's only a 1-1 for right now, because if Rafine works itself into the equation, everything changes very, very quickly. And as you can see from Marco's hand, doesn't really have a great answer to any of this.
Well, let's have a talk. Let's have a chat about what Del Pivo's hand reveals to us here in terms of his post-board approach, right? There was a player I was talking to yesterday about the post-board teamer matchups and what you want to do in order to either fight through the rest in peace or just sidestep it completely.
Sure.
And something that the teamer deck can do post-board is turn into something of just a generic and also, honestly, kind of bad mid-range deck.
Yep.
But when your opponent brings in a huge amount of disruption to counter your plan A, even if your plan B is a little mediocre in a vacuum, if your opponent's deck doesn't match up against it well because they've brought in what is now irrelevant hate cards like Rest in Peace, all of a sudden they'll just die. They'll just die to a Titan of Industry.
Yeah,
because you can get to 7 mana, you can cast it, and they don't have an answer to it.
And that thing has a huge impact on the game if it does resolve.
Yeah.
Once it gets on the battlefield. So that's the big question, is that kind of sidestepping plan going to work for these players here this weekend? Now, we know Ely has access to Rest in Peace, and we'll see if it does show up in this particular game, how impactful it is. We saw last game where Ely didn't need it because they're already so far ahead that could discard it in that stage of the game that we did see in game number 2. But yeah, I will continue to be curious about the plan for folks to sidestep Rest in Peace and how they're going to try to combat the hate that people are bringing this weekend.
Maybe I shouldn't share this information because I like playing Teamer and I want to win games with it, right? Which is already a hard enough obstacle as it is for me. And as we see now, Rest in Peace taken care of with Negate. You know the card that I'm really worried about is Disdainful Stroke.
You sure you're not worried about Rest in Peace?
I am worried about Rest in Peace, but when I'm bringing in Bonnie Pauls, when I'm bringing in Titans of Industry, Disdainful Stroke gets me both ways.
This is true.
Right?
This is true.
Like it counters all the big cards. It counters my World Souls Rage. It counters my my Memory Deluges, my plan A. But then also it counters these Haymakers that I'm bringing to try to sidestep the post-board games.
No, you're absolutely right.
So I think it's a really, really good, it's just a good card in general, I would say. But look, Rest in Peace now. We're seeing this played here by Cassis. As Marco Del Pivo negated the first one, but doesn't have an answer for the second.
Yeah, and when you see Ely run the first Rest in Peace into the negate that he already knows about from seeing from the Deep Cavern Bat, if you're Del Pivo, okay, well, I know what's going on. Ely's not doing that on accident, so.
Yeah, and he's not playing 2 negates. Come on. Get out here. Why would you play 2? Imagine playing 2 negates. Oh, he's actually playing 3. Never mind. What a card.
That's a great card.
Negate?
I mean, and Rest in Peace. They're both great.
Yeah.
Everything's great. Wandering Emperor's great.
Yeah. Mismatch Basics are a choice.
Oh, well.
Wandering Emperor here is a good way to continue to pile on pressure, and I really don't like Del Pivo's position here.
No, I don't like his spot at all. This is my concern.
Yeah.
Is, if I'm being honest, I think Ely's draw here has just been okay.
I think it's been a bit better. I think it's been a good draw.
Yeah,
it's not. It's not.
It's not the top end.
No.
You know, and it's not the bottom end. It's just.
It's like a 6 or a 7.
Yeah, it's just kind of. It's kind of like a medium draw
Yeah.
here for Ely. And if this is what a medium draw looks like, and it looks like Del Pivo is struggling, you know, do they have a plan? These Teamer Analyst players and Marco, of course, we're watching him play right now. You know, does he see a battlefield look like this and just goes, well, it's over. Like I don't have a series of draw steps or anything like that.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe that's not the case. Maybe there are some draws here that, you know, we're going to take a look at Titan of Industry, which Ely already knows is in hand. So, you know,
gonna save
take a
some
look
time
here. Yeah,
by
save a little bit of time instead of calling a judge for the Oracle on Titan of Industry.
Yeah.
You know, can I beat this sort of card? If Titan of Industry does resolve, is it good enough? Which it can be. So, you know, players kind of doing this little back and forth here. But you know, my fear for the Teamer Analyst players is
I believe what was on the phone was maybe a translated reading of a card.
Yeah.
They're gonna have
card
a heck of a
text.
tournament.
Yeah.
I'm not positive.
Oh, we see no more lies now on the fires here. And now with a needs a green source specifically. Needs an untapped green source. So forest, just forest.
Arena Client is a much better viewer experience.
In the deck. And that's not
until they have a spectator mode.
So
right now, it's a
fire,
worse
the Titan
viewer
of Industry isn't
experience.
coming down here. So
this might be a tide.
A tide binder would be pretty nasty, just to really let them
Laggy,
know.
choppy,
Yeah,
soulless.
asserting dominance here.
Again, Tidebinder, much like Deep Cavern Bat, kind of the perfect combination of disruption plus pressure.
It doesn't even tap for mana, Cedric.
It's
it
just
just
hanging.
sits there. It is a blank piece of cardboard. And now, Cassis can send him in.
Well, is Teamer Analyst going to do
that's 9
anything
damage.
or
Gain
just
1.
die?
I love
Lifelink on the bat.
I love a gain 1.
Yeah, love a gain 1.
Oh, not again.
Can I have
It's
this
better
one?
without spectator mode
Del
because it
Pivo?
triggers.
May I,
Nah.
please, as a treat?
Yeah.
But no, not going to be enough, and we're going to see Ely Cassis take him down. Marco
Arena,
Del
but
Pivo
Pokemon Stadium style would be
2
insane.
games to
Yeah,
1.
they did
And
that with
Cedric,
Mythic Invitational. It was
we are
good.
going to look for patterns with this deck, with Teamer Analyst. Maybe we will see a lot of game 1 victories.
I do like
and then the losses.
the way that Hearthstone did its thing at BlizzCon, the way that Arena used to do, where you come out on stage and you sit at your computer across from the other guy with their computer and you battle.
Know that deck is very good. A lot of the people that qualified for this tournament said, "Let's work on this deck. It's so good. Like, did it get new cards? Not really, but it did get some cards that are good against it." And so the question was, can we beat the cards that are good against it? Rest in Peace, Invasion, Duress, Disdainful Stroke, all this sort of stuff. Some players obviously feel they can, right? But when the game looks like what we just saw there, which is Bat, Wandering Emperor kind of shows up, Rest in Peace resolves, there's a Tidebinder, and you know those lands are a little bit slow. They're powerful, and they're an important part of the
That
deck,
looked
but
pretty
they're a little
convincing
slow
for
out of
Esper,
the gate,
didn't it?
So couldn't get the Titan of Industry, and it looked like it would have been
Youch.
countered even if you did, because I think you ended the game with the
Youch.
Disdainful Stroke.
Disdainful Stroke was in the hand,
If
yeah.
people are taking the Analyst deck seriously, I think it's going to have tough times after sideboard. I do agree with you, though. Game 1s are going to look pretty good. So can you find a way to win game 2 or game number 3 when you're probably going to be on the play? That's going to be one of the big questions of this weekend.
I'm looking forward to seeing more Teamer Analyst lists. I've got other thoughts to share about how to post, how to beat Rest in Peace post board. And we will get to them in due course, my friends, because right now we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with Maria and the gang at the news desk. So don't go anywhere.
Esper won. Wow. I thought Teamer would just go bigger than Esper. Yeah, and then they printed Rest in Peace, and now that's not the case anymore. I think that the best chance for a non-Esper PT went out the window when the perfect sideboard answer for Teamer Analyst appeared in the set. At least for a mid-range or a control deck. I hope it means Blue-White Control can win, because Blue-White Control also gets to play Rest in Peace, but they're not cold to Esper mid-range the same way. Of course, Esper still has a ton of good tools. So, we shall see. I've received a card in the mail. What is it? It is... Special guests scape shift. Ooh, I thought it might be a rest in peace. That would be pretty funny.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Thunder Junction.
Hello, Maria.
We're there at the Convention Center here in Seattle, where 207 players are hoping their dreams are not just memes this weekend as we do battle in draft.
I would like it if a few of these dreams were in fact memes, Maria.
At the news desk with you, and we are in the
They're far too
portion
serious of dreams.
Day one of this Pro Tour, and for the first time, let's check out our leaderboard, everybody, and find out where we're at this morning after 4 rounds of play. Check it out. Yoshihiko Okawa leads the standings. We have 11 perfect records left in the building. That number will dwindle.
That number is falling. Arnie, staying with it.
Name. You see my buddy there, Greg Michael from Minneapolis, also doing well, undefeated here on the morning. Alexander Friedrichsen,
She's
top 8
biased,
Pro
people.
Tour Murders at Karlov Manor.
I
James
joke.
Larson Scott, 9-0 in draft across 2 Pro Tours so far this season. Can he make it 12-0? We'll see. Certainly putting himself in great position here, and certainly going to come back on day number 2 of play as well. David Inglis, the captain of Team Handshake Ultimate Guard, also starting out perfectly. Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say there's, of course, a lot of Esper in that first page, but there's a lot of Teamer Analyst on that first page as well. So these decks are doing quite well. Some of these players, we see Yuki Ichikawa doing quite well. Stefano falling this last round that we just saw on camera in a close match. As well as we have Max there, the Murktide Master, doing quite well at 3-1, and Yuta Takahashi. They're rounding out the top 32 there, Maria.
All right, excellent stuff. There's a look at our standings. Esper mid-range, the most played deck of the tournament, Corey.
Yep.
But not every build is the same.
Yep.
So we're going to take a moment now to kind of do a deep dive on that deck and how players are
Ooh,
approaching it
yay, a deep dive on
absolutely.
Esper.
There's a lot of different ways. I think the only real constant that we see with these Esper decks is really Rafine. Everyone is playing 4 of when it comes to that powerful 3-drop. But let's start with David Inglis's list here. This is, I would say, the more stock list that we would see from Team Handshake here.
You see,
This is
guys,
the
when you
list that
play
is
a creature
playing
and then
all the
another
really,
creature
really
and then a
powerful cards. You
Rafine,
see Wedding
it's
Announcement
very
being the thing
good.
that they go for the most. That's probably the most common thing is the Wedding Announcement ones. Now let's take a look at the next one here. We have Terry Rambo that is playing only Masterminds, only playing Fairy Mastermind, not playing, Nathan Stoyer's card or anything like that. Just really focusing on that 2-drop flyer. We see some changes in the sideboard here. 1 Shieldred, 3 Pest Controls, ends up trying to just have a really, really strong matchup against the Boros Convoke decks. Now we see our next player here. We are seeing both of the 1-drops.
Duelist of the Mind and Fairy Mastermind.
And Duelist of the Mind.
Hashtag
the
coexist.
Nathan Stoyer World Championship card. It's kind of sad, Maria, that we didn't see Duelist of the Mind being played by Team Handshake, as that was a little bit disappointing. Let's take a look at the next list here. This is Marcus Vosner. And this is really interesting here. We see Dusk Animus as a 3-of here. A card that really nobody else is playing. A card that's not extremely good against aggressive decks, as you can't really play it on turn number 2. But if you can ever get it down and it has lifelink against these hyper-aggressive decks, it's going to really take over. So helping out in that avenue. And then our last one, we have Kenta Hirane. I think the most important things is the sideboard here. The sideboard for Kenta is really awesome. Playing this really, really powerful Sideboard Oblivion Ring, the Assimilation Agnes, as well
Agnes!
as Unlicensed
Agnes, you guys.
Graveyard card.
Agnes, clearly correct pronunciation. That's what coverage just said. Agnes.
It's really impressive that all these decks
You guys
are
can
doing
all
so well with
your
Esper
little
mid-range.
comments about how to
can
pronounce
kind of
it,
build
you
it
can
any
shove
way,
it.
and there's no
Corey's on my
one
side,
team
and that
really
makes it
decided
true.
This is the go-to way to build the deck. I find that nuance pretty awesome.
I don't know. Could you guys hear the trepidation? He knew. He knew exactly what he was about to run into. He knew he was going to battle in a fight he could not win. He knew.
So much value going into the Esper
You could feel it in his
and
voice.
Since that's the most played deck, I think that is the list that I would like the most. But I want to see Dusk Animus actually rise up and be the best one with the top 8
Oh my god.
All right, everybody, there is a look
You
at
both
Esper
pronounce it wrong.
mid-range, the
Shut
most
up.
played deck here in the standard portion of our tournament.
I can't
Let's
hear
set up
your
round
pronunciation,
number 5.
therefore
Time to
I
see who we're
will
gonna watch
just
in the
assume
feature
it's
match
wrong.
area. This round, we have Arne Huschenbett versus David Inglis. This is a Team CFB versus Team Handshake Ultimate Guard showdown. Both players currently undefeated. Arne Huschenbett there on your screen, the winner of the Call Time Championship, 7 Grand Prix top 8s, and 1 win. Arne is like, hey, I want to come back. I want to win again. David Inglis, Mr. Top 16 as we call him, seems to always do so well at these tournaments. Captain of Handshake Ultimate Guard, top 8 Nuka Penna Championship, top 8 Strixhaven Championships, and like I said, top 16 most of the time.
Yep.
Machine.
Very, very true. And we're going to look at these Esper mid-range decks, and both of them are on the wedding announcement list.
Wait a minute,
And
is
the
this a
lists are
mirror?
very, very similar. Both teams.
Round
CFB
3, we're
and
already
Team
doing
Handshake
Esper
really
mirrors?
decided that this is kind of the go-to deck list here. We don't see any of the Nathan
No,
Stoyers,
round 2.
duelist of
God,
the
is
mind
it round
here.
2?
Both decks pretty
Of
similar.
standard? I think
We
it
see
is.
4 Fairy Minds.
Oh my
Fairy
god.
Mastermind
Not
here
like this.
From David's side and
Not
from
like
the
this.
Team Handshake side. But other than that, Maria, this is a good old-fashioned mirror.
All right, excellent. There's the players, there's the decks. Very excited to see in this battle of CH. Oh my God. What is going on?
It's back.
The cow's back, Corey. The cow's back.
All right, I'm getting some word. The holy cow moment here is if either of these Esper mid-range players can ever assemble 2 Virtue of Loyalty and untap their entire team, get 2 counters on all their creatures. Holy cow, Maria, that is going to be the moment.
All right, there's your holy cow moment here that we might see coming up for round number 5. Wow, Corey, you're really milking this bit.
Really am. Very nice.
How do you like that one, Marshall? How do you like that one? You like it, Monty?
No, we don't like that.
No, we
I've had
do
enough
not.
Holy cow moments for one day.
For one
But,
lifetime.
You know,
Too
something
bad.
tells me that will not be the last one that we see.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. Marshall Sutcliffe with Monty DeVuti. And we have transitioned over to Standard. And right now, we have not only 2 great players ready to face off, but also 2 players representing 2 great
I'm not
teams
paid enough
ready to
for
face
this,
off.
man.
Right there. I'm Huschenbett sitting there. He's playing for Team CFB. On the other side is David Inglis from Team Handshake.
Yeah, both players in their fancy Ultimate Guard jerseys. They are represented by 2 different factions of the Ultimate Guard sponsored teams. Challenge Fireball on one side, Team Handshake on the other, and this is really the big teams in Magic at the moment. So powerhouse teams, powerhouse players going off against each other here at 4-0. Great start to both of their tournaments.
Given that this is the most popular deck in the format, we're kind of settling into the tournament here. We got, of course, a whole nother day tomorrow.
We're saying go Arnie.
Sunday.
They're
will be
literally
played in
teammates.
Standard. How would you
They both
describe
win
this
somehow.
match, as we may see, a decent amount of it?
I was talking to Eli Kazis yesterday at the player party. He said that he sees the Esper midrange mirror almost as like playing chess. It is about a lot of forward planning. It's a lot about resource maximization. And
Crazy
the
people
less
still wearing
predictable
masks.
you can
I still
be
put on a mask
for your
whenever I'm
opponent,
feeling sick.
the more you will succeed.
Seems like
Likewise,
it's
the
not
better
too
you
hard now
predict
that
your
we've,
opponent's
you know,
plays, the more you can
done it
succeed.
all the time
This is
for
gonna
a
be
few years.
Real battle of that type here. I mean, both of these players are excellent, top of their game, and they're going to be well tested for this. It's going to be Fairy Mastermind that gets taken by the Deep Cavern Bat here from Arne.
Yeah, David definitely has a bit of a main deck edge. Just having 4 copies of Fairy Mastermind does mean that the Rafines, that both players do have, of course, slightly weaker than they would be otherwise.
And there's Rafine. That's the one you want to see if you're sitting on Arne's side, especially given that he already has a bit of a board presence with the Deep Cavern Bat.
Yeah, being able to take the Mastermind from David and then curve into this is a pretty powerful start from Arne.
Yeah, you see Denik hit the graveyard there as well for Arne.
Not really the best card in the mirror.
Yes. Perhaps a little value down the line for that. I assume that's a Rafine also for David Inglis.
Sure is.
Sure is.
The same cool version.
1/4s all around. This card is, oh, what a card.
Which one?
Rafine.
Rafine, yeah.
Just all of the
What
text
a
on this
card.
is just so
This card
fantastic.
over here.
Just
What a
flying,
card.
Ward 1, just a little bit of protection, 1/4 stat line, and that ability that triggers whenever you attack, regardless of whether it is with Rafine or not, essentially giving it pseudo haste. Really, really strong.
And we see Denik come back from the graveyard and into play, and in the meantime, both
I've heard of
Rafine
this
and the Deep
Magic the
Cavern Bat are
Gathering
gonna get
card.
frisky. You see the bat has already picked up 1+1/+1 counter last time.
I hear players with masks on can't receive poison counters.
Arne resolving the trigger right now from Rafine. That was 2 cards this time.
Yeah, didn't see where the target went, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was the bat, just to make it so it could become 4, but ultimately it was Rafine spreading the power, knowing the bat is already living anyways.
Yeah, getting Rafine out of range from some of the removal that David Inglis can have here as well. Taking a look at the hand, though, for David. By the way, he's also a Seattle local, so this is a close GP for him.
Home turf.
A couple of Wandering Emperors. You see a Fairy Mastermind just joined his hand, and then he's just got lands otherwise.
Does have the Plains and the Caves of Koilos, so can deploy a Wandering Emperor this turn. Rafine with that Ward 1, not going to be a target for the Emperor in terms of removal quite yet. But the fact that you have access to the Emperor means that when you pass with 4 mana up and Arne has seen your hand thanks to the Deep Cavern Bat, suddenly the dynamic of the game changes a bit. If
Don't
Arne
go
doesn't
second.
Have a counter spell, which he
Do
does
not
in
do
that
that.
Lies for the potential Planeswalker.
It may be hard to
And
win.
that's going to prompt the main phase here from David Inglis. He's going to run out the Wandering Emperor and take down the only viable target, the bat. That does get him back another Fairy Mastermind into hand before passing the turn. With Rafine on defense and a Wandering Emperor on 1 loyalty. So it will likely not be long for this world.
Yeah, an attack from Arne with both creatures, guaranteed to get the Emperor off the board.
Wandering Emperor only has a
Arne
few
has
more
the
months to live in Standard,
Pass
guys.
with that no more lies up for a potential
How do we
follow-up
feel?
Wandering Emperor. So Arne's still in a good spot here, but David has the tools to start potentially fighting back with double Fairy.
Why do half of these pros keep going second?
Yeah, this is, you got to feel like
It's
it's
that
getting
beta
harder and
mindset.
harder. Like, this is the 3rd time
If they
that
woke
Rafine
up
has triggered this game.
and embraced their inner
Yeah,
alpha, it would never happen.
Piling up.
It really does. This amount of card selection, this amount of value coming out of a
But for the low price of like, let's call it $3,000 a week, I can show you how to have the alpha mindset
I think that
and
is
never
yet
go
to be
second
seen
again.
By the end of the weekend, whether it is truly the best deck in Standard or not, but certainly it is the most played just because of how good Rafine as a centerpiece of this deck is.
So you were talking about Fairy Mastermind in the hands of David Inglis. He had one in his hand and then got one back from the bat. You said it might be able to help him get back into this. What does that look like?
So once David plays these Masterminds, if he can keep one, or even ideally, that die just got yeeted off the board. if he can keep one, or ideally 2 Masterminds in play, then
it wandered away.
we may see Arne be a little disincentivized in attacking, because every time he attacks with Rafine out and draws that extra card for the turn, David gets an extra card, an extra 2 cards. That'll start adding up in tools for David to be able to combat what Arne is potentially doing.
Well, here's Deep Cavern Bat once again, and it's going to see a second copy of the Wandering Emperor. Again, the one that was on the battlefield did just die, and then the 2 Fairy Masterminds that we talked about.
That is a hand.
Yeah, and knowing about this Wandering Emperor with the 5th untapped land means that this Rafine is in danger now. So though Arna has a wedding announcement in hand, does have, I believe, a copy of Virtue of Loyalty in hand as well, if he wanted to deploy one of those, I think he may just opt to keep up the No More Lies and make the turn
Should just
offward
have
for
that
David. Just Rafine on the board, even if you add 1 Fairy Mastermind to it, is not going to do that much.
Yeah, Arne's been able to use that early start that he had, the bat into Rafine, and now he's in a position where he can either decide to protect it or push his advantage, and he's doing the latter here. He's going to go for the wedding announcement.
Yeah, taking the Wandering Emperor out of the hand, saying that my board presence is too great for these Fairy Masterminds to really do anything. So instead, I'm going to get aggressive.
Ooh, a 2-1. I'm shaking in my boots.
To be able to deploy this wedding announcement, draw an extra card, more resources to work with, and I can save this No More Lies for anything you may have that actually matters, not these Masterminds.
Pretty Aurelia.
And it looks like Inglis is getting perhaps a little desperate here. He's going to attack with his Rafine to get that loot going, just to try to find something.
Yeah, the good news so far is with the blocks from the untapped Rafine and the attack going to the Wandering Emperor, Inglis's life total is really high. 18 is a good amount. Now this will start getting knocked down in chunks rather than small bits as these creatures continue growing, as Rafine keeps attacking, but it will start whittling down quite a bit. At the moment, he's pretty high.
He's passed the turn back with at least those 2 copies of Fairy Mastermind. From Arne's perspective, we know that that's all he has.
Yeah.
And Arne is now surveying the scene, trying to figure out what he wants to do. But again, this Rafine
Don't know if you guys heard that.
Roughshod on this board. It came down on turn 3, and there have been attacks every single turn since it's been here. And we're on turn 6 now?
Yep.
So we're going to see 1 Fairy Mastermind, but that's going to get No More Lies right out of here. And it looks like the other one will hit the battlefield and probably get gone for the throat. How do I past tense go for the throat? At any rate,
I think it is gone for its throat, maybe.
Its throat gone for?
Yeah, that works.
I should not have gone down this road.
Well, you don't want to call it getting
choose
throated.
To pass the card, go for the throat.
That would be a mistake.
After the Rafine on the other
Gotta
side,
play around
rather
that
than
one.
this Mastermind.
Sure.
Arne will allow David to have the card here in order to just make sure that David's board is nothing.
Yeah, at this point, Arne has many options. He actually has 2 copies that go for the throat, plus that Virtual Loyalty that we talked about before. He is right now deciding, though, what to discard.
It's all right, guys. Keeping it classy.
But at this point, now he's just sifting through his library. All the lands go away.
Yeah,
he
Arne
can craft a really beautiful plan here.
Arne has had an attack for 2 cards from Rafine, 3, 2, and now 3 again. This is just way too much card selection for these mid-range decks, and each turn Arne's hand is really looking like its ideal version. If you're in David's scene and you say Arne discarding a go for the throat there, you're like, uh-oh. We're pretty close to done here, aren't we?
You can scoop. It's fine.
4 now for Ushinbet, as he's going to just go to end step here and get his extra card off of wedding announcement. David really never found a foothold this game.
No,
Am I
not
rooting
really.
for
It's
anyone?
A combination of being on the draw and your opponent having that 2-drop disruption.
Players who
feature,
aren't playing
slowing
Esper.
down your plans into the potential.
And Jim Davis.
Into the Rafine on turn 3. That made it really hard for David, always being reactive and not able to get that Rafine off the board. Suddenly, he's trying to keep up without the card advantage or the resources that Arne has access to.
I'm a super lucky
And
person, actually.
This
I've
kind of board state can really be
in the last several years, because of
Esper mid-range
my YouTube audience, so thank you, all of you, I've actually gotten to meet a lot of pros, which wasn't something I could say from, like, basically 2005 to 2020. So I've actually gotten to know a lot of people, and there are a number of people I'd like to see winning.
He had 3 lands, and I think he drew 2 more. So
okay, that shouldn't change anything.
I think he's going to run out of Virtue here, and hope that
Kibler
it
is
resolves
playing
on
5-color legends,
And it will, except
allegedly.
for there will be one
This is
fewer
what
creature. Right
chat
now, the
tells me.
mastermind does get nabbed.
Yeah, like, Arna doesn't have to fire it off now. It's only for mana efficiency, but I don't believe he has anything in his hand, really.
So he can wait and just Rafine on his turn, kill Rafine instead on his turn if he'd like.
Well, he's doing the math right now to see if he can just kill David by removing a blocker.
Exactly. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
And now David's doing the math to see if he's just dead.
Yeah.
And he is, in fact, just dead. That is game number 1 going to Arne Huschenvet. And again, it really felt like he took one big step ahead, and he never looked back. He was able to press that advantage.
Yeah, removal extremely important in this mirror. Not for anything other than really just Rafine. If a Rafine goes unanswered on the board, there's a really good chance.
Tim Davis is playing what? Esper.
It looks like David's bad luck continues a little here. He's on 6 cards.
Yeah, not the best hand. I don't know if that's the same Caves of Koilos or a second one, but no blue mana. So David is the one with the Deep Cavern Bat on turn 2 this time. But by the looks of his hand, no blue source means that the curve into Rafine probably not going to be there.
And once again, we see the Virtue ran out on the main.
I highly recommend to the players of this match that they curve into Rafine.
Turn back to David. David looking to
Seems
equalize
relevant.
after a beating in game number 1.
This isn't the way to do it. Drew no more lies for the turn, no blue mana.
Are you serious?
Yeah, so
he's
Any
gonna
top
go for
8
the
predictions? I bet
he will not be
half
in
the
his
top
lineup
8 will
this
be
turn.
Esper.
That's right.
Boy, he had the tools too. A blue source there.
Would have been big.
Then it would have looked actually similar to the
I bet
first
there
game,
will
just
be
on the other
one
side.
blue-white control deck.
But that doesn't look like that's what's going to happen. So Arne just says, okay, well,
I don't think there will be any aftermath
Hey,
analyst
that's the bad news.
decks.
The good news is that David is going to go.
I think that there will be a domain ramp deck.
Oh, really?
Probably 2.
No third land, no blue. Okay.
And Arna has a good hand. This hand has
And some
Fairy
Boros.
Mastermind, so even if David was to take one would still
Call
not
it
on the
call it
set
a
step.
Boros deck,
Plus
a
letting
domain
enough
deck, a
potential
blue-white
mana
control
play,
deck,
plus Aklazos to come down in a few turns, and a virtual
a
loyalty.
deck
So,
we're like, what?
This
And
is
4
a
Esper
pretty
decks.
scary hand, regardless of what David takes out of it. And David has to really hope that he can try
No
to
4-color
put on
legends?
pressure
Question
using
mark.
his
That can
removal
be the
spells
deck that makes us go,
until he
what?
finds his lands.
End step, Huschenbet is going to play the Fairy Mastermind. and
That's gonna be my
thrilled to
wild
see
card
no
spot.
third land hit the battlefield here for Inglis. Speaking of thrilled, David's probably going to be pretty pumped to see that there was not a Rafine off the top of the library this time.
Yep.
As the Fairy Mastermind comes in after land number 3.
Maybe the best case scenario for David in the spot.
Arne looks a little tortured about this decision. A lot of information known.
One Boros
And
deck always
again, we
goes
see
the
main
distance.
phase,
This
and
one.
it's going to be a second Fairy Mastermind this time.
Yeah, I think he just wants to make sure that... Oh, David with the slow roll.
David is slow rolling himself.
He knows how
and
important this land is. Looks like our card spotter was quick with it.
Yeah.
It is Restless Anchorage. It seems.
Hmm.
That's the start.
Go for the throat to kill one of them. Okay, this is all good, but the big question is from Arne. Look at Arne, he's ready to untap. Oh, but there was a land. It is tapped this time, though. But we've got a game on our hands here, kiddos. This one could go really cool now. Let's see what happens.
There are some, there might be some slick shots. I guess that is public knowledge. There are some slick shots, but it's definitely more of a thing on Arena.
David, of course, doesn't really want to slam down the Rafine into 4 open mana, as well as a Fairy Mastermind giving Arna an extra card, but may feel like he has no choice. If he draws a land
Opinions
here
on
and is able to
cookies.
go
I
for
think
the
people
throw,
struggle to
leave
play
up no
cookies
more
because
lives,
they don't, they see
suddenly
it
things get
as
interesting because
like a
I think
worse
David
version
in
of
that
Esper
position
in a
will feel
way.
like he's in control of the game.
So they have
rather
trouble
than
registering it when they could
continuously
register
trying to catch
Esper.
up.
Yeah, there's tremendous
If you're
pressure on
looking for a
English to
tempo
continue to
strategy,
get
there
land
just
drops at this
isn't
point. That
a
last
way
one
around
was-
how good Esper is,
keeping
and that
them in the game.
is the reason a lot of
But
people
this
don't
draw
register
set
it,
here is the
which is
question,
too
can
bad.
you find another land?
I think another go for the throat was the pickup.
Okay.
So more things to do at instant speed. Maybe that relieves the pressure of him feeling like he has to act here.
Because this is how these type of games can fall apart. Either you miss your land drop and eventually you get double spelled, or somebody can cast something and protect it, or you decide to press because you're like, well, I'm missing my land drops, I just need to run Rafine out here, and it gets countered, and then all of a sudden, you know, in tennis we call that breaking serve, right? It's right back in Arne Huschenbeth's court, and all of a sudden he can take the initiative.
Is the bat leaving?
Yeah, so Arne went for the Ardenvale fealty off Virtue of Loyalty, making it 2-2. Declared a block, and now it's go for the throat, going after the Deep Cavern bat. And this is David's choice whether he wants to go for the No More Lies, keep the bat alive, or let Arne have the wedding announcement and be forced to fire off this No More Lies next turn.
And while Monty can sit here and break those down, those lines of play very quickly, nice job, Monty, it is much more difficult for David to have to actually make these decisions about what to do. Stage 1 is understanding what the decisions are. Stage 2 is put yourself in David Inglis's seat, and he has to actually decide.
Yeah, it's rough. When you're missing land drops, there is, at least at a lower level of playing Magic, there's almost this compulsion to hold on to the resources you have. So when you see both of your creatures dying there is this instinct to, I need to keep one of these alive because this is all I have. But at the same time, David understands that that is not how he can win this matchup. And when Arne goes for the Virtue here, now David has an interesting choice because he could counter this, or he could use the redundant answer he has in his hand and go for the throat, killing the Mastermind, and say, Virtue doesn't do anything with no creatures on the battlefield. You
Virtue's
can have
there.
this one. I'll use my No More Lies on your cards that can matter.
In time, Virtue's going to grind it out.
Especially with
David's
another
gotta
go for the
move.
throat. The first creature, not that big of a threat. So I wouldn't be surprised to see David go Anchorage, Rafine this turn, and say, okay, your next creature gets a counter, but I have a go for the throat plus No More Lies next turn. I might be able to take control of this game through your Virtue.
And so the downside for David is if he plays Rafine and just gets it killed.
Oh, it's over.
Then it's done.
You know, not over, but your
But he
hand-
doesn't have the luxury of...
No.
Yeah.
There's no waiting. There's no, hey, I'm going to take my time and I'm going to pass. It's, I'm behind on basically all resources. I'm behind on board. I'm behind on mana. I'm behind on cards. I'm far behind on life. I need to do something and hope it works.
There it is. Aklazat's hitting the battlefield.
Oh
into the
my.
tapped out David Inglis.
Oh my.
This is one of the big heavy hitter finisher type cards that this
I'm
deck
beginning to feel like
Yeah,
I'm
it
a back
is
god, back
A
god.
very strong tool in the Esper midrange.
Can you
era.
remove it?
Just
I
the
think
fact
there was
that,
go for the throat,
one,
right?
It is a
Or
large
did we saw
fly
both
blank
of them?
2, it has value when it attacks. But 3, it also gives you value when it dies, so further taxing your opponent's removal and resources. The card is a lot to deal with.
Yeah, this one's even bigger. It's a 5/5 thanks to the Virtue.
There is a go for the throat according to the hand spot.
It's also a nice answer for Rafine. Tack into this.
Yeah, David does
That's a
have
big deal.
to go for the throat, so could go after the Aklazats, but looking at Arne's hand,
What are you
only
gonna
2
do
cards
if you
left in
don't?
it, so not that far away from flipping the back god.
You
back
have to.
into
You have to go
Aklazat.
after
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. I wonder, I mean, does David have any long-term answers? Certainly not in hand.
Not in hand. The ideal answer is
Wandering
if Arne goes for an attack, you Wandering Emperor it. The issue is with that Virtue of Loyalty. 1, the attacks are really big. 2, if you don't have it at the moment, then they just untap it. So you have to have it that attack step.
Gods have
Looks like
throats
David's
too.
going for upkeep, go for the throat.
Yeah, so when Aklazos comes back, it does come back tapped as Temple of
It's
the
an
Dead.
interesting choice
So
to not
by
swing
doing it
there.
on the upkeep, you're essentially giving yourself an extra turn cycle where Arne can't transform back into Aklazotz and continue pressuring you.
And this really does show, because David does not want to expose himself to a counterspell or something like that at this point, but he's recognizing that I have to try to get every ounce of time and anything that I can out of these. And basically what he's showing is that if Arne has anything at any time, he's done, right? He knows that in order to win this game, he has to walk a very, very fine line of Arne not having the right answers at the right times.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing here from David is, and it really speaks to how big of a threat Aclazotz is, David gave up an attack step from Rafine to do that upkeep go for the throat. That's how big of an issue that card is.
Huge.
Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah. Triggers. Yep.
I'll put the trigger.
Yeah.
Get one on.
Yep.
And before this trigger resolves,
Okay, sure.
I activate. No, actually, don't use one of that. Activate with itself. The Anchorage.
Okay.
So both
Getting a
go.
counter on the anchorage, untapping it.
With the trigger.
Smooth.
On the stack.
Okay.
Oh, we got tricks. Mastermind.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Just while the way is completely clear, there's the Fairy Mastermind.
Yep.
Both of these do get counters.
Yeah, Arna, stack the triggers, so the counter triggers on the stack, resolve the Make a Soldier trigger, then activate Anchorage, tapping itself, so that can get a counter as well and be untapped, essentially only paying 2
Game
mana
is
for
close.
it. But with that in response, David used
Inglis
the
is getting into
opportunity while there
position,
was
though.
only 1 mana up to get the Mastermind onto the
No
battlefield.
more lies, backing up
Now things are
Rafine.
growing, but David has an Aclazotz. He has a No More Lies. No More Lies not looking particularly good in this position anymore.
And he's short a mana on the Aclazotz as well.
Yeah, so I think it's time to attack with both. Hope you find a
Cross
land.
your fingers.
You
and
could power
hope
up the
Your
anchorage.
back got resolves.
You could try to close faster. 2-turn
I mean,
clock.
I think at this point, David is fairly convinced that there's no counterspell in hand here for Arne just now.
I don't think you slam the back out. I think
He
you
had
go for
multiple
the
times
win.
to use it.
2-turn clock.
Oh, wow.
2-turn clock.
He's going for max counters.
He's going
The back
for
god
the
is a
Anchorage.
+1/+1 counter. It's not a
3
back god.
triggers from Rafine.
Wow.
Okay. David getting aggressive in this spot.
He can't win in 2 turns by doing this, right?
If it was unimpeded, he could in theory.
I see.
The issue is with virtue of loyalty on the battlefield, untapping all the creatures, Arna can continue getting aggressive and have creatures on defense, and he has multiple potential blockers. So getting aggressive
He has a
isn't
potential
as
blocker. I'm not
easy
sure
as
what
it
Monty's on
sounds.
about.
This has been such a fascinating game. You've really
The only
helped
blocker
us,
is the anchorage.
Monty, see the pressure that
Find a
the
removal
players
spell for
feel
it.
at
You're
different
good.
times
And I think there's a go for the
different
throat
reasons.
there.
I'm being pressured on life total, board state.
I think there
land
is.
Count. How does this go if this were to stay? in the
Aclazotz
same
enters
position
tapped.
For
If you
5
transform
turns,
Aclazotz,
that
it's
type of
tapped.
thing. And this game has been really. A
Oh,
story
yeah, the
of
virtue.
desperation
Good-
for
good
David
call, good
Inglis.
call.
His actions
Good call.
have shown time and time again that he's recognized fully that he's in a disadvantageous position.
He still
and
has
needs
to play
take
his
on
last card,
additional
right?
Risk that he would prefer not.
He has to play a card
to
and
give himself
transform?
even a chance to win a game that he's significantly
Interesting.
far behind on.
No More Lies might mess this
It's a
up.
tough spot. It is a really tough spot, and David, to his credit, is trying to pilot it as best as he can.
He needs to
But
play a
that
card to be
is,
able to transform the Aclazotz if
again,
he
a
draws a
tall order.
non-land. That's a big deal.
It was a nice hit. It evened things up at 7 apiece.
Oh, he has the mana now to
But
make the night.
Unfortunately for David
Oh,
Inglis,
that's
Arne
just
Huschenbeck
game because of
had
the night?
One more card in his hand. It would produce a 2/2, and that would be enough to attack.
Oh, okay, game over.
Yeah,
Ba-bam.
it's a tough matchup. It is a matchup that everybody playing in this room, if you're playing Esper
If he had a
midrange or
black
not,
source and he
you
had
have
kept the
to be
cut down,
ready
he could have
to
survived
play
that, but
against
yeah.
Esper midrange because it is 30%-ish of our
When
field this
Cardinand
weekend.
works, I just didn't
And
think he was. It
there's
didn't
a lot
occur to
of
me that I
nuance
was going to
it.
play the
There's a lot
Virtue
of
on end step.
Small decisions, but there's
I-
also
I am
a factor
aware of
where
how the
if you
card
stumble,
works.
It makes your life a lot harder.
Yeah, and you could really see that, particularly in game number 1. Slight stumble there led to the loss for Inglis. He wasn't able to take game number 2 either, so that's Arne Huschenbeck continuing with a perfect record. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we're going to go right to the booth, the news desk with Maria, and she is going to set up our next match.
Hey everybody, coming up after the break, we have Yoshihiko Ikawa versus Michael Russell.
Akawa is trying to get all 5 colors of mana into play to be able to cast very cheap leyline bindings and finish the game off with a big old Atraxa. Russell is going to be playing Boros Convoke, trying to go very wide with a bunch of creatures and finish the game before Akawa can do so.
Domain Ramp versus Boros Convoke coming up after this.
And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Thunder Junction. Marshall Sutcliffe with Mani Davudi, and we are bringing you coverage of Standard here on day number 1. We've already done our draft for the day, and now we are getting right into Standard. And we just had an Esper mid-range mirror match. That's not what we have this time, though. This is actually looks like 2 very different approaches to the format. We've got Yoshihiko Ikawa in our feature playing Domain Ramp. And across the table, Michael Russell on Boros Convoke. So a much, like basically the fastest approach versus, 4-color ramp.
Yeah, Convoke is the premier aggro deck of the format. I would say has some combo elements to it.
Suck
but
it, Mono Red.
It is just trying to get aggressive. On the other side for Ikawa, this Domain Ramp deck,
The premier
really cool,
aggro
has
deck of
a
the
lot of
format.
awesome elements to it. Very weak against control decks, but can be quite strong.
Both of these players are backed by very strong testing teams as well. Michael Russell tested with Team Worldly Council, and Yoshihiko Ikawa is on the Moriyama Japan team, which has Yuki Ichikawa, Rei Sato, Kenta Harane, like huge names on that team as well.
Yeah, Ikawa is definitely a powerhouse Japanese player in and of himself. He's had a lot of great results in the past and is a player that I always love to watch play. He is extremely good and typically brings not the most standard deck choices. This being a standard tournament, of course, it is a standard deck choice.
Is this a perfect start, by the way, for Michael?
No. A perfect start would involve this start into a Knight Errant of Eos on turn 2. I
Okay.
think Corey would have called that a holy cow moment, but fortunately we dodged that this time around.
Okay, so this is a good start.
This is a pretty great start.
Okay, pretty
But
great, but not
Nobody
perfect.
calls it a
Gotcha.
holy cow moment.
That's herd migration there for Ikawa. How do you get out from this start?
You need to make it one more turn and then depopulate the board. That is the answer.
Would you say it was a cow moment or a holy cow moment?
This was just a cow moment. Maybe it was a holy moment. I'm not fully decided. But
How did we get here? It's only day 1.
Yeehaw!
I need a T-shirt that says it was a cow moment. It's just going to be you in chat that gets it.
Look, all
Who
the
else
cool
is
kids
there?
will be in on the joke, so me, you, and chat. Herd Migration getting a land here.
Oh,
This
look,
plays
the
almost
Convoke deck
certainly trying to
convoked.
set up for a turn 4 depopulate. The question is, do you make it there with the battle cry ability on the Evangelist really ramping up the clock here? But if Ikawa has one of these tools, one of maybe a 2-mana removal spell or a Topiary Stomper to ramp up a bit here, that could help bridge the gap. I would guess Ikawa has a Wrath of some kind in hand and just needs to survive this turn cycle.
The 3 life from the Herd Migration.
Doesn't hurt.
Little buffer.
Yeah, if you have a second Herd Migration, that'll almost certainly help keep you alive.
Combats.
Okay.
That'll do.
Resolves.
Basically half the damage coming across
Yeah.
about now. That's Leyline Binding, by the way.
Don't do 2
Yeah, the Evangelist was definitely the biggest threat of this board. 5 damage coming across is not a big deal, all things
Not a
considered.
big deal.
It's not great. You're not happy about it, but it's not a big
It's gonna kill you.
And Michael does not want to add more to the board, it looks like, so he's going to pass the turn back over to Yoshiko Ikawa. Oh, who has another copy of Herd Migration.
Yep.
Back up to 15.
Yeah,
One step at a time, and these are straight up basics
Gotta get the
here.
other
I
white
saw
source.
2
Oh,
Atraxes
got
in
a
hand,
black.
So that is not where you want to be.
Into
2
play.
Atraxas in hand?
Yeah, that's... the deck is pretty cool.
I think you're just not patient. You just have to wait till 7 mana. Like,
Just
what's
wait
the
it
big
out.
deal?
Just wait it out.
I don't think you got 3
Ikawa's at
turns.
15. We see a Phyrexian Might
Don't do 9.
created on instep there from Russell. So there's the first poison counter as well. Oh, another land, though. That's a lot of lands.
Yeah.
And go.
Mirrex is doing a great job here of allowing Russell to develop while holding reactive
Angel?
cards. All right, it is Sunfall time. Angel named.
We
That's
got
what
it?
attracts in a
We
few
got
turns.
Sunfall?
And there's the Sunfall.
Pew
And there's the Sunfall.
pew.
So there's the big reset.
All right.
Pew 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 pew
Yeah, 2 white.
pew.
Michael, just checking to make sure. 6 creatures, so that is a 6/6 Phyrexian. Another Might can get made here, and that'll be 1 more unimpeded damage. But Russell's hand, not very impressive. A land, Case of the Gateway Express, and a 1-drop, the only things left there, I believe. the
Oh,
1-drop
didn't get a
before
chance to
the
transform the
Inner
Gateway Express.
That is not very impressive. It's
Inner
actually
Sky, excuse me.
Or to solve it.
potentially facing down to 6/6
Rather.
here.
Not great.
Not great. Unless you're Ikawa.
Oh, Ikawa's feeling fantastic now. If you're taking 1 damage potentially here, great. If you're taking no damage because your opponent is just making a Midas sorcery speed and growing this Warden, even better. You have a 6/6.
You want the Recruiter
There's
top
actually
deck?
No damage that turn.
Yep.
Sure you're not the only one.
The Warden's a nice little threat, but it's going to take a while before it really counts.
Yeah.
Ikawa's got a lot of time now.
A lot of time.
And we definitely are starting to look at the possibility of Atraxa hitting the battlefield at this point.
Hardcast.
Yeah, the good old-fashioned way.
Yeah, this domain ramp deck definitely has like a hold your breath curve. It's like turn 1, you're almost always playing a Triome. You're playing a tap land. Turn 2, hold your breath. Turn 3, maybe make a play, hold your breath. Turn 4, you might be holding your breath still. But turn 5.
If you're still conscious.
Yeah, if you're still conscious by turn 5, oh boy, you've made it through the worst part of it. You're fine now.
All right, it's going to be Spelunking
What a
and
gamer.
a natural land drop.
I was hoping to
So
see
we
more
are
new
there. That's the
cards.
7 mana
Well,
we need.
No cave put into play.
maybe
no
if
4 life
standard
cave.
weren't,
But 7 mana's on the board.
you know,
Atraxas in hand.
the biggest standard of all time.
I think 2 cards.
New cards
so
would get
both of those
tested
make
and played
4
more.
cards. There you go.
Maybe.
So 2 Atraxas plus 2 unknowns.
Maybe.
And
Just putting it out there.
Phyrexian on the board. So blocker available here for Ikawa, and still a ways away from that Warden having flying from that 3rd counter. I think the only card in Michael's hand is Case of the Gateway Express as well. So not really doing anything in this spot.
Oof, tough case.
Activate Warden.
Michael's going to activate the Warden once again. That does also come with not just the +1/+1 counter, but
Village of the Bog would fit in ramp if it were a more
Yeah, I do look
black-centric
bottom,
deck,
by the way,
but it's
so
not.
either a whole bunch of lands or nonsense on top, or Michael's looking for something very specific.
I think that's the end
And
of
that
it.
should do it, right? Removal spell to kill the Warden itself.
Yeah, long goodbye into Atraxa is...
Thank you.
Long goodbye, short game 1.
Swap it out.
Ah, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ikawa did transform his Incubate token into a Phyrexian as well. At the
Is
end
this
of
enough
third.
to concede? Like, does Michael have any way to get through, around, over?
I think Michael's going to see what is coming here. I think when Ikawa takes this Leyline Binding and has an untapped land for it, that is the concession moment probably.
How about the Archangel of Wrath?
Look, you already have an Atraxa in play.
There's a depopulate.
None of
too.
that is all just gravy on top of this delicious feast that Ikawa is
I was going to say, this is a
here.
tasting meal here, if that's the gravy.
Yeah,
'cause
there's
I'm
the white
interested.
mana, untapped thanks to Splunking.
Yes.
You have that Leyline Binding, you have Domain. Say go, and this is, you know,
No attack from Ikawa.
you have to really, great designer search, make up your own magic card here to get out of this one if you're a Michael Seed, because I don't think the card exists in the standard format.
Yeah, not in standard, or at least not in the colors that Michael's playing.
Evangelist is the play. In
Boros,
play, I should say.
Boros sometimes runs
Keys
Get
to the
Lost.
Gateway Express, currently dealing 5.
Copy of Get
Not enough
Lost
to
would deal
take
with
out Atraxa
Atraxa,
or the Phyrexian.
but
once
once it
Atraxa
hits
hits
something, it's
with
pretty much
Michael,
over.
It gets really difficult to imagine a win. So I think we're going to see Leyline Binding on end step here.
Atraxa was a mistake.
And that's going to be game
Exciting
number
card.
1 going to
People like
Yoshiko
it.
Ikawa.
Looked like it would matter.
Really, that sketchy middle period. But honestly, the 6 life was really nice from the herd migrations.
Was really nice.
And then we saw Sunfall was the devastating play that kind of cleaned things up.
Just keep holding your breath.
There's that Warden for Michael Russell.
Sunfall, wow.
Russell on a mulligan to 6 this game. Ikawa with
Okay.
the full 7. It's weird mulliganing with the Convoke deck. It's a bit of a combo deck, so you do want to try to find your pieces. You
Dealing
want to have these
Atraxa would have
explosive starts
worked.
that lead
Well,
into Night Errant
that
Appeals
means
to get
somebody is
back
out on
your
ladder
card
with threaten
disadvantage.
effects in their
But at the same
standard
time,
deck for just
when you mulligan
seemingly
too
no
much,
reason.
things start getting clunky. He does have that Night
We
Errant Appeals
found
in
that
hand.
player.
That's the big piece. He has multiple creatures on the board already. This game is off to a potentially better start, I would say, for Michael Russell.
1 drop and a 2 drop. 3 creatures on board.
Triomes were a mistake.
See what Ikawa wants to do.
Hold his breath.
Sure.
Are we already there?
The world is living under their oppression.
Okay.
All things depending on what is in his hand. And then you're holding your breath.
Well, if you're climbing beanstalks, I do not suggest holding your breath. Like, you need all your energy.
Dr. Marshall,
Yeah.
not recommended.
It's just a
How are they
recommendation.
skipping through
All right.
sideboard so quickly? Legit question. I love your hypothesis.
Of course.
Do you think they're just faster than the average human?
Plan for the turn. These type of decks are notoriously difficult to play. Not in complexity, but in punishment. If you make one misstep with these type of decks, these aggressive token, every bit of damage, every bit of sequencing matters. If you make a misstep, it
They're
usually
pros,
is enough to
obviously,
lose. Because
yes.
when it does, when it's close,
That's Aaron's. 6.
this always looks like an attack.
Yep.
Editing?
But it's actually 9 Era Vios, as you mentioned before, Monty.
Editing.
Only finding one creature,
Man.
and
Oh,
that is a disaster, more or less.
Cavern of
Not a great
Souls was a
creature,
mistake.
And
How
this
does that happen?
bad luck.
I'm getting this impression that you just think Magic's a mistake.
Magic is a game of variance. We as players do everything we can to mitigate that variance. We design decks by the numbers. We do the math. We do what we can to give ourselves the best chances of things working. But sometimes the collected company misses. Sometimes you hit one creature. Sometimes it just isn't there. And you chalk it up to bad luck.
Unless you're Seth Manfield.
Yeah.
Pros don't make
Had a
mistakes.
chance to
Everybody
chat
knows
with
that.
Michael at the player registration yesterday. He's from Sydney.
Okay.
He was sitting with the other Australians, but
So,
they all kind of tested together, but like I said, he's on Team World League Council, so he had a different take on.
Enjoy your
match.
turn 3.
I mean, World League Council, you know,
I have
originating
9 power.
From that Australia, New Zealand area, Zen Takahashi.
Yeah.
The
Look, guys, Boros is doing the thing.
Hasn't been qualified for the past few Pro Tours, I think, but still from talking to those guys, what I hear is at least the pre-planning period before actually arriving in the city for the Pro Tour, even when not qualified.
Since we're all
Zen
airing our
does
grievances
a
in
ton to
chat,
help
since
out
that's
the team
apparently
like
what
that.
we're here to do for today,
Very
I would like to
dedicated
point out I have watched 0
continuing
games
to
of
cultivate
Blue-White
the scene and help out
Control.
the players, regardless of whether
And
or not
I
he
believe
himself
that
is
should change.
attending the event.
I've heard that as well. I've also
That
heard
is
he's,
all.
like, really good with a spreadsheet.
Really good. I don't know if he's like Yakub Toth good, but really good.
All right, they're Sanguine Evangelist now for Russell. Are we finally going to see an attack?
Probably. Ikawa's still holding his breath.
He's at 22.
Holding his breath.
Combat.
Here we go.
There we go. Those are actually attacking.
Actual
Not those
attacks.
ones. Those ones.
Those ones. 5, 6, 7,
Guys.
10.
I am going to run for president of Wizards of the
You
Coast.
see the Evangelist.
You should
sitting on top
elect
there, but
me
that's ready to
in a
pile on.
democratic election for a publicly traded company, because that's how I'm sure it
Borsig
works.
doesn't get depopulated suddenly.
My platform is
And that's what
simple.
we're talking about at this point, right?
Yeah.
The first round of coverage for standard at the Pro Tour will, in fact, feature
next turn and you don't have something to
the
mitigate
roguest of rogue
big chunk
decks
of damage,
brought to the
because more
event.
damage is going to get added onto the sport somehow, either that Evangelist or otherwise.
I don't care if it's 03.
Yeah, there's a
Get it
little
on
bit less, so
camera
down to 7
while you
damage
can.
Instead, thanks to Long Goodbye. Does that...
It helps. It means
Because
that
God knows we'll have Esper and Boros and
it indicates to me that
Teamer, Analyst, and Domain Ramp for the rest of the
I
day.
don't think he would have kept a 7 that has no Sunfall, no Ramp, no Depopulate, and no way to get to them. So when I see him keeping a 7, I think that he has some number of these things.
Okay, well, he's got Spelunking, and off the top was a Rafine's Tower, by the way. So he now has
I
2
met
mana
Cynthia.
available. Perhaps another removal spell in the making?
Cynthia may not
Leyline
remember
Binding
me,
going
but I
after
remember
this,
Cynthia.
Evangelist is...
It was actually rather. I don't believe Cynthia knew I was a content creator, but was still incredibly gracious to me in the airport.
4, I believe.
Oh, I got a little
Evangelist
preview of
has
an Archangel of Wrath
nothing.
there.
Yeah, that's
So the only thing I can say for Cynthia is
Not that
very,
he can
actually
do
very
much, but
positive.
just curious. So down to 7. But yeah, that was an Archangel of Wrath that Ikawa accidentally dropped on the table.
And it looks like Gobakon is going to deny that one.
Oh, okay.
No Sunfall, so taking this Archangel is a really big hit.
And then he's got a Stomper over there, another Atraxa, which is out of range currently.
Yeah, and the Tranquil Frillback. Excuse me. Yes.
What does that guy do again?
Has some options. Gains some life, destroys it.
What does a Tranquil Frillback do again? Nobody's studying dinosaurs?
Yeah.
So 3
Marshall.
mana, 3/3 gain 4 against this board would be decent.
I think you have to
kinda
pay the
needed a
cost,
heavy
so it's
hitter.
4 mana for the gain 4.
Oh, 4 mana. Right.
Ah.
Oh!
Hey, Marshall.
That wasn't in hand this a second ago.
There's an old adage.
Sunfall.
There's an old adage.
Bang! I drew the sweeper, GG's.
Something top of my deck.
Oh, man.
I don't remember exactly how it goes. But,
Nice.
That was brutal. Sunfall off the top for
Very
Ikawa.
nice.
And all of a sudden, the reset button has been pushed, and Michael Russell now has to try to rebuild. He did do a good job getting him down to 7 here, but
Say hello to our little friend.
Oh, and he's just going to pass a turn back, too.
I think Ikawa finally stopped holding his breath. He's good now.
All right, yeah, the breath hold is
The breath has been released. I think we're chilling now.
Oh, my Lord. Okay,
Stomper
there's
time.
the Stomper, and that's going to set up Atraxa.
Yeah. He has a search for the basic land. This is your 4th land. You can go for the frill back here potentially if you really want to put in the 3-3. Ideally, I don't think you do.
Wow.
Now you have the 6-6. Probably just pass here. I don't think you need to attack with your 6-6. The 7th land means the Stomper is a blocker now. And yeah, you have Atraxa next turn.
Well, you know
you
what
are
they say.
Playing it cool.
You can't Invasion of Gobekon on the top of your opponent's library.
Oh, is that what they say? Wow.
Tale as old as time.
Really old adage. Magic players have been saying that for years.
Yeah, if you've been around the Magic scene, you know what I'm talking about.
You've heard. You can't Invasion of Gobekon, the top of my deck. Amazing.
There's a blood token.
Wow, that's a
hitting the board
rebuild.
Thanks to Gleeful Demolition. So this was
That is a
nice
hell of a
rebuild here.
rebuild.
Yeah. For Russell, the issue he's facing is going to be Atraxa. How is he getting around that?
This is
Yeah,
a great
if it
rebuild.
weren't for the Atraxa.
That Imida's Recruiter is a potential start, but realistically, you're not. That's the big answer. It's you get Atraxa down with this Spelunking. Whatever land you find will be untapped. You're more likely than not going to find the Leyline Binding, and then you have 3 blockers, one of which is a 7/7 lifelink, and things are going downhill.
Ikawa picked up game number 1 in similar fashion. After a key sweeper, it was also Sunfall that time, reset the board and gave him the breathing room needed to start resolving these really heavy hitters, which he's just about to start doing now. Also worth noting, you know, our players here are 4-0. They both had a perfect draft this morning. That's hard.
Gamers.
And then they won their first round of Standard as well.
And, you know, Domain Ramp is one of the decks that actually has a pretty good Esper mid-range matchup. You know, not great, but pretty good as far as things go. So picking up wins against these non-Esper decks. Oh, look, Leyline Binding and a white land. All right, then.
We have seen this story very much so.
I see a sorcery, an enchantment, a creature.
Yeah, that's one of the other cool things about Atraxa in this list is that it very often hits that enchantment. Sometimes that's one that can be difficult. So
I'm wondering about Sunfall versus Herd Migration as the sorcery thing.
right.
Here.
Are you really firing off a Sunfall when you have... Well, actually, is the Incubate token awoken?
It is.
Okay.
He flipped it at the end of Michael's last turn.
So you're going to lose that? The
Yeah, let's go.
Okay,
All
it's time
right.
for some aggression.
Yoshihiko knows what's up. Look, if I'm going to pay 5 mana to wipe the board and get 1 creature, I'm going to pay 7 mana and put 5 blockers on the board instead. It's not like Michael's going to make my board not block.
Right.
They're basically the same thing.
Except for you can attack with one of them.
Okay,
Ikawa.
all right,
So
all
the counter argument is if you do, for whatever reason, play a second Sunfall, like there is no way that Michael can summon up enough cards to get back, right?
Yeah, the real answer is Sunfall is a panic button here.
Yes.
You're not firing it off if your Atraxa is still on the board, but should your Atraxa leave the board somehow, then you have your panic button available to you.
So let's say that Michael untaps top decks and says, kill your Atraxa somehow. I don't even know if that's a thing here. But if so, Ikawa would prefer to have a hard reset.
Yeah, that is the less risky card to have left. Ikawa is operating in the world where if he untaps
Still on 7
with
life?
this Atraxa
Oh,
and
long,
the hand that he has
long
available to him,
Atraxa.
the game is over. So what happens if he untaps and doesn't have the Atraxa? He's going to want to Sunfall the board, and then the game is over.
Realistically, none of these are going to happen, but...
Well, the game is going to end.
Yeah, that part's going to happen.
Yeah, that part's going to happen.
that part's definitely in the works. Yeah, no attacks here from
No
Russell.
attacks.
Yeah, cracked a clue. Did
Aggro
everything he
players
could to
in
try to find
shambles.
Something going, but ultimately he's just going to pass. Ikawa has to decide if Leyline Binding is something that needs to be fired off here.
Yeah, this is a main ramp deck. You know, as I've mentioned, a lot of holding your breath. But man, after if you finally let that breath out and you have an Atraxa in play or you Wrath or Archangel or whatever, and then you're breathing again, oh, it's a lot of fun. The cards you're playing are delightful.
This thing turns the corner real hard.
Yep.
And then hits the gas from there.
So hard.
that?
Angel.
Naming Angel with Cavern.
Yeah.
Oh, that Angel. I'm sorry.
And notably, Ikawa is at a point where he still has that
I
archetypal
don't know which
graph, by the
deck
way,
I hate
under
more.
Invasion of Gobakon. So
Oh,
that has attacks on it.
Oh,
but
yeah.
you
I
can't
do.
deploy that. So
What is it? 2 extra mana from?
How do you let
extra mana.
Boros
Yeah, no
even
big deal when you got all
pretend
this.
it's the
oh,
good
he also
guy?
has 2 in hand, by the
just
way.
This might
Angel.
prompt
Full game.
some concession action here pretty
11,
quickly.
All right,
Combat.
from 7 to 11 to 18 probably. I do
Yeah,
love...
get it in there. Get it in there.
The hesitation. Maybe I don't attack. Never mind.
Never mind. It basically eats a creature that it would block it anyway.
Yeah.
11 damage.
And you
So
take
until 5 and
11,
five
I
up
go to 18, you're
Yep.
at 5.
Yeah.
Draw a card, extend the hand.
Eh?
I've seen this story before, Monty.
Long goodbye in hand that is face up. Just, you know, necessary or otherwise.
What decks are on the play?
I
Domain
too have seen
Ramp
this
is fighting Boros
story. It's a really
Convoke.
good story.
And there it is. Yoshihiko Ikawa
And Domain
picking
Ramp
up the
wins.
victory in convincing
The Boros
fashion.
decks just...
It always comes down to
The
that
only Boros
inflection
games
point
we've
on
seen
turn
are pretty
4,
clunky.
Maybe with the help of a little bit of ramp there from Ikawa.
Not
when you
very
see
lucky
a
in the
sweeper
feature
or
match
some
at
big stabilizing
area
type
at the
play hit,
moment.
and once it does, no coming back there.
Yeah, I think the Convoke deck tried really hard, played every turn to its maximum
Tried really
potential,
hard.
but ultimately
And got so far.
there's a window, and if you don't kill your opponent in that window, it's over.
Yeah, window gets shut, and that's what happened here. So perfect record there for Ikawa. We've got more standard action to bring you here, though. We've got Shota Yasuoka.
Tim
playing
Davis is
against
top 8 right
Willie
now.
Adel.
Too bad the
No, that's not a
requirement is
typo
to
on
be
the
top
record
8
either,
at the
by
end
way,
of
Monty. And you see
tomorrow.
that 3-0
to be
and
top
1. That
8.
means that Shota, after 3-0ing draft, took a draw.
Yeah, with Azorius control, I think that is less surprising.
Our hero!
normally, But it's always surprising to me when Shota Yasuoka
Wake
picks
me
up,
up
a draw.
inside.
Anyone who's ever watched the man
Oh
play
my God,
Magic,
Willie!
he is
Oh snap!
blisteringly
It's a
fast.
battle, baby.
Extremely fast. 2 Hall of Famers
Let's
facing off
go.
against each other here in game number 2 with Willie.
Ah,
Adel.
the broadcast just started. Azorius
mulligan
versus
to
Boros.
6 for Shota by the looks of it.
You can see we're going to speed it up just a little bit to make sure.
No, 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 no! Don't speed up, Shouta.
We can handle Shota.
Shota.
sped up.
Yeah, if you saw it, Willie's T-shirt said "double infinity."
Countered.
Because, you know, when
Countered.
infinity not
Countered. Count. What the? Who are you? What have you done with my Shouta?
Shota, but Gobakon really disrupting things
Letting,
a bit.
letting spells resolve.
Get lost, and what is that? Memory deluge.
That is a memory deluge.
And a couple of lands there for Shota.
Here it is, Lauren. No, unlucky. Doesn't always ring true, I guess.
Maybe he drew and decided not to play it. You.
Ooh, the Forge into the Lauren. Yeah, that's why you took the Lauren.
Ooh.
That makes
Aircraft
sense.
Forge.
Cool sideboard tech here, huh? That's not main deck, is it?
It is not. It is very cool sideboard tech. It is
Boros
quite
LaForge
a
coming
beating
at ya.
against these controlling decks.
It just sits there, and if they don't have an answer to that type of permanent, it will at some point produce something that wins you the game.
Should have had an answer. It's just, you know, under that invasion of Gobakon right now.
True,
so
true.
it can come down next turn.
Okay.
It's probably not going to be too late. As long as this Forge is really the only pressure that Willie has available to him, Shota can probably get it off the board in time.
No great targets for get lost, but
all right, Gobakon
Yikers.
flipped for Willie.
Well, Sunfall doesn't care about Light Shield
poor
Array.
Laurent's just sitting there,
yeah,
hanging around.
Next turn. Next turn.
This Memory Deluge is going
Day.
to have to be a banger.
And that's a nurturing pixie there. Follow up for Adel. Oh man,
That's
Gobakon
a
action.
cool combo.
Yeah, that's going to prompt the Memory Deluge to get cast here from Shota.
All right, 2 lands.
Oh, picked up the invasion?
A Ganjo and another Get Lost here.
Oh, that's
That is
sick.
pretty good pickup.
That's so
as far as
mean.
things go.
Willie, you're so mean. Oh my goodness, this hand. Oh no. Blue-white control is just going to be dead before turn 8 in an absolute disaster.
Still not that much damage, but the potential of damage is getting higher and higher.
Oh no.
Once again, we're seeing ourselves starting to scratch our head and think, do we need a sweeper here? Now, I assume that Shota Yasuoka has access to such effects, given that he's playing a blue-white control deck.
He absolutely does.
Bam.
I think the first
Suck
priority
it,
is get that
LaForge.
Forge off the battlefield. I love starting off with that and the Lauren. But step 2 is definitely get this board under control, and we know his hand, at least last turn, didn't contain it. Maybe this turn.
No recruiters. No recruiters.
Really going for the activation.
Wouldn't be a recruiter here. Never. Never had it.
Deck. Don't know for sure if he wants that one. It does deal a damage, and the blood tokens do continue allowing you to sift through your deck faster, which is nice, finding the cards that do matter. But maybe ultimately not wanting to spend the time on it.
Lockdown would be a hell of a draw. It would be a hell of a draw.
Okay, it looks like the Pixie is going to attack the battle.
Yeah, that'll flip it.
Dude, that battle play with the Pixie is sick.
Exactly what's
I never
happening here,
thought
so
of
that's
that.
the second time. Healing's named with Cavern. But then it's just pass the turn back over to Shota.
Well, pass the turn back and grow everything by 1.
And grow everything.
Light Shield Array is a very scary card.
Come
Because
on.
now, the first Wrath is...
Come
Well,
on.
if it's a depopulate, it's a problem. Sacrifice Light Shield Array, creatures you control get hexproof and indestructible until end of turn.
That's not a
So
Sunfall.
really, Shota needs to find a Sunfall, and he needs to find it fast, or at least
That's
an
not a
answer to
Sunfall.
this Light Shield Array to be able to push that through.
Come on, buddy.
The Lauren got in there. In the meantime, you know what? Light Shield Ray only cares about creatures that attack, so I will attack with all my creatures.
Now,
Are
notably,
we going to
that
see a Lauren activation? No.
that Get Lost, I believe, can hit enchantments, just not artifacts. So
That's
that
true.
can go after this Light Shield Array before the end step, prevent more counters, and then if Shota does find a depopulate, can use that to clear off the board. The question is...
Memory deluge, please.
Yeah, if he doesn't have...
Come on, buddy. You can do it.
Hand, and that's the
Ooh,
big
I see an
depopulate
Emperor.
found,
I
but
did see it.
you don't have enough mana to do both depopulate and Get Lost on your turn.
Right, the Get Lost is going to cost 4 still, right?
Does he have
no.
a Tidebinder in hand? Yeah, so if he has a land, he can go depopulate, and if Willie sacrifices the Light Shield Array...
Wait, does he have a
then Shota
Tidebinder
has
for
the
real?
Tidebinder to counter that activated ability.
That does work.
And Willie activates. All right.
It does have
okay.
that.
Dang.
Tidebinder gets to
Got
just
him.
pop in its head and say hi.
Hello.
But it did
Ladies
its
and
job.
gentlemen.
Okay.
All right.
Hanging on by a thread is Shota
That's a
Yasuoka.
control mage.
Board cleared.
Phyrexian Might from Mirix on end step.
Yep.
Oh boy, we're cruising now.
This
gets in
is
for
still really tight. I think another Gleeful Demolition is in Willie's hand, so
5.
can use that, and the Epicure comes
Doesn't
down,
go for
does
the
get another
Gleeful.
ping in. This is really tight.
This is.
Is there a Wandering Emperor?
Now.
Smyrix is an issue.
Did he
This
get
is
to
a
keep the
yeah,
Wandering
you know,
Emperor, or
this
did
is
he
a
have to bottom
great
it?
match for Shota, right?
Yeah, Shota.
Mirix plus the Urbas Forge are ways that are to recover post sweeper, but then it also just puts out these kind of very quick, very explosive boards that force you to have a sweeper. That's a lot.
Yeah, Shota brought a creatureless control deck here this weekend, trying to really target and prey on the Esper midrange decks. This is not the type of matchup that you really love to play against. They have a lot of annoying ways to tax your cards that matter and ignore
Silence Money Devuti, Shota Yasuoka is prepared to beat Boros, and I refuse to believe otherwise.
a real shot in this game.
Who plays blue-white control and isn't prepared to beat Boros? Come on. Come on.
That is a big issue.
So now it's Mirix Forge, and actually what has become a decent board as well. There's a Tidebinder,
Dang.
and that will actually shut
Flash,
off the Forge.
motherfucker.
Loses all its abilities. Now
Far enough
Tidebinder's a
in,
blocker
I won't
as
get
well. That blocks
demonetized.
everything, and I think there's an Iganjo in Shota's hands.
It's fine.
So really, attacks shut down for the most part. Willie can try to push more damage through, of course.
We're going to see a blood token. No, yeah, it's going to get sacrificed to Gleeful Demolition. Oh, and there is a Wandering Emperor, too.
Okay, we're making creatures.
Never say
We're
never.
making creatures. He made a
This is getting a
samurai.
lot more interesting. That was no attacks there from Adel, thanks to that 2 toughness Tidebinder.
Yep.
Still has Get Lost hanging out there as well.
Does he have to
Another
keep
token,
growing the
that's three
samurai to
blockers
keep up
for
with the
6 attackers.
forge?
I believe there is an Iganjo in hand, so that's a removal spell. One unknown card from what I can see so far. It's a land. Yeah, I think Shota has to go make a token. Pass. Is he attacking with the anchorage? Oh, wow.
What is he doing?
Hey.
All right, Shota.
And making it
What?
2-2.
What?
Okay, all right.
What?
Okay.
Okay, Shota, we
I'm
see
in.
you.
I'm in. That is awesome.
I mean, map token, baby.
Willie's at 13. And the map token's going to go on the Tidebinder. And there's the Sunfall.
That's his top of his life.
Leave it on top.
Sunfall! It's Sunfall! We
that's
got a
reinforcement
Sunfall!
spell?
There's a
is-
Sunfall on
is that
top of the
enough?
deck!
8 attackers, if I'm counting correctly. 3 blockers. That's 5 damage. Sack the blood. But there's an Iganjo. So he's only
Come-
4 getting through. Willie needs 1 point of damage.
Oh, but this is exactly what he needed. Because
Lithomantic
this is actually
barrage
going
off
to
the
take away a
top.
blocker and make another attacker, too.
Oh no!
Oh, that was perfect. And yeah, Shota.
Oh
using the
no,
Iganjo to take out one
Shota!
attacker,
Why?
block 2 other
Why
things.
did you anchorage?
And it's
Why?
too much. Willie Adel with the 2-0
The white mages don't
against
attack.
Shota Yasuoka. Shota with the
Not
perfect
like
draft
this.
start, then a draw and a loss. So a bumpy start for Constructed, no doubt about it.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. I think he navigated that end game state to a point where he definitely could have stabilized from there and potentially won the game in a few turns.
It felt like he had stabilized. You know,
But
from
the
here.
combo of more pressure on the end step plus the removal spell that unlocks the forge really was just too much to overcome and couldn't really play around in that spot.
Yeah, so many small creatures. All right, that's going to do it for this round here from the roof. We're going to take a small break.
Oh
When we come
my
back, we'll be
God,
back with the news
Shota.
to set you up
Why?
for the next round of Standard. Don't go
Why,
anywhere.
my friend? A Mesa Falcon from Victory. It's true. It's true. That's why I should be there? Let's be real. There is nothing I just did that any type of professional commentator should ever do. Y'all crazy. I'm mad. Finally got to watch my hero on camera and he O2s. Taboros! You obviously never watched wrestling. Oh, I watch wrestling. I obviously have watched wrestling, actually, the closely you pay attention. What you seem to have a disconnect with, and, you know, you're not the only one, I'm sure, but what you seem to have a disconnect with is what Wizards wants their broadcast to be like. If you'd prefer it were different, though, that's cool. Totally fine. You can want what you want. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bronco combo. What is the combo with the Bronco?
Arena YouTube channel.
Like the prototypes?
My name is Ashlizzle.
It's EGB, and you are playing the best game, in my humble opinion.
Everything is like a little puzzle. Like how much damage can I do this turn? And then out of nowhere you can have lethal.
One of the allures of playing a monocolor deck is no mana screw, no mana problems. It's a good, straightforward deck.
And that's how you beat a Shieldred. Sweet.
Let's go! Like that is a perfect example.
And the victory is mine. I don't believe I received my royalty check for that.
Maria Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney here today, and we are 5 rounds into our tournament, so we're just getting started. Welcome if you're just joining us, and thank you if you've been watching the whole time. We've had awesome stuff happening all morning. Somebody who's had an especially awesome start to their tournament.
So there we go. Covert Ghost Shell in the house.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't feel any better. The draft went really well. Had 2 incredible mythics, and now this Esper midrange deck, I mean, treating me very well. Just, yeah, feeling great.
Is there anything you're worried about? Because you must be on cloud 9 right now.
Is there anything I'm worried about? Well, I'm worried about myself, to be honest, because I think I play much better online and in paper with all the things surrounding you, and you know, the exhaustion, the stress level. So I'll just try to really focus in, not do any mistakes, and that's my biggest worry right now.
The trick
Arnie
is, to just
is
go
also
12-0,
a cool
and then
person
you don't
I've
have
met
to
in
do anything
person.
else for the rest of the day. Easy peasy, right? Congratulations, Arna. Wishing you all the best for the rest.
All right, that is Arna, one of our lone undefeated players left in the building. Well, not alone. Let's take a look at who else is joining him. One of our undefeated players. We've got some more, 5 in fact, players with perfect records, I should say. Check this out. Yoshihiko Ikawa, Greg Michael, Lucas Dukow, Muhan Yu, and Arna Hushinbet, all sitting at 5-0. We have 2 4-0-1s in the form of Jason Yee and Jim Davis. I want to mention the top 4 of those 5, all different decks here in Standard. Domain Ramp, 4-color Legends, Esper Midrange, and Teamer Analyst, which I think is really quite awesome.
Yep.
Let's take a look at more of our leaderboard here. If we can, well, we can. So
That's it.
that's fun.
How many hours have the players been playing for?
About
6 hours.
And Ailey, you've been out on the floor talking to the players, hearing the stories. What do you want to update us with?
Oh, I mean, just the players are a little bit, you know, frazzled to a degree. You know, there's a lot of things going in. But I just want to draw some attention to one of the teams who are doing exceptionally well in Moriyama, Japan. You see Yoshihiko Ikawa, 5-0 so far. I think we should keep our eyes on Ikawa because that is an incredible record indeed. Starts the day. 4-1s, plenty in there too. If we look at Team Worldly Council, they're basically clogging up the middle of the pack as at the moment. Lorenzo Terlizzi, 4-1, Willie Adel, 4-1, and Andrea Mangucci sitting at 3-1-1. So just half a win behind those guys. And then if we have a look at our Hall of Famers, how are they doing? Someone on Twitter was asking, is that the Alan Comer? It's like, yes, Alan Comer is here today. Ben Stark sitting at 4-1, Reed Duke 4-1, and Willie Adel, Shuhei Nakamura, both at 4-1. So things going exceptionally well so far. I would say, you know, everyone should be pretty proud of their performances so far.
All right, well, let's take a look at another one of our standard decks that's come in some big numbers. And Corey,
are you excited?
You love this deck.
Sorry, really excited. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Teamer Analyst. This is a deck that is really, really incredible. It's the deck I would be playing, but there's a lot of different versions that these players are playing. So let's start with the calculator here.
Where did that
This is kind of the more stock list. You see every deck's going to be playing Nissa, Analyst. You're going to be playing some amount of World Soul Rage, that kind of thing. Now, Fires of Victory is kind of their cool addition in this deck. Now let's move on to Aiden Lamson. This is also quite close to the stock list.
Look,
but the one thing
Hydra.
that's a little different is you see one Colossal
There's a
Sky
Hydra.
Turtle.
The
turtle!
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Where's the nerd who wanted the Hydra? Speak up in chat. You've been like begging for the Hydra all day. There it is.
Tournament, so you want to have a lot of one-ofs, so your opponent has to kind of play around a lot of different cards. Otherwise, this list is still pretty much stock. But now let's get to this next one. Okay, so this is really awesome. David Olsen's version here is Jund, something that I really didn't see going into
The
this
Pillage
tournament
the Bog
at all.
analyst,
But this is more
yes.
of a combo finish. You have
Yes.
Pitless Carnage that you can plot on turn 3, and then you have 4 Spelunkings as well as Splendid Reclamation. So being able to tap all your mana, then play Pitless Carnage off plot, sacrifice all your lands, then you play Splendid Reclamation. Now, not only are you putting the lands that went to your graveyard naturally,
hating on the
but
teamer
you're also
deck?
putting all the
We
lands
hate
that
on
you just
everything. We're
sacrificed.
Magic players.
This leads to a lot closer to a Splinter Twin situation where you can just win on the spot. I love it. Yeah, next up we got Heath. This is 5-color analyst, and now this is kind of the opposite spectrum of it, where you are trying to not really be a combo deck. You're trying to be more of a control deck that lasts into the long game to be able to play Atraxa as kind of this really powerful plan B, just in case your opponent has Rest in Peace, any kind of graveyard hate. You can still kind of play a little bit more of a fair game, Maria.
All right, cool. Very interesting look there, Corey.
I love it.
Is this your favorite deck of the tournament?
By far, I'd be playing it for sure. I wouldn't be afraid of any Rest in Peace. Just give me my analyst.
Card doesn't
I wanna
exist.
play.
Card doesn't exist.
Exactly. Out of mine.
Well, we're
Embargo
coming up here
lifted.
on round number 6, and for round number 6, we like to do something really fun, which is take a look at some of the cooler decks in the room. And boy, oh boy, do we have one for you here. Brian Kibler up against Etienne
Let's go!
Eggenschweiler. All right, I got there.
We're
5-color
doing
legends,
it, baby!
4-color legends.
Let's
It's
go!
a legend off sitting here at 3 and 2. Speaking of legends, Brian Kibler. I mean, let's go here. Hall of Famer, 2 Pro Tour wins, 3 Pro Tour top 8s, 2009 and 2012. Popular streamer, content creator, says he really, really loves this deck. So he's
It's too
very
bad that
hot
they're
on it.
putting
We'll
him
see
on
how it
after
performs
all
here
the
in
little
this
kids who play
versus
Hearthstone have gone to
Etienne
bed
here,
for the night.
qualified via Ghent Regional Championship on Team Sanctum of All, started playing in 2006, running that 4-color Legends version of this deck. So Kibler said at going into this matchup, this was the one matchup he didn't want to face in the entire building, Corey.
Yeah, I think
I've
that's
heard that.
because it's close enough to the mirror, and Kibler's just saying, my deck is so good that all I want to do is not play the mirror, the only bad matchup.
Yeah, you're hitting yourself in the face, right?
Exactly. So Kibler's deck is a lot different than other 5-color, 4-color legends that you're playing. It's much more kind of combo focused. We have Relic of Legends, Rona, Inti, these kind of go-to legendary creatures. But Kibler's deck can do a lot different, cooler things with Sigarda. You can play a lot of cards off the top of the deck. Now for Eggenschweiler, this is the more traditional 4-color Legends deck, but you do also have a nice little combo finish in the deck.
stream,
It's
baby.
like 4 or 5
Come
cards,
on,
so we'll kind of
Kibler.
see if it happens. But both decks trying to take advantage of Rona and the Relic of Legends for sure.
Okay, I'm excited for this matchup. We've got tons of oh no.
Oh, here it
The cow is back. The cow is back, Corey. What are you going to tell us about now this time?
All right, the holy
Channeling Top Gun Maverick. Magic needs Kibler. I need Kibler.
impressive.
All right, nice, nice. Sorry, chat. Really, I do apologize. It's time for
Sorry to everyone, yeah.
round number 6. Round number 6 coming your way, everybody. And Cedric and Riley continue to get angrier and angrier.
Cedric's loving it.
We're having a great. We were just. It was something else that
Oh,
happened
yeah,
that we
yeah.
were. Yeah, just
Absolutely.
completely unrelated.
I'm fine.
To what you just saw, my friends. We're fine. We're ready to get underway with our next round of standard. And we
Deja Moo?
I'm ready to move past it, man. I'm really ready.
Ready to move past it?
Oh, good. It's in fact, it's spreading throughout the building, my friends. It's an infectious. It's getting in everyone. Oh my goodness. All right, we're gonna move on now and get underway with
It's like
our
a
next
mad cow disease.
round of standard with one of the greatest players and one of the most well-known personalities in Magic's history. There, look at this handsome face. It's Brian Kibler, his opponent here, Etienne Eggenschweiler. And excited to see this matchup. I got the chance to catch up with Brian yesterday and talk to him about his list, which is just wild. It is really a piece of work, Cedric.
So I was watching Brian play a little earlier today.
Yeah.
And you know, when you're watching Brian play, and you know this is going to be a crazy thing to say. There's some people who have never really had the opportunity to watch Brian play before.
Ladies and gentlemen,
maybe in the newer audience or in play Magic on Arena.
if you are allergic to hand shuffling and card flicking, look away. Kibler is not for the faint of heart.
In Kibler's list here, which we'll discover. But one of the more clear-cut ones, one of the more straight up and down ones here is Rona, Herald of Invasion. We're not going to see Rona get to do too much work as we see Etienne play go for the throat. Very efficient piece of removal coming out of the 4-color Legends deck. But here's another card that we're not going to see too much of in
Kellen
other
the Kid.
decks. It's Kellen the Kid. Now, because Brian's deck is able to cast a bunch of cards from exile using various other legends, which I'm sure we'll come to in due course, Kellen actually can provide a lot of value, Cedric.
It can.
Yeah.
Now, during my time of watching Brian play a little bit earlier, I'm going to be honest with you, I was doing a little searcherooski on what the cards do.
Oh, yeah.
Kellen, that's a card we don't see a lot of. Inti, now we see plenty of, and very powerful card.
Yep.
But Kellen, one thing that Brian's opponents learned the hard way is that it has flying.
Yep.
So it's not bad in that regard.
And also lifelink.
Also true. Also
which
true.
Is, which can be very relevant, particularly in more aggressive matchups. Brian said he picked this card not just because of its ability to reward you for playing cards.
Kellens and Kellens.
Not from your hand, but also because the 3-drop slot was a little lacking heading into this format, and he found that Kellen kind of slotted in really perfectly. We've got another Kellen here as well. We've got a different form of the youngster here, Kellen Daring Traveler.
You didn't know we were coming for a...
By the way, this is Legends versus Legends. I've only been looking at Kibler's side of the board.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Look at things. The thing is, Etienne's deck also very cool. Also very weird.
Might be
like
open.
doing some really cool,
actually has go for
stuff. But it's funny that the four color Legends deck, Cedric, isn't the one here that we're like, ooh.
No, we're here for all 5.
All 5
We're here for the whole shebang.
Yeah.
Now, what's unique about both of these decks is these are cards that we don't really see a ton of. Now, again, Inti, I think a lot of folks have recognized that card's pretty powerful. The Kellens, not so much. Now, I'm not saying they're poor cards. It's just people are focused on cards like Rafine.
Yeah.
You know, and Nissa, an Aftermath Analyst.
These
Not so much about
triggers are
these
happening.
particular cards
Wow.
and what they can do. And the reality is they can do a lot if you can harness their power. And Brian feels like he's done that coming into the weekend.
It's a
And
land.
most importantly, when talking to Brian, he said to me, a lot of people haven't played with him. So not everyone knows exactly how they're going to interact. There are some, infinite style combos he can do. He can go through a lot of cards in his deck with Rona, stuff like that. He just the main thing that stood out in my conversation with Brian, he said he does not want to play against the card cut down very much.
Yes.
If he can kind of avoid that, he feels pretty good about things because it's pretty efficient against his deck.
Which is wild because
He hates
there
cut
are
down.
quite a number of 2-mana, legendary
much.
2-mana 3/3s that I would imagine most of the people in the building probably wouldn't be able to recite the Oracle
Absolutely
text
not.
of.
Absolutely.
There's Hajar, Loyal Bodyguard. There's Malira, the Living Cure. There's Jeru and Hazaret at the 5-drop slot, which is, again, cards that if you know all of these off the top of your head,
Bang,
you're going to be
bang.
in a much better position than most people going up against Brian Kibler.
This is the largest standard format I think we've ever seen in Magic history.
Yeah.
Over 3,000 cards. And,
I gained 5.
these are among those 3,000.
Yeah.
And when these cards were kind of unveiled,
This was
like Martian
exiled.
Machine, it's
Yeah,
like,
this
this is
was
so cool.
yeah.
But none of them really saw a lot of play.
No.
You know, like as cool as they are flavor-wise and like
The
all the
X and
text
Y
on them.
cards, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like they didn't really show up. Now, if Brian's the one that gets them to show up, I would love it.
Oh, people will be sitting up and playing this deck. Like they'll be paying attention, be like, "Oh, baby, I want a taste of this action."
Yes,
for sure. I did have a crack at the deck on
This is
Arena.
a big turn.
I loaded up last night.
I should have been listening for the name.
I was very, very
Etienne?
confused.
Etienne?
It's
It's a big turn for Etienne.
Times, but it's a
You
thing
can
that
tell me
takes
if I'm
some
wrong.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll get to see it. It involves essentially
Titania
playing a
is
bunch
pretty
of cards on
good.
top of your deck with,
That is a
Cicada,
stabilizing
Font of
presence.
Blessings. The combo with that.
Kellen's
and
throat has been gone
you have
for.
Rona out in addition to Relic of Legends, and then effectively you can just cast a bunch of cards with what ultimately ends up being free because it untaps Rona, who can then tap
No
the mana
attack from
again
Inti.
using the Relic and plus the card that you played, etc. Hopefully we'll get to see it go off. But Brian's not the only person playing Relic of Legends here.
That's
Etienne
right.
also.
It's a deceptive 3-mana open.
What I have to assume is 4 copies of the
With
Relic.
the
of Legends.
Relic.
One of the most powerful cards in this list. The fact that it turns all of your legends into mana dorks, and Etienne's going to make the most of this card as well.
Yeah, both players really using this artifact. It's incredibly powerful if your deck is built around it, which of course means you need to play as many legends as reasonably possible in order to be able to do some pretty busted things with it. So running into a matchup here.
Choices on this
tournament
attack for
where
sure.
Esper's the most played deck, and both players, we get to watch them play with the Relic. It's funny to say the least.
You want to cycle
Cavern of Souls
something
does
in
a
your
lot of
hand
nice
with
work
the
here for both players.
Inti.
Plaza of Heroes does a lot of nice
You want
work
to
as
attack with the
well,
Kellen to try to get
some
some
unique
card
cards that you wouldn't
advantage.
find otherwise could be very powerful for each one of these players. And what's interesting too here, Riley, is that for Etienne, going to be one of the few people that kind of knows what Brian's up to.
At least a little bit, right?
Right? It's like, oh yeah,
they're
you're
getting
gonna-
kind of halfway there.
Yeah, you're going to try to do a little something where I know to go for the throw of
Yeah.
this creature.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to let Rona live where other players might be like, what's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
The answer is a lot.
The other thing that Brian mentioned about his deck
Hajar.
is that
Protection.
initially it started off as a Naya, just a Naya Legends deck, generic Legends, just playing the best creatures in those colors.
I bet Brian wants to dump that cavern.
Big fan of those sorts of like go big, or you know, like silly, fun decks. But then it sort of got
That's a
leaner
hit.
and meaner.
We
when
got a
you realised
Rona
that
off
there
the
are
Kellen. We
12
love that.
Untapped, painless, 5-color lands if you play legendary humans. Right? Because you've got Cavern of
Giroux
Souls,
and Hazaret.
obviously.
Crap, he can't cast
There
that this
is Plaza of
turn.
Heroes, right? But then
Ooh, he
you've also
wanted
got
that
Secluded
too.
Courtyard. That's 12 5-mana lands, right? Don't cost
Kibler's deck is interesting. It only runs 2 Jodas. It runs 4 Giroux and Hazarets.
I'll take it.
All right, so we're seeing an attack here. This isn't really Brian doing his deck's thing. He's just attacking for damage.
Picked up a couple of cards. He's getting a little bit of work done.
Okay.
So looks like damn. Okay, so Etienne's going to go down to 1, right?
Yeah. Hajar makes the
Is
the
that a
attack
no
there more
blocks?
difficult because you can sacrifice Hajar to give.
Is that real?
+1 and +1/+1.
Etienne is at 1? No, 3. From the channeling.
Slowgurk is really good. I don't know if it's good right now, though. Okay.
Slowgurk is coming to the hand.
Kind of what this deck is up to now. There are bigger and better Slowgurk decks out there that we've seen in the previous standard format and playing, you know, a ton of lands and over 60 cards and stuff like that. Slowgurk kind of more of a value piece here. One of the cards that Brian said that he was not thrilled to play against, besides Cutdown, was Otawara. So it's really good against his deck.
Yeah, the Slowgurk deck, the 4-color Legends list here that Etienne's playing, they're looking to bring back the Otawaras, bring back the Takanumas by discarding them and then recurring them with Slowgurk. And the Gurk
Channel this
is live.
So this triggers, this triggers, this triggers.
Yeah, and we're going to see all the nonsense you can do.
Yeah, the
once you
no
start
block
to
was all about the Aganjo, which is a good read. Kibler had it. But now the triggers are piling up.
And Etienne is across it. Etienne is like, do you just this trigger, this trigger, this trigger,
Yeah.
game 2, do this, do that. They've put in the reps, you can tell.
Absolutely, they have.
All right.
Okay, so
Rona's a really nice one, especially with the Relic of Legends.
The deck is going brrrr.
Okay. Keeping up with this is going to be a lot of fun because there's a lot of different things going on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, legendary creatures tend to have a lot of text on them, just as a general rule. And between the 2 decks here, Cedric, there are 51 legendary creatures.
Oh my gosh.
51 legendary creatures. There's about 15, 16 different card names.
None of them are
Kibler has to find
Not a
the
single
win
one of
here.
us repeat either.
so used
The
to
deck
being
goes
Rafine and,
absolutely insane next
Sheldrick.
turn.
Where are you?
No, not here. I can hit you with Urtai Resurrected. How about an Aklazots?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's the deepest betrayal.
It's a big bat.
All right, back over to Brian now, I believe, or what do we?
We are on Brian's side here.
What are we
Brian,
thinking
Brian
about?
did a quick check and just said, you're at 7 life. A question that's kind of saying, can I cross the finish line
Yeah.
here?
Yep, you're at 7 life. Can I get that to 0 this turn?
Brian really kind of needed something to go big. That Giroux and Hazaret or a Joda.
Defense has been put forward.
Like
to
something that can make this board huge and then give it he can give it trample with the Inti,
is, up
and
to a
that's his
5/5.
best chance to get
Titania,
over the
of course,
top and finish this.
A 3-mana 3/4.
Yep.
And something that's you've always got to keep in mind when playing against these legendary decks. A lot of them obviously operate mostly at sorcery speed. But not only is Etienne playing
just getting worse.
You know, a bunch of removal spells that go threads.
Transform. That is a 5/5 trampler.
As a 2/of. So that's really something to keep in mind, particularly when you've got 4 or effectively 5 untapped mana
It's got to be blocked in some way, or a land has to be channeled.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, Rona's been flipped here. Rona's been flipped into Rona Tolarian Obliterator.
Oh my.
We see that all the time.
Into the red zone.
Oh, we don't need to explain. We can get that off. We're going to get off that off the screen. Everyone knows this.
Oh god, another one. Another Giro and Hazoret gets flipped.
Damage to it. In the same vein as Phyrexian Obliterator. A little bit different, obviously. But,
Before
It's
Brian
too late
transformed,
now, you know,
he
random
basically said,
happens.
This is not getting any better for me.
Yeah.
So instead of maybe activating it first, he just, I'm going to transform this thing and get into the red zone.
Yeah.
Gives trample to Kellen.
Okay, Aganjo.
That Aganjo's not playable.
Doesn't have any mana.
He's hoping his opponent makes a mistake here.
Possible card he could. He's turned sideways, and he's just said, "Eddie, you deal with it. It's your problem now, mate. All right, I'll sit here and you can figure out whether you've won or lost." Brian, of course.
If there's any land to be channeled,
Two-time Pro Tour champion. I remember he just when I first started playing, actually, was it Dark Ascension?
Etienne has any land to channel, then Brian's in trouble. And I think I see a channel land. It's Boseiju. Oh no.
Boseiju here from Etienne.
So it puts a counter here.
Gain 2 life. I was going to say the 2 life's probably really important.
Putting the land in the bin.
Yep, gains the life, puts the counter on the Slogurk. Now Slogurk can remove the counters to get back lands. The lands can be channeled using the Relic of Legends and the untapped creatures, which can create even more triggers. Oh no.
And I'll remove the 3 counters from
Here it goes.
Bring it back to hand.
See how this Slogurk
At least I get trigger, bringing back Auto-Aura,
Yeah,
and
this is the,
But the
what I'm
Ottawa,
worried about.
the Ottawa is
This is why I was like, I don't want to play this match.
Yeah,
there it is.
This is exactly what he told me earlier.
The Aganjo is not playable.
Now
It was exiled and there's already been a land hit for turn.
Like he's
It's
got
not
the
in the
Legends on
hand.
battlefield, and he can do the Ottawa this way.
Yep.
This is exactly the thing that he told me yesterday in the players' party. He did not want to play against.
Just disaster here.
Yeah, it's just the ability for someone to be able to get Ottawa back again and again and again.
Yep.
is fine for me.
Just keep bouncing those legends
fine
before
for
they
me.
really have a
Yeah, I know.
have
Not
a
fine
chance
at
to do
all.
anything.
I will sacrifice Hajar.
Yeah.
So
Which would make this 5 right now.
yes.
Yeah. And this is bound.
Yeah, this goes back.
So I'm at 6.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Oh, it got bounced. The Rona got bounced. Oh,
A counter on Slogurk.
Yeah.
ugly.
That's what we were aiming for.
Yeah, exactly.
Very ugly.
So here's the interesting
Okay.
thing too about that kind of exchange, which again, this is not the normal. This is what we prepared for.
Yeah.
Your partner in the booth. We were prepared for aftermath analyst and Rafine, all that stuff, right? So Brian was telling me he didn't want to see this stuff. But the
I
other thing
can't
he
watch
told
the
me
rest of this game.
is he prepped a ton
Yeah.
for this tournament, but he did it in isolation. He's like, he said, I was playing standard before the new set came out, and I was just loving it,
Yep.
right? So before Thunder Junction hit, he was like, I was loving it anyway. So I was playing a ton, working on this Legends deck, and then got a bunch of new tools, and I was like, I think this might just be it. And so he was just playing Legends a lot, and he's like, I was winning a ton, I was doing really good in the draft format, and so he's like, I don't see other people really working on this deck, so he was thinking about
Not in my main deck.
posting his
hang on
deck.
1 second. Sorry, I don't want to
So-
interrupt
No,
you,
you're good.
Cedric.
Which
But
card is not in your main deck?
so a judge call
So
here.
for this, I will need to confirm with another judge. I will come back, and we will resume the time. Okay, sure.
All right, so let's just bring people up to speed here. It looks like Etienne didn't fully sideboard at the end of the last match. And you can tell, obviously, this was a completely honest mistake, because the first thing that Etienne did was pull a judge on themselves when they realized that this is a sideboard card. Liliana of the Veil in the sideboard as a one-of for the 4-color Legends player.
I wish
So-
it was the bottom card. We'd never known.
That's one of those awkward things where it's like.
But I guess I would have seen it in
Yeah.
sideboarding.
Yeah.
But we'll come back with what the judge's ruling is here, Cedric. But that's a really unfortunate thing.
Well, if you're one of the people
It's
who just
happened
shuffle your whole
to
sideboard
obviously
in.
it happens to all sorts.
In the old school Magic the Gathering, yeah, it looks like sideboarding was not, de-sideboarding was not completed. In the old rules of Magic the Gathering, game loss, over, Kibler wins on the spot. In the current rules of Magic the Gathering, I am expecting this to be a, like, somehow roll back and the game continues.
That's what I thought. When I saw your list, I was like,
I'm going to enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, we can listen in here and get a bit of a
Ottawa is
perspective
just,
on
like,
this matchup.
outrageously good against me because like I have all this protection against like destroy effects. And,
exactly,
you
yeah.
know,
And it's like just resilient beatdown, and then
Yeah.
it's like, yeah,
So yeah, the bounce spell. It's funny because bounce spell's obviously usually less effective as a form of removal.
It's temporary.
But as Brian was saying, when your deck is filled with two drops like Malira, right, which brings something back after it dies, with Haja, which gives them indestructible, go for the
now,
throat.
yeah.
There's a lot less of a threat than Otawara.
Depending on where this game's going. They're very stickler about the dice. Yeah, of course.
If I have even bigger dice.
They can bring those the novelty, the huge like foam dice you use in primary school classrooms.
So
it's really power move. All right, judge is back.
Judge,
Let's have a
I'm going
listen.
to explain what I want to do, and then before we do anything, you will have the opportunity, both of you, to appeal if you don't believe that this is the fair ruling. Here, basically, these cards, we did not see any other copies so far into the game.
No.
And there was no decision that you took based on the presence of this card because this is the first time you see it. So what I want to do is switch this card with the card that is supposed to be in your main deck. Before we do that, I also want to go with you through that deck to make sure that there is no other problem.
Yeah.
So let's do that right now. Is there any part of that deck that is supposed to be random, or that you know the position
I think
of?
everything's random.
Everything's random. Yes.
So
I know nothing.
that's gonna be easy because then after we do that, I can shuffle.
Yeah.
So once again, what I want to do is make sure there is no other problem. If there is no other problem, it's easy. I can just switch one-on-one. If there are other problem, I will need to figure out which card goes where. And for that, you will be involved and you will decide for which card where they go.
Oh, you'll get to choose. This is great.
Exactly.
This is a fun
So this is what I want to do. Can I proceed, or does one of you want to appeal on that ruling?
This is very fine by me. Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that. So is there any card here that is not supposed to be in your main deck?
The judge is going to go through here and have a
go a
look
bit
here.
faster,
if
you like. I know them pretty well.
I just want to make sure that I give you a fair chance.
But I think this is a good example, Cedric, of how judge pulls like this do resolve. I
Everything
think
is
a lot
good,
of
so it's
players,
gonna be very
particularly
easy.
maybe
There
more
will be
inexperienced
only
newer
one
players, are
card
often
on your sideboard
intimidated
that
by
is not
the
supposed to
idea
be
of
here.
calling a judge.
I agree.
And
this one. Okay, so I can easily do that switch, and then we are back to the local game deck. I'm gonna shuffle this. You will get a warning. Please don't do that again. Make sure that you check.
I promise I will try.
Yeah. Make sure that you check at the start of your round that your sideboard is supposed to be your sideboard.
I usually do that. I guess I got distracted by this whole spiel.
And then we can continue playing from here.
Sure. So I'll finish resolving this.
Yeah, exactly.
I grab this to my hand
Sure.
and put the second counter for this and gain 2 life.
Yeah.
So I'll go to 10.
I think we're back in business.
I think we're back in business,
All
and this should go to show players who do get a little bit intimidated, a little bit maybe fearsome or worried about calling a judge. This is what judges are here to do. They're here to help, here to solve problems. They're not here to punish people. And Edian will walk away with a warning here. This is a way to track these sorts of infractions. If it happens once, the judge is like, okay, honest mistake, everyone makes them. Starts happening more and more, then the judges take a close look and say, well, this is either clumsy or malicious. Both of them are a problem. You need to tighten up, right? And this is where we. I've had plenty of warnings. I'm sure you've been given warnings.
I have.
Been played as well. It's not an indictment on your play skill, on your standard as a Magic player, unless you're picking them up at a rate that is deemed unacceptable. So hopefully, newer players watching this will take away from this that they should just call a judge.
They're the solver of problems.
Yeah,
that's what they do. Now, the problem is that Brian has a big problem here.
Yeah,
I don't think
the judge is going to solve that problem. Yeah. I don't think the judge is going to solve the problem that Brian is probably going to lose this game.
Yeah.
That's not a
and
problem.
Brian said I'm all good.
Yeah. After all that, the problem is solved.
Right before this happened.
Just like that. And we can take away 2 things from that game.
Okay.
These decks are both very sweet, very fun.
Yes, they are.
And very complicated. And can I tell you the other thing?
Please do.
Edian's not going to make that mistake again.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think they are.
No.
I think Edian is going to be very vigilant about de-sideboarding for the rest of this tournament because this will certainly be one way to make sure that lesson is learned very quickly. Anyway, we move on now to game number 2. Edian Eggenschweiler up 1 game against Brian Kibler, the Dragon Master here, who
Rona's dueling
a 0 dragons in this list. But all the same, a good start for both of these players now with Rona opening the account.
Relic. Yep.
And Oh, even better here. This is exactly what Brian wants to see. Rona into Relic.
That is a mana
Nice
battery.
1-2 punch as far as the start for Brian is concerned. Good mana. Rona, one of the best cards in the deck, especially alongside Relic of Legends. So all the mana is kind of online, alongside a little bit of acceleration, a little bit of card filtering, and now it's about finding the right pieces to the puzzle to try to get this game over with before Slow shows up.
Look at this.
That's right. Here we
Lots of
go.
punch coming about on both sides, but it's even better for Etienne, who has a 2-drop to follow it up.
It's really good. It is really good. It's the nut draw.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Yep. And then I'll pass it to you.
So this is great because Etienne says it's the nut draw, and the only person that probably knows that's true is Brian or the other Legends player.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So the reason, for those who may be wondering why this is so good, the interaction between Rona and Relic, is that Rona can be used as effectively as a mana dork.
Ooh, nasty. Nasty!
When it can cast a legendary spell, Rona untaps, and then you can use the mana from Rona to cast more legendary spells. And this is why this is such a blow now for Kibler, the fact that
There they are.
Beseiju
It's untapped. It doesn't matter.
has destroyed the Relic. So bad news for Brian here.
Yeah, Brian's start was great. Etienne's start is better.
Somehow even better.
Yes.
Yeah. Beseiju, hell of a card.
And we see it mostly in older formats, not that much in standard, but it does have some applications here too, to be sure. And we just saw maybe the best one.
All right, I'm going to loot with Rona. Draw a card, discard a card. Brian thinking about maybe some of the options he has.
Joda.
Which he can cast.
That is
in
a
turn.
top deck.
Can cast it thanks to that Cavern of Souls.
Let's go.
And here it is. All right, this is
Healing
another
Unified?
huge card in this list. So Joda giving all legendary creatures you control plus X, where
Let's
X is the number of legends. So
go.
it's like a coat of arms, right? It's coat of arms. So Rona at the moment, +2/+2. Yep.
Well, I am taking 3.
And then,
I'll go to 17.
whenever you cast a legendary spell from your hand, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a legendary non-land card with less amount of value. It effectively gives you Legends Cascade, because you can cast that legend. When you've got Kellen the Kid out, oh baby.
Yep.
Oh baby.
The cut downs that Brian doesn't want to play against. Etienne commented a little too late.
A little too late.
Yeah.
Come
A
on.
little too late for that one.
Come on, let it stick.
Yeah, Joda is Joda's
Let
gonna do
it
some work.
stick.
Oh, Joda is the kind of card that clearly is very powerful because it's so difficult to cast.
Yeah.
Long
So that
goodbye,
makes a lot of
ain't
sense.
it?
Oh, long goodbye is not bad.
Oh dear.
But, you know, Joda, the power is baked into it if it gets to stay on the battlefield. And it was, but I don't think it's going too much longer.
Trigger into you. And then resolve.
2 honest rusties.
All right. And this is what the 4-color Legends deck is looking to do. Cycle things in and out of the graveyard, gain extra value through the use of the channel lands. All right, Rutstein comes down, cast by those legends.
Rusty getting
Bring back another
rusty.
Rutstein. And wow, this is really this is taking me back. Just the flicking of Kibler's cards around his hand while he waits for his opponent.
The mana battery is 100% online here.
That we're enjoying here. Brian Kibler at the Pro Tour.
How many
Flicking
spells
those
a
cards
turn
back
can
and
you
forth
cast?
while he waits for his opponent.
Relic is busted in this deck.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You seem quite concerned. Cedric's really
No,
worried.
it's just like-
I can tell he's got like a strained look on his
like,
face.
the
right,
gears
Joda.
are going in my head. I'm like,
Yeah.
Joda's still here.
Going to do this. Then,
Yeah.
then they're going to do. Oh boy, this is
Yeah.
really bad. All this stuff is effectively free.
Yeah.
It's like this is a lot.
But-
oh, okay.
One card in hand?
Okay.
Yep.
Let's get
Come
stuck
on,
in
baby.
now because Jeru and Hazoret comes down with a
You can extra
Joda.
land, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Come on,
trigger the
baby.
Cascade effect.
Yeah. So this is the second ability
Legendary.
of Joda. It'll find a
Sigarda.
legendary of
Oh,
Bless. It comes out in
okay.
Sigarda. Exactly what Brian wants here.
Is it?
I think that was possibly
Doesn't
the
have
best hit
haste.
there for him.
Declare attacks.
Yep.
Yeah, I would too.
Yep. In they come. The Jeru, because Brian is hellbent or maybe just heck bent, I'm not sure. He's able to get in for a bunch of damage. Don't forget, these creatures have +3/+3. So Jeru and
And your what
Hazoret
life?
is an 8/7,
17
while Joda is an 8/8.
to the end of turn. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's all fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Is it fine?
choose Urtai. I'm gonna cast Urtai.
I don't think it's that fine.
Okay, Urtai hits the stack.
What's the power here?
Oh dear.
+4.
An extra +1/+1 to these legendary creatures and a Doomblade on the end of it as well. All right, we're going to loot. Cut down now is not a problem.
No,
At this point, cut down is the last.
Cut down needs to cut up.
Yeah,
That's what it
exactly.
needs to do.
Yeah.
+4/+4 because I have 4 legendaries.
Oh my goodness. And remember, you had the other permanents you control hexproof because of Sigarda, so you have to deal with Sigarda first.
Sigarda is the lightning rod here.
Yep.
But this is an attack, what, for 19? 18?
This is a ton of
18?
damage.
Yeah.
18 power, so I'll loot.
Oh my god.
All right. 18 power, so I'll loot, says Etienne.
Good choice.
Yep.
This gain 2 life, go to 19.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. All right,
Yeah.
discards the Cavern of Soul, gains some life from the Titania.
You got a 1.
You got a 1. Oh, that's a huge. I didn't see that much damage coming through.
One,
All right.
but still alive.
Out of nothing, basically, just from the Joda.
Yeah.
That was all it was. Joda into Jeru and Hazaret, into Sigarda, flipped the Urtai.
It all starts.
All right, how's this party gets? Okay, so this
trigger
again.
NT and gain 2 life.
Okay, all right.
I'll flip for NT.
Etienne's back on their nonsense. Let's get into it. Here we go. Oh, Liliana the Veil. Sideboard in, presumably.
Yes.
Yep.
This is this.
So what's the combo here with Rusty? If you have Relic and if you have
And Etienne really has to do
Rona,
something here because
right?
that
You can
Joda.
cast Rusty over and over
Brian's got the best stuff going on.
forever.
Yeah.
If you can cast Rusty over and over forever, how do you?
Titania
What's
here.
the advantage gained?
What a wild match of Magic we're watching here.
Yeah,
What a
so the
pleasure it is to
combo's
bring
here,
to
but
you
what
around
does
the
it
world. Really,
achieve?
thanks for being with us here from Seattle.
Magic is so cool sometimes. I did not expect this when I was preparing on my end for this tournament.
No, I
Not even for a moment.
I worked pretty hard to prepare for this, but I will freely admit that I didn't test
If you have
this
Tiny
particular
Bones joins up, you win.
extensively.
Yes.
I'm
Okay.
really glad
So
I had the
in
force
this
to talk to
spot, it
Brian
doesn't
for
achieve
like 10 minutes.
anything.
Yeah.
Be like, hey, what's going on with your deck?
I'm glad I got to chat with Brian, but I want to thank at this point Ailey because she chatted to Brian about this deck extensively and then sat with me and helped me play it and figure it out yesterday. So
I'll still get the power.
probably completely out of my depth without her assistance. So good on you, Ailey, for helping me with that.
There's nothing to discard, put it on.
The discard's independent of the...
Is it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's like you may discard a card, and then if there's no more attacking, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I believe that Rona's in hand, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was brought back
From
Takanumi.
Yeah.
I'll cast Rona.
All right, there's the Rona. Made cheaper, of course, because of the Rutstone.
1, 2, 3.
And even though she was cast this turn, she can still be tapped for mana.
With the relic.
With the relic, yeah. Which will then untap the Rona once the Sheldred is cast, because of course it's.
Where does it go?
Another Rutstein.
Okay. Well, we can't tap the Rona to draw, or that could be a lot of life with Sheldred, but it's not.
Legend roll there. So a nice bit of value here. Etienne spinning the wheels, but are they going to get any traction? Is the question.
That's the question. Okay.
Okay, Titania, yep. So again, it only costs 2. Don't forget the Rutstein discount is still there. All right, passes. So did manage to build out a
7 health,
presence there.
dead in the area.
And
but the Sigarda is not necessarily hexproof.
I tell you what,
not miss that trigger.
He was never, ever not taking 2 off that.
I was missing that trigger.
Oh no, no, not Etienne though.
Trample.
Not Etienne. There was
Trample
no
should do
chance
it.
they were letting Brian get away with that one.
If there's another card in
All right.
hand.
Sorry.
What are we hitting
Actually,
up?
I flipped it. I saw the top card in my deck. But
So, is there any other card in your deck? It's fully random, so I can just shuffle it to destroy information.
Yep.
I'm gonna do that, give you a warning, ask you to be more careful when you cascade.
No worries.
These go on the bottom.
So it's, Ash,
Judge,
Ash
technically, it's actually not cascading.
Oh, sure.
I guess that's true-ish.
It was literally that on the bottom.
Game lost. Saw an extra card. Old school
That
magic.
actually does put them on the bottom, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
there we go.
Let the match begin.
Some number of cards which you
that
should have known.
is that is true.
If you do remember the 5
there are some
other
number
ones.
of random things from Jared Hazard that were not picked.
So
that
here
were.
I shuffle your deck. Is there any card that you both know
I know none of the cards.
Okay, so unfortunately I cannot just use your words to put the cards.
Totally fine.
I'm sorry about that. Here I don't
These are
think
gonna
there is
go-
anything I can do that is reasonable that would restore the situation.
Sure. We're all good. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so these do go in the bottom.
They do.
And then
It was a Lauren too, which
All right,
Brian
here we
could
go.
have
Good
cast
choice.
off the
Get in there.
top with the
Good choice,
Sigarda,
Brian. Well
I
done.
believe,
You can tell.
which
You can
is
see
kind
the
of
seasoned
oops.
expertise coming through.
People think
Make
I
sure
like to
it's very
attack a lot.
Yeah.
Brian likes to attack.
He likes to get in there. All right, so we're going to have another trigger here now from Jero and Hazaret. And this is one of those rare
I am going
occasions
to pick
where
this
Sheoldred having death touch is actually relevant.
Urtai on Urtai, baby.
Sheoldred is able to block, but yeah, 4/5 death touch is a weird set of stats.
Reach creature down.
Oh, going after the Titania.
Draw trigger. That's a draw. Where's
So
the draw?
see-
Oh wait, this is lethal, right?
Yes.
This is
Oh yeah, it's
there's a draw.
Yes.
All of those creatures
You
had
draw
like
a card
plus
from the
million,
Urtai,
plus
you
a
gain
million,
2
so
life,
that
you're
was
at
largely
9.
academic, and
Still dead?
Eddie not having anything.
Probably
there
still
to
dead.
knock him down.
Oh,
and we have our game number 3.
Okay, so for a second there, I thought Brian was on 5 cards,
No.
but a little update to the cards at hand. Okay, so here we go.
As we can see, both players on
Come on,
7.
Brian.
And that's what we want.
Good choice.
And we're kicking things off for game number 3 of what has
Oh,
been
it's
a
Rona.
titanic match of Magic.
This
A
match
very, very entertaining
This match has
game.
been awesome.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. But Edian off to an early lead, I would say, with Rona.
Malira.
And, for Brian, instead, it is just Malira, the Living Cure, as you can see on your screen. A Watch Wolf, classic old card from Ravnica, the green-white 3/3. But a fair bit more text on this than just the old Watch Wolf.
It does.
I will block.
Poison counter text, not likely to be relevant
Figured you
here.
might.
Exile Malira, the Living Cure, choose another target creature or artifact. I guess artifact, if it's a relic.
The relic, yeah.
When it's put into a graveyard this turn, return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control.
Okay.
We've
I
seen
played
this
a
sort of,
Legends
we've
deck
seen
at
this sort of
least
effect before,
beginning of this year.
and it can be very useful in protecting your key
I've definitely
creatures,
played
for
one this
example,
year.
a Rona, or, you know, I guess a Joda if we get there,
Yeah,
right?
yep.
So Malira sort of playing a similar role to Hajar in this deck in terms of protecting other creatures for no mana.
That
Nice start here
is
for Edian
an engine.
with the
I'm gonna shock you by naming human.
The Inti.
the
Alongside
Inti
the Rona?
after the Rona
Yeah.
here.
Oh,
yeah.
cool. So here's the key card.
But it's Relic here
Yep.
for Brian.
Boom, boom.
And an Inti of his own as well to match the Inti on the other side of the battlefield. Edian loots. They'll draw and discard. And it's Slogurk into the bin.
That Blooming Marsh is
Now, the
not
thing-
ideal. Another
Oh, it has a
Boseiju
pin.
again.
Yeah, so the Boseiju here on the relic.
Oh.
On the cheap. Which, yeah, this is an interesting spot, right? Because Brian wants to keep relic because relic is busted in his
Yeah.
deck, but you have to lose Malaria to do that.
I mean, does Malira save it?
Is it worth it?
Does.
Yeah, there you go. He sees it.
Yep.
He sees the interaction
Yeah,
we found.
He's putting it together.
Rarely
Yep.
seen, rarely noticed.
We're gonna do that.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. He's going to do that. So we'll see Brian search up, because it still destroys it, right? It doesn't counter the ability.
Correct.
So
That-
you
that should
still
be
get
the
the
case.
land.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is actually pretty good. It's ramped Brian by an extra mana.
If there's a
and
way to
still
use
has
the
relic
mana,
to,
it
to
does
play with.
ramp
So
Brian
that's
here.
not a bad outcome. Also, the
That's
relic
pretty
comes back
amazing.
untap. A little bonus mana that we'll probably.
Since when did Malira
Well,
save
we don't know.
artifacts?
We don't know.
That's
Maybe.
fake
We'll see.
news.
I don't think there's anything instant speed 3 mana.
Card obviously got buffed in Hearthstone terms.
It's all creatures all the time.
Well, there's the
When we
airtime
weren't
of
looking.
4.
That's true. A lot of airtime in here. Ah, yes. Okay, so now the engine
That's what we're doing.
for Etienne.
It's that kind of game.
Both players have a relic, but Etienne has the better base right now, and it's getting really good.
Ugh.
Yep.
Jeez.
Liliana still untaps the Rona, and will immediately go
Liliana
downstairs.
combo with
Try to
Inti.
play sacrifice a creature.
Oh.
Doesn't leave Brian with a lot of choice, and away goes Inti. Proving ground, and back over to the
Come
Dragon
on,
Master.
Brian. I don't know what you need here, but
See what he finds for the turn. As you can see, double
Last
Ertai in
time,
hands,
the game hinged on a Joda that
Human.
could not be
And
dealt
is that
with.
another Inti as well?
Can Brian do that again?
Backup copy for the one that was destroyed.
Yeah.
Or sacrificed.
Doesn't look like it. There are Ertais.
But still, I think the momentum firmly, the win firmly in Etienne's sails. They're in a good position here.
I like Etienne's position more than Brian's, but Brian has the ability to interact because of the air ties. So, I mean, I think we have a lot of game left to be
What
played.
gets killed here? Is it the
A lot of
Rona?
magic left to play.
You may go.
Inti value train is so strong, but the Rona's so good. Yep. This is where he has to think.
This is kind of the pressure point now of how to use the air tie.
Do you destroy the
So let's
Inti
remind
because of
ourselves
the
of what
value
Ertai
engine,
can
or do you
do.
destroy the Rona?
Flash 3/2, 4 drop. When it comes to play, counter target spell or destroy another target.
the Rona.
Planeswalker. Either way, it's control draws a card. There's Ertai there.
Look, debating if I
And
want to kill
going
Nancy,
after the Rona,
decided to
which
do it
really,
the
Cedric
wrong
says
way.
to me,
Yeah.
it sort of demonstrates just how important this card is in this match.
Rona's unbelievable on both sides.
Slogurk into the bin?
And not just, I shouldn't say in this matchup. It's so important to both of these decks.
Yep.
It really is the
There must be
cornerstone of
another.
these two decks.
There must be.
Inti, I think, is very good.
There's another
I think
Rona.
Rona is
That's
the best
bad
of the
news
bunch.
too. Oh man, Brian, how are you going to get out of this?
And another one. Wow. Okay. Again, being tapped for mana here, thanks to the Relic of Legends. Etienne get gurked. Get gurked, they say.
Brian gave the kind of the sigh there. That's the most problematic of the bunch in my estimation.
Play this as a land for turn.
Well, let's see. Let's see what Brian's response is to this one, because
Take that. And channel Takenuma, trigger Inti.
yeah.
So Inti resolves.
So the Inti exiles a card. It's cut down.
If Otawara ever shows up here,
I'll grab
I think Etienne it will be
backup
way too far
A
ahead.
backup Slogurk
Yeah.
for Etienne, yeah. Backup Slogurk, they say. All right. And now Slogurk is fully ready to go.
Yeah. There's the cut.
And I think this is getting closer and closer.
It's getting out of hand.
Yeah,
now.
this is really starting to
Oh,
fall apart here
God.
for Brian. Such a shame. At 3-3, not by any means out for the count, but what a show we've been given. Win, lose, or draw here.
It's just that Etienne, their deck just generates so much card advantage.
Yeah.
What a
So much
machine.
value
Yes.
so quickly.
With Inti and Rona,
Yeah.
you just blow through your deck.
Well, one of the big issues with playing a deck that's full of legends is that redundant copies of legends always feel terrible to draw. But in this deck, with Rona, with ways to discard, to turn cards into other cards, it's so much easier to find the cards that you need to make sure that the redundant copies of legends aren't just sitting there gumming up your hand.
Yep.
These are very deftly designed decks on both sides of things. The one we've seen before, the 4-color legends one, and Brian's list, the 5-color deck. These are very elegantly designed decks.
Honest Radstein, float a green and untap it.
Oh, that's nice too.
Resolves out.
Float mana, untap it.
Yep. So one in pool here for Etienne, I believe.
Float a blue. Bounce it back to my hand.
Right.
I have green, blue floating.
Green blue floating after the Slogurk is
Get back Takanumas,
And
get
now,
back
yeah, look at this double take
Boazeju.
out of a
Oh
Seiju.
my
Yeah.
god.
The green, blue, I cast Slogurk. Untap this.
Yep.
And
So,
Slogurk only costs 2.
It cost 1 mana.
Yeah.
Effectively 1 mana
Yep.
because it was free to use the mana from the Rona.
Yep.
So now
You casting
Well, the
Slogurk
Slogurk
for
also
what is
taps for a
effectively
mana.
single mana.
black, I'll channel Takenuma.
Right? With Relic. So Rona, Relic, Slogurk, cost reduction. It's essentially free. The loop is
gain life
on.
from the
I think.
the Titania.
Yep.
You're getting mana from the Rona and
Oh,
cards as well when you need them to be.
That's
and there's the Otawara.
Yeah, there's the Otawara. So I think that's probably the check mark there.
Bring
It's
back
just too much.
another Rona here.
I'm at 24.
And now the Slogurk
I've seen
can
it.
do
Yeah.
it again. Brian's,
Yeah.
I've seen enough. I've seen enough.
effort,
and
Brian. Good
let
luck.
me say, what a
luck.
performance from both these players, but
Yes.
particularly Etienne Eggenthaler. That was a clinic, an absolute clinic on how to play this 4-color Legends deck. And I know there are going to be players all around the world watching this broadcast right now that are very racing to Arena
Yeah.
to see if they can scrape a couple of these decks together to give them a go on the ladder, because these look like a ton of fun to play.
Those decks were both awesome. That's really the first time I've actually really seen them like go do their thing, right? Like you look at the deck list when we prepare for the show and say, okay, I've got like an idea of exactly what's going on here, and you know, a little bit of tapping here, draw some cards there and stuff. But like when you actually see the snowball get rolling, it's like, oh, like all your spells are like kind of free, and you have access to everything you want because of Takanumas, and then you're actually just churning through your deck to try to find specific things. When that thing gets going, it's really good. And I know that coming into this round, Riley, this was kind of like our, hey, we're gonna check out some of the weird stuff that's going
some of
on.
the cooler decks.
That might just be a really good deck and not a weird deck. Man.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
It was a lot of fun. It was
Yeah.
a lot of fun. And the good news is the party don't stop, my friends. We've got
Let's
more magic to bring you
go.
from this round. Let's check in now with Maria and Corey, who are going to bring us up to speed with what's coming up next.
You're not going to want to miss this match coming up next. Kevin Anseetel versus Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura.
Kevin's playing a black-white mid-range deck that has the ability to reveal a Shadow of Mortality off a Caustic Bronco and deal 15 points of damage. Shuhei, on the other hand, is trying to assemble a ton of lands in the graveyard, bring them back into play, and cast a World Soul's Rage for lethal.
All right, everybody, we've got Shuhei versus Kevin coming up next.
We got Bronco combo. Let me get my drink.
We're back.
Yeah, we
Welcome
are.
back, everyone. Welcome back to Seattle for Pro Tour Thunder Junction. Riley and I joined by Cedric Phillips. And what a pleasure it is to have your company as we get into some more weird, wacky, wonderful decks here.
I hope you guys are having fun. If
We're getting
anybody's
stuck
been here all
into
day,
an
what the hell are you doing with your
list in the
life?
hands of Kevin Anctil, which has Caustic Bronco, or as some are calling it, Dark Bronkfident. I love it. I'm
No
gonna get
one's
that one off the
calling it
ground,
that.
I'll
I'm
tell
glad
you
you
what.
said some, because I ain't one of them.
All right, that's fine. Look,
That's
you know,
right.
no one's forcing you, buddy. It's all good. You call it whatever you want. If you want to be boring, that's all. That's your choice. That's your right as an American. Teamer analysts on the other side of the battlefield, which I still consider a pretty wacky and wonderful deck myself. But it certainly pales in comparison in the weirdness factor when it comes to what
well,
Kevin
booyah,
is
game
playing.
two.
So game number one was won very swiftly by the Canadian. So we're going to jump straight into game number two here and see if Kevin can give us the goods. This card, Caustic Bronco, is not a card that we've seen yet.
Oh, but we're gonna.
But hopefully we're going to do it.
If it's not this match, at some point over the next couple of months, the card is awesome.
2-mana, 2/2, Snake Horse Mount.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's where it starts. That's where it starts.
And that's where you know you're going to you get money's worth when the card starts off like that. When it attacks, reveal the top card of your library, put it in your hand. You lose life equal to that card's mana value. Very similar to an old card, Dark Confidant, right? The grandparents of Magic will tell you all about when that card was actually good.
Hi, how you doing?
And if it's saddled, your opponent loses the life instead.
That's right.
So the idea here is that you Caustic Bronco, saddle it, and then flip the 15-drop that you're playing in your deck, Shadow of Mortality, and ding 'em.
Quick question for you.
Straight out
Quick
of
question
business.
for you.
Yeah, what's up?
Caustic Bronco, would you say that it's greatness at any cost?
That was very good.
Yeah.
That was a really good one
Yeah,
from
you
you.
better believe it.
No, I enjoyed that one a lot, Cedric. That was great. For those of you who are left in the dark in that one, have a look at the flavor text of the original Bob Marr printing of Dark Confidant, and that'll elucidate things a little bit for you.
I'll be here until they kick me out of the booth.
Yeah. You don't want to say you'll be here a weekend because that is a distinct possibility of not actually being true. All right, the Bronchosaurus here getting in and revealing, was that a duress, I believe?
It was indeed.
Yep.
So the Caustic Bronco is just a generically good card with a lot of upside.
Yep.
So there's a lot to like about this card in this deck, in this matchup, just in general as a 2-drop for black-based decks.
How
Awesome
it doesn't
card.
have Death Touch is beautiful.
Yeah, I don't make the cards.
Yeah.
I just play them.
Yeah.
Sort of. So killing it is probably a smart thing to do. Now, if you're Shuhei, what your deck does is, look, we've watched this deck a little bit earlier. Get all the lands into play, kaboom, all that other stuff. But also, more importantly, stop Kevin from doing what he's trying to do, because clearly Kevin has been able to execute his game plan once, being up a game.
Yep. So we'll see if it can happen again here. Aside from the Caustic Bronco Shadow of Mortality combo, the deck is just good.
Just good cards.
Just good cards.
Yeah, just good cards.
Just Orzhov good cards.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that can be more than enough.
Sometimes. In the right matchup, right, you just curve a tenacious underdog into an anointed peacekeeper, and that is a good amount of pressure and disruption.
Yeah, the cards are good just from like a mana cost, power, toughness ratio.
Or
Everybody knows how good Shieldred is.
Yep.
So all the cards are good, and then the combo finish can kind of take the opponent by surprise, because especially in the sideboarding, you don't even know if the combo's still in the deck.
Yeah.
Right? The combo could come out. Caustic Bronco's not going anywhere because it's just a generically good card, but the Shadow Mortalities could leave for better cards in that particular matchup.
But Sheldred's good in pretty much any matchup.
Yes.
So we may see her do some work here for Kevin. Shuhei, very famous player in the Hall of Fame, I believe, and someone who has won a fair share.
Couple tournaments.
To put it mildly. How many top finishes are we up to now? Six, I believe. Six.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the ball is kind of rolling here for Shuhei. Nissa's out here on the battlefield, searching up the lands. There's a Virtue on an adventure. It's not going to be long now until I think we see Shuhei's deck fully go off. So if you're Kevin, you better get moving here if you can, because it's starting to get out of control here on Shuhei's side.
Yep, with the Nissa and the Aftermath Analyst already on the battlefield. Shuhei's getting crack-a-lackin'. And so now Kevin has to do something to get himself into this game, because at 23 life as well, Shuhei's not under a lot of pressure. Kevin doesn't have a lot in the way of disruption. I think we're going to see a duress now.
That's not a bad place to start.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay, gets rid of the ill-timed explosion.
Shuhei not a player that I really associate with combo decks like this.
No.
Shuhei has a pretty wide range. We'll generally just kind of play whatever he thinks is best.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, but it is notable that Shuhei has gone down this road again when Esper is the most played deck. Maybe feeling again that has a good matchup against Esper, at least a game plan that is sufficient.
Maybe he just wanted an excuse to play a bunch of those beautiful Theros basics.
They are nice.
That could be it.
They are nice.
Not a lot of decks play a lot of basics. We
True.
see a lot of 4-color, 3-color decks that are just playing 1 or 2 here and there. And Shuhei's got a shoebox full of these Theros lands. Like, well, I don't get the chance to play these things. Come on.
Feisty kitty. No, kitty.
Look at
wow.
us. I just wanted you to come hang out
never
for
seen
a
a game
second.
like this before, have you?
No. We're
Why
getting,
aren't you just
this is a
chill?
Okay, never mind. We were getting all cinematographical there for a while.
Might be going horizontal.
Yeah, we're getting stuck into the little
baddest
Dutch
kitty.
angle just now.
Aren't you the baddest?
But
You're the baddest.
art is dead.
There you go.
Art is dead. Where's our grainy monochrome filter? Right. Let's put this in sepia. right?
You know, we'll have to talk to the guys in the truck.
Yeah.
Afterward, yeah.
Yeah. I got some big creative ideas
I
for
know
how
you
we
do.
could
I
improve
know
the
you
stream.
do.
Yeah.
Timeless Riley Knight.
That's it.
What I'm gonna call you.
I want to win an Oscar.
The game one.
My pro
Oh,
tour
the
broadcast.
Bronco took game one. Hype.
Another Kellen. How many Kellens are in this format?
3, I think.
Legit questions.
It's at least 3.
Yeah.
I can
yeah.
tell you that much. We've
I
watched
think-
a lot of Kellens in this round.
4. The answer is 4.
I think so.
All right, you gotta go if you're gonna.
No, there's 4.
Yeah, of course.
There's 4. Kellen the Kid, Kellen Inquisitive Prodigy, Kellen Daring Traveler, and Kellen the Fey Blooded.
So many Kellens, so little time.
Yeah. And you only need you play 4-color Kellen, you know, all in Kellen.
Oh, we didn't see game one. Lame.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Shuhei's kind of cooking here a little bit now.
Yeah. This is where the team of deck really starts to do its stuff. When it's got a bunch of those Capenna lands in the bin.
Yeah,
and is able to cycle
Compulsive
through them
hand
along with the
shuffling?
Nissa,
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it a
Get
tick?
a spelunking involved?
I mean, a lot of
That's
nervous
where-
energy.
That's when the deck kind of just goes from like 60 to 120. It's just way too much.
Yep.
It's just way too much to handle, and that's the appeal, right? If you can, you're not going to go undisrupted all the time, obviously, because there's a lot of solid disruption in the format. But you know, if you're able to maybe draw through the disruption, or just have a really good draw that can kind of mitigate the disruption, you know, you're going to have all of this mana. Eventually, find a World Souls Rage and end the game. But things are going very, very well for Shuhei in this particular game, it appears.
Yep. And so now I think we're at a point where Shuhei's going to start to run out of basics. Yeah, 6, 6, and 4, Forest Island Mountain. So I think there's like 1 mountain, one island left in the deck, something like that. 1 forest maybe. Which doesn't hurt actually that much, because as long as you can keep bringing back the sack lands, you still gain mana off the Nissa.
Yeah, and you're
So-
still totally fine.
Yeah. And once you get the, as we see now, once you get this Virtue of Strength involved, you just triple your mana output.
It's pretty
So all of
good.
these now tap for 3 each.
Pretty good. And voila.
Still with
those
cards in
who
hand, or
wanted
no,
the
just
sped
flashing
up
back
teamer
a,
experience, you're getting
a
it.
deluge here.
You still like it?
It does still have some cards in hand.
Are you grateful?
I think there's an analyst in there. I didn't get a good
I
look.
believe there is one analyst in the grip, and if there isn't one, my assumption is that's what Shuhei's probably searching for.
Yeah, because that'll generate a bunch more mana,
Yeah.
especially if there are still basics to fetch. Although no spelunking for them to be untapped. But it'll still generate a ton of mana off the Nissa. I'm glad Virtue of Strength found a home. I love those sorts of cards.
Well, those kind of cards, whenever they kind of show up,
Yeah.
everyone kind of looks at them and is just like, well, they are really expensive.
Yeah.
So, you know, how good can they, like, once it's on the battlefield, you get to untap.
Yeah.
How good is it? But, you know, the fun part of the equation is, ooh, even Interrupter. But
Okay.
the fun part of the equation is, can you actually play it the same turn and still do other stuff? And in this deck, you can.
So the Avian Interrupter is really nice because it plots the cards. So it's not like, Shuhei can't just go, okay, sure, I'll just pay the cost and cast again. No, you got to wait.
Yeah.
You got to wait.
Actually pretty nice. I like that card a lot.
Avian Interrupter.
I do.
Yeah?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Okay. Yep. Here's the analyst and the Kellen.
Yep.
Okay, and that'll do it here.
Stuff
for
has
Shuhei.
happened.
Back over to Kevin now. He's got the Avian Interrupter, the Sheoldred, a couple of cards in hand. Draw, gain. 4 cards in hand here for the Canadian, I believe.
How do you not cheer for the Buffalo?
They better be
Or
good.
Zav Bronco,
well, one of them's
I
got
mean.
Throat.
All right, that might be a
That's
start.
a decent start here.
Okay.
All right, and touch the Spirit Realm.
Is that legal?
Artifact or creature.
That's
I know
not
that's
legal.
I've tried to cast it on enchantment
Yeah.
so many times.
Yeah.
Got him. Oh, cringe.
So
Yep.
somewhere between his hand, the
Yep.
stack, and the battlefield, Kevin woke up to that. And instead going to take out the Nissa. But hey, still a
I
nice
tried to
valid
cast
card for
Touch
it.
the Spirit
Yeah, we tend to
Realm
lump these sorts
and
of cards into
target
just the
You think it's just an
Virtue, but
Oblivion
can't
Ring?
do
Yeah,
it.
It's not quite.
yeah. Try to
Can't
kill your
do it.
Planeswalker. Yeah, try again.
Yeah. It's not going to work.
Oopsie daisy.
Yeah, so this is the plot with Memory Deluge is fun because Memory Deluge cares about how much mana you tap for it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so interrupting that is actually awesome.
Because it means you have to pay more mana to cast it.
Yeah, so I think this is what the two players are talking about right now is with the
Ooh.
plot, you pay 2
Sick.
more. So how exactly does it work? Because, you know, the plot stuff is free.
Hang on. I'm I'm not a judge here, right? But it's always been my understanding that if you disrupt a spell with flashback, when it's being flashed back, it just gets exiled. But I guess because Aven Interrupter exiles it as part of the resolution of that ability,
that is correct.
It's still plotted. It's not just exiled like vanilla style.
You're doing well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Because if you just counter it with like
Crazy.
a counter spell,
then it's
exiled and it's gone. But if you counter exile it, then it can still be cast.
You're correct.
Oh boy. All right. We're all learning something today.
That's some
We're
special
all
stuff.
learning something today. Okay. Shuhei here. Fiddly farting around.
Teamer looks like a whole lot of nothing. Hey, there is complicated Magic the Gathering taking place, and you will respect.
Mana is not the bottleneck.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not even close.
Nope.
Now it's just how do I win the game? The game has been won.
The game has been won.
Yeah.
So that question has been answered,
Yeah.
and we're going to go to game number 3. I think at that point,
Game 3, baby.
it's safe enough to just pack them up.
Yeah.
Because of the overwhelming mana advantage and also just the potency of the threats that the Hall of Famer had there.
Shuhei's rocking out in the sideboard here. He's doing something that we've seen quite a few people do this weekend, which is just going to some big creatures in the sideboard.
Yep, Titan of Industry.
Yeah, Titan of Industry, Bonnie Paul, excuse me, and just going, I'm going to try to just win the game that way.
2 copies of Rest in Peace in the sideboard for Kevin, and that'll be something.
No,
that,
our
Shuhei will be
Bronco
keeping a
is
close eye on
dead.
As we see the Bronc.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right, this is a nice one. You identified this as a key card in this matchup, Cedric, while we were chatting about it, and I want you to talk us through what we're going to see here.
So, Anointed Peacekeeper is kind of like a weird meddling mage style card. You get to look at your opponent's hand, and then, of course, spells your opponent's cast with the chosen name cost 2 more to cast, and then activate abilities of sources with the chosen name cost 2 more to activate unless they're mana abilities. So you can make Aftermath Analyst cost a little bit more to cast and activate, which makes the card actually quite poor if it were to cost 4 and have to activate for so much more, right? So that's kind of step 1. Ill-Timed Explosion, you get a good look at that. If that card just costs 6 mana, you never play with it. You like it because it's 4 mana and does a nice job, but now it's much more expensive. So, and also, most importantly, Kevin's got all the information on what's going on in Shuhei's hand, right? So Anointed Peacekeeper, I think, is a really nice piece and tool against this deck from white-face strategies because you get so much
He did that
for the
on
3 mana.
purpose.
You get information, you get to make their hand worse, you get to kind of do all of it, which is really, really nice.
At the end of the day, it's a 3/3 beater as well.
Yeah.
Which in white for 3 mana,
Totally fine.
We take that every time.
Totally fine. Some formats it's a little too slow. Standard, I don't think that's true, and I think it's very good in this matchup. And now Kevin knows effectively everything that he needs to play around from this point.
Right.
Oh,
Rest in
boy.
peace as
Oh,
well.
boy.
So
Oof.
Kevin came prepared.
Ooh, the
he came
hate
ready.
piece is coming down.
Rest in peace and anointed.
The Peacekeeper.
The
We're
anointed
keeping the
Peacekeeper
peace.
is combining here for a bit of a pretty savage 1-2 punch. Yeah, we're fully pieced out here. Anointed Peacekeeper, Rest in Peace.
Yep.
All Kevin wants just 5 minutes peace.
Just maybe a peace of mind.
Yeah,
coming
just
up.
wants to chill.
Shuhei's losing some of these lands now. This deck loves to use its graveyard. That's why Rest in Peace is so ubiquitous in this tournament. I think it's the most played sideboard card. It's either that or Pest Control.
Yeah, Pest Control certainly an impactful card from the new set.
And given Kevin's setup right now, I have Rest in Peace on the battlefield. I know what's going on in your hand because of the Peacekeeper. I've taken your Sweeper. Now you can kind of just play a really normal game.
Yeah.
You know, we're not talking about the Caustic Bronco, the combo or any of that other stuff. It's just creature, Shieldred. Like, we're just kind of playing mid-range Magic right now, which Shuhei's deck is not that well equipped to play, especially with his hand kind of getting picked apart a little bit.
Yeah, and we can see the Titan of Industry in hand. The sort of card that you would want to play in this situation. Just stabilize things, slow it down a little bit.
Yeah.
What did the Peacekeeper
But,
name?
He's a long way away from playing that. Long way away.
Do we know?
Rest in Peace switches off the primary game plan. Like those Aftermath analysts are now just 1/3s.
Yeah,
That was standard?
Nothing.
1/3s.
Standard's a
destroy
spicy
the top
meatball.
3 cards of your library.
Yep. Not the kind of card you would normally play.
And even just a bit of collateral damage on the memory deluge is very nice from the Rest in Peace as well, you know?
Collateral damage
But
indeed.
Nissa still alive for Shuhei. So he still does have the opportunity to get away with some kind of nonsense. Nissa, a great advocate for
Well-timed
nonsense, broadly
explosion.
speaking.
Yeah, that's a good name.
This card is a nonsense enabler. Sheldred, no nonsense card.
No, this one we've seen since day one.
Yeah, no nonsense. Very, very low nonsense threshold when it comes to Sheldred.
Not as, even though Esper is most played deck here this weekend, it's not as ubiquitous of a card as I thought it would be. Esper has a lot of cards to choose from.
Yeah.
And black decks in general have a lot of cards to choose from. Doesn't mean that Sheldred's bad, just might not be at its best this
No, it's
particular
kind of been
weekend.
crowded out a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options. When the standard format is this big,
Yeah.
and now if anybody defaulted to just playing a lot of copies of Sheldred, wouldn't blame you. Also wouldn't blame you for attacking with it right now.
We used to see Sheldred played 3 or 4 or pretty consistently.
Yep.
Now we've seen maybe curves lower a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Maybe half a turn has been shaved off of the speed of the format. You can't play 4 drops like this and just expect to get away with it. You know, you need to lower the curve, play 2 drops, play 3 drops.
Plenty of removal to handle it too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Open mana. What's going on?
All right, next up.
I'd love to think there's a big flash creature, but I doubt it.
Let's see what's coming.
6 mana, right? We got a big threat. What do we got?
All right, so Nissa.
Nissa.
That's not a bad place to be if you're going to kill everything.
Nissa for a Nissa.
Yeah.
With ill-timed.
Ill-timed explosion to destroy the 2 cards on the opposing side and then replace the Nissa. Is that what we're going to see here? All right, here's the ill-timed explosion. This comes at a cost. Sheldred's going to punish you. Oh, yucky poos! No, it's going to be the Cedric Phillips
Nasty.
Invitational card.
Well, open mana had a
Favorite
purpose.
card. Come on, that's
Wow.
I am so here for
Sick.
Raven Interrupter.
You're all about it. All about it. And now the clock is really ticking here. As we see, are we going to offer the trade here with a Peacekeeper?
Mega oof.
That means it's 6 damage will get through. Shade fall down to 7. Shielded trigger fall down to 5. What's the? Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. 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 It's lethal. Oh, my goodness. With Insatiable Avarice targeting you.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Insatiable Avarice.
The
Target
burn
player
spell.
draws 3 cards and loses 3 life. Well, I'll tell you what, it was more than 3 life,
Draw
Cedric.
3
What a
and
finish to that
die.
game. Kevin winning with style.
Proof that you can bring a brew.
Yeah.
If you want to
And
the Pro Tour.
And take down one of the world's best in Shuhei Nakamura. That was very well played there by Kevin.
So we didn't get to see kind of the awesome Caustic Bronco combo, but that's a combo we didn't expect to see. And again, the Blacklight deck we just watched,
Hope
the
for
Sports
the
Hall deck,
Brewers.
just kind of sometimes just good cards is good enough, right? Just I'm kind of doing my thing. I'm interacting with you a little bit. The Rest in Peace was clearly good. The Peacekeeper is really good from getting the information, and then a very timely Aven Interrupter.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind if they put in the Vintage Cube for me. For
All
those
the-
white decks, I like
All the cube architects furiously scribbling.
saying, why not do it?
Why not do it? And the question we're asking ourselves now is why not go to another game and indeed
Why
match of
not?
Magic here as we continue our coverage of this round. Brian Boss and Jose Hilario. Good to see Jose on the screen here. A Melbourne local. He's from the Philippines originally, but travelled south to the greatest city on earth, my hometown of Melbourne in Victoria in Australia. And it's great to see him succeed. A well-liked figure in the Magic community in Australia, and also someone who has really proven that he's got what it takes to run with the big dogs. Not the first time we've seen Jose at the Pro Tour. Won't be the last either. But this matchup here, all-out aggression. You'll be very pleased to see Cedric. You're a big fan of aggro decks. We've got Mono Red versus Boros.
I'm thrilled, and you know Jose, and I know Brian.
Oh, here
Brian,
we go. Well,
Brian
tell us about the boss.
He's a Midwestern player, I believe St.
Well,
Louis.
let's not insult the guy. You don't have-
Okay.
no. Like, just say he's a Western player. You don't have to say he's a.
from the Midwest here.
Oh, the
That's all.
region he's from.
We used to play in PTQs together
Messed up.
back in my college days.
Oh,
So
yeah. Wow.
about
So
15-ish years
yeah, I was going
ago.
to say back in the 1930s.
Boros prowess,
That's right.
though.
Yeah.
Let's
and
go.
He's trying to give some beatdowns here with Monastery Swift Spear, which I certainly do approve of. So I have a feeling this game game, and the rest of this match may not take very long.
Yeah, yeah. This is why we're sneaking it in right at the end here.
Right.
Yeah, we see both players really just wanting to get stuck in and cause a bit of a ruckus. So, Monastery Swift Spear plus Homestead Courage on one side of things.
Rogue's
and we've got
a
Kumano
deck.
versus Kakazan on the other.
I don't think this is the
Jose.
start
He's
you're
gonna
looking
follow
for,
it up
though.
with a Lightning Strike on the Swift Spear. A very well-timed
Pew.
strike as well, because obviously the Swift Spear would grow out of range of that pretty quick. And so that's off the battlefield now. Although it does mean that you miss out on the second chapter of the saga there. So Boros Prowess is the name of the game here. It's not Boros Convoke, and you can see with a card like Illuminator Virtuoso what we're trying to do. Illuminator Virtuoso with cards like
Scary
Homestead
card.
Courage.
Ancestral Anger.
Yeah, can grow out of control very quickly here.
Monstrous Rage too. So reminds you a little bit of maybe Simon Nielsen's deck from the last Pro Tour.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So a little bit of a fight here as the Lorenz Escape attempts to save the Illuminator Virtuoso, but Jose came prepared. I got a backup, he says. So this man's obviously played against Thragtusk a fair bit. Always carrying 2 spears.
Yes, indeed.
So the Virtuoso is exiled, and Hilario now able to attack with the flipped Saga. Etching of Kumano gets in.
So the tricky part about a matchup like this from Brian's side of things, Brian doesn't play a ton of creatures, so looks like 16. And so there will be draws
Can't
where
let
he's
your
got kind
creatures
of all
die.
set up, but no creature actually play the Monstrous Rage on and
That
play the
was
Ancestral Angers and all that other stuff. And,
Oh, okay.
Oh, what
all right.
disguise?
Well, I can tell you what it is. If you want to spoil the surprise.
No.
All right, Cedric, you block your ears and I'll tell
Let
everyone.
us watch together.
No, you want to watch together?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
dude, it's like the
I
one
predict
job I have is to
pyrotechnic
name-
performer.
Let's
It's one job
let's get a
I
little
have.
tricky. Twitch chat. What do you think?
Well,
Uh-huh.
Hey, tell us, like and subscribe. Tell us in the
That's
comments.
right. What do
right
you
on the back
think?
of a cell.
What are you doing in the truck? No.
Oh, dude. All right. Are we going to name and shame the person who put that on the screen?
I boo the team. That is so.
Oh, we're
excellent
booing
what
the
they
entire
do.
team.
I boo the whole
The
team.
whole team.
The
Not just
team?
Caroline Party. I mean,
You know, maybe it's not.
Could have been
maybe
anyone.
It's not.
But
Fusion
why?
Lawbreaker. Maybe they're trying to level
do you reckon
us.
Caroline's playing with our heads?
That's
is she?
right.
Yeah. All right. We'll see. We'll see. A mysterious creature.
Thank you.
Facing off.
Tough to
against
kill. Ward 2.
Ward 2. Could be anything. Who knows? Facing up against the Etching, and indeed Godric, Cloaked Reveler. It's a card that's seen a bit of a resurgence in the red decks recently. Very powerful card indeed.
Really good card.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Really, really good card.
Okay. The disguised creature gets in. What is it, Sarah? It could be anything.
I hope one day to find out.
Could be anything.
I do.
Yeah. Well, according to the rules of Magic the Gathering, we have to at the end of the game.
That's right. At some point, we will know.
We will. We will for sure. Yeah. This is a very clumsily handled attempt at the cinematic cinematic technique of foreshadowing. You should see Cedric.
Wow.
Oh, friends watching around
Cracking
the world. You should see
themselves
Cedric.
up.
This man has got his
Always
head
a
in his
good
hand.
sign.
Who hates me?
I can tell you, it's Caroline Pardee out in the truck. That's who it is. Oh dear.
Well, I hope it gets. I hope we.
Yeah.
I forget it.
All right.
I got nothing.
Stop talking. Just let the magic happen, said. Let the magic
Caroline
happen.
Pardee. Of course, Sam Pardee's ex-girlfriend.
That's not.
No, dude, I fell for that so hard because Sam tweeted, right, saying something like, "Oh, Caroline's not my girlfriend anymore," and so I was really like sensitive and delicate about it. The next time I saw her, I was like, "Oh, hey, you know, hope you're doing okay." She's like, "What? We got married." I'm like,
Yeah.
"You."
That's a very.
And Sam's going around high-fiving the
right.
entire room, patting himself on the back. He's having a great time.
Sam's a little trickster. I'll tell
Oh,
you what.
he absolutely rumpa-dumped me with that one, I'll tell you what.
Say
All right,
say that card 3 times fast.
we've got the Slick Shot Show-Off
Well done.
on the in the plot zone. Sometimes I think R&D are just like, right, we're going to make Marshall and Riley and Ailey's job as hard as possible. Let's print the card Honored Hierarch.
Yeah.
You know, Slick Shot Show-Off.
Well, this one actually is good. I like the hierarchy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is every now and again they just throw us that curveball.
They do.
The creative department are like, you know who has it too easy these days? Magic the Gathering commentators.
So, you know what I kind of actually like about this disguise card here?
Yeah.
Again, disguise card. Is that.
Could be anything.
Oh, yes!
Oh!
Well, What do we have here?
Well, we got the Codebreaker.
What do we
Fugitive
have?
Codebreaker.
We've got the Fugitive Codebreaker.
Well. We finally figured out what it is.
Yeah, who knew? No one knew. It was a mystery to all of us.
Fugitive Codebreaker.
No one could have foreseen this.
Oh.
No one could have foreseen this.
Couple of cards coming. What I
All
was
right.
liking about it is that it's very hard to kill.
Yeah.
In a matchup where you're trying to kind of do things very cheaply,
the ward
the
was
ward is actually very
quite
good,
relevant,
as opposed to if it was just a morph. So that was actually really nice. And now Brian was able to kind of gas back up.
Yep. What's really nice there is the fact that, you get to draw a bunch of cards off of a pretty low investment, really, given how cheap it can be to flip the Codebreaker. You're going to see the Demonic Ruckus sent to the plot zone as well.
The love plot.
You do
I think
strike me.
I say plot is awesome.
Oh, the mechanic.
Yes.
I just thought generally.
Love it.
Generally speaking, you do seem like the sort of you seem like a bit of a devious. You like to plot.
Yes.
You
I
plot.
do.
You've got plots and schemes.
Oh well.
Oh, what could
the
this be?
plot thickens?
The
Action
plot
coming.
thickens.
Yeah,
It could be
7
anything,
health.
Cedric.
You bet it can be.
It could be absolutely anything.
Protect
we'll never
it.
know. Well, we will know.
Ooh,
again,
no
according to
protecting
the
it.
rules of the game. But
No pump.
let's not spoil the fun. All right, in they come. Godric, Cloaked Reveler. Interestingly, a card that doesn't have the cloak ability.
That's true.
15 health?
Flavor failed.
Yeah.
Brian
Scoop.
down.
And
Monstrous
Brian goes
Rage in
down
the
to
wrong
Oh, we
hand.
don't know. We never knew what was it. We were never going to find out. No, it was, of course, the Codebreaker as well. Well done, Jose Gabriel Hilario. Great to see him succeeding at the highest level. And looking forward to perhaps a few more rounds of his mono red deck in the
Winner,
future.
winner,
Cedric, what a
chicken
pleasure it's
dinner.
been. That was an absolute banger of a round. Certified good Magic all the way down. I had a great time.
We got to celebrate the guy of the full catalog because we know, just like you know, that Esper's the most played deck at this tournament. So we might as well celebrate the whole catalog, see what's out there. And it doesn't mean those players and those decks aren't going to do well over the course of this tournament. I've especially excited to watch the 4-color Legends deck a little bit more. And Kibler's deck if he's able to continue to make
Is
a
it
run
just
here, 'cause I
me,
think
or
his
is
deck really cool too.
especially
But
like a
there's some
violation?
power baked into some of the stuff that we just saw, and it was nice to be able to highlight quite a bit of it that
Really good to put it on show. But as Rich said, Rich Hagen, as we were preparing for this tournament, we got 30% of the field on Esper. That means 70% of the field think it's not the right call. So I'm very interested to explore what else people brought to bear. But right now, we're going to wrap things up for this round.
It's a
and
game
we'll
loss.
be back
Hell yeah, it's
with
a game
more
loss.
Magic, my friends, before very much longer. Stay with us. We'll be back at the news desk here in Seattle.
Well, that was a good round, showcasing some kind of off-meta decks. So let's give it up. Give it up. We gotta, if we're gonna complain all day, we also have to be like, hey, they did the thing we really wanted them to do. They did the thing. They showcased off-meta decks. Good job. Good job. GG's. Good job, Wizards. I can tell that hurt you. I can tell that hurt you. Yeah, how will you sleep at night? I don't know. I can't answer these questions. They're too complicated. If any of you are intensely curious about what the hell I'm doing, the game store, Lantern Games, where we film Worst Possible, is now closed. Which isn't as bad as it sounds, because the person moving into the space is me, CGB. And we're going to build it into a studio to film the Worst Possible Commander show and other pieces of content. So, I am creating a collection for the store. A great deal of my cards are going to be stored there and help build decks for the show for both my friends and potential
Welcome back
guests
to
in the
coverage
future
of
to play.
Pro Tour.
So I am sorting the cards that stay here at the house and separating them from the cards that go to the store. I need to find the balance of the perfect mix. And we do it one card at a time. So, hype.
Well, everybody, welcome back to the News Desk here as we gear up for round number 7. Ray Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney with you. We got to see some really cool decks.
You heard it was a Haunted Flower production studio. That is not correct, because Haunted Flower is a closed, dead company.
Ailey after his big win over Brian Kibler.
And that's okay.
I'm here with Etienne Eggenstrela, who just picked up a victory against the Dragon Master himself and has proceeded to 4-2 now. Congratulations, Etienne. How are you feeling?
Thank you very much. I feel better than when the day started, but it's all good now. Now that we're playing standard, I feel much more at home.
All right, well, 4-2 gets you into day number 2, so what are you going to do differently in the draft if that didn't go so well today?
Honestly, I just bank on the constructed side. Draft is whatever. I'll just
draft is whatever.
Perhaps I'll get lucky. You never know.
Well, awesome. Etienne,
Was that Blake's store? No, Blake has a different job. That was never... He worked there briefly, but
Excellent
it was
showing
never
there. All right, let's take a look
his
at our
store.
After 6 rounds of play here at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. Check it out.
In
Only
an
3
ownership
players
sense.
left undefeated. Yoshihiko Ikawa knows how to top 8 a Pro Tour. Done it twice. Lucas Duco also sitting at 6-0, along with Arne Huschenbett, also 6-0. Fantastic start to the tournament for them. Must be feeling great. Remember, everybody, 4 is the magic number on day 1 of competition. 4 wins means you can come back tomorrow, do it again. Still got a chance at that top 8. Let's take a look at the second page of standings here. Corey, what stands out to you?
Yeah, absolutely. These players are still all doing great. 5 wins, 4 wins. You're still doing plenty fine in the tournament. We got Jim Davis as well as John Emmanuel Duprat with a loss and a draw here, still doing plenty fine there as well.
Let's
as
go,
Reed
Jim.
Lucas, Willie Edel at the top with a 5-1 record. All of these players are doing completely fine. David Inglis and Alexander Hayne at the bottom as well, rounding off that second page.
All right, everybody, 2 rounds left to play today. Ailey, what's your update for us this round?
Alrighty, well, let's take a look. We know that at the beginning of our day, there are pod winners who started at 3-0. Yoshihiko Ikawa, Lucas Duco, and Arne Huschenbett have capitalized on that 3-0 start and are now sitting at 6-0. I don't know how many will remain at 6-0 because they're going to be fighting each other pretty soon, no doubt. But yeah, excellent work indeed by those 3 gentlemen. And then on the other side of things, those who started at 0-3 really had to rally to pull off a day 2 here. Socrates Rezakias went from 0-3 to 3-3 and now just needs 1 more win to make it through to day 2.
You love it when they get able to pull out of a bad draft and kind of turn it around.
Nothing better
Corey,
than the comeback
do you know what that feels like? Started.
Plenty of times. Thank you, Maria.
When is the next worst possible?
Rarely
Tomorrow.
Start with 3-0. So if I ever have any good finish, it's coming from
No.
behind. Appreciate
Sunday.
that.
Look, it's been a long day.
Usually
I
it's
gotta
every
get my
Sunday.
roasting in while I can.
Sunday is the
but Corey,
plan.
now we're going to turn to 4-color legends.
Yeah,
Another
yeah.
sweet deck for you to tell us about.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of these differences in the list. First, we're going to check out Matt Singing Johnson. And this is the 4-color legend deck that is really taking advantage of Plaza Heroes just being an incredible land that casts a bunch of legends. You get a bunch of legends on the battlefield, and then you use these channel lands like Otawara, Takanuma, Boseiju, in combination with Slogurk to really take advantage of the battlefield. Now let's look at some of the differences here. Let's look at the next list. Here, Ray Zhang, they decided to play a bit of a different list. First, there's a couple of Goose Mothers in here, so I'm all for it.
Honk,
That card
honk.
is so absolutely sweet. But there's a combo in here as well. So if you can assemble Relic of Legends, Rona, 2 Honest Rustines, and the Vile Smasher Gleeful Grandier.
Easy.
That's a lot of cards, I know, but you can return Honest Rustine, tap it to Relic, tap the Rona, get back Honest Rusting, play it again, and infinitely deal damage to kind of combo off. So not only are you just a really good creature deck, you also have that combo finish. And then here is, of course, the sweetest one. It's Brian Kibler, the Dragon Master here, playing this really interesting take that nobody else was really playing. You know, Kibler tested on his own, and Ailey, I know you're a huge fan of this deck
I
as
love
well.
this deck. He sent it to me, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
this is fun.
Oh yeah, I watched you play it. It's really cool. It plays Sigarda, Font of Blessings, to be able to just play all these humans off the top of the deck and really get that experimental frenzy type vibe where you can just really absolutely pop off and kind of have a combo built into it.
Yeah, you know, you just keep going until the deck says no.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really cool deck. They're all really sweet, though.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Corey. Let's turn our attention to round number 7, everyone. Find out who we're going to watch do battle this time around. We've got Arne Huschenbett up against Lucas Duco here in round 7. Both
You're going for Arne?
players.
Oh, it's an Esper mirror. Just when I was about to wake up.
Knows how to win a championship. In fact, he did it at the Kaldheim Championship. 7 Grand Prix top 8s to his name, as well as 1 title, testing with Team CFB this time around. Versus Lucas Duco, started playing in 1997, so old school player here. You might know Lucas from doing extremely well in Magic Online. In fact, qualified via the Mox leaderboard to make it here this weekend, which is very, very impressive.
Yeah, a phenomenal Magic player. Anytime you pair against him on Magic Online, get out of there. Run.
Tell me about these decks there then, Corey.
Yeah, so let's take a look. These are, of course, 2 Esper mid-range decks. You know, the good decks played by the good players are going to produce some good results here. So starting with Arne Huschenbett's list, this is the kind of stock list of Esper mid-range we're seeing with the 4 wedding announcement, the Fairies Mastermind, kind of what we have been seeing earlier. We saw Arne on the feature match as well. Let's take a look at Lucas's list, as I think it's a pretty interesting list. You see Duelist of the Mind here in there, as well as Preacher of the Schism, which not every Esper mid-range deck is playing, but that card can just be absolutely devastating in one of these Esper mirror matches, especially since it cannot be cut down.
Okay,
That's the
interesting.
biggest thing. Yeah.
We're going to find out how these... Oh, no.
man.
The cow returns, Corey. What's your holy cow
Oh,
moment this
yay.
time
The
around?
Holy Swine is back. Absolutely.
That's
The
a
Holy
pig.
Cow. The Holy Cow moment this time is being very gracious to us. All it is Duelist of the Mind into Rafine, attack, put a counter on Duelist of the Mind, attack for 3. So not even the toughest Holy Cow moment. Let's hope we see it.
All right, well, I hope we see it too. It's starting to get really high stakes in this tournament. Do you like that one? Stakes?
No.
Steaks?
Boy, at least we got a
Oh,
chuckle from Marshall.
God.
I'm not chuckling. This is not me chuckling.
This is not an endorsement. And Corey, bovine.
I don't think Vert would like this matchup. I think Vert would think that Rafine is an abomination of all that was holy about Esper.
Welcome back
It's
to the
literally
booth.
so
We've
good
got,
that you
2 of our 6
are
players
supposed to
lined
play
up to face
creatures
against each other. There's actually 3 players
in
that are
Esper.
currently in the field, but the 2 we have
And that's kind
in
of
our feature
disgusting,
right now are Arne Huschenbett,
if we're being real.
who we saw a little bit earlier today playing against
That's kind
Lucas
of gross.
Ducow. Now this is an Esper mid-range mirror, most popular deck in the field, and these players have piloted both their limited deck and now many constructed rounds into undefeated. Also, Yoshihiko Ikawa is undefeated as well, so we wanted to give a little shout out there. But we're going to be focusing on this Esper mid-range.
Why does it have to
mirror
be
match to start
Corey?
things
It has
off
to be Corey
between our
because
players.
Corey's better at being
6-0's got to
positive
feel
about the
pretty good.
game than
Gotta feel pretty good, and
99.9% of
The first
humans,
match we saw him play,
including
that
us.
was also an Esper mid
So it has to be
match
Corey.
against David Inglis. So has to feel pretty good having already gotten through
That's
the
why.
matchup. This is going to be the most common matchup, most likely. Lucas has also overcome the mirror once in round 4 against Martin Dominguez. So both players getting wins in the Esper mid-range mirror before. And actually, it looks like Arne is 2-0 in the Esper mid-range mirror. Beat Jim Davis the previous round. So really, they're getting their reps in.
And you know, one of the reasons that Arne would be so prepared for a mirror match of such things is because of his testing team. He tests with Team Channel Fireball, one of the most experienced testing teams out there. And they certainly, of course, will have been aware of the potential for mirror matches, how to play them, how to sideboard, all that kind of stuff. On the other side is Lucas.
I think if you want to watch like
Lucas,
the
tested with
quintessential
Daniel Getchell and a group
European
he put
pro,
together.
you should watch
So
Arnie's
no
channel.
shortage of
He's going to,
experience
you
there
know,
as well.
he's
gonna
going to
lead
move
things
at
off with
a deliberate
Deep
pace and
Tavern
talk through
Bat.
literally everything. You can learn a lot from watching him.
Yeah, we saw this curve coming out from Arne against David way back in the previous match we watched them. But where Arne had Rafine on turn 3 the previous time, here he does have No More Lies represented, so Lucas can't put together that backbreaking curve, and that.
I'm gonna spill the tea on Arne though. I'm gonna tell you something true. If this ever gets back to him, I'll say, you know what? I would have said it to your face as well. Terrible navigator. I'm literally like, guys, at MagicCon Chicago, I'm like, guys, you go up the escalator, you go to the end of this hall. That's where registration is. I'll walk you there. He's like, nope, it's that way. Jim is like, I think we should follow CGB. They're like, nope, it's that way. They listened to Arne. I saw him walking past me 10 minutes later, Jim looking at me like, it was this way. I'm like, yep, I know. Should've listened to me.
The attack here from Lucas after he played the Fairy Mastermind. He's going to attack with both, but it is cut down here for the Deep Cavern Bat. On the prior end step, had cast Virtue of Loyalty while he made the creature. What is it called? Fealty? I can't believe you knew what it was called.
I read it on the screen. There's no way. I think Induced Fealty, I want to say. Ardenvale Fealty.
Ardenvale Fealty.
So close. Yeah, I like that from Arne going, cut down your bat, get my go for the throat back. That allows him to go for a potential end step, go for the throat. The reason not to is the existence of this card. You didn't want to let the shields down and allow Lucas to resolve it for free. So now you get the counterspell out, can still go for the throat on the Fairy Mastermind if you want, though you probably want to save that for something like Rafine. Now, we know the shields are down. Lucas, of course, could respect the existence of a second copy of No More Lies. I believe Arna's list does play 3 copies of the counterspell, but at some point, we're getting in there.
How many counts do you have? 3. And look at this. Lucas is going to go for the Rafine. He knows that at least for this one turn window, the go for the throat's no good.
Yeah, Lucas knows that Arna has that go for the throat. It's possible that he's hoping to force Arna to use that to kill this Mastermind if he wants to prevent Lucas from getting an attack and then getting extra cards out of this Rafine.
Tough decision here for Arne, because if he uses it on the Mastermind, then what are you going to do about the Rafine?
Yeah, and Lucas
I would
has
hold it,
one of
but
the most
what's Arne
powerful
gonna
cards in
do?
the matchup in hand here in Gix's command. That card can be very, very strong if you can resolve it. Of course, it is a 5-mana sorcery, so resolving it in a World of No More Lies isn't the easiest, but its resolution can be incredibly strong.
Arne's going to take his medicine here. He's going to use Go for the Throat to take down the Fairy Mastermind, so Rafine's just sitting there on its own. Is there an answer?
You got to do what you got to do.
He's going to play Virtue and pass. His hand is not good, and I think his hope has to be, if I get this Virtue down, then I can start growing this Anchorage, I can start growing this Knight token, and hope that I can mount an insurmountable board, because I'm not doing it out of my hand. I have all lands. Yes, one of them cycles, but if you cycle a 3-mana land there, you are in a lot of trouble. Which he is anyways.
Which he is anyways. Arne's going to do the little test attack there.
Yeah.
But Lucas passed the test quite easily. And then, as you predicted, Monty, it
Dude,
was
draw more
the,
like spells.
The Virtue of Loyalty.
Are you not a pro?
So he does have this Knight token that's growing, but in the meantime, he just got hit by a Rafine.
Yeah. And Lucas, he's a bit starved for mana right now. Is able to cast everything in his hand except for that copy of Gix's command, but has a copy of No More Lies that he can't really afford to keep up. So
Thank you, token.
you see him saying, your board is going to grow out of hand pretty soon. I'm going to resolve this Preacher. That'll shut down the possibility of you attacking with that Anchorage that you have. And Arna picking up a copy of No More Lies, that is going to be really nice with the existence of Virtue of Loyalty on the battlefield and the fact that Lucas is stuck on lands a bit.
Okay, I'm just going to check.
Look, I've messed up a few times in my history.
Creature land.
At points in my life, I've drawn
Another copy of
up to
Anchorage is
8
a
lands
pretty
in a
good
row.
run, and both of these untapped.
And I know that's hard to admit.
Access to No More Lies mana.
But these are professional gamers. They should be better than that. I just sit at home sorting
This is
cards
the start for Arna.
and call it content.
Yes, Lucas has a pretty scary board, but you at least know that you have a counterspell for the first potential spell to come out, and your board is growing.
Unfortunately for Arne, he wasn't able quite to get the life totals other than equaled out, and the Preacher of the Schism is going to be quite happy about that.
And the attack from Arne actually gives Lucas the highest value Preacher of the Schism. We're both at 15. I get the token and the card.
Nasty.
Ouch.
Yeah. It's the tied life total Preacher of the Schism feels really nice. Really, really nice.
Lucas will lose a life there, but
I'm at 14. I'll block. No thanks.
and it looks like Arne's just going to trade off.
Yeah, that Preacher has Death Touch. If you don't block, it is just going to continue getting in and providing more card advantage and more value, and you really can't afford that.
Arne falls down to 12 after taking the damage from Rafine. And Lucas passes the turn back with 4 mana available.
3 cards or 3 draws.
Having access to Fairy Mastermind plus another copy of, plus that copy of No More Lies in hand is nice. Picking up the land there, nice as well. So Gix's command online the next turn, though of course we know that Arne still has access to that copy of No More Lies. Lucas maybe not able to play around it depending on how much Arne.
It's going to take a hell of an anchorage to stabilize this.
Yeah, I mean,
seems
who wins
unlikely.
the race from this point?
Currently,
probably
it's Lucas.
Sometimes you draw the deck.
Exactly.
Sometimes the deck draws
Part of
you.
the issue is that soldier token has, or vampire token, I believe, has lifelink. So if Rafine can grow that with some counters, that's going to really offset the race here.
Lucas is going to go for a Fairy Mastermind. Be hit by that No More Lies. Arne's going to use it right quick. He's down to just Rafine's Tower in hand.
Yeah, this is an okay spot for Lucas. The big issue is that Anchorage is available as a blocker. So if Lucas goes for the attack and grows the soldier by 2, the Anchorage is still a 3/4. So it can profitably block if Arne feels like he has to. And I would guess the fact that he didn't attack the previous turn means that he is thinking about turning off that line from Lucas.
And you can see Lucas's face. He's, none of this really is amazing, but there's always cards from the top of the library, so he's going to attack with both.
2 cards.
And get himself a couple of extra cards worth of
See
looting.
if you can find something.
Any
2
instance of
lands.
removal here that can deal with that Anchorage is pretty close to GG.
Okay. No blocks. It was 2 lands. Oh, it's just going to be no blocks.
No
anymore.
blocks.
All right.
Wow, he feels like he has to cycle here.
I guess Arne just hoping to cycle this Rafine's Tower on the end step.
That's what he's doing.
It says I got a hit.
There's another
I
Preacher
gotta
of the
have a
Schism
hit.
there from Lucas. Way too much pressure. Here's Rafine's Tower getting cycled.
It's a bat.
Draw step to come. Is there enough to even keep him alive?
Bat is a lifelinker.
Bat and
River
land.
is not great.
Man,
Of
that
course
hand
it
from
is.
Lucas is nice.
It was
He's got
always a land.
His command to No More Lies. That
Always
might be able
has
to get
been.
something, and then the Preacher of the Schism as another threat.
I think you force the 3 mana here on the bat. Yeah.
Nice.
Because if Arne pays this, he can't activate an Anchorage.
And so he's just going to pay it and get a little bit of information.
Ugh.
It's Gix's command, but that's a temporary hold there because that bat is going to have to do some blocking pretty quickly here.
I think you have to sack the map token on the bat.
Flood in real life? I thought it was because the shuffler didn't want us to win. I was told it was an arena problem.
Counter.
And so no plus.
Unbelievable.
He's going to play it.
You get 1.
Yeah, from the Virtue.
And I believe Lucas has 2 copies of the Anchorage over there on his own, so this is going to be a connive for 4 now. And that may just force a block from Arne, depending on what he connives into here.
Rage? Arne doesn't get mad. Arne stays mad.
So it looks like he's targeting the Anchorage.
Yeah. Resolves the draw from the Preacher first, and now 2 cards in hand, in addition to the 3 connive. That gives more choice for what you're filtering through, as well as a higher chance of discarding spells. 3 lands going to be the discard, and I believe this is the only 7, if I'm counting it right. So Arne doesn't have to block here now.
Okay, he's going to go to 1 then.
It's interesting because Lucas could have forced the block by discarding the Mastermind. Could have
Easy.
forced Arne to have to jump.
He left the Vampire token back. It's another land off the top here for Hushinbet. And it's looking like best case scenario are some chump blocks, and even that might not be enough.
I don't think he's dead with 2 anchorages as blockers.
Does he need to have access to both?
I believe so.
It looks like he might be firing
He's
one.
going to have 3 lifelink available to him. So assuming that blocks, he's not going to be accounting for the Mastermind in hand. We do see that. But even then, yeah, this is the issue. You can't account for that. That trades off, and that's only 2 lifelink, and I think that is going to be...
That should do it.
All she wrote here with the anchorages. Because Lucas
now
can go...
no blocker,
yeah.
no extra...
That's rough.
Yeah.
You have 2 anchorages to block here. Lucas fires up the anchorage of his own, attacks with 4 creatures, and even if you block the 2 biggest, that
it's
is
all revealed, right?
Across, and
that's right.
No more lifelink.
So Arne just says, okay, you're going to activate it. I see what's going to happen here. Let's go
That's
to
the
game
game.
number 2 between Lucas Dukow and Arne Hushinbet. And it's going to be land go to start things off. Both players on 7 cards.
Slowly getting a look at Lucas's hand. It isn't all lands, as it may seem. But this hand keeps getting better with each card that gets added to it. I'm like, Acklezotz, ooh.
All right, we gonna play a critter? You gonna play a critter, Arnie?
6-0 players. We've got one other.
Into the No More Lies? What you gonna do?
Yeah, he's playing against Masahide Moriyama right now.
I think he's just chilling.
Ikawa is on...
Look at this Drago Esper nonsense.
Deck, whereas these 2 players are on the most played deck in the room, Esper midrange.
Denny. Emperor, No More Lies. Big untap.
And an attempted Wandering Emperor there for Arne.
What are you gonna play when your opponent's tapped out?
Yeah, with
Take
the
control.
Danik plus No More Lies, now Arne does know that the coast is clear if he wants to go something like Wedding Announcement plus my own Danik, or Wedding Announcement, go for the throat your Danik.
Sure,
Not really necessary.
that's fine.
Both good options. But now, this is the same issue that the coast is clear for Lucas, and I think Lucas is going to go a little bigger with the Bat God.
Wow. So the Haymakers relatively early here. We're just kind of entering the mid game.
Bat God. We got a Bat God alert.
There's a lot of, I don't want to be the first one to do something. But
What's the
here,
best
both players
exile
just
effect
win
for the
those
Bat God
5 mana
at
worth
this
of stuff
in
on
this
both of their
format at that
turns?
price?
And Lucas has the answer to the Bat God in hand, Blot Out. Arne does not. Arne only has 2
Blot Out.
The can bounce it
Dang.
with Otawara, but of course that's temporary.
Wow.
Go for the throw is an answer as well, but that also is temporary. With both players pretty high cards in hand right now, it is going to be a bit of a while before Lucas is able to flip the Bat God back into a creature.
I've definitely Field of Ruined a few Bat
Once
Gods.
that happens, it's really hard, and Arne does not have that much pressure right now through a Danik.
Yeah, Acklezotz is a big long-term problem in this matchup. And you can see that Lucas has brought, a few very powerful 5-drops to the table here. That Gix's Command we saw in game number 1 is in the main deck as well. Just one Acklezotz in the main for Lucas as well.
Yeah, Acklezotz definitely one of the ways to
Lay down
get
arms?
an
Wrong
advantage
deck.
in the mirror. You
For
see
sure.
a lot of these Esper decks actually board a second copy, depending on how many they already have in the main deck. I believe Arne has 2 post-board, whereas Lucas only has the 1 in the main deck and no second copy in the sideboard.
You're correct.
So definitely a little bit of an advantage going Arne's way, but of course, right now, Lucas is the one with it in play, so you only really need 1 as designed.
You know what they say, Acklezotz in the hand, etc.
Yeah, no, one of the other old adages.
I mean, you can also just try to wear down the mana, right?
Yeah. Like, you and I go pretty far back. We're pretty old, so all these
Or
wise sayings of
if they have a Fairy Mastermind, you can feed them, or if you have a Fairy Mastermind, you make them draw cards so they can't flip it. That's the play. That's the real gamer play.
does enter
Can't
tap,
flip it
so
if there's like
with Arna
20
doing
cards in your
there,
hand. Got him.
Lucas, even if he was able to get down to one or fewer cards in hand, not able to do it this turn.
Arne drew cut down for the turn. You can see he has a backup Denik, as well as a go for the throat and an Otawara. I mean, he can keep Aklazats from doing things for a while, but at a fairly steep cost of like 1 card per transaction that you don't get back.
Yeah, right now, once this wedding announcement flips, we're going to get into a point that Arna will have to take advantage of, which is every time you answer Aklazats, you have to present enough damage. And with the wedding announcement flipped into essentially an anthem and multiple creatures out with at least 1 Restless Anchorage that I see in the land area, I think Arna is actually going to be able to present that pressure. So every time Lucas gets the Bat God, Arna can kill it, remove it, bounce it, whatever, and deal 7-ish, and 3 or so cycles of that should be enough.
Yep. It is negative tempo.
And it looks like Arna's just going to pass the turn back and go for
You
the
can
trigger
win
on
the
wedding
tempo game
announcement.
against it.
Lucas feeling forced to use this blot out just because he needs to get down cards in hand, so he's able to flip back into Aklazats. You need one of the players to have 1 or fewer cards, and Arna is not giving him that opportunity. He has something like 5 cards in hand, and he is in no rush to use them. Unfortunately, the worst thing Lucas can draw is more lands, because you can only get 1 of those out of your hand at a time. And yes, you can fire off that go for the throat, but if Lucas draws another land next turn, that is going to be another turn of Aklazats not being able to transform back.
Yeah, every land he draws at this point extends that by a full turn. Double Caves of Koilos in hand has got to be getting annoying for him. There's cut down on Denik. That was end step.
Yeah, that's really big for Arna.
Now we can start jamming for 6. That's going to be 13 for Lucas. And he's going to need to come up with a better plan, because right now the Aklazats plan is looking a little too slow given the too many lands in hand that he's got.
Yeah, the issue is it's all he has.
Right. There's another Denik there for Arne. It's going to be pumped. There's Cave of Koilos hitting the battlefield.
Did he find a non-land?
Even if he does,
We don't
the
know.
bat's really slow here.
Okay, that's good.
That'll blow up the festivities.
Yep.
Sure.
Put a swift end to this party. Lauren the Buzzkill.
How many cards do you have? 2? 2.
And with Go for the Throat being one of those 2 cards, it is now castable. Arna...
So that was a good rip there from Lucas.
Yeah, Arna has access to Otawara channeled on his own wedding announcement. Yeah, I like that a lot.
What?
This is reduced by 1.
Oh,
thanks
that's
to that Denik being a legendary
crafty.
creature, so he can do it for 3. Return
I
my
will
wedding
return that
announcement
to my hand. Thank
It
you.
buys a lot of time for Lucas. Yes, you get this back, but whether you're drawing cards or making those more tokens, the pressure is cut down significantly when you don't have that Anthem mode for 3 more turns.
2 cards?
Yeah, it feels like Aklazats is back on the menu now as a potential long-term game plan, because you're just not facing that, 2-turn clock or whatever.
Pro gaming for sure.
Arna could change that if he just wants to go for Virtue this turn. If he just wants to say, okay, you got rid of one of my anthems, let's try that again, but a little bigger this time, a little more snowballing.
And maybe by the time Aklazats is on the battlefield, my creatures are as big as it anyway.
Right.
That's a Rafine. Wow. Heavy hitters coming from Arne Hushna.
That
He wants
Rafine is
to
a
even up this
swinger.
match.
I mean, it's
And there's
makes
gonna be go
something
for the
swing for
throat on
huge
Denik.
damage. Shut up.
Yeah, so Arne says
I'm tired.
attack, trigger. Lucas says, okay, I'll go for the throat, you're only attacker. When the Rafine trigger resolves, I believe there's only going to be 0 attacking creatures because the Denik is dead, so it won't actually connive anything. And that will be the end of that. That is a clue being generated from Lucas's Denik, seeing the opposing Denik die. And Lucas has 1 card in hand. Even if he draws a land here, he can play 1, and that's good enough for Aklazats.
So the question is Aklazats good enough for the win? It may take
close.
a little while, but that card
It's really
definitely
close.
has the capability of taking over.
I mean,
Yeah, and notably, Aclazotz can attack the turn you transform it because it isn't exile, return this transform.
It can?
It's just transform it. There's no summoning sickness. It's been on the board for multiple turns now. So that allows Lucas to immediately attack it.
Are you sure, Monty?
It never left.
Never left. Been here the whole time.
Just turn into a land for a little while.
Yep.
Monty, are you sure?
And Arna's going to fire off
That's a tough one.
Fealty now.
I can't help him.
Oh wow, you remembered it. Well done.
I did.
Props.
It wasn't even on the screen.
One of us has to.
I mean, technically what
One
he's
of us
saying
has
is correct. Just forget kind of
I do wanna
omitting
say
that it
first thank you
re-enters
to Arna, who's the
tapped,
best for
and that's what's going to keep it from attacking, not the summoning sickness part.
Less likely to happen this match.
True.
It's only Lucas that can really make it happen. All right, here we go.
Second main phase. Sure. Or did I just play that, right?
No, no, you didn't.
He did not just play that.
No, I did this last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, second main phase. Sure.
Yeah, apparently the Aclazotz was just tapped for those reasons that we said, where it was a land that was still a permanent.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
You have to tap it to transform
Exactly.
it. I see.
It did look like it was attacked.
Yes, it did.
As always, chat ever so graciously corrected us.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure
they were
chat.
so
I'm
nice
sure
about it.
chat went ballistic.
Totally understanding.
Yeah.
One person actually said no biggie.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, that person.
That was.
Appreciate you.
That's an all-star.
I appreciate all of chat, but especially that person.
Nah.
All right, now Aclazotz is going to attack, which it definitely didn't do last turn, as we've been told.
And you can see Arna is going to discard a land to it. But this is the culmination of an issue that Arna's been facing for ever since Aclazotz first hit the battlefield. Even though he had the answer for it, over the course of time, it has whittled its
In
way
old
back
Magic
onto
rules, the
battlefield and
commentators
is
would be
now starting
fired
to
on the spot.
genuinely affect the outcome of this game.
They get a game
Yeah,
loss for
with the
sure.
blocker.
The Rafine was able to block there.
Back
but
when we
Lucas
had
still gained some life,
consequences
still got
for
some
our
card advantage out of it.
actions.
So it is attacking resources. The question is, can Lucas find a way to overcome this virtue? Because
That
the virtue
will
gets,
eventually overpower, right?
it does feel like inevitability for as long as it stays on the battlefield.
Yeah, and we've seen this combo before as well. Wedding announcement coming down with other festivities or a virtue. Just go wide, go tall.
Yep.
Marshall's begging you. Go wide. Go tall. Show him the business.
All right, Lucas is about to draw a lot of cards. Second main phase, Arna tries to go to his end step. Lucas says, I'll flash in a second Fairy Mastermind. Goes to activate Lauren. Arna says, hold on. There's a copy of Go for the Throat in hand, so can fire that off at one of the Masterminds if you would like. That would prevent Lucas from drawing 3 cards here off of that one action.
That is a lot of cards.
Yeah, Lauren plus Fairy Mastermind. Really cool combo. You give your opponent 1 card and you take a lot for yourself.
I'm kind of liking the arbitrage angle here. Ooh, Wandering Emperor.
And a cut down.
And you see a cut down as well.
Yeah, feed him cards. Don't let him flip the Bat God.
Before it gets out of range.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So the one with 2, one and the other. Oh, we have 2.
Does this count? The tokens?
No,
Or it's only real
creature
cards, right?
Yeah, it's creature cards. So this is also on 1. Okay.
Just checking if Danik Pious Apparition, the backside, counts the token dying for creating a clue.
It does not.
It does not. It is non-token.
Got him.
This is awesome now.
I play
We have
Arena.
very
I know
different
everything.
takes, right? We have Lucas Ducau potentially drawing 3 cards extra. And with Aklazats, but Arne has really assembled a very impressive board state that Lucas is currently trying to chip away at 1 for 1. The thing is, he's got enough mana and enough extra cards that he may be able to do it.
He may. He got rid of Rafine there, so now is able to get through, but this is the issue, is Arna has that go for the throat. So that is essentially 2 more turns of Aklazats not being available. This turn, the temple is tapped.
Yeah.
Next turn, you have to tap it to make it a creature. If you have enough, or few cards, as is the case here. And this pressure is mounting.
We're beginning of combat.
I know, but I'm just asking.
I don't think I can't tell.
Lucas asks, I haven't played a lad yet. Arna says, we're at the beginning of combat. Let's just make sure we're the right spot.
Just for reference.
Get him.
Yeah. And that is the relevant reason to check, is if you haven't,
I mean,
you can
when you're right, you're
make this
right.
Anchorage a creature, so you attack for
Give him
more
a game
damage,
loss.
get a map token, and still have the ability to post-combat go land, Wandering Emperor.
So are they racing now?
Kind of.
Like, that was a big attack from Lucas.
That was a big attack. Arna is going to make a bigger attack back, and Arna's board essentially has Vigilance, and the most important creature on Honor's board right now, that Knight, actually has Vigilance, because that is...
I don't think it has 5.
It does not have 5, okay.
No, it has 3.
Should definitely be good. It's pretty scary.
This and then this. This was imply, and then later on. No, wait. This is
They should all have the same, right?
Just making sure
I believe it should have
what the right number of counters on that
all
Knight
the
is.
ones except the newest one should have the same.
I don't see how it could be 5 just from the virtue.
It's definitely not 5. The question is 3 or 2.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that.
So we fixed that. That does help a lot, because that creature was significantly bigger than everything else, and with Vigilance, couldn't get exiled to the Wandering Emperor.
Judge, I would like my creature to be even bigger.
Arno probably can safely put Lucas on that as well.
Sure.
Here we go.
Take a damage.
It's 16.
Is this okay?
Yeah.
Well,
-2 gets rid of one of the tokens. Now can go probably consider chumping the Knight with the bat if you want. Depends. How much damage is this in the air?
Yeah,
There are
that's what
2
I'm wondering.
Masterminds. I believe just the 1 Anchorage.
it's a lot of damage in the
token
air.
And 1 from Wandering Emperor. Oh, and the Denic.
Will it
Yeah,
be
I think
GG?
he's just...
Is it enough?
If Lucas has a way to remove Arne's Denic, he
Sure
is
feels like a lot.
potentially threatening lethal. Now, whether or not lethal actually happens, we know there's a long goodbye in Arne's hands.
Right.
So it's not a given by any means. And that Deserted Beach is another potential blocker there. Sorry, the Anchorage, not Deserted Beach, is another blocker there. So Arne has some potential outs here. But so does Lucas.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
He's like, you draw, which means I draw.
Okay. Now the untap. 2, 3.
We draw. Which
I can see
isn't
how
the
that
most.
Knight got to
I mean,
5.
that outcome might happen.
Are we all set now?
I think so. Yeah, go ahead.
Arna is interesting. It seems like he's having a little bit of a hard time with this.
There's a lot going on. And Marshall, it is round 7.
That is true.
In a very long day, where, as I said, Arna's
Marshall,
played
like,
2
why
Esper
it's so
Minions
hard?
Snares already.
Yeah, that's true.
Eli Cassis described this matchup as playing chess. Now imagine if you've just been playing very intense matches of chess against some of the best Magic players in the world for multiple rounds on end. And it's round 7, and the stakes are high.
And by the way, he's from Germany.
Yeah, we're tired
We're in
the
Seattle.
booth.
We're on the West
We're
Coast.
struggling in the booth.
Yeah.
Imagine how these guys are doing in the feature match
absolutely.
area
Absolutely.
for much higher stakes than our commentary.
Okay, Wandering Emperor is going to put a counter on one of the masterminds. And you see math happening.
Yeah, Lucas is doing the math, saying if I attack with everything, what happens?
Yeah, more importantly, if I attack with everything and this doesn't work, what happens, right?
Could be bad.
And it's not going to. You see the long goodbye there in hand for Arne.
Gotta watch
So
them
as is,
counterattacks.
this is lethal. Arne can block one.
He says, these are my blocks.
Yep.
Lucas says, I will pass priority.
Long goodbye.
And Arne says, I'm going to send Danik away for good.
No, I don't really think so. Take 7.
Down to 2, I think Arne's going.
2. No,
Yeah. And
the question is, what can he do going
Yeah,
back
what
the
do you
other
do once
direction,
you're
or
here?
What can Lucas do to stop it?
What else you got? I mean, you're still alive.
I'll draw a card. Still in combat.
That's not nothing, but
still in combat. Arne draws
what's
a
the way
card.
back?
Lucas has a cut down in a Fairy Mastermind. So
Okay.
I don't think he is, as of now, taking lethal. If you block the Danik and you cut down one of the anchorages, you are taking 9. If Arne goes for both anchorages,
then you're taking 10?
I believe you're taking 11, but that requires Arne to go for both anchorages here. Assuming
So
my
you
math
cut
is
down
right.
an anchorage.
You cut down an anchorage, you block
a knight.
Oh, you block the knight. It's one bigger than the Danik.
Its own
you're
back
taking
god?
10.
Is that good enough?
See, there you go. There you go.
It's so close. And this is one of those moments, right, where like if Arne does go fire up both of these things, it just has to work or else he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. If this doesn't work, and you know, it's a fair assumption to go for it because you're putting Lucas on having 2 things. One thing is not enough.
Yes.
Lucas, as is presenting nothing. So you're putting Lucas on 2 things. The question is, will Arne say, Lucas assumed that attack would end the game, so I have to go for it?
Okay, he's done it.
There's
And
one.
Cut down. To kill an anchorage. He's going to tap it for mana, however.
And hold your nose. Cover your butts.
That mana is
still
gone.
have it.
Yeah, he's like, attack.
I wonder if he was trying to find a way to leave up Iganjo.
Yeah.
Right, with the untap from
Did 11 correct.
Virtue to give him that 3 mana plus the anchorages. So 1 mana plus the 2 anchorages, which he does not have anymore.
I mean, he just has to force Lucas to have it, which he does. Yeah.
She's going to do. Arne Huschenvet's going to go for it. At just 2 life, he's trying to finish this game off, but Lucas Dukow has the Fairy Mastermind as a surprise blocker. And that should make it a non-lethal attack.
Oh
here.
man. He still gets to untap here, but I think he's just dead in the
Lucas
air?
put Arne to 1, to 2. Arne put Lucas to 1.
Oh my
1 to 2
goodness.
right now.
And I see.
But what can Arne do?
Yeah, 3 flying
Ouch.
attackers.
He draws a
I draw, you
card.
draw.
Is there a cut down or something?
There's 1 flying blocker. And
Yeah, he's got to draw a
untap
removal
mana.
spell he can cast, right?
And
he has the Danik to block on.
He has the Danik. The anchorage is not a creature. That
Right,
needs to
it-
be
that should not
moved
be
back to
up
the
there.
land space. Yeah, there you go.
It does keep his counter, though.
It does keep its counter.
But again, if he had the other one, he could have Iganjo activation. Oh,
Yep.
does he still have it? He has Danik, right?
He has Danik, but
So he does. Oh, this is just about as
Slow
tight as I
rolling.
get.
This is tight because you block one and you kill one, but there's 3 lethal attackers. I think.
By the way, we are in wedding festivities mode now as well, so these creatures are just massive.
Yeah, it's Rafine up, put a counter on something, send them all in, hope it works. If it doesn't, you're going to game 3.
Yeah, we'll get him next
what a
game.
game.
This has been awesome.
Arnie, I don't think you got it, buddy.
Counters around, why not?
You have a map counter if you want to use it. Maybe you just want to leave up mana.
And Arna's trying to sit up straight and be like, don't do it. I'm strong, I'm powerful.
Tug anchorage? No, I'm saying that.
Show the Aganjo.
Okay. And then block one.
Bat down.
And then what happens?
And then you die?
I'm counting death.
And that's going to do
Oh.
it. Lucas Dukow picks up the victory and
Arnie.
undefeated here on day number 1. And that was a hard-fought victory, no doubt about it, Monty. That was a tough one. I can see what you're talking about with the whole chess thing now.
My head hurts watching that game.
Yeah.
There was so much happening, so much to keep track of. You could see Arna losing track of it a bit there in the middle. Just so many mechanical decisions, counter, tokens, stacking, cards in hand, phases were in. People are doing stuff, end of combat, second main phase, upkeep. There's so much intricate moving pieces in the Esper midrange mirror, and both players really played that fantastically.
Yeah, really great stuff. We've got more standard to bring you. Let's hear from Maria at the news desk about our next matchup.
You're going to want to stick around for this match coming up. Reed
Oh yeah,
Duke versus John
the people
Emanuel
losing here
Depra.
can still top 8,
Reed
right?
Duke is playing his beloved Golgari creatures backed up
Duke
by duress
on
and
Golgari.
removal spells to be able to take
Let's
down
go.
John Emanuel Depra. John Emanuel Depra is playing Esper midrange, trying to get an early Rafine up with a couple of creatures and back that up with counter spells.
Coming up next, it's the Hall of Famer versus the world champ. You don't want to miss it.
Sorting cards, sorting cards. So many cards. Has anybody met Arnie LOIRL? You must have just tuned in. You missed my Arnis story. Too bad. I'm never telling it again. It was spicy. Far too spicy. I don't want to get in trouble. Are there any pro player, past or present, you haven't met that you want to? That's a good question. Anybody I haven't met that I want to? I guess I haven't met Shouta. That would be cool. Who was my favorite back in the day? Kenji Sumura. Back when he was killing them with Psychotog. I don't watch Twitch a lot, so I would have missed it. No problem, Lore. I know I think they have a deal. I think that Wizard still has a deal with Twitch to broadcast events over there. So yeah, putting it here on YouTube. Glad you're enjoying it. Doing what I can.
And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. Marshall Sutcliffe with Monty DeVuti. We are down the stretch here on day number 1. We're
Favorite
playing
list from the Pro
Standard
Tour?
right now. We've got a really nice match for
No.
you. coming in here to kind of wind up our round. This is Reed Duke versus
My
Jean
favorite list has not been on coverage and probably won't be, but I believe we're past embargo now. Yeah, we are. Gabriel Nassif, blue-white control
players at the top of the table
is the answer.
Events. You can see Reed Duke there on the left versus Jean Emmanuel on the right, and we've got the Esper mid-range deck in the hands of Jean
But you guys
Emmanuel,
will get to see a video that I recorded with that deck in the near future. So don't worry, you'll get to know more things about it soon if you watch my channel.
Let's just say it's in his comfort zone.
Yeah, he feels right at home.
Actually, let's just say it is his comfort zone.
Oh, Kibler, no, no,
Let's
Kibler.
actually say that he's playing Reed.
All right, Reed. Oh, Reed versus Jean Emmanuel Duprat. This is tough.
Very large card pool for standard right now. But there
Current
are some
world
cards
champion
that
versus
you'll
the
see pop
Duke.
up that you just think, how does that not just become more of a
Who do you
thing?
cheer for?
The Mosswood Dread Knight, for example, is just like, that thing just needs to have a space. And by the way, here's a new card, Caustic Bronco for Reed Duke, which is a great source of card advantage.
Yep, I met Gabriel Nassif.
Yeah, we've seen the little snake horse that could.
I met Kibler, I met Jean Emmanuel Duprat, I met Reed Duke, met Louis Scott Vargas.
Make your
I met a
opponent
lot
lose
of
the
them,
life
so it did make that
instead.
question
But in this
difficult.
mid-range deck, it is doing its best Dark Confidant
Thank you
impression.
again to you
Most of the
guys.
time,
If you
the
guys
fact that
didn't
cards
make me
like that Mosswood Dread
somewhat
Knight or Glissa,
popular YouTuber,
Druid,
that
or
would
Sadlet,
have probably never
pretty
happened.
handily and easily is a nice bonus in this deck. Is being able to attack.
Made a
with
video
card
with Paulo
advantage
Vitor
is
Dama de Rosa that
treating
many of
your
you may have
opponent
watched.
Really good.
Looks like Jean Emmanuel's taking some notes here.
I think Jean Emmanuel might be
Is he
writing
putting
out
together his next commander deck in front of our eyes? What
I
is he?
think he's writing out what he can remember of Reed's Duke's deck from memory while Reed decides what he's playing that turn.
Okay, well, that was a Glissa, but it's going to get taken out by No More Lies.
Hey, Bronco.
And in the meantime, we're going to see probably, yeah, there we go. The Caustic Bronco is going to get
You gonna
I didn't
block
see what he
that?
revealed there.
It was a swamp.
A swamp, okay, so ideal.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, right?
Depending on what
Easy.
you're needing. If you really need spells, maybe it wasn't.
Very
but,
easy.
You know, not losing life, always nice.
That's really good. The same person that told us no biggie said back in the Snaddle again. It's the snake. It's just
The Snaddle?
The set has created a lot.
That's
of memes,
horrible.
let's just say.
Can we VIP that person? I don't want to ever miss a comment from them.
Do not
Okay,
VIP
another
that
copy
person.
of No More Lies, though, is going to hit the Preacher of the Schism now from Duke. So a fairly straightforward trading of resources, but now Jean Emmanuel is going to take the lead with Sheoldred the Apocalypse.
Yeah, Jean Emmanuel's build of Esper is a little different from what we saw in the hands of the previous two players. He doesn't think Wedding Announcement is particularly good in this metagame. He thinks its impact isn't really there. So he's got Sheoldred, he's got some other cards instead. No Wedding Announcements in his build. Reed, Marshall, how many events do you think Reed has played this
those
Liliana
things are
of the
just
Veil?
tattered corners, you know.
What a
They've,
beautiful
those
Liliana of the
things have
Veil.
sacrificed
What a
so
beautiful
many
card.
creatures over the years, and Sheoldred's just another one that gets hit there. Oh, awkward for Jean Emmanuel. He's going to play a Virtue of Loyalty into an empty board and tap himself out to do it.
And 2 cards left in hand, so this Liliana
That's
can
not
start
good
going up
for
and down.
Jean.
I would be really curious to hear what Reed would guess is the number of counters total that he has put on this Liliana of the Veil in his life. Like, you know, the 3 that it comes in with, plus, etc. How many total has that Liliana had in Reed's lifetime?
Billions.
It's got to be.
This is like guess the jelly beans in the jar.
It's got to be in the hundreds, right?
It's easily in the hundreds.
3rd copy of No More Lies hitting the bin.
Okay, it's going to be another Preacher. Preacher doing, it's kind of the classic type of card that Reed likes. It's good in all scenarios, but it's not, you know, devastating in any. It doesn't just win you the game when it hits, but it generates advantage. It's good on defense. It's good on offense. Good at protecting your planeswalkers.
It was a really good role player in the Team CFB Ultimate Guard Rakdos Vampires deck that Seth used to win the previous Pro Tour. And it is the exact type of card that really does a lot of work in mid-range decks.
John Emanuel's going to fire up the Anchorage, but it's going to get cut down here.
He
What
really
format
needed
is this?
Anchorage to
It's a
live.
little format called Standard.
This was a desperation Anchorage, I think, and that's because it is one of the few creatures he has available to him that dodges Liliana of the Veil. So the fact that Reed is able to remove it at instant speed, and Jean Emmanuel is having his resources stripped, while Reed can continue building up with this Preacher, this game's going to be really hard to win now.
And it's not getting any easier. There's Gix's command now from Reed Duke as well.
Value Town.
Wow, these are hammers. He is just slamming. He even gets a lifelink, 1/1 lifelink token off of the Preacher.
I think I have to cheer
Two
for Reed
counters,
just
get back
because
my Bronco, get back a Preacher, make a
Esper is
vampire,
so
hit
freaking
four,
everywhere.
Go.
I think we have to.
I think Jean Emmanuel's hand is a Rafine and 1.
Yeah, Reed has a go for the throat in hand. So if there is just a simple threat from Jean Emmanuel, he'll have the answer for that. I got to say, Reed is just in dreamland here.
Yeah.
This is when he puts his lists together, this is what he envisions happening, right? Every single time. Like, Liliana, take out your only thread, start hitting your hand. You're down to nothing.
You know, there's a small contingent of the CFB team that is playing this Golgari mid-range deck.
Okay.
A lot of them ended up on Esper, like Arna and Jim Davis, but Reed and a few of the others were like, they have faith in this deck. I believe that is a Virtue there. That was the unknown card that I couldn't make out.
Okay, and so he adventured it.
Yeah, adventured it. On Unveil Fealty. Yep.
Everybody knows.
Yeah, just checking that that did cost JD a life, as he does not have any non-Painland white mana available to him.
Second main phase, Liliana of the Veil is going to tick down.
Yep.
And now we're going to see both threats hit the
It's getting deadly out
and
there.
the Caustic Bronco.
Oh,
It was already pretty bad. It's getting
Go
real
for the
bad.
Throat Rafine, the 2 cards, I think. Neither of those are really getting the job done here. I'm guessing I'll go for the throat. Yeah.
And that's going to be it. Reed Duke, in impressive fashion, takes game number 1. I'm curious to see if Jean Emmanuel can kind of fight back here. Both of these players are sitting at
The
4-1-1,
Duke with the
so they're
win.
safely into day 2.
Golgari.
But a lot
Here
of
to
work
play.
to do to keep that record high. You know, and again, you know, when we're talking about players like this, true veterans of the Pro Tour scene with titles, you know, World Championship, Pro Tour champion, that type of stuff.
Duke is a title.
Those
That
things
is correct, Marshall.
It's not scraping into day 2 that's on the menu for these gentlemen.
Yeah, both of these players top 8 at the World Championship. Jean Emmanuel did a little better than Reed. Went ahead and won the whole thing. But the fact is, they are qualified for all the Pro Tours this year. Right now, they've got their eyes set on more titles, more top 8s, more prizes, more cementing themselves as not just the greatest currently, but the greatest of all time.
Right. Trying to creep their way up that ladder.
Yep.
You saw the Fairy Mastermind on end step. It's going to chip in as well. A little bit of a pause there from Duke, perhaps posturing, perhaps actually thinking, should I kill that? Oh, a little taste of your own medicine here. And it was actually a cut down in hand. That, unfortunately,
Liliana?
for Reed, cannot hit Preacher. Liliana of the Veil. This is the dream if Reed's got
Come
it.
on.
Okay,
Oh, it's
well, that is a
Glissa.
Glissa.
Okay,
That's
Glissa's
pretty
good.
too.
Yeah, can't
First strike
really
and death
attack into
touch
that one.
basically
Esper do
means he
something
wants to
about
kill
it.
or chump block it, but in combat, no, not so much.
And it's a pretty cool one because this card does a lot of things. Drawing a card, great. Destroy target enchantment against normal Esper builds. Wedding Announcement, gone.
Bye-bye.
You have Virtue in play, gone. So it does make life pretty hard for the Esper midrange deck if they can't clear it off.
So Glissa does get in. And Reed went for the first ability, which is draw a card and lose a life.
Jean Emmanuel says, I would like one too. Flashes in a second copy of Fairy Mastermind. One for you, one for me, as it goes. I think Reed has a Preacher, if I saw it correctly.
Let's pillage the bog. I was really curious to see if this card would see play. I mean, he gets to look at 8 cards here and pick one out of it.
Yeah, I think it's a key part of the Jund analyst deck that some of the players in the event are playing.
It's a one-up for Reed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a key part here. It is just this card can sometimes really get the job done, and it makes sense as a one-of in this build.
Yeah, a lot of times, players, when you look at a one-of, you think, well, what happened there? Like, if it's good enough, why not more? But once you have an opening hand that has 2 of those in it, you go, one's okay. I only ever want to draw 1.
Yep.
And if I ever draw 2, it's a disaster.
Sometimes you can't risk it.
That's sometimes where you'll see that. It is powerful, though.
Aclazotz, though, showing up every game.
Deep to find whatever he needed.
Yeah, you really want it
Here
as
to work.
a bullet for these grinding games where suddenly you get to hold it off, you have 8 lands in play, and you get to look through 16 cards and it's basically Demonic Tutor.
Right. By the way, that's Aclazotz on the other side of the table. Oh, but there's Gix's command now from Reed Duke. One good 5-drop deserves another.
That's Aclazotz in the graveyard.
Is it?
Well, no, not really. It's in the land zone.
It became a land. That's a lot like being in a graveyard.
I was about to say, that would be an illegal action.
Yeah, Reed going for
You
the
get game
modes of
loss for
making
that.
Manual sacrifice the creatures with the higher power, as well as destroying all creatures with 2 or less power. So that essentially wiped JAD's board. The Aclazotz goes into the land zone, and Reed gets in with Glissa.
Yeah, and Glissa gets in, but boy, John Emanuel, no chill. Just immediately fires off 6 mana worth of creatures, a Rafine and a Preacher of the Schism to rebuild. Again, not doing much against Glissa. Glissa gets to just keep on turning sideways, and there's not a whole lot that John Emanuel can do unless he can find a removal spell for it.
Yep.
And it's another card. That's a 3rd card drawn off of Glissa this game.
Yep. And
Value
Reed has
machine.
Cavern of Souls Phyrexian. So that could go for, I believe, the Shieldred in hand that I saw. But
and look at this 1-2 punch back from Reed. Oh, jeez, he has the cut down plus pay for the ward to kill Rafine, and then the follow-up Liliana of the Veil to kill the Preacher. I mean, John Emanuel just had a double spell turn, and by the time it was his untap step, everything was gone.
Reed's making this Golgari mid-range deck look really good.
He really
Well,
is,
yeah.
especially if this is the
Master.
matchup that he's going to be facing all weekend.
Yeah, notably, he did get a draw in the previous round. I believe that was against Esper midrange. So it's not always going to be this smooth.
Okay.
Both players, I believe, actually got a draw in the previous round. They find themselves in the 4-1-1 bracket. But this deck looks solid. It looks like it really has some punch.
Reed rarely gets draws. He doesn't play like particularly quickly, but he's really aware. It's not that common to see Reed get a draw like that. I was a little surprised.
I mean, you saw the match previously between Arna and Lucas Ducau, right?
Yeah.
These Esper midrange matchups and these midrange matchups,
yeah,
the more you exchange resources, the more the game can go on and on and on.
Yeah, and imagine 3 games like the 2 that we saw prior.
Right.
Like that's a draw easy.
If that
they
match
go
had gone
long.
to a 3rd game,
Yeah.
it very well could have been a draw.
Man, this Glissa Sunslayer is just running rampant on this board.
Yeah, just annihilating JD. John Emanuel had to go for a Rafine and pass.
Oh, I finally found the answer for it.
Yeah, but down to 1 card in hand, so this Liliana can take care of it. Of course, 1 card is also the magic number for Aclazotz to transform back. Tapped, of course, Marshall, as we have been taught.
Yeah, tapped and attacking, or just
no,
tapped?
just tapped.
Okay.
At sorcery speed.
Noted.
Yeah.
Noted for future reference.
Yeah.
How do you draw a game of Magic?
You're right.
Well, you see, when
but
2
there's
Magic
another
players
heavy
love each
hitter
other
for Duke.
very
Now
much.
He's got Shieldred on the battlefield.
He's like, please, attack with Arafine.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
One somehow fails to win, and the other, and also somehow fails to lose.
John Emanuel find his way back into this match.
So if the game count is tied and the timer goes to 0, and then there are 5 more turns and those end, and no winner has happened, then the match is a draw.
Forth between these 2.
And I believe he can still flip the Temple into Aclazotz this turn, so
he can.
That's going to be Shieldred down if Reed has nothing.
Do something, Duke.
He'd have a go for the throat of his own.
Shoot the Sheriff.
Shoot the Rafine.
No, it is Shoot the Sheriff. Okay.
I guess Rafine's not an outlaw.
All right, and no card drawn for JD.
Do you transform the
Aclazotz? He goes
Aclazotz?
for Aclazotz here. He can force Reed to
Yep.
sacrifice Liliana to get rid of it for another turn if he needs to.
He's like, should I really flip it over? Are you just going to kill it? Reed's like, I'm going to think about
It's
it.
interesting because Reed, right? We know that Reed has the opportunity to do that no matter what with Liliana, but I wonder if he has another answer.
Yeah, of course, we don't have a good look at what is in Reed's hand right now. So we're flying in blind, but
Honestly, back in the day, you would just get a game loss for having a draw. Both players would get a game loss for a
Oh,
draw.
did he get back a Shieldred and a Glissa? Are you kidding me?
can't play either of them this turn.
Gix's
And
command.
up Liliana,
Wow.
So maybe is going to be in the same spot the next turn where if JD just goes, all right, transform Achlazotz again, then Reed will have to sacrifice his Liliana, but he will be doing that with
What's
Glissa
Reed's
and
constructed
Shieldred in play,
record?
which is a much nicer spot
I think
to be.
he lost in draft, but I'm not positive.
Haymakers.
That would be 2-0-1.
This has been an awesome game. And finally, Liliana of the Veil is out of here.
Map token.
Right.
Explore.
Get some action going.
Do it. Destroy evil. Yeah,
That
keep.
is an answer.
In the face of a Shieldred, we keep.
That one.
Yeah. Shieldred can be destroyed now.
You can see Reed has Shieldred and Glissa face up because those are known cards. They are, however, not on the battlefield just yet.
Mosswood
Adventure.
Finally see a Mosswood Dread Knight come in. So that's Dread Whispers.
Play around that destroy
yeah,
evil.
Destroy evil? I'm going to hold off on playing my Shieldred. I don't need that one yet.
Yeah, that was revealed, wasn't it? So
Oof.
Sure was.
I think I see a Tidebinder. That can at least stifle the Glissa. And I think you can power up Anchorage, block Dread Knight, stifle
he's got
Glissa.
access to 3 Duress in his main deck.
Potentially a fourth out of the sideboard if
and a fourth. That's
he does
correct.
want it.
Yep.
Mm.
And, I don't know how many of those he keeps post board, but if he's got access to those, he could just wait.
Yep.
And we're gonna see the
Here
Anchorage
it comes.
fired up and jump in front of the Dread Knight. And this is going to be first strike damage.
Yep.
Sean Emanuel down to 6.
Trigger. Stifle!
Okay, so what is that really colorful looking card there?
I can tell you what Reed did. Reed said, with first strike damage, I'm going to remove the counter from your Anchorage so it dies to my Dread Knight.
Right, so it removes 3 counters from a permanent?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Up to 3 counters
Up
from
to
target
3.
permanent. Typically great against Planeswalkers, but also works there. It looks like that was a Tishana's Tidebinder that Jean Emmanuel went for, but Reed had to go for the throne, and the Dread Knight with Trample gets the job done.
That's right. That Trample carried over.
Trample,
and,
baby.
The low life total there
What a
for
card.
Emmanuel Duprat, just not enough. That
Reed
was
Duke.
a fun.
He knows all the
mid-range
tricks, you guys. He
slugfest for
knows the
ages
tricks.
right there. And it was kind of cool to see the
He's also good at
non-Esper
escape
deck
rooms,
as well,
but
'cause
that
is really
did
the most
not
popular
surprise
one.
me.
Wouldn't have been super surprised to see Reed play that deck here, but he likes these Golgari cards.
Yeah, I think there's a very solid base to this Golgari deck. You see a lot of very powerful cards that it does feel like they can uniquely utilize, like the Mosswood Dread Knight and the Glissa. And in the hands of a very seasoned mid-range master like Reed, the deck looked incredibly potent.
It did go really, really well. All right, well, that's going to do it for Mania and I for the day. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll be at the news desk with Maria.
We're going to the
see you
desk.
then.
We're going to the desk, gamers. I hate to be the one to say this, guys. How long is it going to run for? You're kind of done. If you guys want to bail, if you're exhausted, if you're just hanging with me, you guys can take off. I think that's gonna be it for coverage, I think. I'm not positive. I feel like that's the last round, and I feel like that's it for the coverage for gameplay. I'm just gonna make sure. But yeah. You guys can bounce if you need to bounce. No pressure here. Watch party tomorrow. That's the plan. That's the plan. If things go well, yes, that's what we do.
One round left to play on day one of competition here at Pro Tour Thunder
Nope,
Junction.
we got a round to go. Get back in here, you lazies.
Fourth win to come back for day number 2. A lot of other players very, very happy with how they've done
Just
here on
kidding.
day number 1, putting themselves in excellent position.
I was just testing you guys.
So you bring your
See
best
which of
standard
you
deck
was
to your local
strong
game
and
store
which
each
was
week
weak.
to take on the competition for your shot
And
at
those of you
glory
who
and
can't
sweet
hear my
prizes.
voice right now,
Standard
you
players will also have
failed.
some sweet new
You're
full
weak.
art Omen Path
And those of
basic
you who
lands to
can,
chase after
you're
each
strong.
week. Only a limited number of each basic land are
And I'm
available
proud
at
of
each
you.
WPN retailer.
You passed
so
the
check your
test.
local game store on their award structure throughout the next few weeks to learn how many are up for grabs and which ones. Hey everybody, welcome back
I
to
always
News
liked
Desk.
you
Maria
more
Marcoldi
anyway.
And Corey Baumeister.
That's the
wow,
truth.
Corey, it's been an exciting day, hasn't it?
Oh, it has been a blast to watch. The draft format is great. Standard is complex and super fun. Yeah, this is all we want to ask for in a Pro Tour.
Yeah, I knew this was going to be a sweet Pro Tour, everybody. Two players who are very happy after the last round, coming away with big wins. Let's hear from them right now. They talk to Ailey Loney.
I'm here with Reed Duke, who's just picked up a victory against reigning world champion Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. Reed, how did that game go for you?
It was great. It was Golgari for me against
I defeated my opponent. I've never had a better time.
True to form, we had two pretty long competitive games, but mostly on the back of Liliana, I was able to win.
Awesome. So happy with your choice this weekend for Golgari?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty balanced standard format. You know, I practiced with, I think, 12 or 13 players, and we split among 4 different decks. So kind of one of those formats where you can go in the direction that you prefer, and yeah, lots of matches that are close and competitive.
Well, we always say if Golgari is good, Reed's going to play it. So best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
I'm here with Lucas Duco, one of our 2 remaining undefeated players. Congratulations, you're 7-0.
Thank you.
How was this matchup for you?
It was long and there was a lot of things going on, but it worked out.
Great stuff. So next you're facing
Don't
our
hit us
other
with too
undefeated player.
much.
Are you looking
You gotta
to
save all that
maintain
enthusiasm.
Your position atop the tower as our undefeated player?
I'll try, of course, but I'm not expecting anything.
Awesome. Well, best of luck in the next round. I hope that we see you at 8 minutes.
Okay, bro.
Awesome stuff. Let's check out our
Calm down.
leaderboard, everybody, with 1 round left
Calm
to play
down.
here
You're
on day
scaring
1
people.
Of competition. Only 2 players remain undefeated in
Love
the
it.
tournament. That
I
is
love 'em.
Yoshihiko Ikawa and Lucas Ducau, who just
Oh,
both sitting
that's
at
a magic
7-0,
player.
And that means what? That's right. They must play here in the final round
Love it.
of day number 1. And
Poor
check
guy.
this out.
No.
We haven't seen a lot of, like, Ben
I'm pretty
Stark working their
sure.
way up the
I'm pretty
leaderboard
sure.
either, Corey.
Actually
kidding.
living
Glazorius
their
control
best
as well.
life.
That has been a lot of fun to watch. I've been checking an eye on that. So
I think.
looking at the rest
See,
of
those
the
are the
standings here,
interviews,
these
though.
players are
Honestly,
all
that you
5-2.
stay up
Even
late for.
5-3 going
Right
into day
there.
2 is a solid record. But of course, all these players want to pick up one more. We got Ili Kassis, Shuhei Nakamura, Yuki Ichikawa. I mean, there are some all-stars here, and rounding out in 32nd place, Willie Adel as well. Bunch of all-stars.
Yeah, it's awesome. Lots of big names at the top of the standings here. Let's check out our main feature match for round number 8 here at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. Our 2 undefeated players, but there can be only one after this game. Yoshihiko Ikawa versus Lucas Ducau. Yoshihiko Okawa there. You can see him two.
I don't know why. What I love most there was the not expecting anything.
Because he says his deck is excellent versus
That got me so good.
Which, let me tell
I
you,
don't
is
know
a pretty
why.
important thing in this tournament. So he is sitting pretty. Versus Lucas Dukow, a Magic Online great here playing in Paper. He started playing all the way back in 1997. So I just said how he feels about his deck. Corey, what do you think?
No, I mean, this matchup is absolutely great for Domain. You know, Domain really wants to play against Esper, doesn't really want to play against Teamer Analyst, that style of deck. So, yeah, Akawa has got to be feeling great about this. This is Domain. You're trying to get Atraxa into play. Up the Beanstalk is an incredibly tough card for these Esper mid-range decks to deal with. And, yeah, Akawa is just trying to go way, way over the top of Lucas.
All right, there's a look at Akawa's deck list. Let's take a look
Domain
at
versus
here.
Esper.
Yep, here's list. This is
One of the
big
showdowns
battle
of the tournament,
playing
I'm
a lot
sure.
of diverse threats, playing Fairy Mastermind as well as Duelist of the Mind and Preacher of the Schism. Just thought, you know, why choose one of the creatures, Maria, when you can just play all of them and just play 3 of each? I love it. I love it.
I'm very excited to see which player will remain undefeated.
Oh my God! Here we go.
Please no.
Back. Holy cow, Corey! What have you say to me this time?
All right, the holy cow moment here. We're gonna go easy on this. We're just going to land a herd migration. They may not be cows. They are 3/3 beasts, but there's a lot of them. That's our holy cow moment.
All right, we want to see some 3/3 beasts, the holy cow moment. After so many holy cow moments this weekend,
I love
Corey,
that they have a music
gotta
cue.
tell you, I got a beef with you.
Why is
You
that
got a
so
beef with
funny?
me? Absolutely.
I
Yep.
really do.
You've been just knocking it out of the park.
Thank you so much. Two guys I don't have a beef with, you two, Cedric and Riley.
Cedric might have a beef with you.
Thanks very much, Maria. And yes, Cedric and I over here in the booth ready to get stuck into what is the last round of Standard
Make a
today.
cow joke. Come on,
And
make
it's
one.
good to have your
Make a cow
company
joke,
as
Riley.
we get stuck in to, well, what is undoubtedly one of the best decks in the format in Esper midrange, facing off against what we've characterized as a bad matchup in Domain.
Terrible matchup.
Is it actually really that bad?
It's pretty bad. Yeah.
So if we sort of got a scissors paper rock situation where Domain beats Esper, Esper beats Teamer, and then Teamer beats Domain.
That feels correct.
Like even if it's just sort of ish.
Yeah. That feels like. I don't think it's dominate, but like favorite.
I like that. It's nice to have that sort of texture to any to a given meta game, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one shakes out. And if our Esper mid-range player can maybe pull a victory out of thin air here, if the matchup really is as lopsided as we're saying it is. Although again, maybe it's not as clear.
It's not as lopsided. Like I do think in this matchup, Domain is favored. I don't think it is like outrageously favored personally, because there's always just do you have pressure plus disruption, right, against any deck, which is what makes Esper so appealing. And also the power level of Esper is generally higher. Now there is one thing to be said, which is it depends on Esper's built. So I'll give you a perfect example. Preacher of the Schism, really good card. Not very good in this matchup.
Yeah, it just doesn't really do much because the Domain list can look at that card and be like, all right, sure, yep, make some cool draw. Whatever.
Take
like,
two,
yes,
take two,
okay,
take two.
yes,
Not a big
fine.
deal,
it's
right?
But it's not the issue that it would be against a creature deck where it's a great defensive option.
Correct.
Where a deck that needs to really control
Dumping
the
it.
battlefield like a control deck, that's a legitimate threat,
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
Whereas this deck just kind of looks and goes, all right, yeah, cool, all right, play a 7/7.
Now, when you're playing in a tournament like this, where there's multiple different decks in the format, Preacher of the Schism might be a little bit better in the mirror, that sort of thing. It makes sense to start this card because it's kind of generically good
And here it is.
against a lot of things. But if you knew the Domain was going to be, half
Nothing
the
on
field or
turn 1 or
something,
2 for
Preacher of the Schism might
Esper.
not
I
even
mean,
be
I guess
that
the
good.
turn 2 is
Well,
the
two for
surprise.
Death Touch is
Turn
just
1, they
not-
rarely do
not
something.
what is going to beat a 7/7 keyword soup, draw 7 cards.
Yeah, when they're firing down with Archangel of Wrath and Herd Migration and stuff like that, Preacher of the Schism is, that's the knife at the old gunfight.
Yep. Well, Lucas is going to cast it anyhow here, and now it's back to Yoshihiko, who opened things up with a Topiary Stomper. I'm a big fan of these 3-mana creatures, like the Wood Elves type creatures.
Yeah,
I like them a lot.
I've always liked these style of creatures.
Yeah. And Imadane's Recruiter is going to go on an adventure here. And look at this, it's going to create.
Tim was having a good day
very
last we knew.
favorite
Good enough for
creature
day 2
token.
for sure.
2/2 visual.
Maybe
effects.
more.
Why do you like those?
No reason. No reason. There's not any possible way for anyone to figure out why that's my favorite creature type.
Oh, look, the recruiter is here.
We agree.
Yeah. What's your favorite creature type?
It's a personal question.
Yeah. Is it Phillips? Oh wait, they don't have a creature type named after you like they do after me. Sorry, mate. I shouldn't have brought that up. I know it's a sore point for you. All right, Wandering Emperor. is going to come down and make this a very awkward block here with the 2 knight tokens. So they burn hot and bright. Thank you for your service as they head off once again after being taken down by first strike death touch. Quite a combo.
Yeah, it looks like both of those knights are dead.
All right, mate. That's very, sure. Cool. Thanks for that. Death comes for us all. I'm not afraid of it. I'll meet it sword in hand. Thank you very much.
Fair enough.
Like a true knight.
Wow. Macky
I don't know
Talkie.
if I introduced myself at the beginning of this round, by the way. My name's Riley Knight.
Pleasure to meet
For any new listeners who are like, what is this guy talking about? Or any old listeners who are also saying, what is this guy talking about? Wouldn't be the first time that they've said that to themselves, I'm sure, listening to me broadcast Magic the Gathering. All right. Yoshihiko here.
This is a totally fine start here for Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is kind of what a game would sort of look like, right? It's just play 3-drop, play Wandering Emperor, like just play spells, mana works. Like it's all just fine. But again, this is why Domain players like this matchup, is because Lucas hasn't done anything overwhelmingly scary, right? It's just been, okay, Preacher, Wandering Emperor, kind of lose the battle, whatever, not the end of the world.
Look at Yoshihiko's life total.
Yeah, 20.
Like, he's not under pressure.
20 into the mid game.
Yeah.
Ikawa's got nice cards in hand, a couple Archangels, Leyline's Binding, if anything scary is going on.
Deck is
and
about to cook.
Very good draw steps available.
But we see this in other formats as well when it comes to like looking at these archetypes, right? Like a go big deck will beat a mid-range deck.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Because they're just doing stuff that is more powerful. All right, Leyline Binding here on the Preacher. Takes care of that particular problem. And that's just, again, a good, efficient answer. Yoshihiko's in a good spot on this board. And Lucas now has to get himself back in this game. And it's a Duelist of the Mind. Nathan Stoy making an appearance here.
Yeah, haven't seen this card very much yet today.
Yeah. Talking to people about which card they prefer in Esper, it's very rarely Duelist, no Mastermind.
Yep.
It's sometimes Fairy Mastermind Duelist split, but often it's just Fairy Mastermind. And one of the reasons I was given for that, some of the players I was speaking to were talking about how bad it is to have a Duelist of the Mind when your opponent has a Fairy Mastermind.
Correct. Now, what is notable here is that for Lucas,
those crimes get you in trouble.
And 3 copies of Fairy Mastermind.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, most of the time is one or the other. But maybe the secret sauce was both. 7-0.
I'm just kind of sad that Nathan didn't get to play himself.
Tried.
Yeah.
Tried.
Oh, and you would.
Yeah.
You would.
He tried really hard to play his own card and just couldn't find the perfect.
It would be. I tell you, I wouldn't have the same restraint if I say if. When I will win a world championship.
That's it. I like the positivity.
When I win a world championship, I will play that card in every deck that I ever register ever again. All right, we've got another Topiary Stomper.
Are those
This one's actually
Stompers going to
wake up
start
the second, so
stomping?
it's not too bad here.
Looks pretty likely.
Look at the first one, I should say. And search up a basic. And I want to commend Yoshihiko Ikawa. I've thrown a lot of heat around.
Okay.
A lot of judgment today when it comes to the basic choices. But Yoshihiko Ikawa is using the best basic lands in Magic the Gathering. The original Zendikar Full Art lands.
Those are pretty
Now,
good.
I'm personally a very...
What do you guys think, chat? Put a 1 in chat if you like Zendikar, original Zendikar full arts.
Ones there, but look, we're not taking any points away.
You thumbs up that.
Big fan of
2
those
if you
lands.
think they're
Yoshihiko
garbage, and
certainly,
3 if you have no idea what I'm talking about.
spectacular choices when it comes to deck presentation.
I see you find those to be better than the alpha and beta basics.
I don't have an emotional connection to those cards.
That's a good amount of people, good amount of support there.
In the previous millennium.
Understood.
So, yeah.
I wonder if these Fairy Masterminds can turn around this game here for Lucas. Just needs to find some of the better cards from his deck. But the scary thing is if he draws an additional card, of course that means that Ikawa's going to draw an additional card. And I think Ikawa's ceiling, as far as the draw steps are concerned, are better than Lucas's, because that's when Atraxa works itself into the equation. The aforementioned
This
hide
thing, right?
migration. Yeah.
So
it's scary.
If
Drawing Atraxa is
if
pretty
both
good.
players
What can we
draw the
say?
best card in their deck,
Card's okay.
Yoshihiko's so far ahead.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Like, if both players were to just able to Demonic Tutor the best card that they have in their deck into their hands, Lucas is completely outstripped on power level. And even this 4-drop as an Archangel of Wrath coming down, this is a great way for Yoshihiko to manage the battlefield.
This is one of my favorite recent cards.
Yeah?
Yeah. I just like the design of this card a lot. It's very powerful, and Domain's the best home for it. but it's one of my favorite cards of recent memory.
Archangel
He's
Wrath.
going to clean up here with a.
I love that life gain.
Nice, neat little 2-for-1 by the look of things. Yep. Duelist of the Mind down to the double Sacred Fire, and go for throw takes out the Angel. All right, Fairy Mastermind now for Lucas. Double Fairy Mastermind. So, in they come.
19.
Another World Championship card here. Yuta Takahashi's, of course.
Ah, see, that was the trick to the tournament. Just play as many World Championship cards as
Yeah.
you can.
Yeah, they're generally pretty good.
Yeah, and then you probably just win.
Yeah. You
Like
you go
they're
back and look at all of the
signposted or
cards,
something.
The World Championship cards, the invitational cards from the days of yore.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of stinkers.
Oh, goodness me.
But speaking of stinkers, this is an absolute stinker for Lucas here, because these Sacred Fires, as I call them, the two damage lightning helices, if you like, can really go after this board. So Lucas draws 3 here.
Because of the 2 masterminds.
Whereas Yoshiko draws 1. That's pretty sick.
Okay, 23.
But
Stained glass lands are
then,
sexy.
you immediately
Calm
lose
down.
2 cards for
Touch grass, I beg you.
There. The Archangel of Wrath. Eating good tonight.
Yeah, that was delish and nutrish.
Yep. Right, Denik flashed back, if we can say that.
It'd be disturbing if you did.
Yeah.
Combat.
And in they come. The Archangel and the Topiary Stomper getting busy.
26.
Ikawa's got a really nice hand. Obviously, life total advantage heavily in Ikawa's favor right now. But up the Beanstalk is the card drawing engine that's kind of missing. Splunking is kind of bridging the gap, not having a huge impact on the game. The Sunfall is just kind of in the holster in case anything goes wrong.
Yeah.
So I like Ikawa's positioning right now because ahead on the battlefield, this stuff.
Godzilla
this
lands
Archangel,
are the
this
best
Topiary
lands.
needs to be handled
That-
first.
Ooh,
I can see where you're coming from.
Off the top as well. So
Either
that's
that or a Leyline bind.
Can't really,
white card
like, I don't hold them up though with the others because,
either way, you're happy
well,
with that.
I mean, both cards are good.
Both cards are great. Yeah. Bit of
not in
removal.
you know, a set.
But I think are we gonna get Splunky? Yeah. All right, let's splunk it up here.
Maybe a counter spell here. Okay.
And a no-brainer.
Splunking has been told not to lie.
Spelunking? I don't think Yoshiko is too upset.
No,
about that. Yeah,
not
I don't
really.
think so. Yeah,
It's kind of a, if it resolves, it's kind of cool, and if not, not the end of the world. Now, I think one of the things I was curious about with Ikawa is there's a Jetmir Garden in hand, and all the tri-lands that can be drawn now. Is there any reason to play them? Because you have 7 mana of all your colors. Is there any reason to play them, or is it about, yeah, I'm actually just going to keep in my hand a cycle?
Cycle a little bit later on. Can't cycle it this turn, but we'll eventually have the mana to cycle it away. All right, and another Danik here. So we've got the...
Missing 2 cards from my Lord of the Rings set. Let's see if I can find them in this deck.
We've got the Pious Apprentice.
Hype for the Marvel sets? I mean, of course. But I've got enough hype for what's going on right now. I don't need to worry about them yet. As a content creator, it's more of a stress than anything else.
Yeah, we might see the Sunfall now finally, and depopulate too. You'd rather cast Sunfall than it did populate because of Denik Pious Apparitions text. But, oh, now it's just going to play it this turn. So maybe there wasn't a land played last turn. Maybe it wasn't sandbagging. I could be mistaken.
I thought he was on 7. Yeah, no, he was on 7 because he got the 7th land with the second
with the
dinosaur.
Stomper. Yeah.
So maybe just change his mind then.
Yeah, so something obviously could change. You know, the battlefield's changed between last turn and this turn.
All right, Preacher gets busy along with Denik in both his original and final forms. And Ikawa down at 19.
Yeah, one of the Deniks is flipped. It's hard to really tell which side is which on the
Double Tidebinder.
showcase.
That does
but
knock a lot of
yeah,
text off
that's
the Traxxas.
flipped.
It does.
But it doesn't knock off the parent toughness.
Yeah.
You are 10. Okay.
Hi, if you like today's stream, please
comes the
consider
Archangel once
subscribing to my YouTube channel. It pays for literally my whole life.
And as you've just heard, live totals change to 7.
So, give me some of that sweet, sweet watch time and ad revenue. And go to the YouTube channel. It's a pinned comment on Twitch, and you're probably watching it right now if you're on YouTube. So just hit subscribe. Hey, Kay, thanks. 200,000 subscribers, please. Would be fun.
Okay, that's what changed. All right, it took me a minute. So, once Sunfall works itself into the equation, the reason you play the Jetmir Gardens last turn is because that brings you up to 8 mana, which lets you play through No More Lies.
Right.
When you resolve Sunfall. So that's why the Sandbagging land makes some sense if you plan on cycling it. Battlefield got more developed, which means you want to cast a Sunfall, but you don't want it to get countered by No More Lies. So that's why you play land number 8.
And then another Triumph to cycle away anyway here. So Yoshihiko
Pure
back
talent.
in control of this game, you'd have to say.
Domain doing domain.
He's going to have to play through the Tishana's Tidebinders. Having said that, maybe just a vanilla 7/7 is going to do it.
That might be.
That might
more than
just
enough.
be enough.
Yeah.
In this situation, when if and when Atraxa arrives. All right, so this time we've got Dinosaur on the Cavern of Souls for the Topiary Stompers.
Finding that a deck that cares so much about the mana that it has, insofar as the land types.
All right, so here's a use for the Tishana's Tidebinder. So
Absolutely.
I believe what this means is now that is just a blank piece of cardboard. You can't reactivate it, right? Because it's an artifact. So it just has no text. It's got the counters on it, but it doesn't do anything. And we're going to also see the Tishana's Tidebinder on the Leyline binding.
Yeah.
I'm not that upset if I'm Yoshihiko and that happens. It's like, all right, cool.
It's all fine. This is all fine.
It's fine. I can beat 2 3/2s.
Your binding still drew you a card.
Yeah. And the incubate token is
sorry.
Yeah, he already played a land this turn. Played the Cavern of Souls on the Dinosaur. What I was going to mention with the lands in this deck, it's interesting that this domain deck, which cares about its basics and the triomes and everything, can still afford to play multiple copies of Cavern of Souls.
Yeah.
You know, your deck with Leyline Binding and Herd Migration, all this other stuff, but yeah, you still got enough room to make sure your awesome cards are uncounterable.
So here comes now the third and I think final copy of Preacher of the Schism. One in the, well, 2 in the Exile Zone, different Exile Zones, and 1 on the battlefield. But again, a card that Yoshihiko should be able to weather here. You said he had a depopulate in hand, right?
Yeah, there's at least one Depop in grip. There's an Atraxa now too.
Yeah. So depopulate would be a good way to clear this board. Unlock that token again. You can flip the incubator token. But maybe we're going to see something else here. All right, we've got 6 mana. Archangel of Wrath. That takes care of both of the Tidebinders.
And most importantly, uncounterable Archangel
via
the Cavern.
Yeah.
Just make sure the mana's all right for the double kicks if you're going to...
Yeah, so yeah, we can see working it out here.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's a
That's
depopulate
easier.
instead. Okay, yeah. And away they go. All right. Tidy little 3-for-1. And now
we get to do it.
We get to do this.
Yeah, we're done.
And I think Lucas realizes, all right, well, 7/7's gonna clean things up nicely. And so game number 1 goes to Yoshihiko Ikawa, who I think gave us there a pretty confident display of the texture of this matchup.
For
right?
sure.
Never really seemed to be under a huge... There was pressure, but never a huge amount of pressure, never an insurmountable amount of pressure.
Are you
Never
going
really
to
feel
do a
like Yoshihiko
200K special?
Was sort of struggling to
think
keep
that
his
should
head
be?
above water.
Not at all.
And
They've
it was
reactivated
Lucas
the token
who
with the trigger on
faced
the
the pressure to make something happen in the
Reactivated?
game.
The whole time. The whole time. Ikawa was using his life total as a resource, not really underneath a ton of pressure, can afford to take a couple of hits, nothing to really be too terrified of. And the
Guess I
biggest
missed it.
problem to solve was maybe the multiple copies of Fairy Mastermind and Archangel did that all by itself.
Yeah,
Are there
that's
any new
that's the
cards
danger
in
with the
Ikawa's
sizing of
deck?
some of those
There might
creatures
be
that Lucas
some
is
rest
playing.
in peace
Basically,
in
pick
the...
off
Oh,
2
wait.
cards,
Yeah,
2
there might be a
tier
rest in peace in the
cards,
sideboard.
and still
I
have
think that was the
3
only
life
one in the
behind.
list
Shows
I
the
played.
power of the Archangel. And also just getting in there with that 3-4 times. Not even that much, maybe 2 or 3 times, buffering the life total out. Yeah. Really like the way that Yoshihiko
Well,
played. That's
it
not
doesn't
taking anything
matter
away
if
from
it's
Lucas. I don't
activated
know if Lucas
again or
won
not
or
because
misstepped or
the token
played it
loses all
badly,
abilities.
by any means. It's a rough matchup, as we've already said.
Right.
And now a Topiary Stomper is going to open the account for Yoshihiko. Fairy Mastermind on the side of Lucas.
And when you lose your abilities,
Looks like the only color
you're a
missing now
0/0.
for
I guess it
Yoshihiko's
has
red
counters, but whatever.
With the 2 headquarters, forest, and a swamp. Oh, another
Ooh.
Okay, so we saw this song.
Double Yuta, yeah.
Yeah.
This is all right.
Now this is what it needs to look like
Yeah.
for Lucas, which is a little bit of pressure, and now there's some disruption. The disruption here is actually quite good. The Tidebinders and the No More Lives are really nice pieces of reactive disruption. Now, in the case of the Tidebinder, of course, it's a reaction that becomes proactive because it's a creature tied to it. So this is actually the kind of draw that you're kind of looking for from Lucas's deck.
It's going to be difficult as well
Tidebinder's
for
really
Yoshi
good
to
against
force
ramp.
through the sweepers because you can't name sorcery.
Yep.
You can't name board wipe with Cavern of Souls, as nice as that would be.
So this and this is where the game kind of gets fun, because if you're Ikawa, how do you want to sequence the spells? You got an Archangel, you've got Sunfall, you have Long Goodbye plus maybe Cycle Herd Migration, and my question got answered real fast.
Wow. Yeah. So Sunfall, but this is going to get countered very, very quickly. And I think Yoshihiko kind of expected that. You saw he was moving it towards the bin before he even saw the card in Lucas's hand, which meant that he was anticipating a counterspell. So was that bait then that he can now try to resolve the... I guess he's got Cavern of Souls, so he could have forced the Archangel of Wrath through.
Yeah, but this is now the Archangel. You have to think about, okay, so I have Cavern, but I know my opponent plays Tidebinder.
Yeah.
Right, so...
Oh, no, he's going to jam it. Wow. Well.
The one that will resolve, resolve first.
So at one.
Yeah, so one's going to happen because it's two separate triggers.
Right.
Yeah. Because the double kicks.
It puts 2 triggers on the stack, so you can only target 1.
Correct.
Right. But this also robs the Archangel of Flying and Lifelink.
Yeah, so it's just kind of generic.
It's just a 3/4. But critically, that means it can't block Yuta.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
So things looking a lot better here for Lucas.
This is a much better game here for Lucas. It's not perfect, but you're in a situation here where the game at least does feel a little bit. It feels much more winnable than the last game that was played.
Yeah. Yeah. With only 2 mana available, this is an opportunity here for Yoshihiko. And also no blue mana?
No blue is the
No blue is the key thing here. So Yoshihiko knows that he's cleared for landing to resolve what he wants to resolve. He hasn't played a land this turn.
Cards, 5.
He's got Herd Migration. That's good for 4 tokens, right? No mountain.
Yeah, no mountain. Is 4/3/3s ideal in a spot like this when flyers are kind of the problem?
Yeah. Okay.
You might be more interested just in the life gain of the Herd Migration. That might be an extra turn.
All right, Cavern of Souls. And Phyrexian this time.
Yeah, Shieldred in there? Oh, might have Elishnorn, actually.
Long Goodbye on the Rafine.
Not paying the ward. Not doing it. I refuse.
Obviously, Long Goodbye getting around the ward cost because it can't be counted. All right, gets in and chips. So Lucas under a little bit of pressure as well, down to 13. But I'd say he's still in a decently firm position.
No More Lies might be a really good draw. Yep, got to take the 1. Yeah, that's the huge tip-off. Now, that doesn't mean that Ikawa can do anything about that, but by using that Caves of Koios instead of the Rafine's Tower, it's like, oh, I wonder what you have.
Yes, yeah, you're signposting that you want to keep up the blue here. All right, cycling away the Tri-land. Rafine will resolve. Okay, in comes the Fairy Mastermind once again. Connive, thanks to Rafine. And Yuta's going to grow as the Tidebinder hits the bin. Go for the throat, No More Lies. This is looking better and better for Lucas.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, Herd Migration, you said before, he may be interested in just gaining a life, and he's done exactly that. Back up to 6 now.
So close
but
to dead.
Maybe on the ropes a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very important draw step. There's a redraw, of course, because you can cycle Zatoria's Proving Ground. But right now, we see the hand just like everybody else does at home. Cavern of Souls and a Triome.
Easy. Atraxa.
All
no
right,
problem.
well, as the Japanese superstar,
yes, you can.
He finds a big card on the top of the library here. I think it was an Up the Beanstalk.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Redraw?
Over a decade of identifying Magic cards with split-second glimpses of partial artwork tells me that was an Up the Beanstalk, and I was absolutely right. Look at him go. That's why I get paid the big bucks.
I know it.
Yeah.
What is it?
put that on a resume.
That's it. That is a transferable life skill.
That's right. Most people don't know what that means.
No, but I'll be able to put
All
it
right.
there. I'm sure.
Gotta
I'm
find
sure
a
that's
ley line
transferable
binding
something,
here.
sure or another.
That's what you're down to.
Identification of key
Oops, all land.
resources in a
Pack it in.
split-second time frame.
Wow.
Identify a winner.
Esper takes
All right.
game 2. Game 3 we
I was
get.
too busy thinking about my future CV.
How long
for
has
when
Esper
my
been
Magic career
dominant
collapses,
in the
which
meta?
it seems
3
like
years.
it's going to happen a bit sooner than I imagine, considering I missed a key moment in that game, Cedric Phillips.
Lucas is your winner. That's
There
why
we
we're
go.
still here.
That's why we're still going. Yeah, that's why we're still
I got
doing
you,
it. Thanks,
partner.
man. Thanks. I'm just
2.5 maybe.
Logging on LinkedIn here and get stuck into that because we're off to the races now with game number 3.
If we got out a ruler and really tried to
Much
figure
more
it out.
convincing performance there from Lucas. A good amount of pressure plus disruption.
That's exactly what it looks like. That particular game, it wasn't perfect, but it was pretty close. Get the game started with a 2-drop. It can be a flash creature, whatever, right? But, in this instance, in the last instance, it was Fairy Mastermind. It's going to be that again. And then if you can get a counterspell or 2, and just kind of make the domain player, they have to tap out every turn. The thing they do is not effective.
Yeah.
Because they do have a lot of air in their deck. This is a deck that does have 26 lands. Yes, some of them do cycle, of course, but drawing up the beanstalk at the wrong time, okay, whatever. It's a cantrip, but it's not the answer to the problem, right? So there can be plenty of air, and it is very important here for Lucas, especially on the draw, to have a 2-drop and just kind of get things started here.
But just other stuff like having cheap removal, I should say cheap counter spells for sweepers.
It's huge.
Like if you can play a creature and then defend that creature from and the other creature's played from a sweeper, you got 5 mana, you play a 3-drop, you got a 2-drop counter spell.
Yep.
Like that's big.
That's enormous.
And we saw that happen when the Sunfall was countered. We saw the role that Tishana's Tidebinder played. We talk about pressure plus disruption. Tishana's Tidebinder is exactly that.
Yep.
The Tishana's Tidebinders didn't get in for a huge amount of damage past the 4/4s. Obviously, that's fine. But the point is that they come down as relevant bodies, stop what your opponent's trying to do, and keep you ahead. Even if it's not ahead by much, at least you're still ahead.
You don't have to be ahead by much. You just got to win the game before they do.
Yeah.
Before they're able to draw another Haymaker, before they're able to resolve an Atraxa
Real talk.
via Cavernous Souls or anything like that. That's the key. So this is kind of the step 1 of getting the puzzle in place.
I like Lucas's hand a lot less this time around.
This hand's worse.
It's way worse. There's no more lies. There's no go for the throat. There's no way to effectively answer some of the stuff that that Yoshihiko's going to do. And he'll take this. I get
you do that all day.
You look at it as a 2 for 2. It's not.
Yeah.
Because the Topiary
Thank you, Mono Poman.
Right.
Appreciate that.
Just reset it.
And Little Miss Vixen, welcome back.
You take that every day.
Hope you're
Because
feeling
now
better.
that
Saw
there's
your
no
stream
pressure,
the other day.
that means that when Lucas does draw something like No More Lies, which was the draw step,
Yep.
you don't really care. It's like, yeah, okay, you counter my spell,
Yeah.
whatever, but like, you're not
I
counting
didn't
my
get to
spell.
watch
hitting
much
for
of
4
it.
points
Just saw the
damage.
title.
And you can kind of see Lucas's facial reaction there in the top left corner. It was just like, ugh, like, Now I drew another reactive piece, which is like a go for the throat.
Yeah, and we're seeing now Tishana's Tidebinder flashed in to counter the draw.
Yep.
From the proving ground, which is, I mean, it's nice sniping that, but that is not that's not the ceiling for that card.
Ooh, 6 mana go. Ooh, that's.
All right, in it comes.
I'm scared.
And again, the best way that I can, I know this is
Binding.
really, really simplistic. This is the sort of stuff that when people are learning to play Magic, like who's winning, like, who's on the higher life total. But that honestly is kind of what is happening here. in the
And
sense
pass.
that last game, at this point, Yoshihiko was down to like 7.
Yeah.
And now he's on 18, 15. He's okay.
Now there is something I do want to
And
point out here as
pass.
we make our way
Interesting.
through this game,
A lot. There is a staring match going on here. Wow, 2 bindings
Now
in
it's not the end
hand.
of the world, but like Chrome, Host, Seed Shark can't be cast. Atraxa currently can't be
Gotta
cast.
draw some
If
blue.
Cavern comes wrong off the top, things change, but the missing of blue mana may have
Oh,
mattered.
Stompies?
Well,
Does
we're
it
gonna
resolve?
fix that problem
It
right
does.
here,
Yep.
I imagine. Go and get an island with the Topiary Stomper.
There it is.
All right, so it's going to unlock a lot of these key cards here for Yoshihiko.
It also makes binding a little bit cheaper now, so
Yep.
it's a lot more reasonable.
The full discount, right?
Yep.
Yep, just 1 mana. Okay, and Topiary Stomper bites the dust. Gets pruned down. And this Tishana's Tidebinder is getting some real mileage on it.
Yeah, but do remember, this is a matchup in which, if you're on a Kawa side of things, you're playing against Esper, you don't have to worry about getting burned out.
Yeah,
right? So there's no lightning bolts or any of that other nonsense happening. So you can, 15, 12, 9, 6.
You can go to 1.
You kind of go 1, yeah, you kind of can.
No
and just be like, okay, that's fine.
shark
Don't really worry
binding.
about that.
I get a
This is not
6/6.
fun.
Oh, boy, this is
Bazinga.
a real stinking situation for Lucas here because the Chrome Host Seed Shark is really rewarding.
Gotta love that.
Yoshihiko.
Gotta
for
love
this,
that.
and we see this, right? Leyline Binding is so effective when it comes to cards like Up the Beanstalk, Chrome Host Seed Shark, whatever else. And another one as well. It gives you another incubation token too. Oh boy. All right. Well, that Chrome Host Seed Shark paid for itself.
Did a real good job.
Yep.
9.
Did a real good job.
9.
6 6/6
9,
incubation tokens
6,
just ready to
9.
go. Denick. And we're going to see one of these flipped
He
here
know-
and now.
Ikawa
6/6
knows what
dominating the battlefield.
knows what he's doing.
I want to give credit to Lucas here.
100%.
They made it competitive.
He's shown us that he's to fight this to the last to the very last card, but Yoshihiko has played really
Lucas's
really well.
hand just didn't
sideboarded
do
really
anything.
well. I've really enjoyed this game and this match because it's shown us what this matchup looks like and how it can be won and lost.
This domain deck is polarizing insofar as everyone knows it exists. It has done well at the highest levels in Standard, but a lot of people don't like it because there are a lot of games where it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Now, you can watch a game like this and say it's incredibly powerful, and you're not wrong. But if an Esper player wanted to gear their deck towards beating this, they could.
Yeah.
If someone said, okay, I'm going to play Teamer Aftermath, you can never beat me. That's true. So the main deck doesn't have a lot of wiggle room, but when it looks good, it looks really darn good.
Yeah. Because it's going uninterrupted. It's doing its thing. But it's a good point you make. Esper can beat anything if it's tuned. You'll lose points against the rest of the field.
Absolutely.
But if you want to overload your deck with, with the cards that are going to go after a deck like Domain, you can for sure do it in Esper.
And it's why Domain isn't a high percentage of the metagame this week, and why Esper is, because Esper gives you a lot of agency on how you want to build your deck and how you want to play. Domain, it's pretty straightforward. A lot of your stuff is just kind of set as far as card slots are concerned. You're playing, a bunch of tri-lands, you're playing some basics, you're playing some Leylines Bindings. Like, your deck is kind of already built. There might be 5, 6, 7 flex slots, but you kind of know what it is, and in turn, all your opponents know what you do too, and it's just a decision of if they want to really try to beat you or not. And in this instance, Lucas's build of this deck is not geared towards beating Domain.
And this has ended up as another disaster here for poor old Lucas, who flashed in the Wandering Emperor to save his Denick, but then another Leyline Binding came down and took out not just the Denick, but also the Wandering Emperor, and that will be that here. Yoshihiko Ikawa is the undefeated player at the end of day number 1 here at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. It's been a pleasure to watch him play his trade in this last game and this last match, and a well-deserved #1 spot for him as we head into day 2 tomorrow.
And let me tell you, at the beginning of this match, I know that Maria mentioned this, very happy was Ikawa coming into this matchup knowing what he was going to be playing against and knew that, okay, this is a pretty favorable matchup, got to take advantage of that, of course, and was able to do so. Again, as far as just deck list, the matchup is very favorable for Domain. We saw that play out. Doesn't mean Lucas couldn't win, because we saw what winning does look like in game number 2, but you kind of run that set a couple of times. I think it's going to be Ikawa who wins more often than not.
Well, it was great to watch, and the good news is the party don't stop, my friends. We've got more Magic to show you, a quick break to get things set up, and then we'll be back from Seattle with more Standard to round out coverage of day number 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back
with
here
an
live
Aussie
from Pro Tour
accent.
Thunder Junction after this.
Guy knows how to stay employed. Oh, they throw in fish. It's the market and they're throwing fish, guys. Fish. Javier Dominguez hanging in there. Takahashi's hanging in there. Duke. Oh no, we're down to 2 losses. Where's Jim Davis? Cassis. Nicole is 5-2. Nakamura's 5-2. Kane is 5-2. Adel's 5-2. Sperling's 5-2. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of 5-2s. Manfield is back to 5-2 after starting 1-2. Davis 4-2-1. Ooh, he's at the top of the tiebreakers there though. Did you know they throw fish at the market? Really? Jeez, it's not like that's a part of every single advertisement for the place. It can't go to Seattle without showing that. It's against the rules. How high do you have to place to get day 2? I think you just have to be like 4-4. Think that's good enough? Could be wrong. Did you know there's the first Starbucks ever at the market? Yep, knew that. Definitely been in that location.
Coverage of Pro Tour Thunder Junction continues. You're in the
I don't even
safe
drink
and capable
coffee.
hands of Cedric Phillip and
I explain why I wasn't impressed.
of me, Riley Knight. It's my great pleasure to be joining you here in the booth as we get underway, Cedric, with our next feature match, and we've got some pretty big names.
We do.
To get across as we head back down there. Now we're going to jump into game number 2 here between Ben Stark and Javier Dominguez. Javier Dominguez, a former world champion, and Ben Stark, a member of the Magic the Gathering Hall of Fame, playing a deck that I have to say,
what?
I got a real thing for. Azorius Control. I play it whenever I can.
Let's
Enjoying
go,
getting across it,
Ben!
in this format, particularly
We're gonna get
Cedric,
blue-white
with the
before
addition
it's
of one
over,
of the best,
guys.
3-mana counter spells that they've printed in a long time. 3 steps ahead.
Guys, wake
Very,
up!
very
Blue-white
powerful card. Hopefully we'll have
control,
the
wake
opportunity
up!
to see it here.
It's so exciting!
However, Esper mid-range, as we know, most play deck in the tournament. And
Don't
speak
act like
of,
you're not pogging
powerful
out of your
cards.
minds.
Rafine may show its lovely head here in just a moment.
Well, we'll find out. We are going to play this game sped up just a little bit because we want to get as much magic.
Sped up, classic propaganda.
Today, so we're going
Let
to
us enjoy the full experience.
Well, not going to try to. We are definitely going to show you the entirety of the rest of this match, and then maybe some more if we can cram it in. We'll see how we go.
So to be clear, we're sped up, and Javier already plays really fast. So
Yeah.
it's going to be tough.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep our eyes on the prize here. All right. We have to open things up our
Trying to
virtual
use a
loyalty
samurai,
here.
that's cheating.
Token. And
I'm
there
just
is Rafine, the
messing.
card you
No
mentioned
more
before,
lies.
but
Out of here,
no more
Rafine.
lies.
Yep. Very, very important for
We're not having
that
it.
card. Rafine is incredibly powerful, of course, and keeping that off of the battlefield so that there's no conniving taking place or that night token getting any larger, and just kind of slowing Javier down in general is a very good idea.
So one thing to watch here, if you're newer to this game and you're still getting your head around some of the ways that these decks function. when it comes
Nobody's
a
new to the
control
game,
deck,
come
Control
on.
deck essentially wants to play a land every single turn of the game. Some more aggressive low to the ground decks want to play 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 lands, but Ben Stark, a measure of his success will be how many lands is he able to play before he runs out, and if he just keeps playing lands, it's going to be very good for him because it means he can leverage his powerful spells more efficiently, more effectively. But in this case, Disdainful Stroke is going to take care of the Wandering Emperor. So
Doesn't every deck want that? No,
Yeah,
Control
you're
wants to
speaking of
keep playing
Ben needing his
lands.
land drops. It
Ramp
looks like
decks
he's gonna
do,
miss his land
but
drop.
Control
Javier's
really
gonna
wants
play
to keep playing lands.
Another copy of
That's how it eventually gets
Ardenvale-
ahead.
Ardenvale, excuse
By
me.
doing
Fealty. So
more stuff per
this is
turn than its
actually-
opponent.
Well, here's what this signals. What the signals is that Ben has all spells in hand, sure.
Yeah.
We know that. That's pretty obvious. But how does Ben want to navigate things? Because generally, blue-white deck is looking to play multiple spells in one turn if possible, but you can only do that once you get to like 6, 7 mana. And he's stuck on 4 right now, so he might be in 1 spell per turn territory.
Yeah. And this is not good, the fact that this is an instant at end of turn, because if you use a counterspell against this, Javier will just untap and play a bigger threat. So we're going to see Memory Deluge here, and this sort of highlights the fact that Ben isn't happy with his hand. He wants to find lands.
Yep.
But it also gives Javier free reign to play whatever he wants once he untaps.
Yeah, shields are down. We're not looking at a format here with anything resembling free spells. So Javier's turn could be a myriad of things. It could be playing Planeswalker. It could just be playing Virtue after playing a 5th land. I mean, the easy part of the turn is attacking. What comes after that is going to be mighty interesting. And Riley, there's land number 5.
Man, we almost made it like 2 hours.
Because this is such a high...
Erase the whiteboard, guys. We almost made it 2 hours without somebody being a little man baby over pronouns.
Becomes a really legitimate threat. And Ben has found the land. He did find the land, obviously, off the... he had a good chance of doing so off the Memory Deluge, but now he's playing from behind.
And it's exactly what you said, which is Javier, the pressure is on the battlefield. I'm not going to do anything else. You got to answer this.
Javier doesn't have to play another spell.
Nope.
it's actually up to Ben now to answer this because these knights will hit for 6, and then next turn they'll hit for 8.
Erase
and
the
that'll be game.
whiteboard.
That'll be it entirely. So
YouTube ruins it again.
step 1.
Okay, Tishana's Tidebinder just as a 3/2 to trade with one of the knights. That is not what you want to use that card for. It's a little clumsy here, unfortunately, but it does leave 2 mana open, and Javier will have to respect that.
It is worth noting that Javier does have a copy of No More Lies in hand and elected not to cast it there.
I think that makes sense.
It just doesn't. Yeah, I think it makes total sense.
Yeah.
Just don't really care very much.
All right, and here's a Get Lost. Now, this maybe is a better target for it, but even then, I just kind of be, I don't know, maybe just flashing the Wandering Emperor and start using that.
There's a potential for that. You play Wandering Emperor here, that means that you don't have
then you don't
access
have
to No More Lies, and, then maybe something worse happens after that. So this is kind of a flashpoint in this game for Javier. First real tough decision.
Yeah. But I like the look of his hand. He's got another Virtue of Fealty, which means that he's got another Arden Veil. Virtue of Loyalty, which means he's got the Arden
Those
Veil
main
Fealty.
deck Tidebinders? No,
So
we're in
worst
game
case
2.
scenario here,
Okay,
if he spends,
that
if he
makes
does
more
nothing else,
sense.
he can flash in a 2/2.
That would be a call.
That's what we're going to see.
I don't think it's close that YouTube
notice Ben
users
is in the
just
sort of
feel
draw guide
more
right now.
entitled
wants
to
to be.
dumping their opinion wherever
Javier's
their
gonna
brain
make it
says
tough.
they
Not all
can and
control decks
should.
play out this way.
Just
Some
kind of,
control decks do like to play
they're
at sorcery
totally into
speed.
that. So
Ben's list is a little more
YouTube in
instant
general is
speed
going to be more
focused.
toxic than probably
22
most,
cards in this
probably
deck,
all of the
can be
video
played at instant
platforms.
speed. Sorry, 22
But that's
cards are
okay.
instant.
It doesn't
26
speak
cards
for
can be played at
everybody.
instant
I'm
speed
well
once
aware
you
that
factor
most
the
of
Wandering
you
Emperor.
on YouTube are amazing
The only
folks.
sorcery speed cards are sweepers.
So don't think I judge you all based on one.
Right, in comes the knight.
It's just kind of a fun game I play with myself to see where the most drama is going to come from today, Twitch or YouTube.
And we'll see
March
of Otherworldly Light.
Yep.
That's a nice way to get rid of a token there. 1 mana. And then a Wandering Emperor here for Stark.
Oh, Facebook is bad.
Knight
Yeah,
took
I
makes
don't
up a
stream
counter.
there very often.
Ben's back in this game.
No, we got a game now that
Yeah.
Ben's no longer bottlenecked on mana because again, if he's bottlenecked on mana,
Yeah,
which
we
that
don't
turn
need
cycle
to,
was Wandering
guys. We
Emperor,
can all
and
agree
he
here
made
that
his Willy
Facebook
Daily
is
was not playing land
ass.
yet, of course.
Yeah.
That it meant that his entire hand was spells, so you have to presume that his hand is pretty good, and he's drawn lands for a couple turns in a row here. So Javier is in a little bit of trouble because now Javier needs to start resolving things.
Yeah.
But more important, Javier needs to start drawing spells himself.
Yeah, and this is looking better and better for Ben as we see now the Wandering Emperor get exiled thanks to the No More Lies. And what I was saying before, Cedric, is sort of now proving true. The lands that Ben wants to play every turn mean that he can play the No More Lies and then keep up 5 mana.
Yep.
That's enough to cast another 2 spells.
That's right.
So Javier is in a more and more difficult position the longer this game goes on. Although his hand
Why
is
don't I
not
make
too
my
bad. He's
own
got
game?
another Wandering
Because
Emperor,
I'm
which is a
way
great
too
threat against
lazy.
control. And I didn't
Best
see that
game
card as
already
blue.
exists.
That might
I'm
be
just going to
Tishana's
play this
Tidebinder.
one. YouTube viewers talk in full sentences, so we
not.
say more dumb stuff. True.
Do this turn.
Congrats, though. You do put together sentences.
Trigger might make sense.
You have that
Oh, it's
going
very
for
simple.
you.
So trigger on the stack, cast Fairy Mastermind, and then assuming it resolves,
You're
then
talking
resolve the
so
trigger from
many
Virtual Loyalty to
sentences.
counter on the Mastermind. So that makes some sense.
Yep.
Have you
It's gonna
played
get
Warhammer?
lost
Nope.
Immediately. Ben's knocked
Unless
over
you
his
count
Scion
the Magic
and his
Universes
Inset.
Beyond set.
2 map tokens, which can't be used because they can only be activated at sorcery speed. And then we're back to Ben.
So we
It's a
got
great game.
Emperor versus
Really,
a
really good
knight.
game. We're seeing Ben. He's a very good player.
It is very hard to
careful,
tell without
calculated
knowing
player.
the cards in hand who's
Got a
winning,
mind like a machine.
or how many there are.
He's putting it to good use here.
Yeah, this is starting to become a bit of an uphill climb here for Javier.
Dusk Animist. Ooh.
Little dusty boy.
Dust Animus out of the
Yeah.
sideboard here. Yep. So we're getting dusty.
I've had that one in the limited.
Tara, what are you doing? You're trying to make them fight. Look at you guys going between worlds, stepping between worlds just to cause drama.
Sit there for 6 turns.
Yep.
Yeah. I do like stuff like that.
You
coming
think
out of the
Twitch will
sideboard.
take you
One of my
back
old
after your
favourite decks
behavior?
from Days of Theros was Brimaz, King of Ereskos.
Of course
yeah,
they will.
Just sideboarding in creatures is pretty effective from Azorius strategies.
Yeah.
More than one would expect.
Wandering Emperor, Wandering
That's the same
Emperor.
draft.
There are like 6 or 7 Wandering Emperors in this match.
Baby.
I don't want to talk about
You don't talk about that? We can move on. We can move on. It's all right.
Can't kill it.
You can't kill it. Yeah. I remember playing with that card. I was teaching a new player how to play. And they cast, like, I don't know, Doomblade or something to try to kill it. I was like, no, it's got hexproof. And they picked up the Doomblade, looked at it and said, this isn't a hex.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Map token.
Sorry, mate.
Swing at Emperor.
It does have instant proof. All right.
Gang block.
Mega block.
Potentially. Depends on what Ben has left in hand, if anything. So, because if this
Oh,
is
is he?
I don't know if empty-handed or not. We don't have a great view.
Well, that gesture he just made with his hands seemed to say that he didn't have anything.
Okay, so this is a winning combat here for Javier, thanks to the Wandering Emperor.
Username Weebs Eat Shit.
Okay, and that knight's
Without any
huge.
cringe and
Yes, it
jokes, I
is.
want to say you are one of the best YouTubers / person. I watch you every day for hours. Thank you a lot. And here I was just going to ban you for your username. Because as soon as I'm done here, I'm going to watch some anime.
Ben, I think is just on the one card.
I think
Gina
it's
and I
just
have been
one card,
watching
and
My
it's
Happy
not
Marriage.
The best of positions for Ben right now.
No cap.
It's not terrible. I will say that.
I wonder
but
if I've changed your
Ben
opinion.
needs a really good draw step, and I don't know what best draw step looks like in this situation because this knight is huge, and most importantly about this knight is that it continues to have vigilance, which is really good against the Wandering Emperor.
It's an 8/8 night. It's a hell of a night.
And
We're all having a hell of a night
He can't
here.
run his 7th lane. He can't flash back that memory deluge.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be a turning point in this game. His 7th land. Are we gonna wake up
Anybody
and
excited about Cowboy Bebop magic cards?
Yeah, Javi's thinking about it.
Mm.
Yeah, all right.
I have not watched Jujutsu Kaisen yet,
Gets the worm.
and that's why Krim won't talk to me.
And this knight, 8/8.
I'm curious where the attacks are going to go here. How much do you care about Wandering Emperor? Okay, it looks like both are going to go to Wandering Emperor.
Chumpies, hanging on to this
Don't
Emperor
forget,
by a
because the
thread.
virtue-
I think there's only one card in hand for Ben.
And that counter stays on it even when it stops being a creature. So concealed courtyard to hand.
But that's the the nice part about this.
Plays it keeps putting the Restless Anchorage back in the lands, and then
Gotta be a farewell, man. Although that Dusk
the nice part about this
Animist,
is on taps, and that might give
that's a
Javier
real
some
card.
additional mana. That might be useful. That's kind of a neat little interaction because of the virtue.
Yep, untaps the land, so it can be untaps a creature, so it can be then tapped as a land. What a card, Restless Anchorage, man! It's got to be one of my favorite cards that's been recently printed. I'm a huge fan of Celestial Colonnade, and this one only costs 3. Oh my goodness!
I like creature lands. I always have.
Yeah, when do we get a
and this
Neon
is-
Genesis
there's nothing
Evangelion
overpowered about this card. It's just a good
Universe
card.
Beyond?
Just a
I'll-
good card.
I accept
If
these
honestly,
commander
if
decks. I want a
if you
commander
showed
deck
me
for
the activation
Asuka and
Well, you showed me
Rey
the
and
activation ability
Shinji.
without the cost, I would have guessed it would cost 4.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
I think it's a little aggressively costed at 3, which I'm a huge fan of. Obviously, like I'll take that. We take those.
And we can have an Angels deck. Would be absolutely awesome.
Dust Animus has been pretty good for Ben this game. That lifelink counter is pretty important.
Yeah, look at his life totals in 18.
Yeah.
He's back up. He's back up.
One Dusk Animist versus all of
Another map
this.
token. The knight getting in now is a
Kinda wild.
9. This Virtue has really done some work. It's added so much power to the battlefield.
Yeah, this is where I get a little fearful for Ben right now, and this is why I have my concerns about blue-white in this format. Is when a game looks like this, how do you break out of this? How do you get back ahead in a spot like this? Because I think Javier is in a pretty favorable position right now. And what's the card to draw? Now, we mentioned the ability to flashback a memory deluge potentially, right? But you know, what's the comeback card to get you out of what
Is the Knight a 16? I think it's still an 8/8.
Yeah, and the problem is here as well.
Maybe
like,
a 9
traditionally,
now?
Oh, I'm getting beaten down by creatures. I'll just play a sweeper. A sweeper gets rid of 1 threat, and the because of the map tokens and the virtue, that Restless Anchorage is attacking upper.
Do we know if Ben has farewell? The only list I looked at
And
for
that doesn't even
sure
take
that
into
had
account
farewell
any
or
good
didn't
card
have
that
farewell was Gabs.
All right, Long Goodbye.
Like that one.
Yeah, Long Goodbye is a nice one here.
I could look it
in
up,
that
but
it
let's be
gets rid of
surprised.
A 2-drop that isn't attacking like a 2-drop should. And that was that might have been Ben's lifeline here. his lifelink lifeline. Because now he's taking 15 next turn.
Assassin's Creed is this summer and Final Fantasy is next summer.
Deluge actually a hard cast, but because Javier
exciting.
put on so much pressure,
yeah,
the ability to take a turn off to flashback Memory Deluge, Javier's just really gonna not let that ever happen.
Yeah, it's becoming a more and more difficult thing. When I first raised that, I was
Yeah,
like,
you got to take a lot of damage to get a Memory Deluge out of the graveyard.
But right now,
the hard thing to
I
do.
don't think he does, and this is not
Animus
going well
down, long
unless that
goodbye,
Memory
see
Deluge
ya.
really found him some good stuff.
But that's a Field of Ruin.
Field of Ruin. Oh, Field of Ruin is a nice clean answer to the Anchorage. Yeah, of course, unless there's a Tishana's Tidebinder.
Yeah, very mastermind. Can there be an answer to the night token? I
12.
can't believe this night token's going the distance. How many sweepers do you think
12.
Ben cut from the deck?
And Javier just continues to be unrelenting here, trying to figure out the best way.
Still got to play a couple. You can't play like
I believe was a copy of
you can't play
Wedding
6 or
Announcement.
8 of them like main decks do, but you still need a couple.
Well, it was kept on top from the Explore
Right,
map.
yeah,
so,
right,
So Javier was like, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love this.
I mean, it's not land.
Yeah. But it'll just keep producing more threats.
Gonna make you spend that mana.
Virtue of Loyalty. We
Ben
have
does.
forced activation of Field of Ruin. Both players going to get a basic here.
Passes the basic test. Final Fantasy is an LOTR level set.
Pull something special out. There's been some good back and forth in this game. It's been a fun game to watch. But now
3 health. Smash.
3.
I wonder if Javier's supposed to play the Wedding Announcement this turn. Assuming Ben has no cards in hand.
Yeah.
Like if Ben has a card in hand, I probably don't play it because I don't want to run it in No More Lies.
Yeah.
But I think that's the only thing that really enters the equation. And by not playing it, you can still activate Fairy Mastermind, draw a card, that sort of thing. So you're still okay. That's going to change something. That is what I was mentioning. What's the best card to draw?
Yeah.
That just may have been it.
Because that doesn't only deal with the creatures, it also gets rid of the Virtue.
Yep.
Because the Virtue plus the Wedding Announcement would have been a lethal combination.
Yeah.
Sayonara.
This gets Ben a little bit of time.
Ciao.
Because this Wedding Announcement will come down.
Bon voyage.
It's not going to generate the deadly force that it would have, because that would have been a 2/2.
Yeah.
You know. Oh, but we're seeing Get Lost as well. All right, Get Lost before the Wedding Announcement can trigger.
Wow.
Javier.
Look at the cards in Javier's hand. That Tidebinder is terrifying.
Javier has No More Lies in hand, and is it worth countering this, or do you try to snag a Memory Deluge?
I think so. You need pressure, right? You need to put some pressure on. That No More Lies is only going to get worse and worse and worse.
Oh, bring him out. Oh,
China's
no.
Tidebinder as well. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, there's still an anchorage. There's 2 anchorages over there. The Tidebinder may have been better in hand.
Must be answered as it's lethal. It's got a little bit more breathing room around.
I mean, this play, like, if there's a sweeper here, it feels so bad for
I like
him
that play about Javier a lot
if he
there,
drew
because
one.
What that basically is saying is, I'm playing this right now because I'm concerned about No More Lies.
Yeah.
I could obviously play play it in a turn, and then it gets countered.
Yeah.
And then there's why you play your instants only as instants when you can play the sorceries. So I really like the idea of, okay, I'm just going to play this right now while your shields are down. Now, you have to have an instance right now.
No
you're dead. And
cards
it's also
to
going
fidget
change
in
the
my
way you play
hand.
the
I'll
game
shuffle my
because
mana
I'm
base,
presenting
and
lethal,
you
which
can't
means, again,
stop
we're always
me.
talking about the ability to flashback Memory Deluge and how that can kind of turn the corner on the game. Javier's goal is to make that as difficult as possible always.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the entire goal.
Ben can't just go, oh, I'll flashback and see what I get, and it'll be fine, because, like, well, no, the priority number 1 has, and that's not to say he doesn't flash it back. It's just that he has to decide what is going to be the best way for him to deal with this 3/2. He's obviously confident that he can get through the next turn with it.
Yeah,
Rafine.
sure. Slam that down.
Yeah, just casually chuck that one out here. All right, let's see if there's a response. Looks like there's going to be. I think this is going to be a Memory Deluge from hand.
It might be time to just organize the mana and see how many creature lands.
Oh no, he's got 3 steps ahead.
Oh boy.
All right.
Huh?
All right.
3 steps ahead. So
What's happening?
I think what Ben's
What do you
doing
do with 3 steps
is
ahead
seeing
here?
He's got enough mana to activate the bird, right? The Restless Anchorage, and then cast and copy the 2/3, and he does.
I think he's asking the judge,
does
but
have
if you
enough mana to do
copy the 2/3, I think you just get a tapped land. I don't think you get a blocker.
He's going to counter,
But that's
draw
okay.
instead. Basically, Cryptic Command.
Okay, he did not do that. He
counter target spell.
did not make a copy, and that's probably why. I think he was checking with the judge. Discard temporary lockdown.
solve the human problem.
I mean, it's entirely possible Javier just doesn't attack this turn. I don't think the attacks are particularly good.
This game's turned into a banger.
You can play Virtue and just.
Come on, Ben. I need you to win so we get game 3. This has been a heck of a finish to the day.
I like the patience.
Because the Tidebinder will just trade with the Restless Anchorage, but now it won't. At the end of this turn,
He just dropped a Virtue.
You might be cool with the trade.
A Virtue just came out of
Because
Adventure, I
getting this
think.
trade out of the way, maybe Ben having one less mana is positive.
I don't know about this. Just let the counters pile up. Ah! Come on.
If he's going to attack, why play the Virtue first?
Interweb. Don't do me this way. You've been so good all day long. You've been so good to me.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
And now, boy, that's
Whoa, that's get
Oh,
lost.
That's
Another
really,
one.
Really nice. Wow, that's really nice sequence for Ben there. So,
And there's
Ollie,
no
what happens,
creatures
you
on
activate
this
the 2/3,
board.
Block the 1/1, and then before damage, used the mana from the untapped 2/3 to cast the Get Lost. And even though it's tapped, it still deals combat damage. The 1/1 dies, the 3/2 dies. The map tokens are there, but yeah,
Deluge for 7 flashback
punished for
main
playing the
phase.
Virtue.
and punished in multiple ways. So here's the first one's obvious, which is now the battlefield's clear and Ben is able to actually flashback Memory Deluge, which we've been talking about for a couple of turns.
Yeah.
That's one. Two, the wedding announcement, because 2 creatures attacked, means that Javier did not make a token. He drew a card, and drawing a card is fine here, but you'd rather continue to pressure your opponent. And now there's no pressure on the battlefield, which Ben, what this means is Ben is for sure going to get another turn.
Yeah.
Right? And so that is absolutely huge.
And we've sort of been playing up this one turn that Ben took there, and it was kind of innocuous and almost happened off screen, right? But flashing back that Memory Deluge, I said before, the way I described it, I said, this is going to be a turning point in the game.
Absolutely.
Right? This is going to be a hinge upon which the game turns. Ben got the opportunity to do that. He got himself enough breathing room.
2
to cast a
Virtues.
7 mana instant,
That makes...
right? And now...
That's another Memory Deluge.
This might be enough to turn the game around. He's got another Memory Deluge here. Wedding Announcement's going to flip. The problem is there's no creatures. Oh, there's a 1/1.
Yeah, you get the final one here, and then the
And that's a lethal threat. That is a lethal threat.
It's a 4/4. All right. So he doesn't need to answer that.
Yeah, but Ben's gotten to see so many cards over the past turn cycle that I would be shocked if he's not starting to be loaded up with some answers here.
Field of Ruin's a nice one as well. The other card that Ben's
Oh,
playing...
wait. Are we getting aggro?
Third path.
Okay.
Right, which is instant. Draw a card, then gain life equal to number of cards in your hand. He's got 4 cards in hand. All of a sudden, he casts that. Like, that changes the equation a little bit.
It does.
Last time we saw Shout to do this, he died because he tapped that land.
Keeping Ben off balance.
Yeah.
When it comes to the Memory Deluge conversation.
But that sequence with the 2/3 being activated, blocking, and then providing the mana for the Get Lost
is huge.
That was what changed the game. That was a game-changing play here for Ben, and it may have been a game-winning play, but we'll find that out. All right, map token. All right, Denick on top. Doesn't like the look of that.
It's a little bit of a freebie to put in the graveyard because it disturbed too, so it's kind of win-win.
Right. Maybe another map activation here. So Ottawara in hand here for Javier, I think.
Yeah, key card in this sequence.
Yeah.
It can get a little tricksy.
And we've got Tidebinder as well. And Wandering Emperor now for Ben as well. Okay.
That's less tricky. That's a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah.
Tidebinder.
Tidebinder the Wandering Emperor.
Heck yeah, okay.
But
Okay.
does Ben have an answer for that?
That catch the Emperor?
Nope.
That's scary.
Ganjo.
Ganjo.
I was counting to see if Javier could Otawara his Tidebinder back.
Oh, and then play it again?
And then play it again. Yep.
That'd be hot.
Oh, that was close, too. One more mana and he could do it.
I Ganjo here to deal 4.
Yep. Oh.
No, it only had 2 counters on it.
Yeah, so...
Oh, no, it didn't because the map token.
Right!
Because the map token, of course, it was a 5/5. It
it's
went
a
into combat as a
5-5.
5-5, even though it started the turn as a 4-4.
And they weren't sure themselves either about that because Javier thought it was going to die too.
Of course, he was like, yeah, right. And then the judge points out, no.
Oh
because of the +1/+1
man,
counter
what a
put on it this
oopsie.
turn.
Correct.
Oh
I think in both
God.
their heads, they were still thinking, right, that's a 4-4, right? Yep. And then new information came along, and
It was a
Wow.
5-5
So,
because of the
1-1
flipped
token,
wedding announcement.
2 counters from both virtues.
Unbelievable.
Map, counter, and then wedding announcement, transformation, +1/+1.
Dude, I'm
5-5.
telling you,
I got
that
you.
attack
4
gets you
damage.
killed.
Quick math. 1 short.
Yeah.
Still got it. Never lost it.
Yeah.
Good back and forth. The thing I dislike about blue-white control in this particular format, all the cards in the deck are good. The ability to slam the door shut on a game it has some real difficulty doing that. And we just watched that. So you and I are talking about memory deluge. You got to flash it back to start pulling ahead a little bit. And that happened. And then another memory deluge was cast. And then the spree card.
3 steps ahead.
Thank you. 3 steps ahead. That was like Cryptic Command that game too, right?
Yeah.
So you're seeing like, oh man, these are really good exchanges for Ben. Still couldn't get across the finish line. So
because the deck is missing Sphinx's Revelation.
it just needs something like a Sphinx's Rev or an Elspeth Sun's Champion or something to just say, hey, cool, game's over.
Yeah, we're done.
And it has some difficulty doing that, unfortunately. And Javier was able to just keep going and going and going and finally cross the finish line.
And we can hear from Javier right now. He's standing by with Ailey. So let's go down to our former world champ who just took out
Absolutely
Ben Stark.
crazy.
Javier Dominguez just picking up a victory against
Thanks on
Ben
Twitch for the
Stark.
raid from
That was one
MTG
heck of a
Nerd
long
Girl.
game.
Hey
Yeah, it was a
guys,
better long game.
hope you've
Like, so
had a
many decisions,
good
so many cards
stream
involved.
today.
Those are tiring.
I appreciate you being here. I will be blunt with you. I'm going to be ending the stream as soon as the coverage is done.
2-0 though, to
So don't
continue
get.
a winning streak
I mean,
here.
you're welcome to
Must
get
be feeling pretty
comfy.
good after day 1.
Yeah,
But
actually, I mean, the games have been so
you should
long
know.
that actually last I went 5-0 in Constructed. I was like, you know, the deck is being good for me, but yeah, I mean, it's just like standard games. They are sometimes grindy, sometimes like very hard, so many cards, so many decisions. So yeah, it's been a fun day.
Is this something that you and Handshake were prepared for, knowing that Esper was probably going to be one of the biggest archetypes in the
Esper
late
and
game?
things.
Yeah, we thought Esper would be the most played deck. We did. We're not
I'm so
sure
sad
about, like,
Blue-White
Rogue being,
Control
like,
lost that
close second or
match.
just, you know,
In
what
fact,
happened
they've
now. So I
lost
guess we
every
expected
game
a
on
little bit less
camera
from,
today, and I am
a little
just,
more from both,
I'm
but
damaged.
more or less we expected this meta game. Yeah.
There's
Well, I
scars.
hope you dodge all your bad matchups tomorrow,
Scars.
Javier. Best of luck. Thank you so much.
When do you
Great to
stream
see
next
Javier
time?
doing well.
I'm going
Love
to
see
probably do
first
the watch
time.
party
Yeah,
tomorrow.
Finally putting
About
up
time,
some
man.
results at last, Javier. That's just about it from us in the booth today, Cedric. But before we wrap things up and send it on over the news desk, I'm interested to get your thoughts generally on, I guess, the day as a whole, but more specifically standard.
Yeah.
Because I think there are some interesting learnings we can take away from today and some expectations that I think have been a little subverted by what we've seen at the Pro Tour.
So coming in, if you take a look at the numbers that Frank broke down and knowing that Esper was most played deck, it's kind of like, oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case here. I think Esper's a good deck.
Really?
I don't think it's overwhelmingly good.
Tell
I think
me
it's
more.
Just a good deck. You know, we've seen the Team Aftermath decks. There's a couple different ways you can go about building those style of decks. We've seen Boros Convoke a little bit. And, people try some other different aggro strategies. We've seen some weird Legends decks with
Blue White isn't
pulled.
great. You
I think there's
take
a lot
that
of
back.
exploration still left to be done there with like your Slowgurks of the world and just all the legends that you can play that we saw with Brian Kibler and some other players here this weekend. So I say all that to say that I think the standard format's actually like pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty wide open. I think that because standard is the biggest that it's ever been with over 3,000 cards, I think we're just starting to scratch the surface here a little bit. Pro Tours generally nowadays, they kind of set the standard for what things look like in a format.
Yeah.
And then for the next, couple of weeks, month, or whatever, it's like, okay, this is the only decks to play. I don't think that's the case coming out of this tournament. I know we haven't crowned a champion yet or anything like that. We still got 2 days to go, but
I think there's a lot more openness to the standard format, and I think that the numbers are a little misleading as well. I know that there's always a great hue and cry whenever the metagame breakdown goes up, and whatever is on the top thing, everyone goes, "Oh, the format's terrible because this deck is unbeatable."
What are you
bam,
talking
bam, bam,
about?
bam.
Nobody would
But I
ever
think
be
that
that way,
number's
Riley.
misleading because there is a percentage of players, and I'm not knocking these players, that come to the Pro Tour being like, I don't have time to prepare. I've got a full-time job. I've got a family, whatever, right?
Yep.
I just want to play a deck that I know is going to function, that's like 55 against the field, right? Or even 52 against the field, that I'm not going to have super bad matchups. I'm just going to go and play solid Magic because I don't have the hours and hours, right?
Yep.
So you've got Team Handshake, you've got the best players in the world sitting there working out to the nth degree what the best deck is. They settled on Esper. And then so people go, right, okay, well, they've done, I'm not going to check. I'm just going to play this deck. And that sort of inflates its popularity to the point that people think it's unbeatable.
I agree.
So I think that it's important to look a little bit beyond that. Look at some of the numbers that other decks are putting up. Look at the results that they're having. Frank Carsten will put out his metagame analysis that has a lot of numerical crunchiness to it, so you can get into it a bit.
For sure.
I think you're right in saying that this format has a lot more for us to learn about and explore and find out exactly what is good and what's going to drive the format forward.
There's too many cards that
The
are legal
pro
for it to
in
be,
Pro
in
Tour
my
stands
opinion,
for pro,
this, like,
not
to just say this is-
professional.
Like it's weird how
Yeah, it's Esper, and you can do whatever else you want, but like if you're not casting Ravine, you're big dum-dum. I don't think that's even close to true.
Well, that's going to do it from us here in the
See,
booth.
because
been
it's
our
called the
pleasure
Pro
to bring you
Tour,
matches today
so
and
they can
close
say
out
they're
day number one
pros
of
because they're on the Pro
Thunder Junction.
Tour.
We're gonna
But
kick
pro
it
doesn't
over
have to stand for professional. Get it?
I was waiting for that one. Kick it over to the news desk here.
It's just the
above
name of
Cedric.
the
I was going to say,
tour.
Cedric, it's been a pleasure to work with you, but we can.
Maybe
as my mum
that's
said,
how
look,
that
my
works.
mum
I
always
don't
told me,
know.
If you got nothing nice to say,
Don't hate
say
me.
anything at all. So with that,
Just
Cedric,
the messenger.
time to go back to the news desk.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A taste of our own medicine, I think, here at the news desk.
I knew he loved the cow jokes from the beginning. He was just putting on a front, Maria. I knew it. I knew it.
Absolutely. Time to move on with this show. Am I right, Cedric? Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the news desk. Maria
Cringe.
Bartholi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney here to close out day number one of action with you here at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. What's your big takeaway, Corey, here as we wind down
10
day
hour
number
stream
one?
vibes.
Well,
It will be 10 hours and about 50 seconds.
That's for
Yeah,
sure.
confirmed,
And
confirmed.
Domain, the deck that necessarily wasn't going to be the number one deck that players were going to bring or that people were expecting. Still good. Didn't really get too many new tools, but it's still a very powerful deck. And if you get the right metagame and standard, you can have success. And also, you got to be really good at Magic.
Okay. Noted. Noted. Ailey, what's your big takeaway today?
I mean, Yoshihiko Ikawa. We've been keeping an eye on him the entire
Hi.
day to go 3-0 in draft and then to just
Is it time for
crush it
bed?
in standard.
Yeah, I guess so.
That takes
Dang.
a lot of
Yeah.
hard work.
Yeah.
A little bit of luck here and there, but just excellent, excellent play from Yoshihiko. And I got to chat to
here,
him,
little
so
kitty.
yeah, let's see what he has to think
Are
about
you
it.
going to be a good sweetie?
We're gonna talk a little bit more before
Maybe
we
talk
throw
to
to
the
the interview.
people?
But I wanna
You wanna talk
know,
to the
Corey,
people?
you
You
touched
wanna
on
fight me
standard,
to the death?
and you said domain
Okay.
ramp, maybe
Fine,
not
fight me to the death.
the deck you were expecting
Yeah.
to come into this field, but super well positioned against Esper. Do you think that if we're taking a large view of this, that is the deck you would say at this point in the tournament, it's still only day one, was the quote unquote right call?
You know, I would think it's hard to argue with because, well, with Esper being the most played deck, you know, the odds are you're going to play against your good matchup. You know, there's a lot of teamer decks out there, too, where you could get, you know, paired into those and it wouldn't be as good. So I would say, yes, it is for now. But moving forward after this, things might be a little bit different if
How's she
more
doing?
people pick up teamer
Vocal.
because there's less rest in peace.
She's
or more
vocal.
people play really hyper-aggressive
Aren't you,
decks
you
like
little
Boros
brat?
Convoke. That makes it a little trickier. But right now, I think you nailed it.
Don't
I mean,
guys.
we've
She's
got
loved.
3,300 cards in this standard format, the biggest of all time. We put them all in a bucket this morning to show you, which was fabulous. Do you think this format's far from solved?
Yeah, there's probably still the most broken deck out there that we just haven't seen yet. You know, there's a lot of cool decks, but I am sure the developers of all these sets are like, why aren't they playing this broken deck yet? You know, maybe we still got one on the horizon.
Yeah, we only
True
had 10 days
believers.
to test this format, and I think that was one
How
of the
adorable.
takeaways when we were talking to the players, all feeling the crunch out there as they tried to prepare for this tournament. Ailey, you're a limited lover, limited fan.
Love it.
This format, thoughts?
It's crazy. It's the closest thing to playing a cube draft because there's just so much power. There's so many different ways that you can build your deck, and you know, you just all of a sudden open something from one of the bonus sheets, and you're like, okay, let's just do that. You know,
It adds some
You're
cool
getting-
spice, doesn't
yeah,
it?
Getting mana drain, someone stealing your turn with Mind Slaver. You know, it's absolutely nutty, and I love it. So, good job to the design team.
All right, everybody, it's time to take a peek at our standings here as we round out day number one of competition here at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. Let's check it out. One player remains undefeated, Yoshihiko Ikawa. Congratulations, ending the day
Wow.
at 8-0. A mess of 7-1s following him up there, Corey, as well.
Yeah, a bunch of great players, 5 players at 7-1 or better, and a lot of Hall of Famers here still on this list. So we have an awesome top 16. Shuhei Nakamura, Reed Duke, Ben Stark, Jason Yee, Javier Dominguez. I mean, this is awesome. And look at what that top 8 would be right now if we just stopped it right now. That'd be a spicy one.
I bet they'd love that.
Oh, yeah, I bet they would, yeah.
Well, unfortunately for them, we've got another day of Magic to play.
Yeah.
But it's time now to name our card of the day, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. So card of the day has just got to be Rona. You know, Rona was just so powerful.
Rona.
Rona, Herald of Invasion, in all of these
Wow.
Legend decks. It just looked so
we only watched one
disgusting how
Legend
powerful,
mirror,
you know,
right?
it was with Relic of Legends and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Really cool card.
Very, very cool stuff. Love this card. What about
Yeah.
player
It's
of
you.
the day,
That's what
Ailey?
you sound like.
I mean, is there any other choice? Yoshihiko Ikawa, 8-0, playing one of the coolest decks in this archetype or in this metagame. So yeah, definitely Yoshihiko. Taking a look here at his record, like just had an absolutely stellar day. You know, not many of his games actually went to the full three games. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Wow.
he's gonna be feeling great about that, and I'm hoping that he'll be repeating this tomorrow with another 3-0 in draft, and then we'll see where he ends up.
Absolutely, certainly positioning himself very well.
You want me to
Ailey
go to
caught
bed,
up with
don't ya?
Yoshihiko to find out how he felt at the end
The
of day one.
baby wants me to be done. Come on.
So why
Let me
did you
give you a
choose
little
domain
pickup
ramp?
for the camera.
So I choose the domain
No,
ramp
pick up
because
for the camera.
Espa mid-range and the burst
me
combo
enjoy
is
you.
two top decks,
We
and
wanna
the
see
domain
the
ramp
baby.
is strong against them.
We want to see
So,
the
do
baby,
you like the
don't they,
metagame?
Maya?
Yes,
they
I
do.
expect, and that's right.
We want to see the baby.
Well, that's wonderful. So how are you feeling? Do you think you can win the whole tournament?
Yes, now I'm 8-0, so I
Knock on
want
wood, she hasn't had a seizure
tomorrow
since the
top
last
8,
time
and
I had to post
I
that
want
I
to be
couldn't do the
champion
thing
this
on
tournament.
release day.
I believe you, and I think that you're going to make it all the way to the top 8.
been
So
a
best of luck.
very good,
and
healthy
yeah, we'll
kitty.
see how tomorrow goes.
She's taking her medicine.
That's our player of the day, Yoshihiko Ikawa. What about our match of the day, Corey?
Oh, the match of the day was awesome. If you haven't seen it, round number 5 with Ikawa and Russell, there was just an incredible battle with Domain up against Boros Convoke. It came down to one of the moments where, well, you got Invasion of Gobakon down to prevent Ikawa from having any really powerful sweeper. And as they always say, you can't Invasion of Gobakon the top of the deck. Sunfall came from the top and just took it down, and it was absolutely incredible by Ikawa.
Yeah, I think that is what they always say, Corey.
That's
for
the
sure.
classic line.
Who
yeah.
is this they?
All right, everyone, make sure you come back tomorrow for
Iron
more
belly
coverage.
rub?
Let's take a
Nope.
look at the schedule and find
Rather
out
die.
what we're going to
Okay,
do.
fine.
Rounds 9 through 16, starting at 11 a.m. Pacific. Tune in, everybody,
11
tomorrow
a.m..
as we work our way towards our top 8. Then, of course, come back on
So
Sunday.
soon.
It is our top 8. It is single elimination. It is best 3 out of 5 games, and it is standard the rest of the way, starting an hour earlier at 10 a.m. Pacific. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with us today. 207 players kicked on their cowboy boots and donned their dusters this morning, ready to prove themselves as Pro Tour Thunder Junction thundered into action. We kicked things off in the Emerald City, where players truly were seeing green, at least when it came to draft, all battling for the agreed-upon best color at the draft table in a very sweet limited format. Then, of course, it was on to Standard, the biggest standard of all time, with more than 3,300 cards to build with, where it feels like almost anything can get a win. With testing lasting only a scant 10
Forgive
days,
me.
everyone was racing to get an edge. At the end of the day, it was Yoshihiko Ikawa who found that edge, with Domain Ramp remaining our lone undefeated player at 8-0. Be sure to come back tomorrow as we work our way towards our top 8. After all, this town ain't big enough up for all 207 of us. There can only be one sheriff. We're gonna find out who it is in just 2 days.
Dude,
See you tomorrow, friends.
way to fight through that one. Good job. Guys, that's it. I hope you had a lovely day. Literally did the whole thing. Tomorrow, another. Will I be able to do all 3 days? I don't know. But your support goes a long way. So thanks for having my back. Probably see you tomorrow. Good night.